Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had solo leveling system. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A boy with green hair stared blankly at the bright yellow sky. His body was covered in dirt, dust, and bruises. His name is Izuku Yagi, the son of Toshinori Yagi, All Might's #1 hero, and his mother Inko Yagi, who is just an ordinary civilian. The two met by accident when they fell in love with each other and eventually got married. He also has a twin sister named Izumi Yagi. Izuku inherited his mother's green hair and his father's blue eyes, while Izumi inherited her father's blonde hair and her mother's green eyes. Izuku was lying on the ground after being beaten up by his dear little sister and her friends. His body was covered in bruises from the bullies who beat him. He never wanted to be treated like this, but it all started 2 years ago when he was 4 years old. Flashback. Your son has no quirk. Everyone in the room was silent, his parents and sister. They were shocked by the words of the doctor who examined him. But how is that possible? The doctor showed them an x-ray of his leg and then he started to explain. Please look at this, he has 2 joints in his legs, which means he doesn't have any quirks, but the good news is your daughter has a quirk called telekinesis, which allows her to move things around her at will. If she trains it well, she can become the hero he wants to be. I congratulate you both. End of flashback. Things started to change from then on. His parents started ignoring him, and his sister and friends started bullying him too. They didn't care if he was smart or talented, they didn't think he was valuable enough when he was just quirkless. Izuku wasn't sure about this sudden change, he was just confused about whether to be sad or angry with the current situation. Izuku stood up and cleaned the dust and dirt on his clothes. He took a deep breath and started walking home before the day got dark. He honestly didn't want to go home, but he had no other choice. What can a 6-year-old boy who doesn't have a quirk do in this crazy society, when he doesn't even have the power to protect himself? He arrived home and saw his parents and sister having dinner with a warm conversation going on between them. They didn't bother to see him come home late. Izuku walked straight to her room and closed the door without making a sound. He didn't want to disturb their harmonious family. Izuku then took cotton, bandages, and antiseptic to treat his wounds. After he finished, he turned on his computer to see what was going on outside. He started browsing several news sites. Most of the stories are about the activities of the heroes, some are about the heroes making their debut, and some are about the actions of the heroes stopping the attacks of the villains. Since childhood, Izuku is an intelligent and mature child, he likes to watch and analyze things. Sometimes he also watches some videos of heroes on the internet and starts analyzing their quirks and fighting ways. Be it the way they work, the strengths or weaknesses of their quirks. He also recorded all the results of his analysis in his notebook, which he hid under his bed. It's just one of his ways to pass the time and overcome his loneliness. You could say it's his hobby. Izuku, who was too immersed in his work, didn't notice that time had passed. He looked at the clock showing 11 o'clock. Looks like I missed dinner this time too. Izuku talked to himself and then turned off his computer. He then went to his bed, lying there while staring at the dark ceiling. Sometimes he wonders why he has to go through all this. It wasn't his fault that he didn't have a quirk, but everyone else rejected him. In this society where 80% of civilians have a quirk, is there still a place for him? He then closed his eyes and then fell asleep. He could only see darkness, but somehow he felt that there was something there. In the darkness, Izuku saw a pair of blue lights that resembled eyes. The light then grew beyond his field of vision. He began to see what kind of creature was behind those shining eyes. More than 10,000 black soldiers bowed to him. Not only knights, but also monsters, elves, giants, and other creatures commonly seen in comics, movies, or games. In front of them, all stood 2 figures, one a robed knight with a red mane adorning his helmet, and the other a very tall knight with 4 wings attached to his back and a giant sword hanging on his waist. Izuku stared at them. They all bowed their heads toward him, as if they were paying their respects to their king. The knight with 4 wings took out his sword and offered it to him. The moment he touched the sword, a light suddenly shot out and brought him back to reality. Izuku woke up sweating with his heart racing. He took a deep breath. He could see a ray of light peeking through the curtains of his room. Is it morning already? He looked at the clock on his desk. It was still 5 in the morning. It's still too early to go to school. He then stood up and went to the bathroom to wash his face. Izuku looked at her reflection reflected in the mirror. A 6-year-old boy with disheveled hair and a dark expression unsuitable for his age. He then rubbed his face with a towel to remove the water from his face. It must be a bad dream. He was also not sure if this was called a nightmare or not. But somehow he felt a strange connection with the black soldier. It seemed he had known them for a very long time and he had a long history with them. Izuku felt that it didn't make sense, then brushed the thought away and then hurriedly took a shower. After taking a shower, he then took his bag and immediately left the house. As usual, he tried his best not to make a sound, as his parents always said. Remain silent. He was walking around the apartment complex where he lived and decided to stop by the store to buy some food. Even though he hadn't eaten anything since last night, he wasn't starving. Maybe because he was used to being ignored. After picking up some food and paying for it, he walked to Dagoba Beach. Even though this place is full of trash, it still has a nice sunrise view. It's quite peaceful here, with the sound of the waves and the chirping of birds. It's not bad to have a little peace in this tiring life. Sometimes you need a break just to relieve stress. Excessive stress is not good for your health. Izuku learned that from his so-called friend whom he was also unsure of, Bakugo Katsuki. That boy exploded easily from the slightest thing that bothered him, especially when it came to Izuku. At first, Izuku thought it was because of his quirk, but it was thanks to his high pride and stubborn nature. He didn't accept anyone being above him. Even though they were friends since childhood, Katsuki only looked at Izumi, and always thought that Izuku was an eyesore. Izuku didn't mind this too much. He already knows that Katsuki likes his sister, so it's only natural that you don't want to have someone around someone you like. The sun was already high enough, it was time to go to school. Izuku packed his things, then went to school. On the way to school, he saw several children his age going to school with his friends or parents. Izuku sometimes envies that. He didn't have someone he could call a friend or someone he could call family. Everyone around him ignored him just because he was different. It was like a curse that haunted him all his life. He immediately shook his head, brushed off that thought, and continued walking his way to school. The moment he arrived at the school, he was greeted by an explosion right in front of the classroom door. Izuku fell to the floor from the explosion. He then looked up to see Katsuki and his friends already waiting for him, as well as his sister. Hey Deku, I see you still have the face to come here. I thought you ran away crying like useless trash. Everyone watching started laughing at him, but he ignored it and went to his seat. Katsuki was getting annoyed at being ignored. He then grabbed Izuku by the collar and threw him to the back of the class. What do you mean by that, ignoring me in front of the class? Do you think you are better than me, you useless BSTRD? Izuku was silent. He was tired of just answering those useless questions. He then looked at his sister who was just laughing with her hands covering her mouth. Izuku just took a deep breath as he saw this, which irritated Katsuki even more. Katsuki was about to throw a punch at Izuku, but he was saved by the ringing bell. Katsuki glared at him and started pointing his finger at him. Wait until school is over, I'll make sure to teach you right. While he was saying that, the teacher entered the classroom. He then stood up and sat on his chair, as did the other students. Nothing else happened during school hours. Everything went as normally as it should, even at lunch. Izuku tries his best to avoid his sister Katsuki and his gang. He was always on the roof just to avoid these people. It was peaceful enough, but it only lasted until school was over. The bell rang signaling the end of school. Izuku was packing his stuff and getting ready to go home when Katsuki and his sister started dragging him into an alley near the school. Katsuki slammed him against the wall while Izumi held him in the air using her quirk. Katsuki started throwing explosions at him and they both started laughing at him. Too bad, brother, a quirkless like you is trying to be a hero? You better give up on that dream. You will never be a hero without a quirk. Izumi then knocked him to the ground so Katsuki could kick him in the stomach. Izuku groaned as he clutched his stomach, while the two of them just laughed at him and left him alone. Izuku was angry about what they had done to him. No, he was angry with himself for being useless and unable to do anything. He slammed his hands on the ground in anger. DMNIT. DMN it. DMN it, it's always like this. Why? Why always me? If only there was a way to gain strength, then I. As he said that, a blue portal suddenly appeared in front of him. Izuku was stunned for a few seconds. When he was about to run, it was too late. The portal SCKED him in, and he couldn't do anything about it. Inside the portal, Izuku was sitting on the ground, confused by what had just happened. He looked around and saw that he was inside some kind of cave. He stood up, dusting his clothes. He then looked around trying to find the entrance, but he couldn't find it. The portal that SCKED'd in was gone. Suddenly he heard a voice coming from inside the cave. A group of little green creatures rushed towards him. The creature had pointed ears with an ugly face. They carried knives in their hands. The creature ran towards him. Seeing this, Izuku started running to avoid it. But unfortunately, there were bruises all over his body, and he was exhausted from being beaten earlier. He then tripped and fell to the ground. The green creatures started to surround him. They started laughing because they found such amusing prey. Izuku was afraid that he would die here, but he refused to let it happen. With his remaining determination and strength, he pumped his adrenaline, picked up a nearby rock, and started attacking the creature. Arf! He shouted his determination to attack the green creature. He hit the creature once, but it wasn't enough. He kept hitting the creature's head with the rock in his hand. His hands were drenched in the green blood of the creature. Izuku wasted no time and immediately took the creature's sword and used it to attack the remaining green creatures. Seeing their comrade being brutally killed, the green creature began to tremble in fear and immediately fled. Izuku looked around, then his eyes turned to look at the creature he had just killed. A body covered in green blood with a crushed head, corpses full of cuts, and several limbs scattered on the floor. Izuku couldn't bear to see this scene and immediately threw up all the contents of his stomach. It was the first time he had seen this kind of scene. It was natural for you to throw up in this kind of situation. Izuku lay on the floor resting, trying to process the situation she had been in. First, he was beaten, as usual, then a portal suddenly appeared out of nowhere, bringing him here, then a strange green creature suddenly appeared and tried to kill him. What the hell is happening? Izuku stood up picking up the knife from before. He thought it was over, but it wasn't. The green creatures came back with more of them. I didn't think it would end so quickly. There were 12 of them. Izuku gripped his knife, preparing to attack. He rushed at the green creature and directly launched an attack. Even though his movements were still clumsy and sloppy, he managed to kill them all somehow. This was Izuku's first time wielding a weapon and he never dreamed he would use it to kill like now. He kept walking in the cave looking for a way out. He had met some green creatures several times on his way until he finally arrived at a giant door. He looked around to make sure there was no green creature nearby. Izuku then turned his gaze back to the door in front of him. He tries to put his hand on the door. The door suddenly opened by itself. The moment Izuku entered, the torches in the room suddenly lit up with blue flames. Inside, there are many statues each holding a different weapon and some holding instruments. The statue looks old and covered in moss. In the center of the room was an altar with symbols he couldn't understand. Izuku then looked back. All the statues were the same size, except for the one sitting on the throne which was much bigger than the others. But among the statues, only one caught his eye. The corner statue holds some sort of bespoke plaque. First, worship God. Second, praise God. Third, prove your faith. Those who don't follow this order will never come back alive. When he finished reading it, he heard a sound from the door shut tightly, trapping him inside. Izuku then rolled his eyes at the largest statue and saw its eyes shining at him. The light formed in the eyes of the statue on the throne, and the statue shot a strong beam of light toward him. Izuku immediately ducked down to avoid it. He looked back, seeing that the trail of light rays had left quite a deep mark on the ground. Ha ha ha. I will surely die if I get hit by that. Izuku laughed in horror at that. He turned his attention back to the statue in front of him. His face turned into a smirk. The statue suddenly stood up and tried to step on him. Izuku managed to dodge somehow, but it didn't end there. The other statue started to move and tried to attack Izuku. DMN it, how can I get out of this? He suddenly remembered the order plaque that the angel statue was holding. Izuku started memorizing the contents of the plaque. He started to think what the meaning behind those sentences was. Come on, think. Think. Is that all you got? He then looked around, trying to analyze the situation like he used to. He then realized that only the statue holding the weapon was moving, while the statue holding the instrument remained in place. Izuku rushed towards the statue holding the harp while dodging attacks from other statues. He managed to reach the statue, and the statue began to play the harp, emitting him notes to God. The statue stopped moving as soon as the song played. The ground suddenly trembles and an altar appeared in the center of the space. Izuku thought the last sentence proved your faith. In some of the books that he reads, there are several ways of worshipping God, such as prayers, hymns, and finally sacrifices. Izuku stood up and walked towards the altar, orange flames burning around the inside of the altar and blue flames outside. The statue started moving again, walking towards the altar. As the statue approached him, the blue flames began to fade one by one. Are you telling me to hold on until time runs out? Then, bring it on. Izuku clenched the knife he picked up, ready to survive till the end. Even with all the willpower remaining, it wouldn't be enough. He already knew this. He couldn't do anything in front of power. But still, he refused to give up. He tried his best to dodge the statue's attack, but one of the attacks managed to cut his right leg. Izuku leaned back, breathing on the altar. Only up here, huh? Izuku thought that this was the end of his struggle. He was ready to accept his death, but his determination was still not dead. There was still a will to live in his eyes. One of the statues stabbed him in the chest with a spear and dropped him right on the altar. The altar turned red with blood. Izuku was out of breath due to his torn left shoulder. With the shadow of death looming over him, he prepared to die. But still, he did not accept an ending like this. He was scared, he refused to die, tears running down his face. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Don't want to die. If there is another chance. As one of the statues was about to attack him, the last blue flame went out. At the same time, time stopped and a message appears in front of him. You have completed all the requirements of the secret mission, Weak Courage. What's this? Secret quest? Where is this message coming from? You have earned the right to become a player. Will you accept? Earned? Accept? What happened? Izuku stared blankly at the message until the next message made sense. You don't have much time left. If you refuse, your heart will stop about 0.02 seconds later. Will you accept? Accept. Reject. What? If it's a second chance, does that mean I don't have to die? In that case, I'll take it. Welcome, players. Izuku opened his eyes. He stared at the white ceiling, the pungent smell of disinfectant was his smell. He could feel the sensation of the bed underneath. Izuku immediately recognized where he was. Hospital? He immediately examined his left shoulder and right leg, which had been severed for a moment before his consciousness disappeared. Still there, legs and shoulders intact. Not only that, but his old wounds also healed. Am I dreaming? Izuku was trying to remember what happened before he passed out when suddenly the door to his room opened. A nurse walked into the room to check on his condition. Oh, are you awake? Izuku stared at a nurse, her mind still processing what was going on. By the way, how long have I been unconscious? It's been a week since you got here. A week? Yes, that's right. That's right, there is someone who wants to see you. See me? But who? He felt strange, among the people he knew, he was sure that no one wanted to see him, they didn't even care even if he was sick. May I know who it is? I don't know, all I know is they brought you here, wait a minute, I'll call them. After the nurse went out, two men in suits walked into the room. Are you awake? Izuku nodded in response. The two men approached the bed. Izuku had never seen the faces of the two of them before. Is it the mister who brought me here? That's right, you must be confused by what happened. Izuku tilted his head in confusion, indeed he had several questions raging in his head. But before that, let me introduce myself. Nice to meet you, my name is Sugimoto Rieji, the head of the Supervision Division of the Hunter Bureau. Hunter Bureau? Yes, first let me explain your situation first. Sugimoto started to explain about the Hunter, Mana, Gate, and Awakening. A heart of a mysterious portal appeared 10 years ago. The portal, which became known as the Gate, connects this world with other worlds. Inside the gate is a dungeon filled with ferocious monsters. The appearance of this gate is followed by people who experience awakening. People who experience this awakening are called hunters. The person who receives awakening has an energy called mana in his body. This mana helps hunters produce attacks that can defeat monsters from within the dungeon. Mana is widespread throughout the area since the appearance of the gate, but only those who have access to mana can feel it. I have a question. If they appeared during that time, then why has no one ever known about it? That's because his whereabouts are very tightly regulated and very secretive, besides that gates usually appear in places where no one is around. After all, only the awakened ones can enter the gate, but recently the number of gates has begun to increase and has begun to appear around residential areas. I'm sorry, even though you're just a kid, but you have to go through all that. Izuku was silent, trying to assimilate the information he got. He was still trying to connect the hunter, the gate, the awakening, and the mana. So the reason you want to see me is related to this gate, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Since we found you inside the dungeon, we want to ask what happened while inside and how you could have ended up there. Izuku then began his explanation. Starting from how he was dragged into the alley, how he survived the attack of the green creatures, and how he ended up in a room full of statues, barely survived, and then woke up here. So you found a double dungeon, that's a rare case. I'm sorry, it must be difficult for you. We indeed found the double dungeon, but we didn't see the statue you mentioned before, we just found you lying unconscious on the altar. What? That's impossible. Sorry, but that's all we found. Izuku wanted to deny it, but he didn't have any solid evidence to prove his argument, and he was the only witness to this incident. By the way, we also want to do some tests on you. We believe that you have received an awakening since you were able to enter the dungeon. Sugimoto took out a device that looked like a detector and handed it to Izuku. This is a mana detector, please put your hand on this mana crystal. Izuku followed Sugimoto's instructions and then put his hands on the crystal. Numbers began to appear on the detector and the results came out not long after. Sugimoto looked at the results. It showed he sighed at the results. Even the weakest hunter had. How did it go? With you confirmed to have received a resurrection, we would like to ask if you would be willing to join us as hunters to protect this country from monsters. Of course, there will be a decent payment, but to avoid excessive attention, you should come to our facility as one of our agents. Of course, you can refuse, but you have to promise to keep it secret, to avoid panicking the citizens. The public is now quite wary of villains. If the fact that there is a monster appears, we can't imagine the commotion it will cause, so please understand. Izuku was silent for a moment, trying to think about how he would make up his mind. Can I have more time to think? Sugimoto smiled and then stood up from his seat. He then handed over his business card. Of course, this hospital belongs to our facility, so take your time during your recovery, and please contact me again once you've made up your mind. Then please excuse us. Izuku nodded as they left his room. The door closed as he lay on his bed. He stared at the ceiling, precisely at the screen floating in front of him. You have an unread message. I wonder if they saw this message, but based on previous conversations they didn't seem to be aware of it. The screen that appeared in front of him looked like a game interface. Izuku has played several games, so he recognized what was in front of him. How to open it? He tried to touch it, but his hand pierced it. He tilted his head, trying to figure out the screen in front of him. Is it open with voice? Open the message? Ring. As he said that, an electronic beep followed the opening of the message box. Message. Congratulations. You are now a player, unread. Daily quest, preparing to become a strong, unread. Oh. It works. Open. Ring. The system will help players develop. Failure to comply with system commands may result in penalties. You have received the reward. What about the others? Open. Ring. Daily quest, preparing to be strong. 100 push-ups. Incomplete, 0-100. 100 sit-ups. Incomplete, 0-100. 100 squats. Incomplete, 0-100. 10-kilometer run. Incomplete, 0-10. Warning, failing to complete the daily quest will result in a penalty quest. Izuku stared at the message. A daily quest, on top of that preparation, to be strong. What is this? Some kind of training program? He expected more than just the simple exercises he was used to. At the very least, it is certain that if he finishes his training in the quest, his body may improve a little. Izuku decided to ignore it. He was already quite tired of everything that happened recently. He closed his eyes, choosing to sleep to rest his overworked brain. Time passed while he was asleep. The clock finally pointed to 11 hours 59 minutes and 57 seconds, and while pointing to 12 o'clock a.m. message appeared in front of him. Ring. You failed to complete the daily quest. You will be moved to the penalty zone for the specified duration. Izuku woke up as he began to feel the ground tremble. Earthquake! He jumped up and grabbed the bed frame at the foot of the bed. The vibration was so strong that he found it difficult to resist it. Vibrate. But as every second passed, the vibration was getting worse and worse. Suddenly, the bed frame he was holding disappeared from his hand. He could feel the sand in his hand. Sand? Izuku raised his head, seeing that he found himself in the middle of a vast desert. He stood up and looked around while patting the sand off his clothes. In every direction, he saw an endless expanse of sand, stretching to the horizon. A desert? He felt a tremor in the sand from behind. He looked back to see a mound of earth appearing behind him. He narrowed his eyes. He knew something was wrong. The sand covering the mound flowed down, revealing a giant centipede hiding behind it. The fully revealed shape of the monster, its size is higher than a 5-story building. What's more, there are quite a few of them. Izuku froze. It was a very large centipede. He had never heard of or seen a centipede this big before. But it wasn't only the size of the centipede that surprised him. The red name floated above his head, as well as a message in front of him. Poisonous toothed giant sand centipede. Ring. Penalty quest, survive. Goal, survive for the required time. Time took, 4 hours. Remaining time, 4 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. Timers on messages begin to decrease. The centipede began to chase him. He struggled to avoid the centipede. He continued to run across the desert with his life depended on it. Exactly 4 hours later, he reappeared in his room. He was lying there out of breath. The inside of his mouth was dry, his eyes sore with sand. Izuku was lying on the ground, groaning. He didn't have the strength to even move a finger. What? What the hell was that? A message appeared in front of him again. You have completed the penalty search. Message. The reward for completing the penalty quest has arrived. Do you want to verify? YT. Izuku could only stare at the message before finally fainting from exhaustion. Soon, a nurse walked into his room. She looked at Izuku lying on the floor unconscious. She immediately called the others to help him. It has been a few days since Izuku woke up. He had already started his training as the system ordered. Even now he is running around the hospital where he stays. There are a few things Izuku has learned about the system. First of all, this system is very similar to the system in the game. There are stats, intelligence, skills, pawn systems, rewards, quests, and penalties that are usually in the game. You can earn points through daily quests just like he does now. Secondly, only he can see it. And it seems that the system is there to help him become stronger. He wouldn't complain if he could become stronger through this. But he still doesn't know exactly what the system wants from him, and what the system will get from him if he becomes stronger. And about who is behind this system that worries him. After completing his daily quest, he sat on the nearest bench receiving his reward. Ring. You have received the reward below. Reward status recovery. Reward stat points +3. Reward random box X1. Accept it all? Accept. As he said that, his body was covered with fine light. All his fatigue was gone and his body felt lighter. Wow, it's so cool. He then looked at the screen showing his status. The information box suspended in the air contains various data regarding its status. Name, Izuku Yagi. Level 1. Class, None. Title, None. HP, 100. MP, 10. Fatigue, 0. Statistic. Strength, 13. Vitality, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 13. Sense, 10. Available stat points, 3. Skill. Passive skill. Dash, unknown, LV max. Unyielding spirit 1, LV 1. Active skill. Sprint 2, LV.1. Should I use the points? He then transferred all the stat points to the power of the state after some consideration. Ring. Statistic. Strength, 16. Vitality, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 13. Sense, 10. Available stat points, 0. After managing his status, he then looked at the green key he got from a random box as a reward after completing the daily quest. A screen displaying important information appears. Item, dungeon key. Item rank, E. Type, key. The key that allows instant dungeon creation. You can use this at the door of the Asakusa Toi subway line. Should I try it? Izuku decided to give it a try. After asking to leave the hospital for a while, he went straight to the Toi subway. When he arrived, there were not too many people there. He took out the key from his inventory. How do I use it? Should I put it at the entrance? He pushed the key in front of the entrance. A blue light began to swirl at the entrance of the station. He could feel the flow of energy from the inside. He took a deep breath and then went inside. As he entered, the interior of the station turned into a mess as if it had been abandoned for a long time. The door of the station closed as soon as he entered. A screen appeared in front of him again. Alarm. You cannot leave the dungeon. Either kill the boss or use Hearthstone. You must be joking? You asked me to clear this all by myself. I almost died doing it last time. Izuku couldn't help but sigh. He had no other choice but to do so. He began to walk deeper into the dungeon. The deeper he go, he could smell the fishy smell of blood in the air. He could hear the growl of the fierce beasts from the front, followed by the appearance of the red wolf in front of him. There is also a name that flies over the wolf's head. Steel Fang Raikan. The wolf rushed towards Izuku, trying to bite him, but Izuku managed to dodge. He then took out the knife that was somehow in his inventory. Izuku rushed toward the wolf and attacked him with his knife. He stepped forward to avoid the wolf's bite, then stabbed it directly in the heart. Ring. You have defeated Steel Fang Raikan. You leveled up. A notice appeared in front of him moments after he killed the wolf. His level increased after he defeated the wolf, and his stats also increased. My level went up. Can I become strong with this? The wolf dies and drops a drop item, although all that is dropped is a garbage class item. In the end, he only sold it in the shop. It didn't take long for other wolves began to appear, and not just one, but their number also increased over time. This will not end quickly. Time passed and Izuku had killed a lot of monsters. Leveled up notifications also keep popping up. The way of fighting also began to improve so that killing the monsters that appeared became easier. Unbeknownst to him, the title Wolf Slayer appeared in his status. He had also obtained a Hearthstone. Should I stop? No, it'll be for nothing if I stop now. Not wanting to waste the opportunity, Izuku decided to keep going. The more he got in, the more monsters appeared. Not only wolves but also panthers and apes start to appear. He knew that he was getting stronger and stronger. He also studied monster attack patterns so that he could predict where they would appear. He also noticed that the discoloration of the monster's name, originally orange and now white, means that he has become stronger than before. White means weak, orange means strong, and red means very strong. Izuku finally reached the boss room, inside of which was a giant snake with an orange name on top of his head. Swamp's ruler, Blue Poison Fangs Risaka. The giant snake in front of him whipped his tail, making Izuku hit the wall. He tried to block it, but unfortunately, his strength was not enough for him. Izuku groaned in pain and vomited a little blood from his mouth. He tried to stand up even though his legs were shaking, preparing to face the enemy in front of him. Izuku ran towards the snake, trying to slice it with his knife, but the snake's scales were harder than he thought, which made the knife useless to fight it. He tried to think of a different idea, but the snake didn't give him time and hit him with its tail. Moreover, the movement of snakes is very fast due to the environment. I can't fall here, I'm here to become stronger. Izuku ran towards the snake, he grabbed the snake's neck and held it tightly. Put all the stat points on the strength. He tightened his grasp, grasping it as tightly as possible. He exerted all his strength into his grasp, causing the snake to suffocate to death. Ring. You have defeated the Lord of the Swamp, Blue Poison Fangs Risaka. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. Ha ha ha. I guess I got a bit stronger. Izuku leaned on the body of the snake he had just killed. The notification screen kept popping up in front of him. In addition to the notification of leveling up, he also got an item notification. Ring. You have obtained Risaka's fangs. Do you want to accept it? You have obtained Risaka's venom. Do you want to accept it? Accept all. As he spoke, a dagger made of bones and a bag filled with poisonous substances appeared in his outstretched hand. Item, Risaka's fangs. Item class, C. Type, dagger. Attack plus 25. Inflicts paralysis and bleeding on attacks. Paralysis, the target has a chance to become immobile. Bleeding, the target will lose 1% of health per second. 3. Item, Risaka's venom. Item class, A. Type, elixir 4. Buff, Kasaka armored scales is applied to consumption. A weak muscle debuff is applied to consumption. Risaka armored scales, physical damage reduction plus 20%. Weak muscles, strength minus 35. Izuku looked at the item he had just gotten. Usually, he got junk-grade items from inferior monsters, and now he gets weapon items and elixir. As expected of the boss, the dropped items are pretty good here. He held a dagger in his hand. The dagger felt fit in his hand. He swung it left and right, trying to get used to it. He smiled in satisfaction with this item and then put it back into his inventory and shifted his gaze to the other items. As he read the information on the screen, he became a little hesitant. Although it is classified as a Class A item and has the effect of reducing physical damage by 20%, this item also has a debuff that weakens the muscles of 35 STR. He decided to keep it in the inventory, maybe it could come in handy somehow. After he finished with his item, a screen appeared and the interior of the station returned to normal. He then saw her appearance. His clothes were dirty and torn, his body was covered in scratches and cuts, and his face was also a mess. With his current condition, he looks like a beggar. Fortunately, no one was there at that time, so he could avoid unnecessary attention. Everyone would be shocked if a boy suddenly appeared out of nowhere in tattered clothes and a body full of wounds. He was then rushed to the hospital where he currently stays to receive treatment for his injuries. The next morning he did a daily quest in his room. When he was done, he then looked at the business card Sugimoto gave him that day on his bedside table. Should I call him? I can become stronger after killing monsters, this can be a good opportunity to grow stronger. After cleaning himself up, he used one of the phones in the hospital to make a call. It didn't take long, Sugimoto finally replied. Hello Sugimoto-san, this is Izuku. Ah, so how is Izuku-kun? Your previous offer, I will accept it. Not long after he called, someone from the Hunter Bureau came to pick him up. A woman in a black suit came to pick him up in front of the hospital. Hello, my name is Hankawa, I'm from the Hunting Bureau and I'm here to pick you up. Is your name Izuku, correct? Yes, that's right. Then, from here we will go directly to the bureau office. Is there any place you want to visit first? No. Then let's go. Because the distance was not far from the hospital, it didn't take long for them to get to the office of the Hunter Bureau. Izuku narrowed his eyes as soon as they arrived. From the outside, this office looks like an ordinary office. The building consists of 2 floors, with a sign that reads, Hunter Local Hero Agency. Excuse me, Hankawa-san, isn't this the office of the Heroes Agency? That's right, this office is just for display only, the Real Hunter Bureau is directly below it. Izuku just nodded, and then followed her into the office. Inside he could see that several heroes were doing their jobs, and some office workers received phone calls or made reports. They then went to the elevator. Hankoa then pressed the button that took them to the B2 floor. Izuku was a little puzzled. Based on what Hankoa said about the underground office of the Hunter Bureau, wouldn't it be too small for an office of a government secret agency? He was about to question it, but he just kept it for the time being. They arrived downstairs. Hankoa then guided him through several hallways with complicated turns until they arrived at the elevator. Hankoa placed his ID in the detector, then the elevator door opened. The two entered the elevator, this time different from the previous elevator. There are more floor buttons here. They then headed to the B28 floor, and when they arrived, Sugimoto was already waiting for them there. "Welcome to the Hunter Bureau. Is there any problem during the trip?" "No, sir." "Good, Hankoa, you can rest now. Leave the rest to me." "Yes, sir." Hankoa left them. Sugimoto then took Izuku to the living room to talk. As soon as they arrived, Sugimoto asked him to sit down and then prepare tea for them. "So Izuku-kun, have you considered my offer before?" "After thinking about it carefully, I have decided to become a hunter. I used to dream of being a hero, but since I was quirkless, I had to bury the dream. But now I have been allowed to fulfill my dream, albeit in a different way." Sugimoto then smiled at Izuku's answer. He knew that the child in front of him had a kind of strong willpower. He was glad that Izuku was willing to accept his offer. "I'm glad you are willing to accept it. Should we continue the process of transferring you to the bureau?" "Yes, please." "Then should we tell your family about this matter?" "It's not necessary, they won't even care even if I disappear." Sugimoto then looked at Izuku with a pitying look. He somehow understood the situation. He has experienced many similar cases, ignored simply because quirkless. "I understand your situation. Most of the hunters here have almost the same cases as you. If nothing else, you can start moving here from today. You will also receive training from pro hunters. We will also provide for your needs during your stay here, ranging from accommodation, food, and raid equipment, to other needs such as bank accounts, communication tools, and many others. Your payment will be directly transferred to the bank account provided by the Hunter Bureau, so you don't have to worry about financial problems. Is everything clear? If you still have any questions, please ask." "Thank you, Sugimoto-san." Izuku was silent for a moment. He was happy to be able to get what he needed while he was here. But there is still one thing that bothers him: his family. "Sugimoto-san, can I ask you for help?" "Sure, what is it?" "Can you help me erase all traces of me during my work here? Also, can you help remove me from my family's list?" Sugimoto tilted his head, confused by the help Izuku asked for. "You don't have to worry about that. All hunter operations are included as government operations, so it's only natural that it's a secret. But as for the other one, may I ask why?" "This is just a personal request. I just think that my family doesn't need someone like me. I also don't just want to keep the surname that has thrown me out. It's fine if you can't help me with that. It's not impossible to do, it's just that the process is quite complicated, and we can't continue the process further as long as the family in question disagrees. In the worst case, we may have to fake your death to do it. But I'll try." Izuku then stood up, bowing toward Sugimoto at a perfect 90 degrees. "Thank you, Sugimoto-san. I will make sure to work hard from now on." Sugimoto smiled when he saw the earnestness of determination that Izuku had. "You're welcome." Meanwhile, at Yagi's residence, Tashinori and Inko are having a serious conversation with their daughter Izumi. Tashinori was about to tell Izumi the truth behind his quirk. "Izumi, you know that your father is a hero." "Yes. There is something you should know. It's about my quirk." Izumi swallowed hard at what her father was about to say. "Listen carefully to Izumi. My quirk is called One for All. This is a passed-down quirk. This quirk is like a torch that carries the spirit of ancestors from generation to generation. One person has developed this power and then passed it on to another person who will also develop it, and so on. It is the embodiment of a force that is constantly rotating with brave people with sincere hearts. And, I want you to inherit this power." Izumi was surprised by the sudden announcement her father made. She was very happy that her father recognized her, but she suddenly thought of her brother. "But Dad, what about Izuku? You already know that the task of a hero is to fight the villain. I can't let him go there facing danger alone when he doesn't have any strength to protect himself." "I understand, Dad, I will accept it." "That's my daughter, then let's start our practice to make you the next #1 hero." "Yes, Dad." As Izuku estimated, his family didn't even realize that he had been missing for a few days. They had forgotten about him for the next few months until one day they realized that something was missing. The first person to notice was Izumi. She tried to tell her parents that she couldn't find her brother anywhere. She also tried to ask her friends, and of course, they didn't know anything. They even forgot that Izumi had a brother. They try to find him through the police and All Might's connections as a hero, but after a year of no results, they finally give up and stop looking for him. Izuku, who witnessed all this, couldn't help but laugh at the stupidity of his former family. He may have left his family, but he will never forget where he came from and who took him on this road. And thanks to the help of Sugimoto, his name was finally removed from the family register. For the past year, Izuku has been training to become a hunter. On his first day, he was introduced to the rest of the training. He was quite surprised by the fact that most hunters don't have a quirk like him, but among these hunters, Izuku is the youngest. Since rumors about the double dungeon spread, many have talked about him as a survival double dungeon. Thanks to that, Izuku became quite famous among the hunters and bureau employees. Rumors about him don't stop there. Izuku is also famous for being the youngest and fastest graduate throughout the hunter's training record. Thanks to his smart brain, and his ability to adapt quickly, Izuku was able to complete his training within 2 years. And now he is allowed to follow the raid in a team. He is currently doing his daily quests in his room. In this 1 year, his appearance has changed a lot. His body began to take shape, muscles also began to appear on his body, and he was tall beyond children of his age. Just from their appearance, Izuku looks like a pre-teenage child. When Izuku finished with his training, he felt someone approaching his room. Soon there was a knock on the door. "Izuku, you are inside." "Yes, wait a minute." He then opened the door to see who it was. "Sugimoto-san, what's the matter?" "Just stop by and give this to you. You haven't gotten ready yet, you'll be late for your first raid." Sugimoto gives Izuku a file he requested earlier. He asked Sugimoto if he could get any information about the dungeon he was going to attack and the monsters inside. "Thanks for this, I just finished my daily practice and I was just about to get ready. You'd better hurry up, the others will be gathered soon." "Well, I will, and thank you again for this." Sugimoto then left Izuku so he could get ready. As Sugimoto left, Izuku entered his room. He opened the file that Sugimoto gave him. After a glance, he closed the file and got ready. He was wearing the body armor provided for him. He also carried the dagger provided by the bureau as a backup and brought the Rasaka's Fang as his main weapon. When finished, he then headed to the meeting room where the raid members gathered. After his preparations were complete, Izuku then headed to the meeting room to gather with the other raid team. This raid team consisted of 6 people, with their respective classes, such as team leaders, tankers, healers, warriors, mages, and assassins. Izuku arrived at the meeting room, for people had already gathered there. "Sorry I'm late." One of the men in the room stood up and approached him. He is a big man with a lot of muscles, brown hair, and a scar on his left eye. "It's okay, we are still waiting for the leader to come. You must be that rumored trainee. I am Daichi Isamu, B-rank tanker, nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too, my name is Izuku, E-rank assassin, please help everyone." Hey, isn't he just a kid? We already have a troublesome teenager over here and now they want us to babysit a child." A tall blonde man with a sword around his waist approached him and looked down at Izuku. He squinted his eyes at him, indicating that he didn't like him. "Hey, who are you calling the troublesome, old man?" A teen boy with white hair and his body covered with bandages to cover his burn marks. He looked at the blonde man with a disapproving look. "Leave him alone, besides that he's quite cute, isn't he? By the way, I'm Kyoko Manami, B-rank healer, the blonde over there was Katsuhito Masao, C-rank swordsman, and the white-haired boy there is Todoroki Tuya, a mage, he is also E-rank just like you. Nice to meet you boy." A appealing woman with blue hair and green eyes stood behind him. She smiled at Izuku and tried to hug him, but Izuku immediately avoided her. "Ah, please let the sister hug you just once." "Stop it, he's uncomfortable with it." Izuku turned his head to see a red-haired man with gray eyes carrying a big sword on his back. "Seems to have all gotten acquainted with each other. I'm Ikaru Hiroto, A-rank swordsman, the leader of this raid this time. It's nice to meet you guys." After Ikaru arrives and introduces himself, they begin a briefing for the raid. Starting from basic information such as dungeon grade, the monsters in it, and the battle formations they will use. Ikaru is very good at giving direction since he was a veteran hunter. He has been a hunter for 5 years and he is also an A-rank hunter. Hunters' rank is determined based on their rank and ability. But for the team leader, it also includes how they manage the team. There are currently about 30 A-rank, 100 B-rank, 350 C-rank, and more than 1,000 D-ranks and E-ranks actively serving as hunters throughout Japan. There were also rank S among the hunters, but there were too few of them. Japan only had 5, and Sugimoto Reiji was also one of them. Each hunter on duty is divided into several raid teams. There are currently more than 200 active teams. This team is not always permanent, members can change at any time, and as long as hunters can fight, they can be deployed at any time. Just like the current team, this team is intended to train beginners like Izuku and Todoroki to get used to the battles inside the dungeon. They have indeed received training, but what happens on the field is often different from training, so they need a companion to ensure the new hunter's safety. They had finished the briefing and were currently heading towards the gate. The location gate is near an abandoned building in Yokohama. The gate's rank is a D rank, suitable for training beginners. The monsters faced are also only wolf kind of monsters, just like the ones Izuku faced when entering the instant dungeon. Are you nervous, Izuku-kun? Kyoko approached him from behind. She put her face closer. Izuku was quite surprised and quickly retreated. Not really, it's just that it's been a long time since I get into the gate. Tisk, arrogant brat. Katsuhito walked past him and soon entered the gate. Others began to follow him inside. Inside the dungeon, it looked like a cave that brought back unpleasant memories for Izuku. The image of the huge statue he had encountered when he first entered the dungeon was still clear in his head. He shook his head to erase the images, refocusing on the attack in front of him. They kept going, and eventually, they met the first group of enemies. Just like before, Izuku faced a group of wolves, but now he is not alone, he came as a group. The wolves started attacking them. Ikaru, Katsuhiko, and Daichi took care of the wolves on the front line, Izuku on the back line, and Todoroki burned the rest with fire, while Kyoko supported them with buff magic. They finished it pretty quickly, they just kept walking in and facing more and more monsters the more they left. They finally reached the boss room. The boss monster was a dire wolf with an army of other wolves in it. The formation they used was still the same, but this time they let Izuku and Todoroki take care of the boss alone while the rest of the team took care of the rest of the wolf. Although Katsuhiko opposes it, he eventually agrees since he can't argue with Ikaru. Izuku rushes toward the boss, while Todoroki supports him from behind. He burns every wolf that will pounce on Izuku. Izuku attacks the boss's ankle with Rasaka's Fang, leaving a paralyzing and bleeding effect on it. Dire Wolf fell to its knees. Izuku continued to attack using his sprint skills to increase his attack speed. Dire Wolf's body was covered in scars and began to bleed. Izuku then cut off his head to finish the fight. A familiar ringing and a notice appeared in front of him. Ring. The dungeon boss has been killed. You leveled up. You leveled up. He smiled when he saw the notification in front of him. It's been a long time since he fought monsters. He just did his daily quest so that his level improved quite slowly. He then checked his status. Name, Izuku. Level, 21. Jobs, none. Title, Wolf Slayer. HP, 2600. MP, 391. Fatigues, 37. Stats. Strength, 53. Vitality, 30. Agility, 38. Intelligence, 33. Sense, 32. Available stat points, 0. Skill. Passive skill. Dash, unknown, LV max. Unyielding spirit 1, LV 1. Active skill. Sprint 2, LV 1. He smiled knowing that his level had improved. He looked around and found his other teammates had finished with the wolf army. They gathered after collecting the wolf mana crystals. Good job everyone, now let's leave here before the gate closes. As they all came out of the dungeon, they were greeted by the bureau's agents as soon as they came out. Ikaru is approached by agents to complete the report, while members of his raid head near the car to rest and clean up their equipment. Kyoko then approached Izuku, who was cleaning the blood stains from his dagger. She sat down beside him and struck up a conversation with him. So Izuku-kun, how is your first raid? Not so bad, it's easier thanks to everyone's help. Is that so? Then what about the little party after this to celebrate your first raid? Is it okay? Then what about the others? Of course, they have to come, it's a celebration after all. Ikaru and Daichi then joined the conversation with them after finishing their business with the bureau's agent. Sounds fun, I know my good yakiniku restaurant near the bureau office. Then what about you two? Are you guys coming? Kyoko then turned her gaze to Todoroki and Katsuhiko. Katsuhiko just ignored her and left, while Todoroki was about to leave but was stopped by Kyoko. Where do you think you're leaving, young man? This is a celebration for you too, so you have to come no matter what? With Todoroki being dragged by Kyoko, they head to the restaurant Daichi recommended to them. There are not many people at this time in the restaurant. They are sitting at a table for 6 people waiting for orders. While waiting, they started sharing conversations about themselves, mostly asking about Izuku and Todoroki since they were new. Both Izuku and Todoroki are still willing to answer some questions, mostly Izuku, but when it comes to personal questions, Izuku just smiles at them, while Todoroki stays silent. Izuku tries not to reveal his personal life as much as possible. He just didn't want people to remember him as part of his former family. They kept talking until finally Kyoko got drunk and started clinging to Izuku. Just as he was about to start making a fuss, Daichi knocked him unconscious and decided to take him back to his apartment. They decided to end the party and go home after Ikuru scooted Todoroki and Izuku back to the bureau's dormitory. Ikuru then left them in front of the dorm, leaving Izuku alone with Todoroki. The atmosphere between the two of them was awkward. Izuku tried to lighten the mood by starting a conversation. "So Todoroki-san, you also live in a dormitory too? None of your business." Todoroki then walked away to the dormitory, leaving Izuku alone. Izuku just stared at Todoroki as he went further. What a grumpy man. Izuku then moved from where he was standing and decided to stop by the library. Izuku quite often goes to the library to study or to be alone. There are still many things he doesn't know about this world, also to fulfill his hobby of analyzing things. Izuku arrived at the library, and the librarian recognized him and greeted him as soon as she sees him. She is one of the staff working in the bureau. Her name is Tomomi Yuri. She has short brown hair, clear green eyes, and thick glasses. "You came again today too, Izuku-kun?" "Ah, yes Tomomi-san, how was your day?" "Same as usual, how about you? I heard that you were going to do your first raid today, so how was it?" Izuku smiled at Tomomi and then replied. "Nothing special, thanks to everyone's help the raid is much easier." "Is that so? It's good to hear it. Oh, by the way, the book you asked for I have saved for you, wait a moment, I will get it soon." Tomomi looked for something in her desk drawer and took a few books and handed them to Izuku. "Thank you Tomomi-san, I appreciate it." "Are you welcome, but you are amazing, not many people are willing to read books these days, is there any reason?" "This is just part of my hobby, can I borrow a place here?" Sure, use as much as you like." "Thank you Tomomi-san." Izuku headed to one of the chairs by the window. There are not many people in the library, so he can enjoy and focus on his work. Izuku opened a few pages and read it. He borrowed a book containing information about monsters. Izuku also took a few books from the shelf containing the same topic. Izuku often did personal research on monsters during his training and he still does it today. He also had time to write a paper on monsters and dungeons which was appreciated by the trainers and researchers. Izuku often studies monsters, ranging from their types, characteristics, habits, strengths, and weaknesses. In addition, he also learned about the strategy and attack patterns in the raid, as well as the rules of the hunter. Izuku wrote it down in the notebook he always carried with him to collect information. There were so many things he didn't know about gates, hunters, and monsters. He wanted to know why they appeared in the first place and the reason why mana was different from quirks even though their usage could be said to be similar. Izuku tried to find the answer, but he only found it vague. He has some theories, but still has no evidence to prove his theory. He can only continue to study and continue to enter the gate to find the truth. One day, he will expose the truth about this power. Izuku spent his time in the library until the library clock closed. He went to the front desk to borrow some books to take to his room in the dormitory. "Excuse me Tomomi-san, can I borrow these books to take home?" "Sure, but be sure to return it after 3 days, okay?" "I will, thank you Tomomi-san." "You are welcome, see you again Izuku-kun." On his way to the dormitory, he met Todoroki who was sitting alone on the park bench of the dormitory. His face was staring blankly at the sky, he looked like he was lost in thought. Izuku decided to approach him and greet him. "Todoroki-san?" Todoroki looked at who was calling him, he clicked his tongue when he saw Izuku, then took his gaze off him. "TSK, what do you want? What are you doing here?" "None of your business." Izuku looked at Todoroki, he then tried to ask the question that was in his head when he heard his name. "Todoroki-san, are you perhaps the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor?" Todoroki widened his eyes when he heard the name. He then grabbed Izuku by the collar, pulling it roughly. "You, where did you hear it?" "Jay just guessed, when I heard your surname, it was the same name as the name Endeavor." Todoroki let go of his grip, letting Izuku fall. "TCH, sharp boy, so what? Are you going to make fun of me?" "No, I'm just curious, why did the son of number 2 hero become a hunter? Why should I tell you? Did I go too far? I'm sorry for that because we're on the same team, so I thought it would be better if we become good friends. Again, sorry to bother you, I'll excuse myself, see you later." Izuku then turned towards his dormitory, leaving Todoroki behind. Todoroki looked at Izuku's increasingly distant back. "TSK, he's just a kid, what does he know?" A few months have passed, and Izuku has become accustomed to the team Ikuru leads. He became close to his other teammates, although it was still difficult to get close to Todoroki and Katsuhiko. The two still have walls around them, especially Todoroki. After doing some tests and receiving permission from the above, Izuku is now officially a C-rank hunter. Isn't this easy enough? I thought we were going to encounter a powerful monster. Katsuhiko said that as he killed Org in front of him. It's just a B-rank gate anyway, what do you expect? Daichi answers him as he defends against Org's attack. My gosh, can you guys focus, we have to finish this before the afternoon, Kyoko. Why is she in such a hurry? Katsuhiko. She said she had a date today, Ikaru. Heh. Really? I never expected that she would have a boyfriend, Katsuhiko. I heard that, you know. Kyoko. Izuku smiled seeing his teammates close to each other. He tried not to interfere, he just didn't want to get into trouble. Listening to all the members arguing with each other, Ikaru saw them with a smile on his face and an intense aura. I see you guys having fun here. They all fell silent as soon as they heard Ikaru speak. They couldn't help but agree that Ikaru was scarier than a monster when he was angry. Even Todoroki and Katsuhiko had to agree. Sorry Captain, Katsuhiko. Let's go so that we can go home quickly, Ikaru. Yes, sir. Everyone replied at the same time. They kept walking until they reached the boss room, inside which was the Org Lord with 2 Org generals who were already waiting for them. Let's finish this quickly. Daichi distract them, Katsuhiko takes care of General Org on the left, and Izuku on the right. Todoroki support from behind and protects Kyoko. Kyoko, I leave the buff to you. I will advance to attack the boss. Yes, sir. They followed Ikaru's instructions, their movements well coordinated considering they had been together for several months. Daichi began to attract aggro, the boss's attention was focused on Daichi. Ikaru, Katsuhiko, and Izuku stepped forward to launch the attack. Ikaru jumped up and raised his big sword high and slammed it into the head of Org Lord. General Org, who saw their leader being attacked, tried to protect him but was stopped by Izuku and Katsuhiko. Ikaru's attack is stopped, and an angry Org Lord tries to counterattack by swinging the axe he is holding at Ikaru but is stopped by Daichi's shield. While Ikaru and Daichi were busy taking care of the boss, Izuku and Katsuhiko were almost done with General Org. Izuku used his sprint skills and vital strike to attack General Org, and it didn't take him 5 minutes to finish. Katsuhiko was also able to finish it quickly with Todoroki's help, although he ended up screaming in annoyance. Todoroki just ignored him while continuing to help Ikaru with his fire. Burns began to appear on his body, and Kyoko instantly healed him. Oh my gosh, why does every time you use your fire this always happens? Noisy, this is none of your business. Kyoko took her eyes off him and stopped healing him. Daichi and Ikaru are still fighting, and the rest of the team trying to help them. Izuku approached Org Lord from behind, slashing at the veins of its legs accurately. Katsuhiko also entered the fight, he slashed at Org Lord's hand quickly. Org Lord's hands drooped limply with scars and blood splattered, his defenses were now completely exposed. Finish it, Captain. Daichi excitedly yelled at Ikaru to make the final attack from behind. Izuku and Katsuhiko immediately moved away from Org Lord. Ikaru jumped up as soon as the two of them moved away. He raised his sword high and then slammed it on Org Lord's head as he had done before. Slash. The head of the Org Lord was finally cut off from his place. Ikaru swung his sword to clear the blood attached to his sword. They gather around Kyoko for healing. Izuku is also approaching but he is stopped due to the notice that appears in front of him. Ring. The player has reached the required level. In addition to the level up notification, there is a different notification than usual. Ring. Job change has arrived. Quest alert. Will you receive quests? Accept reject. What's the matter Izuku, you didn't come? Ikaru. Ah. Yes I'm coming, Izuku. Good job everyone, now let's collect mana crystal before we leave, Ikaru. After collecting the mana crystal from the monster's body, they went outside the gate. Izuku was still pensive at the thought of the notification that appeared in front of him. Job change quest? If I'm not mistaken there is a job in my player status and it is still empty. He then checked his status to make sure. Name, Izuku. Level, 40. Job, none. Title, Wolf Slayer. HP, 7490. MP, 652. Fatigue, 0. Stats. Strength, 97. Vitality, 59. Agility, 97. Intelligence, 55. Sense, 81. Available stat points, 0. Right, it's still empty, should I check? I'm free tomorrow anyway. Early the next morning, Izuku arrived at a small hill near the town. The hill was quite quiet and there were only lush trees around it. He went inside, he took out a black key from the inventory he got a few days ago after accepting the job change quest. He pushed the key into the empty air, a purple energy vortex appeared where he pressed the key, just like the instant dungeon before. The energy of the vortex extends further to form a purple energy gate. Izuku took a deep breath, then stepped inside the gate. The interior is in the form of a passage with the impression of a European kingdom. The torches in the room began to light up one by one. Suddenly a notification popped up in front of him. Ring. Alarm. You can't leave this dungeon until you clean it up. In this area, medicines and shops are inaccessible. When you level up, you can't accept status healing. So there is a limit here. Okay, let's get started. The knights began to gather in front of him. Izuku rushed forward, he then activated the sprint skill, and he accelerated his attack. He used his dagger to attack, but because of the knight's high defense, he could only leave scratches. Tisk, it's not enough. He put his dagger back into the inventory, and then he used his fist to smash one of the knight's armors. The knight's armor was instantly dented and fell. Ring. You have killed a knight. Yash. He shouted happily when a notification appeared in front of him. Izuku continued to attack the knight using his fists. Time flies, he has defeated many knights so far, not only knights, assassins, magicians, and archers. He also got some good items and the stealth skill runestone that he got after killing an assassin. Izuku finally appeared at the door, he could feel the cold wind coming from behind the door. So this is the boss room. He stared at the door, preparing for the challenge ahead. Let's go. He opened the door, inside which was a throne room with an empty throne on the podium. The pressure felt is stronger than from the outside. The door closed, and he heard footsteps coming from behind the throne. A knight figure appeared wearing crimson-red armor, with a long mane and a cloak of the same color. The red knight dragged the long golden sword with him. A pair of eyes glowing white behind the helmet, a red name hovering over his head. Blood-Red Commander Igris. Izuku felt goosebumps on his back. He smiled, it's been a long time since he felt this way. The red knight walked down from the podium of the throne, rushing to attack Izuku. He immediately swung his long sword. Izuku was able to dodge, but the pillar behind him was cut off by the impact of the sword swing. Izuku tried to counterattack, but the dagger was unable to scratch the knight's armor. The red knight didn't give Izuku a chance, he kept attacking him with his long sword. Izuku was still trying to avoid his attack, but he got cornered more and more as time went on. He jumped to the side for a safe distance. He stuffed his dagger back into his inventory, and cracked his hand, getting ready for a fistfight with his bare hands. The red knight saw this, he then took off his equipment. He plunged his sword into the ground, took off the cloak and two daggers tied to his waist, and knocked it to the ground. Knight fighting style, huh? I guess I have been underestimated. The red knight didn't waste any time, he went straight to Izuku, pulled the hood of the jacket he was wearing, and threw it to the side of the room. Izuku's body hit the wall so hard that it left a hole there. The knight launched an attack again, Izuku held his fists with both hands. Izuku again jumped, taking a safe distance from the knight. DMN it, this is beyond my expectation, his ability can probably be compared with S rank. Izuku rushed toward the knight, he activated the sprint skill to match his attack speed. They continued to fight one-on-one, suddenly the knight grabbed his foot and threw him again against the wall above the throne, he then fell landing on the throne. Izuku sat breathing, blood dripping from his mouth, his body still trembling with shock. The red knight approached him, he raised his hand, and the long sword stuck in the ground flew towards his hand. He swung his sword about to behead Izuku, but he managed to stop it thanks to the High Knight's gauntlet item in his hand. I won't lose. Izuku took out another dagger from the inventory and moved it directly into the knight's left eye. He pushed the knight to the ground. The knight drew the dagger from his eyes, Izuku brought back the dagger in his hand, then pierced it into the gap of the knight's helmet, he activated the Vital Strike skill and continued to attack the same point. Ha! Izuku shouted his remaining determination until finally, after a lot of effort, a notice appeared in front of him. Ring. Alarm. You have killed Blood-Red Commander Igris. You leveled up. You leveled up. Huffed. Huffed. I made it. Izuku sat on the floor, exhausted. Notifications kept popping up in front of him. There are several drop items he got after killing the Red Knight. Ring. Item, Red Knight's Helmet. Item class, S. Type, Armor. Plus 15% physical damage reduction, plus 20 stamina, plus 20 strength. Runestone, Dominator's Touch. Type, Runestone. A skill can be obtained by breaking the rune. Item, Leather Pouch. Type, Container. The bag is used to store things. Contains 1,500,000 gold. Item, Hearthstone. Type, Consumable. Exclusive quest item. If you solve Hearthstone, you will leave the dungeon immediately. If the job search ends, the dungeon is automatically destroyed. Can't walk. Has obtained. Wow, for items at a time, I guess defeating a high-ranking boss is also worth the reward. S-rank items, this is the first time I have obtained them, rune stones and leather pockets. But, why is there a Hearthstone? Is this not over yet? Ring. The job change mission is about to begin. The longer you last, the more points you can accumulate and put you on higher and higher jobs. Midnight. Good luck. 1 second. So this is just the beginning. It didn't take long, 3 portals formed around him, and knights began to emerge from inside the portal. With armor and each holding different types of weapons in hand. The knights began to attack him, and although he was tired he could still block the attack. Izuku tried to take a distance so he could breathe and buy time to think. Using the stealth skill, he hid behind one of the pillars, but the wizards in the room could find him with their detection skill. The knights attacked him again, Izuku avoided them but he was cornered now. He was surrounded by knights coming out of the portal. The number of knights is constantly increasing. Izuku glanced at the timer on it. 5 minutes and 8 seconds. Only 5 minutes? This is too much, I have to get out. Izuku clutched the Hearthstone in his hand. He was about to break it, but the hammer of one of the knights hit him, making him drop the Hearthstone from his hand. SHT. The knights didn't give Izuku a chance, they kept surrounding him like ants. Because of the accumulation of fatigue, his body fell to its knees on the floor. He began to hear voices in his head. You useless, quirkless, garbage. What can a weak person like you do? Stop dreaming, you can't be a hero. Shut up. The voices kept echoing in his head, the voices of the people who had haunted him since childhood. It's really sad. Izuku turned around when he heard a voice that was different from the one in his head. A young figure walked out of the dark shadow. That figure was the young Izuku when he hadn't accepted his awakening, when he was still a pitiful figure in the eyes of everyone, even himself. Seeing you struggling so hard even though it would all be worth it. Isn't it lucky that someone like you can advance so far? Right, Izuku Yagi? The figure began to walk around Izuku, he watched it carefully. Wow, is it me? I don't believe that we are the same person, you are taller and look stronger. But only the appearance changed, the inside was still the same coward. What's the difference between you and me? Shut up! A knight approached him, swinging a sword that was about to slice him. Izuku grabbed the knight's hand and then hit the armor with all his might. Heh! You put yourself in that position again, isn't it time for you to give up? Neither heroes nor hunters, you can't be one of them. I said shut up! The other knights continued to attack him, and Izuku's movements began to slow down. One of the knights hit his body with a hammer, he fell directly to the ground. Izuku tried to wake up but his body had already reached its limit. Ring. You failed to complete the daily quest. You will be transferred to the penalty zone for the specified duration. A notification suddenly appeared in front of him. It seems that luck is still on his side. The timer starts running backward. They said luck is also an ability, you are lucky this time, letting you die here is too wasted. Until we meet again, Izuku Yagi. The scene of the throne room filled with knights turned into a familiar desert scene. He lay on the sand, taking a breath. Come to think of it, I haven't done a daily quest today. He opened a shop to buy some high-grade potions to recover from his fatigue. Ring. Your fatigue is being restored. Your fatigue is being restored. Your fatigue is being restored. This is the first time my exhaustion is above 90, it seems that the elixir is only restoring fatigue, not life. Well, never mind, should I take care of these people instead? 4 hours have passed since Izuku was transferred to the punishment area. He had killed most of the giant centipedes that appeared in front of him. Being in the penalty area he could access stores and inventory. His level, skills, and stats have also improved a bit here. Penalty quest, survive. Goal, survive until the time runs out. Time required, 4 hours. Remaining time, 0 hours 5 minutes 20 seconds. There's still time left, I think I've recovered enough, I also have to rearrange weaponry and strategy. Izuku then opened the shop to check if there was a weapon that could help him against the high defense of the knight armor. He then found the weapon he was looking for. You have purchased Knight Killer. Item, Knight Killer. Item class, B. Type, Dagger. Plus 75 attack. Effect, Knight Killer, if used against an opponent with heavy armor, your attacks deal 25% additional damage. It's quite expensive, but the effect is suitable for the next fight. He also bought a bandage and wrapped it around his hand and dagger so he wouldn't drop it like when he dropped Hearthstone. This will work. Izuku remembered the rune stone he got after killing the Red Knight. He then took it out of the inventory and cracked it. Ring. Skill, Dominator Touch has been learned. Skill, Dominator Touch LV.1. Active skill. No mana required. You can control objects without touching them. A skill without mana, is it like the one used by the Red Knight before? Let's try. Izuku raised her hand towards the surrounding centipede corpses. The corpse only shook for a moment and then stopped. Ring. The object did not move due to the intelligence stat being too low. I guess it doesn't work on the big object. Well, maybe it could be useful somehow. Penalty quest, survive. Goal, survive until the time runs out. Time required, 4 hours. Remaining time, 0 hours 0 minutes 4 seconds. Time remaining, 0 hours 0 minutes 3 seconds. Time remaining, 0 hours 0 minutes 2 seconds. Time remaining, 0 hours 0 minutes 1 second. Time remaining, 0 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. The penalty quest is concluding. The scenery returned to the throne room. The number of knights has gathered enough to fill the room. The knights realized the existence of Izuku, and they directly attacked him, but they were smoothly cut off by the dagger of the Night Killer. This Night Killer effect is very helpful, it can cut armor like butter. Izuku continued to fight the knights. He realized something was wrong. No matter how many knights he had killed, neither the notification appeared nor the feeling of leveling up. Even killing the centipede gave him experience points. Something's wrong here. Since the battle started, only the knights have attacked him. He then remembered that not only knights were in the room, but wizards were also there. Don't tell me, summoning magic? If it's true then everything makes sense now. Izuku looked around and found a wizard hiding among the knights. He threw his dagger which then hit the witch. Ring. You have killed a wizard. Ring. Skill, dagger throw has been learned. The knights who had been controlled by the wizards fell instantly after the wizards were killed. As expected, let's check how many are left. Izuku activated the stealth skill to trigger the wizard's detection skill. He clung to one of the pillars, ascertaining the number and position of the remaining wizards from above. 1. 2. There are 5 of them. He used the pillars as a foothold and immediately lunged at any wizard within his attack range. The witch was dismembered, leaving a tattered cloth on the floor. You have killed a wizard. 4. He attacked the group of knights in front of him while slashing at each of them. Izuku didn't think it was a big deal thanks to the weapon he was holding. He tried to get close to the wizard, but the knights attacked him. Izuku slashed countless knights, until a pile of shattered armor formed under his feet. The road opened and he directly lunged at the wizard in front of him and slashed at him. You have killed a wizard. 3. The remaining wizards gathered in one place, activating the magic circle to summon the golems from the pile of shattered armor under his feet. Izuku lost his footing and immediately jumped down to avoid the golem's hand that was about to crush him. This is troublesome, however. The number of knights in the room was reduced thanks to the summoning of golems, leaving a lot of room for movement. Izuku activated the sprint through the skill and directly slashed at the remaining 3 wizards. You have killed a wizard. You have killed a wizard. You have killed a wizard. Huh? Finally. Izuku turned his gaze to the timer that stopped above his head. 4 hours 30 minutes and 16 seconds. All the monsters in the room have been slain, the quest will end now. You will be able to choose a class based on the number of points you have collected. A job will be granted after the player's actions have been analyzed. Wait, I can't choose? Wherever the player goes, the Reaper follows. The player's path is littered with corpses and the smell of blood. What? As the player possesses strength, he does not leave anything to his teammates, and overcomes everything with his strength. Your longing for strength burns strong enough to call those who wander the valley of death, and the army of the dead who follows your commands shall create a path where your thread will be the law and you would never need another's help again. Wait, what? Death Soldier? Is this real? Your job is Necromancer. Seriously, Necromancer you said? Isn't it a wizard subclass that has an undead army behind it? If in the game they leave almost all the battles to their subordinates. Why did I get this job? I thought I would get an assassin or warrior job considering the role I played as a hunter until now. Will you accept your job? Accept refuse. So I can choose. For now, I will refuse. Necromancer is a hidden class, do you still wish to refuse? Hidden class? Among the hunters, there are hunters with special abilities. A hunter who can make very powerful shields, a hunter with buff abilities even though he is not a healer. Although some hunters have quirks, some hunters who do not have quirks also awaken this special ability. Hunters with unique abilities join special attack units and often enter dungeons with an A rank or higher. Could it be that the unique abilities of that hidden class are the same as those hunters? Come to think of it, these wizards also have the same abilities. As if the fight I did before was to show you an example of this skill. I don't know who made this, but the storyline is pretty funny. Compared with these wizards, I can fight. If a wizard has melee combat skills and can create his army, he will be able to complete Dungeon B or maybe a higher rank dungeon alone. Ring. Your job has been chosen. Based on the number of points you obtained, you will be given a chance to promote to a superior class. You have exceeded the expected play time. Points will be added. You did not use Hearthstone. Points will be added. Final health is above 50%. Points will be added. All enemies have been slain. Points will be added. The total points have exceeded the feat limit. The dark energy began to gather and entered Izuku's body and revolved around him. You will be promoted from Necromancer to Shadow Monarch. Shadow Monarch? Promotion? You have learned a job-exclusive skill. You have obtained the bonus stats. You have obtained the title, the one who overcomes adversary. Izuku could feel the mana in his body overflowing. He looked around, he could hear the screams coming from the bodies of the knights around him. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. Ring. Please select your command phrase for shadow extraction. The command phrase? Izuku was silent for a while thinking about what command words he was going to use. Arise. Black smoke billowed from the corpses scattered around him. A hand appeared between them followed by another. The Black Knights got up, their number was 40, and they all knelt to salute their new leader. Skill, Shadow Extraction LV.1. Job-specific skills. No mana required. A shadow soldier is created from a body without life by taking out its mana. The change of failure increases the higher the target's stats are, and the more time passed since the target's death. Shadows able to be extracted, 40-40. Skill, Save Shadow LV.1. Job-specific skills. No mana required. You absorb created shadow soldiers and save them. Saved soldiers can be summoned and reabsorbed whenever and wherever the owner desires. Shadow stored, 0-30. This is so cool, doesn't it mean that I can turn the dead into a summoned creature? Izuku shouted excitedly looking at the scene in front of him. Besides, no matter how mature he is still a child. Although there are 40 of them, he can only keep 27 normal rank LV.1 infantry, 3 elite rank LV.1 magicians. What about the boss? Shadow extraction can be used on this target. It would be great to have the strength of an S-rank hunter in an army. After setting aside one empty slot with extraction cancel, Izuku walked towards the Red Knight and stopped right in front of him. Blood Red Commander Igris, arise. Black smoke billowed from the knight's body but soon spread. You failed to extract the shadow. You still have 2 chances remaining. This will not be easy. Izuku again tried to resurrect the Red Knight, but the result remained the same. He then recalled the throne that was in the room. Izuku stretched out an open hand toward the Red Knight's body. Stop protecting the seat of someone who has left. And try to protect me who is in front of you. Arise. Dark mana rose from the knight's body, a cold wind blew from the resulting impact. The jet black knight rose from the dead at the call of his MSTR, leaving a blood-red color and replacing it with black. His mane and cloak swayed as black smoke billowed all over his body. He then bowed in welcoming his new MSTR. You have upgraded the shadow. Shadow's level will be 7. Shadows higher than rank knight can be named. Blood Red Commander Igris dash, no, it's too long. Your name now is Igris. Igris LV, 7. Rank, Knight. You have successfully extracted the shadow. Status. Name, Izuku. Level, 51. Job, Shadow Monarch. Title, Wolf Slayer, plus 1 more. HP, 11,035. MP, 1,022. Fatigue, 0. Statistic. Strength, 132. Vitality, 91. Agility, 111. Intelligence, 80. Sense, 93. Physical damage reduction, 46, equipped. Remaining points, 10. Skills. Passive skills. Dash, unknown, LV max. Perseverance, LV.1. Advanced Dagger Arts, LV.1. Active skills. Sprint, LV.2. Vital Strike, LV.2. Dagger Throw, LV.1. Stealth, LV.1. Class skills. Active skills. Shadow Extraction, LV.1. Save Shadow, LV.1. Equipped items. Red Knight's Helmet, S. Warden's Necklace, A. High Knight's Chestplate, B. High Knight's Gauntlet, B. High Magician's Ring, B. Assassin's Boots. Izuku felt goosebumps at this scene. The Black Knight bowed in front of him, ready to fulfill his orders. Take good care of me. When Izuku came out of the dungeon, the sun had already risen and the sky was clear. He checked his mobile phone, it was already 7 o'clock past. So I was in the dungeon for most of the day. Ugh. I'm so tired and I need to sleep. He then walked down the hill, stopping a passing taxi, to return to the dormitory. It took a few minutes to finally find an empty taxi, and it was 30 minutes drive until it arrived at the dormitory. The residents of the dormitory who saw him tried to greet him, but he only waved at them because he was too tired. He arrived at his room and threw himself directly on the bed. It didn't take long for Izuku to fall asleep. Being in the dungeon all day was draining all of his energy. He didn't bother even with all the dirt and holes stuck to his clothes, he was just too tired. Outside his room came the sound of knocking on the door. He knew there was someone outside his room, but he still refused to get up. His phone suddenly rang a loud ring that irritated him. He opened it to check who called him in the morning. He looked at Sugimoto's name on the screen of his mobile phone, and then picked it up. Finally, where are you? I tried to look for you since yesterday. I'm sorry Sugimoto-san, I'm too tired and try to rest now. There is no time for it, we have an emergency here, a red gate has appeared in Tokyo. What? Izuku jumped out of bed after hearing what Sugimoto said. His eyes widened, and he had forgotten all his fatigue. He then rushed to the door and opened it to see Sugimoto standing there, still holding his phone. Explain again. So you're here? But what's wrong with your clothes? What did you do all day yesterday? It's not important, just tell me what's going on. Okay, calm down first, you should first clean yourself up, you look like a beggar with torn clothes and dirt on your body. Izuku then sees his disheveled appearance, he realizes it because his mind is only focused on resting. Ah, you're right. The red gate is a gate that blocks any access from the inside and outside. Once you're trapped inside, you can't go out or get help from outside. You will be completely isolated, as the gate will disappear from the inside and block any access from the outside. You can only go out after killing the boss, or wait for the gate to open by itself. The red gate usually appears at the high rank gate, but sometimes it also appears at the C rank gate, although the case is very rare. After the red gate is formed, the dungeon rank will increase, and it will be difficult to identify because the magic energy stops flowing out of the gate. The environment inside the red gate is usually extreme, a snow area with extremely cold temperatures, a forest full of poisonous insects, and a deadly desert with a temperature above 60 degrees Celsius. The flow of time inside the red gate is also different from the outside, 1 hour outside is equal to 1 day inside. You will have no choice but to strive to survive in a dangerous situation, or simply accept your death. Now a red gate has appeared in Tokyo. Izuku and Sugimoto were on their way to the gate location. Izuku is already wearing his raid equipment, he will be part of the rescue team to rescue the raid team that is trapped inside the gate. The red gate appeared at the C-rank gate. 5 hunters had entered to clear the gate, an A-rank tanker, a B-rank healer, and 3 C-rank warriors. In front of the gate, many Hunter Bureau agents have gathered. Even Ikaru and Daichi were there too. While Izuku gathered with his teammates, Sugimoto approached one of the agents there. Sir, how long has it been since the raid team get in? It's been 4 hours, sir. Means it has been 4 days inside, we have to get ready, the gate can be opened at any time, hopefully, our invading team can survive inside. Sugimoto then approached Izuku and his team to explain the situation. Ikaru-san, the gate can be opened at any time, maybe it can be longer, I hope you don't mind that, Sugimoto. It's okay, their safety is our priority, besides we don't have a schedule to do today, right? Ikaru. Yes, of course, Daichi. What about you, Izuku? Sorry if I dragged you into this even though you are exhausted, Sugimoto. No problem with me, I'll try to rest while waiting here, Izuku. Thanks for that, I will try to gather more members for the rescue team while we still have time, Sugimoto. Sugimoto then left them to answer his phone call. Izuku sitting there leaning against the wall with Daichi and Ikaru beside him. After 7 hours of waiting, the gate finally opened. The gate that had been red turned blue. Izuku and the rest of the rescue team are getting ready to enter the gate. As soon as the gate was fully opened, rescue teams rushed in. They entered, and inside the gate was land covered in snow. There are 10 rescue team members including Izuku, Daichi, Ikaru, and even Todoroki. The leader of the team is Ikaru since his rank is higher than everyone on the team. They were separated into 5 small teams and immediately dispersed in search of the raid team. Izuku and Todoroki go to the north, while the rest will go the other way. The two of them went deep into the woods, the traces of fighting were along the road as they passed. It didn't take long, they finally arrived at a cave full of ice bear monsters. The two of them hid behind a tree, watching how the situation was. The bear didn't pay attention to them, they just wandered around the cave. Todoroki opened his mouth and started talking. Should we call the others for help? It's not necessary, actually there's something I want to try. What are you doing? Just wait, and Todoroki-san please keep secret what you see from now on. What? Izuku then stepped forward to confront the ice bear head-on. He didn't want to lose the opportunity to test out his new skills. Arise! Izuku's shadow began to spread, black smoke rising followed by a raised black hand, revealing the Shadow Knight army that appeared. Behind him. Todoroki, who was watching, was shocked by the scene in front of him. He has known Izuku for a long time, but he has never shown any skills except his assassin skills, and his growth speed is beyond common sense. Izuku gives 2 orders to his soldiers: find the trapped hunters and finish off all the threatening enemies. The soldiers advanced according to the order. They rushed forward to attack the ice bears and search for the missing hunters. Those shadow soldiers, no matter how much they are destroyed, always recover as long as Izuku's mana remains. Todoroki was stunned to see the Black Knight killing the ice bear in front of him, coupled with the line of wizards who had fire attack power equivalent to that of a B-rank hunter. Todoroki tried to approach him but was stopped by a Black Knight with a black robe and a mane on his head. Izuku raised his hand, stopping Igris from trying to attack Todoroki. "It's okay, he's a friend." Igris then removed his grip from his sword and bowed his head, showing an apology to his MSTR. Not long after the fight started, the Ice Bear boss appeared and wiped out all the shadow soldiers. The bear boss must have sensed his subordinates being attacked. Ordinary shadow soldiers can't handle the boss alone, so Izuku sent Igris, his strongest knight, to deal with the boss. Igris raised his sword, preparing to attack. The two charged forward at the same time. The Ice Bear boss raised his claw high, about to attack Igris, but Igris was able to dodge and slash the boss's shoulder smoothly. The bear attacked him again, but Igris dodged and left several slash wounds on his body. The bear's arm drooped limply from the wound left by Igris, nor could he move with the tendons of the legs neatly cut. Igris stood in front of the bear, slashing directly at his head. The boss's ice bear's head was fly into the air and was caught by Igris's hand. Igris walked to Izuku with the head of the ice bear in his hand. He offered the head of the boss to him, like a knight offering the head of an enemy general to his king. The knights who were in charge of finding the trapped hunter had also returned, although they were only able to carry his body. Todoroki was stunned again by the scene in front of him. He approached him once more and grabbed him by the collar. Because of the height difference, Izuku's body was slightly lifted off the ground. "Hey Izuku, you better explain what this is." Izuku retracted his gaze, trying not to make eye contact. "Well, they are one of those skills I just acquired." "What? How can it explain all this?" Izuku was about to answer, but he suddenly felt a strong presence approaching their location. Not just one, but several of them. He could feel the troops approaching them. "I'll explain it later, we'll have to deal with what's coming first." "Wait, what? Before Todoroki could finish his words, an army of ice elves appear in front of them. They didn't even bother to hide their presence. They appeared in front of Izuku and Todoroki fully armed. There were more than 20 of them. "Look, what do we get here?" The ice elf leader stepped forward, facing Izuku and Todoroki with one of his subordinates. He came up with a smirk on his face. "I feel some strong presence, but it seems that the one here is more interesting." Ice elves, in contrast to the name elves, who have a appealing impression, ice elves are monsters that hunt hunters mercilessly. They are better known as Hyaki. Their skin is completely pale blue with white hair like snow. Their height is a more normal human, with a body designed entirely for hunting. Izuku and Todoroki felt the crisis ahead. They knew that it was too much for them to face Hyaki's army alone. But Izuku thinks differently. He has an army equivalent to Hyaki's army. The only problem is that his current mana is low and needs time to recover. Izuku already had a plan in his head. He patted the shoulder of Todoroki, who was still standing stiffly beside him. "Todoroki-san, can you help me by some time?" What are you trying to do in this situation? Shouldn't we run and seek help?" "Didn't you hear that? We are not the only ones facing the enemy. Other groups have already started their fight since just now, so it will be difficult for us to get help now. Believe me, I have a plan." Todoroki hesitated, but what Izuku said was indeed true. The sound of fighting sounded not long after they separated from the other group. In the current situation, there is no other choice but to rely on yourself and the person you are with at the moment. Todoroki closed his eyes, deciding to believe in Izuku this time. "Fine, I will believe you this time. If the situation goes wrong, don't expect me to save you." "I'm fine with that. So what's the plan?" Izuku nodded his head and then told Todoroki about the plan in his head. "I want you to use your fire to cover the monster site, while I restore mana and gather troops." "Okay, but you better give me an explanation after we're done." "Agreed." Todoroki stepped forward to light up the fire and block Hyaki's view of them. Izuku ran to the back, opened his inventory, took out a few bottles of potions, and drank them quickly. He approached the ice bear's body. He then uttered a word of command to resurrect the dead. "Arise." The black smoke began to rise, followed by the black hand rising from the ice bear's corpse. The Black Bear army was formed to increase the strength of the Izuku army. With half of the mana filled, Izuku once again summoned his troops. "Enough, Todoroki-san. Todoroki extinguished the fire, and then rushed to the back of Izuku's shadow soldiers. He got a burn mark on his hand due to excessive use of fire. Izuku ordered his soldiers to attack. He then gave Todoroki the healing potion that he had stored before. What is this? This is a potion. Your mana and injuries will recover faster with this. Where did you get this thing? I'll tell you later, for now just focus on recovery. I may need your help during the fight. Izuku rushed forward to join the fight, leaving Todoroki with 2 knights to guard him. He held his 2 trusted daggers in hand, killing the enemy along the way. The battle was evenly matched at first because the number of each side was equal, but over time, Izuku's side was at a disadvantage. Hyaki's total combat power is stronger than Izuku's shadow soldiers. With the current level and remaining mana, also considering how his army is being continuously destroyed, their recovery won't be able to keep up. I need a stronger shadow. He looked around, and his eyes saw the corpse of the hunter brought back previously by his soldiers. He approached the corpses, he then put his hand on the corpse and activated his skills. Arise! Smoke briefly rose from Hunter's corpse but disappeared immediately. This is the same as when Izuku tried to resurrect Igris. I'm sorry for doing this, but we need your help, so please lend us your power. Arise! The black smoke formed again accompanied by a roar, and a black knight knelt in front of Izuku. The size of this shadow army is larger than that of other shadow soldiers. He carried a giant axe and a shield in his hand. Ring. Please choose a name for this soldier. Since your real name is Kurigane, Iron should be fine. Iron LV.1. Rank, Knight. The two then joined the fight, and the plot of the fight finally returned to Izuku's side after they joined forces. Todoroki has also recovered so that he could join the fight. The leader Hyaki burst into laughter at the sight of his opponent. He enjoys the plot of the fight. He is very happy to find a strong opponent. Ahahaha. I know you're strong, compared to that trash you're more interesting? What? Did you just call us trash? The leader Hyaki fall silent. He was astonished to see a human being who could understand their language. You know our language? Izuku widened his eyes in surprise at the fact that he could understand the language of monsters. Todoroki, who had listened before, was as surprised as Izuku. Throughout the history of raids, there has never been a single recorded interaction between hunters and monsters like this. To able to converse. How splendid. I have a proposal, it won't be detrimental to you. But first, let me ask you a question. Despite not being a human, why are you on the side of humans? What are you talking about? Haha, haven't you noticed? In this head, a voice constantly tells us to kill humans. But I can't hear it in your presence. Izuku narrowed his eyes. He was a little distracted by what leader Hyaki said. A voice telling them to kill humans. Is it the same as the system command? If the sound doesn't apply to me, it must be because I became the player of the system. There is no need for us to fight further and we both do not want any further casualties. Hand over the human behind you and I will spare your life. How about it? Let me also ask, who exactly are you guys? Where did you come from, and why are you trying to kill humans? We are. The appearance of the leader Hyaki suddenly blurred just before he could answer. He then returned to normal but he repeated what he had said before, like the bug that appear in the system. There is no need for us to fight further and we both do not want any further casualties. Give up the human beings that are behind you and I will spare your life. How about it? What is that? Did he ignore my question? Or do you agree with our offer? Izuku stays silent for a moment, he then looks directly at him. Do you agree to my offer? I refused. Izuku resolutely rejected the Hyaki boss's offer. The boss's face contorted at Izuku's answer but a smirk formed on his face. As if expecting a battle to occur, the Hyaki boss told him his name. Fine, my name is Baruka, what's yours? Izuku. Battle once again broke out. The shadow soldiers fought Hyaki's army. Izuku along with Igris and Iron came forward to face Baruka head-on. Clashes between weapons were heard throughout the battle, sparks formed whenever their weapons clashed against each other. The fight between Izuku and Baruka is temporarily a series, considering that the weapons they wield are the same. Izuku retreated to make a distance, and signaled Todoroki to attack. Baruka's body was shrouded in Todoroki's blue flames. Igris appeared from behind the fire, trying to attack him, but Baruka was faster and able to avoid Igris's attack. Izuku reappeared behind him, attacking him using Risaka's Fang. The effect of the dagger had given him an effect, however, because the enemy's resistance was higher, the effect was lost. You trash are quite persistent. You're not in the position to say such a thing, how about looking around you? The army led by Baruka was successfully suppressed by Izuku's shadow soldiers and there was almost nothing left of them. Is that all your soldiers are capable of? UBSTRD. Those soldiers will be gone if I get rid of you. Izuku threw the Night Killer at Baruka. He increased the speed of the dagger using the Dominator Touch skill. Baruka tried to block it, which made his dagger shatter. Iron emerged from behind and then held Baruka's body in his arms. Izuku retreated as fast as he could, then turned his gaze to Todoroki and the magicians. Todoroki-san now. A pillar of fire formed where Baruka was. The resulting temperature was no joke. The layer of snow around the fire pole immediately melted and dried up. With Todoroki's magic and the magicians combined, there should be no survivors of it. But they couldn't let their guard down considering how their opponents were able to deal with Izuku and Igara's attack alone. The fire dimmed, revealing Baruka's figure covered with burn marks all over his body. "You bstrd, I'll kill you all." Before Baruka could do anything, Izuku was already there, stabbing Baruka with his dagger while using the stealth skill to avoid his detection. "Looks like this is the end. Who do you think you're facing?" Baruka took Izuku's hand. He then quickly shook it off, walking away and letting Iron deliver the final blow. Thanks to Iron's heavy blow, Baruka's body lay lifeless under Izuku's feet. "I told you, this is the end. Ring. The dungeon boss has been defeated. You leveled up. You leveled up." After a sigh of relief, Izuku stared at the body of the boss he had just defeated. He took a step closer and said the command line. "Arise. Ring. You have successfully extracted the shadow. Please choose a name for this soldier." "Baruka. Baruka LV.1. Rank, Knight." Once again an army of shadows was formed from the monsters he managed to kill. With this, Izuku's combat power has increased. If this continues, he will be able to complete B rank gate or above. After dealing with the boss and dropping items, Izuku drew his shadow soldiers back into his shadow and approached Todoroki, who was sitting on the snow. "Todoroki-san, are you okay?" "Apart from running out of mana, nothing else. That last blow consumed all my mana." Izuku opened his inventory and gave Todoroki a bottle of recovery potion. "Should we get out of here? Since the boss has been killed, it won't be long before the gate will be closed. The other teams should also be finished by now." "Okay." Izuku offered his hand to Todoroki. He then accepted it because he was too exhausted due to the previous fight. The two of them headed towards the entrance of the gate with Hunter's body on their backs. When they arrived at the entrance, another group had already gathered there. They also managed to find the missing Hunter, and could only bring back his body. As expected, there were no survivors. Ikiru seized them and approached them. He then asked them a lot of questions. "Izuku. Todoroki. Fortunately, you guys are fine. Are you guys probably encountering a dungeon boss during the search? I can feel strong mana coming from the direction you guys heading." "Yes, but we managed to kill him somehow." "May I know what kind of boss you guys are fighting?" "It was Hyaki." "Huh, you guys fight that monster?" "Yes, it was a tough fight, but with the help of Todoroki-san, we won somehow." That's good. Now let's leave here before the gate closes." They all went out of the gate and the gate was closed as soon as they came out. The bodies of the hunters were temporarily housed in body bags while waiting for the ambulance that would take them to the hospital. As a hunter, the risk of death will always loom as long as you enter the gate. It is not unusual for incidents like this to happen. After all, the first rule and what the hunters always emphasize is that anything can happen in the dungeon. Hunters' profession is different from heroes. Their job is to kill, and they are closer to death than they seem. All the hunters under the association already knew this fact. Still, they were willing to enter the gate, considering how much profit they gained after one raid. Some may enter to earn money, but some enter the gate because they feel the pleasure of killing monsters and seek the thrill of fighting. But of all those reasons, the most common reason is that the gate is where they are. They used to be nothing before becoming hunters, but after receiving Awaken they could feel the power and wealth. Izuku is no different. Put aside the wealth, he's just looking for a place that will accept him as he is. It's hard to find a place that will accept your quirkless. It didn't take long for the ambulance to arrive and take Hunter's body to the hospital. After finishing the report and sending off the dead hunter, Izuku goes to the dormitory, but he is stopped by Todoroki. He almost forgot to give him an explanation. "I'll explain it as soon as we get to the dormitory. I'm so tired, please." "TCH, fine." The two of them headed to the dormitory and stopped by the park in front of the dormitory to talk. Todoroki was sitting on one of the park benches while waiting for Izuku to buy a drink. Izuku came over with 2 cans of soda in his hand. He handed it to Todoroki and sat down beside him. "So what do you want to know?" "Everything, starting from how you talked to the monster and how you got the Black Army." "For the first question, I'm still not sure how it happened. For now, I'm just assuming that it might have something to do with the power I possess. For the next question I think I'll have to tell you about how I gained power." Izuku started talking about how he was trapped in a double dungeon after being beaten by his sister and childhood friends, how he rolled around trying to survive in the dungeon, and then about the journey of how he became strong up until now. He didn't tell him about the system's existence since it was the main base of his power. Todoroki remained silent as Izuku spoke. He remained silent as if he was thinking about something. Izuku glanced at him to confirm his response. Well, it's more or less like that. To be honest, I'm not sure what exactly the source of my power is and why it chose me. I believe the answer will appear someday. What I can do now is to continue to become stronger, while understanding my strength little by little. You have a life like garbage there. I do not deny it. Being born in a family of heroes is very difficult when it comes to fame. Wait, your family is a hero? It was my father. My mother was just an ordinary person, but she had high self-esteem. My parents put my existence aside and only focused on my twin sister thanks to her strong quirk. My sister also hated my existence for being quirkless. She always beat me with her friends during her time at school if she had the opportunity. I think compared to your life, my life is still better. At least my younger siblings don't hit me. You have siblings? A younger sister and 2 younger brothers, the youngest of your age if I'm not mistaken. It must be nice if you can get along well with each other. Well, not all my siblings get along well, at least not the youngest. Our father separated him from us and my other younger siblings so that Dad could train him to be a hero the way he wanted. Wow, it must be hard for him. Is your father the kind of person who has high self-esteem or what? Unfortunately. What about your mother? Well, she got a lot of a hard time thanks to my father. I'm sorry for your mother. You know, after hearing your story, I realized one other fact about the heroes. What is it? They may succeed as heroes, but fail as a family. Todoroki was silent for a while and then began to laugh at Izuku's words. Izuku also laughed at this fact. Ha ha ha. You have a point. There was a moment of silence between the two of them. Because of awkwardness, Izuku then tries to break the atmosphere. There was a question that bothered him a little a long time ago. This is also a question for himself. Todoroki-san, do you hate your family? Todoroki thought for a moment before finally answering. No, just my father. I blame him for putting me in this state, also for destroying our family just because of his stupid ambitions. What about you? Seeing the way they treat you is not so surprising if you hate them. To be honest, I'm not so sure. Instead of hating, I'm more disappointed by how quickly they turn their back against me. I decided to give up my surname so I could move on from those sad days and live a new life. You said you were reported missing. Is your family ever trying to find you? They did, but gave up in the end. I thought they already regarded me as a dead person. And now I'm just a wandering ghost. Is it the same as you? Almost, except for the fact that I was dead. There was a big fire on the mountain where I used to train. I was waiting for my father to show him the development of my quirk, but no matter how long I waited for that day, he did not come. Just then suddenly a gate appeared out of nowhere and pulled me in. I was dragged to the gate and had to survive on my own. I used my quirk too much, causing it to become unstable until it started raging and almost burned the entire area after I got out. I lost my right arm in that accident and half of my face was burned. I was able to survive thanks to Sugimoto-san who got there on time. If he hadn't come that time, I don't know what I would be now. Is that how you became a hunter? Yeah. A thought suddenly flashed through Izuku's head, an extreme thought he had as the worst-case scenario, the thought of revenge. Todoroki-san, have you ever thought about revenge? Yes, I want to see that person fall. After all, I always blame him for every misfortune that befalls me. He burned his obsession with me until I ended up like this. My dream of becoming a hero also comes from him. The only thing he taught me anyway was how to start a fire. How are you? Never thought of revenge? Yes, I have, but then again everything is still vague to me. I'm still not sure if it's necessary, because I no longer have any feelings for them, not even anger or hatred. Izuku was leaning on a park bench, looking up at the moving clouds in the orange afternoon sky. He was lost in thought, reflecting on his family. But he then erased those thoughts. He just didn't want to care about what happened in the past. He looked at Todoroki. He knew that the two of them had some similarities since the first time they met. His gaze was similar to him. It contains the same hatred, although in different directions. Izuku is to himself for being weak, while Todoroki on his father who put him in this situation. Izuku assumed that he could make some kind of connection with him somehow. Todoroki often avoids this kind of conversation with others and simply leaves. He smiled that he could talk to Todoroki comfortably. It was nice for Izuku to have this kind of conversation with Todoroki, just like having friends, which was a rare thing for him. You know, it seems that we have more in common than we thought. Where did you get that conclusion from? Izuku then lifted the soda can and pointed it at Todoroki. Todoroki just glanced and then asked what this was about. For what is it? I just think that we should toast. What for? I don't know, for work had to try to survive in this crazy world. Todoroki smiled acceptingly, he then lifted his soda can as well. Cheers. Cheers. A few days have passed since the Red Gate incident, everything has returned to normal and everyone has returned to their usual activities. The funeral was held in honor of the hunters who died in the incident in front of the senior officials of the Hunter Association. The hunters who were assigned as rescue teams that day were also present. The hunter's family has been informed by the agency that their family died in the line of duty as a government agent, and they will be compensated for their sacrifices for the family they left behind. Izuku is currently on vacation after 2 raids in the A and B rank dungeons that appeared in Kyoto. He still didn't use his job skills in front of others along the raid, he just didn't want to be bothered with the questions that would come later, only Todoroki knew about his skills. Moreover, Izuku has become a B rank hunter not long ago. Speaking of Todoroki, he and Izuku are now friends. After chatting with him that day, his personality became slightly more relaxed. Their raid team was surprised by the sudden change in Todoroki's personality. They even thought he was a monster pretending to be him, but after a long explanation, they finally understood. Izuku is currently doing his daily training in the morning as usual. He did a morning run around the dormitory, but couldn't focus because he had a lot of thoughts. After the Red Gate incident, there was no horrendous incident afterward, but the raid schedule has been improved recently to prevent the same incident, no wonder there are 2 raids in a day. Ring. Alarm. Daily quest, preparing to become strong, has been completed. Push-ups, 100-100. Sit-ups, 100-100. Squats, 100-100. Running, 11-10 kilometers. While Izuku was busy with his thoughts, he didn't realize that he had exceeded his daily quests and had left the dormitory area. He finally stopped after the notification that popped up. Oh, looks like I accidentally overdo it, but why is this still taking notes when I have completed the quest? Will this be a hidden quest? Let's make sure. But, where am I? After finding his way back to the dormitory while doing his daily quest twice as much as usual, a notification finally appeared in front of him. As Izuku guessed, there was a hidden quest from the daily quest. The reward he gets is still the same as the daily quest reward, but there's an addition to the random box. He has to choose between Blessed Random Box or Cursed Random Box. Izuku chose the Blessed Random Box, which contains the S-ranked item. Ring. You have obtained the Demon Castle Key. Item, Demon Castle Key. Item class, S. Type, Key. A key that allows you to enter the Dungeon Demon Castle. Can be used in Tokyo Tower. S-rank item, this is the second time I have gotten an S-rank item aside from Igris's helmet, I will check it out later, for the time being, I need breakfast. After finishing some preparations, Izuku finally arrived at Tokyo Tower. He wasn't wearing his raid gear, but only wearing a hoodie, training briefs, and shoes. He used stealth skills to hide his presence. It would be suspicious to see a 9-year-old wandering around unattended, especially at this hour. He pushed the key forward, the red energy along with the flash of red lightning swirling around the key that only he could see. The room began to distort and a gap appeared that opened the gate to the Dungeon Demon Castle. Izuku walked in, the environment around turned into a burning city. In front of one of the buildings sat a 3-headed dog monster whose body was almost as big as a house. Hell's Gatekeeper Cerberus. Looking at the monster, he knew it wouldn't be easy. His survival rate was low just by looking at the first monster that he encountered. Since it is an S-rank dungeon, the difficulty is high. This is the first time Izuku has entered the S-rank gate, which is a good opportunity to test his limit as well as to level up. He stepped forward ready to face his enemy. Change title. Ring. Title, Wolf Slayer. Izuku jumped and aimed at Cerberus' feet, but his attack did not seem to have a significant effect on that monster. Izuku's attack seemed to anger the gatekeeper. Alarm. Hell's Gatekeeper Cerberus uses skill, Wrath. Alarm. Wrath will last for 3 minutes. Cerberus statistics will be doubled. Thanks to the activated skills, Cerberus's attack speed increased a lot, he ignored all the pain and only focused on attacking. Izuku manages to avoid being bitten by the beast. Okay, it's just warm up. He immediately activated the sprint skill and attacked the monster. Because Cerberus couldn't feel anything, his attack did not slow it down at all despite receiving fatal injuries. Izuku continued to attack it, he kept aiming at Cerberus's vital points that left several holes and many scratches on its body. Ring. Alarm. You have killed Hell's Gatekeeper Cerberus. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. Alarm. You have obtained Warden's Necklace. You have obtained Castle Door Key. You have obtained Cerberus's Fang. Item, Warden's Necklace. Item class, A. Type, necklace. Agility plus 20, sense plus 20. Item, castle door key. Item class, A. Type, key. Key that can open the gate of the demon castle, obtained by killing the guards. Item, Cerberus's Fang. Item class, none. Type, Fang material. That can be obtained by defeating Cerberus. After a tough fight, Cerberus was finally defeated, and the drop items were also as expected. Behind where Cerberus stood was a door with intricately carved decorations. After resting for a while recovering his mana and health, Izuku went straight to the door. Behind the door is a hallway decorated with statues of demons on both sides along the hallway. The hallway itself is not very long with a door similar to the entrance at the end. Izuku couldn't feel the presence of monsters when he arrived inside, but a quest notification appeared in front of him. Ring. A quest has arrived. Quest. Normal quest, collect demon souls, part 1. Hunt demons and collect their souls for special rewards. Quest completion requirements. Minus 10,000 demon souls. Rewards. Item of your choosing. Stats bonus plus 20. Hidden rewards. A quest? It's been a while since I received a quest like this. Izuku walked down the hallway until he reached another door at the end of the hallway. He opened the door indicating what was on the other side of that door. He was quite surprised by the scene in front of him. A city was devoured in flames, destroying buildings and ruins scattered around it. He looked around and realized that this was the city that he was familiar with. This dungeon is a replica of the burning city of Tokyo. Field-type dungeon? Is this dungeon rebuilding the entire content of Tokyo? I didn't expect it to be a field-type dungeon. But after seeing the content of the quest, it is impossible to complete it in just one day. If I rush it, it may take a week to complete. Well, since I'm here, I should at least try to accomplish it. Arise. A shadow army formed behind Izuku's back. He didn't mean to hold back in the first place. Leading his knights, Izuku charged forward, killing every demon he encountered along with his army. Notifications kept popping up endlessly as he and his army slaughtered demons in the dungeons. There is even an EXP level earned among the notifications that appear. He smiled throughout the battle looking at the many notices in front of him. Izuku then quickened his pace. From now on it is a battle against time, he can't waste a single precious second here. After 4 hours of unilateral slaughter, Izuku ascends to the next floor using the pass he obtains after killing a certain demon. Item, entry permit. Item class? Type? Permission to enter the next floor in the demon castle can be used in the floor movement magic circle on the first floor. After arriving on the second floor, Izuku restarted the unilateral slaughter of the demons on that floor. Each floor of the Devil's Castle dungeon is made of a different world. Monsters holding the entry permit will randomly appear on each floor and you can only proceed to the next floor with an entry permit. If this huge tower has 100 floors, it can be said that there are 100 different worlds in this tower. Second floor. Third floor. Fourth floor. 27th floor. As time passed, Izuku climbed from one floor to the next at a terrifying speed. The souls he has collected so far total 2,116 souls. He's still got a long way to go. Collected demon souls, 2,116 10,000. At first, when Izuku got the key, he was worried that this place would be similar to the S-rank dungeon that he often read about in the raid records belonging to the association, but the worry gradually disappeared and the battle became boring. He decided to stop here since it was difficult to predict the time inside the dungeon, and he couldn't check it because the electronic device didn't work inside the dungeon. When he came out of the dungeon, the sky was already dark. There was no one around and there was only himself. He checked his mobile phone, and it was already 2 a.m. He sighed as he walked home. There was no train or bus left at this hour. The only option was to take a taxi or walk. Izuku chose to take a taxi since there will be a raid schedule today. It took a while, but he finally got a taxi. After showing the address of the dormitory, then they headed to their destination. Or so he thought. At first, Izuku didn't pay much attention to it, but as the taxi drove, the direction began to deviate from its original destination. Izuku tries to talk to the driver but he ignores him, claiming that they are on the right track and speeding up his taxi even more. Just as Izuku wasn't paying attention, sleeping gas billowed from inside the cab. Ring. Alarm. Harmful substances have been detected. Buff, the effect of Cure Poison cures you. 3-2, Cure Poison has been completed. What? Looking at the notice that appeared in front of him, Izuku couldn't help but surprise. Knowing that something was wrong, he decided to come into play temporarily by pretending to be unconscious before deciding what to do next. He secretly sent a message and his location to the police just in case something bad happened. After driving for nearly 20 minutes, they arrive at an empty warehouse. The taxi driver checked Izuku on whether he was conscious or not and took him into the warehouse. Izuku could feel some other human presence from inside the warehouse. Izuku was then placed in a dusty storage room containing several wooden boxes arranged in such a way. The taxi driver left him with several people who were already been captive in the room with their hands tied. He opened his eyes as soon as he didn't feel the threatening presence around him. He got up and looked around. There were 5 people besides himself, 2 adult women and 3 children. They looked at him with pitying gazes for having the same fate as them. One of the women looked him and tried to talk to him. "Hey kid, are you okay?" "I'm fine, but where are we?" "I don't know, I'm going to go home. I just fell asleep for a while in the taxi and when I woke up I was here. It seemed that we had been kidnapped." "I can see that." He then untied his knot and then helped the others. The woman was surprised by how quickly Izuku untied his tie and how calm he was in this situation. She then looked at him and asked, "How can you do that? Don't you feel scared?" Izuku smiled at her and then replied, "I'm just well trained." After hearing Izuku's ambiguous answer, she narrowed her eyes but decided to ignore it. She and other women gathered the children who were still crying and tried to calm them down. Izuku looked at them and began to think how he should get them out of here. Izuku then looked around the room. The room itself was closed and very stuffy. There was only one way in and out. He could feel some presence behind the door. 5 in total, he could have beaten them easily. Although he rarely fights humans, he still knows how to deal with them. He had already sent a message to the police about the location. It was only a matter of time before they got here. The remaining question is, whether he should deal with them while protecting the people behind him, or just sit and wait here, buying time until the police arrive. He could escape here easily but he couldn't leave these people. Besides, there are only women and children here. He had considered using his shadow soldiers but risked exposing his abilities that he wanted to keep secret for the time being, until he could fully understand it. Also, if he uses his skills, the police will not let him go easily, and his actions will be regarded as a violation of the rules for using his quirk for personal gain. He was so busy mumbling that he didn't notice that the others were giving him a strange look. One of the women decided to step up and pat him on the shoulder, to bring him back to reality. "Are you okay there?" Izuku was a little surprised. He didn't realize that he was doing his habit in this situation. I am fine, looks like I did my habit unconsciously, sorry." He scratched the back of his head because of the habit he showed unconsciously. The woman nodded in response to Izuku's answer. "So what are we doing now?" Another woman holding the children spoke up. Izuku set his sights on him and began to answer. "I have already contacted the police and sent the location to them. They should have arrived here at any moment, but the problem is how to prevent the villains from leaving as soon as the police arrive." "Are you crazy? You are going to fight with them?" "Not fighting, just trying to buy time until the police get here." While they were still arguing, the sound of the doorknob opening shocked everyone in the room. The moment the door was opened, Izuku knew that this would not end well. The door opened, a man entered the room and saw the people inside had been freed from their ties. Children were holding on to one of the women and the other was discussing with a green-haired boy. He then gathered his comrades, each of them carrying a weapon. It makes the children begin to panic and cry. The woman tried her best to calm them down but it was in vain because they were too scared. The villains who entered first were irritated by the sound of the children's crying. He pointed the gun he was carrying at them and began to threaten them. "Shut up, you useless brat, shut up or I'll shoot you." The woman felt responsible. She stepped forward and hit Izuku behind her back. She felt that she couldn't leave a child to face all this alone no matter how brave or calm he was. In her eyes, he was just a child that she had to protect. Izuku widened his eyes after seeing the woman's actions. He was surprised because a stranger is willing to protect him. He rarely got protection before, not even from his parents. He has always depended on himself and rarely accepts the help of others. That's why he had to become stronger to do that. He couldn't help but smile. It's not a bad feeling to have someone to protect you. He then looked at the villains who kidnapped them. Judging from the equipment and posture, they were almost equivalent to D-rank hunters. Besides, it seemed that they already had fighting experience. It will take a while but it is not difficult to beat them. The problem is how to explain it afterward. Izuku sighed and decided to take a more subtle approach. He quietly opened the phone that he had stored in his inventory and started recording every conversation they had. Izuku was about to open his mouth but the woman who was protecting him interrupted him first. "Who are you? Why are you kidnapping us?" The villain looked at her and they started laughing as if the woman was asking stupid questions. "Why should I answer that stupid question of yours? In a moment you will all be sold on the other side of the ocean as slaves, so pray while you can because no one will save you, neither the police nor those useless heroes. You." The woman was about to curse the villain, but Izuku held back her hand. Izuku then whispered to her to cooperate with the villains by following their words for a while until the police arrived. She then nodded in accepting Izuku's suggestion. The villain saw this and smiled with satisfaction at the sight of them obeying. He looked at the woman with a lustful look, he then licked his lips as he looked at her up and down. Well, I guess it's okay if the goods have a little damage. The woman suddenly gasped and felt cold all over her spine. She looked at the villain with a look of contempt, she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. Izuku realized this was going to be the worst, even so, he was still trying to restrain himself. But the woman can't help being angry. The villain grabbed her hand and pulled her closer, they laughed as they watched the woman struggling to get her hand off. Izuku couldn't stand it anymore and threw a punch right in the villain's face, making him fly out of the room. Everyone in the room was shocked to see this, a child was able to send an adult man fly with just one punch. The other villains came back to their senses and immediately caught up with their boss who was kicked out of the room. The villain boss was lying on the floor with a broken nose and blood splattered on his face and clothes. He groaned as he struggled to get up. "Boss, are you all right?" His subordinates surrounded him to see if their boss was okay. The villain boss was furious and immediately ordered his subordinates to capture Izuku and others. "What are you doing, you bastard? Quickly catch that boy!" The women and children increased their alertness and held each other's hands. The woman who had been protecting Izuku before hardened her face, feeling the danger approaching. Feeling responsible for the situation that befell them, Izuku decided to come forward to face the villains alone. The woman prevented him from moving forward, but Izuku let go of her hand and nodded his head, telling her to believe in him. Izuku stepped up to deal with them, his only purpose was to protect them. Izuku rushed to the villains, defeating them one by one. They couldn't keep up with his movements and just stood there unable to do anything. The villain's boss gets even angrier when he sees his subordinates beaten without being able to put up a fight. He looked around, his eyes caught a group of children hugging each other with a woman holding them. He then rushed towards one of the kids, got rid of the woman holding them, and caught one of them. "Hey, what are you doing? Let him go." "Shut up, you btch." Hearing the sound from behind, Izuku looked back to see the villain boss holding a little boy in his arms. Izuku tried to approach them but stopped halfway through because the villain boss pointed a knife at the child's neck. "Don't dare to move, or I kill this boy." Izuku became doubtful whether he should attack or not, he didn't want the child to be injured. The villain smiled at Izuku's hesitation, he pulled the child away from them. "Don't come close, you're green hair, raise your hand and come here quickly before I slice this boy's neck." The villain boss pointed at Izuku with a gun in his left hand, telling him to come slowly. Izuku followed his orders, slowly approaching the boss with his hands raised in the air. The grinning villain boss threw the child to Izuku. Izuku reflexively caught the child and hugged him. An electronic voice sounded and an emergency quest suddenly appeared in front of him. Ring. An emergency search has been activated. Emergency quest Annihilation. Some individuals have murderous intent toward the player at close range. Kill them and ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, your heart will stop. Number of individuals killed, 1. Number of individuals killed, 0. Izuku widened his eyes as he looked at the contents of the quest. Time suddenly seemed to slow down, his head filled with the question, why? The system told him to kill with the guarantee of his own life. He may have seen countless deaths and has killed countless monsters, but he has never once killed a human being. For Hunter, the situation of killing or being killed is common. Hunters who enter the dungeon continue to do this to survive in the dungeon. Izuku also experienced the same thing, he kept killing many monsters to become strong with the help of the system. He knew that one day he might also kill humans, he had imagined this so many times that sometimes doubts arose in his heart. Izuku realized that the system was using him for some reason, so he decided that he would also use the system. No. He would devour the system. Feeling the flow of time returning to normal, his head suddenly became empty and the light disappeared from his eyes. He released his grip on the child in his protection, picked up the wooden fragments next to him, then turned around and stabbed the villain boss in the neck. Blood splattered from the stab wounds left by Izuku, splattering on his clothes, face, and hands. Izuku's expression darkened. He dropped the wood he was holding and looked at blood-stained his hands. In the end, what I'm afraid the most has finally happened. Ring. You have completed the emergency quest extermination. Quest. Rewards. Choose your reward. You can choose from the rewards below. Reward #recovery. Reward status #stat points +5. Reward #skill, bloodlust will. Do you receive your reward? Accept refuse. Skill, bloodlust LV.1. Active, skill. 100 mana using. Powerful energy, the selected target is placed in a state of fear for 1 minute. Multiple targets to choose from. Dash, fear effect, all stats minus 50%. In the end, I killed a man. All who saw the scene were shocked. A child was able to kill a man without blinking. The child who was near Izuku started crying loudly. He was terrified and ran away from Izuku toward the woman who was with Izuku before. The woman immediately hugged the child, trying to calm him down. She looked at Izuku in horror, then took a step back when their eyes met. Izuku turned his face away and turned his back to them. I'll find a rope to tie up other villains. Can you help calm down the children? The police will be here soon, so you will be fine. He stared at the body of the villain boss. Looking at his expression of death, Izuku recalled what kind of world he was living in. He was once again reminded that only the strong could survive, and the weak would be eliminated. He thanked him secretly for reminding him and swore to never forget this. Izuku then walked away looking for a leash but was stopped by the woman. Wait, what about you? Before he could finish his words, the sound of sirens along with the blue-red light of the police car came from the front of the building. Policemen in heavily armed black uniforms broke in. They immediately caught the villains who were lying on the floor and secured the victims. A policeman approaches Izuku but stops in shock at the sight of the villain boss's body lying lifeless in blood and Izuku's bloody appearance. He hesitated for a moment but immediately shook his head and walked toward Izuku. Are you all right? Izuku just nodded weakly even though his hands were tightly clenched into fists. Let's take you to a safe place. Izuku just obeyed, following the police out of the building. Outside the building, there were several policemen standing guard with ambulances to carry the injured. Izuku was taken to the ambulance to check his condition. After making sure he was okay, he was allowed to leave. But when he was about to head to the side, Izuku was stopped by one of the policemen. Hey, you! Izuku looked at him. He saw two people approaching him after talking to the woman who had been protecting him earlier. One is a man with short black hair and the other is a catman. Can we talk for a bit? Yes. I just talked to the woman. She said you were the one who called the police here. Can you follow us to the police station for further reports? Sure. Izuku has only given a dry answer since the beginning. He followed the police to the police station without saying a word. He remained silent until they arrived at the office. Izuku was asked to wait in the waiting room, while the police analyzed the footage on Izuku's phone. Hey kid, do you have a guardian to call? Izuku was silent for a while thinking about who to contact. He could have contacted Sugimoto but he had helped Izuku too much. Although Sugimoto is technically his guardian, Izuku doesn't want to disturb him any further. He becomes hesitant to contact him or not. What's the matter? Do you hesitate to contact your guardians? Izuku just glanced at him silently and then nodded slowly. The police knew what was going on in Izuku's head. He only advised him to contact his guardian, promising that he would burden him. Izuku just obeyed and decided to contact Sugimoto. After waiting for about 15 minutes, Sugimoto finally arrived at the police station and approached Izuku, who was in the waiting room. You really can't sit still, right? I'm sorry for the trouble I caused. It's okay. Besides, how could you be kidnapped in the first place? Sorry, I guess I'm just too careless when going out by myself. Okay, just don't do that anymore. Yes, I'm sorry. Sugimoto then patted his head to say that it was okay. Outside the lounge, the police were waiting, and then knocked on the door to ask Izuku a few questions. Excuse me, can I talk to the child for a while? Sugimoto looked at Izuku. Izuku then nodded in agreement. The police then entered the room and Sugimoto left, leaving room for the police to talk to Izuku. Hello, your name is Izuku, right? My name is Tsukachi Naomasa. Can you cooperate and answer some of my questions? Yes. Then I'll start. The interrogation lasts about an hour. Tsukachi asked Izuku many questions regarding his personal information and about what happened before and during the kidnapping. Izuku just explained what was necessary and ignored the unimportant information. He only explained in a dry tone because he still felt bitter after taking someone's life. Tsukachi noticed this during his conversation with Izuku. He felt sorry for him for being forced to do that because of his circumstances, but he didn't believe a 9-year-old child could kill an adult without blinking. Even so, Tsukachi still has to do something about him. He can't let it go so easily. It would be against the laws of society. He must also take care of this child, ensure that his psychology is okay and prevent him from becoming a villain in the future. Tsukachi also had a conversation with Izuku's guardian. He was one of the government agents, and it turned out that they had some circumstances that they could not explain. He tried to dig but the information was somehow blocked by the top. After requesting evidence and contacts belonging to Izuku and Sugimoto, he let them go home under 4 months house arrest sentence for Izuku and an investigation for Sugimoto. He can't give any more punishment in the future because he is still a child and he is still protected by the law. Tsukachi can only give him detention. For the time being, Izuku's case will be reprocessed through trial, or after an order from the leader. Thanks to being under house arrest, Izuku had to cancel all previously scheduled raids. A few days had passed and he just stayed in his room. Tsukachi has visited him several times for further examination, or just to confirm how things are going. His teammates also visited him after hearing what happened. Kyoko also made a fuss, saying that she would kill all the kidnappers if she found them. They just laughed at the commotion she was causing. Izuku knew that they were just trying to make him feel better, but he still couldn't get rid of the bitter feeling that lingered deep in his heart. All he could do was give a fake smile to make a fool of himself and others. Izuku is used to hiding his feelings, but he is still not good enough to deceive people who have the same pain as him. Todoroki narrowed his eyes seeing this. He decided to approach him at different times. After the others left Izuku's room, he approached him to talk to him. Izuku. Yes? You still have something you're hiding, right? Huh? It seems that I still can't deceive you. So what is it? It's just that I had a hard time and was exhausted. After a moment of silence, Izuku's smile disappeared, replaced by a dark face with a blank look. Well, I just can't believe how easy it is to take someone's life. I've heard the story, but it seems to really burden you. You're right. I have killed countless monsters. Maybe one day I will take someone's life too. I've imagined it countless times, and what I fear most has finally happened. No matter what the reason is, it is still wrong to kill a person. The guilt and bitterness are also imprinted clearly. I don't know what it's like since I have never taken someone's life before, but I can understand it somehow. You have gone through a lot, so take a rest. I will visit in my spare time. Thank you, I appreciate it. Without them knowing, someone had been listening to their conversation from the beginning. Kyoko notices that Todoroki approaches Izuku after they all leave. She decided to stay, curious about what the two men were talking about separately. After hearing their conversation just now, she felt really bad. She shouldn't have heard of those things. Kyoko thinks that she knows Izuku, but Izuku still has many stories that have not been told deep down in his heart. Kyoko felt sorry for him because of the burden he had to carry at such a young age. She couldn't even imagine himself in such a situation without receiving a mental breakdown. She had already had difficulty dealing with the smell of blood and wounds, as well as his fear of monsters in each raid. She may be lucky to be in such a strong team, but sometimes she also has to follow raids with other teams that have a higher chance of injury. Kyoko couldn't help but have to watch the scene where flesh and blood splattered everywhere, as well as the threat of losing her life at any time. She had to endure all of that while healing the team members. Even after Todoroki left Izuku's room, Kyoko remained in place. She hesitated to apologize for eavesdropping on their talk secretly. Izuku scooted Todoroki out of his room and leaned against the door. After watching Todoroki leave, Izuku started talking. So that's how Kyoko-san is there anything you want to say? Kyoko gasped when she heard Izuku's voice. She slowly walked out of hiding. So you know. Well, I can feel the slightest presence. Oh right, you are an assassin. I'm sorry for eavesdropping on your conversation just now. It's okay, I can't do anything with what's been spilled anyway. I'm sorry for that. It's fine. Kyoko was silent for a moment, because of the awkwardness of Izuku who spoke first. If there's nothing else I'll go in. Ah. Wait. Izuku stopped when Kyoko stopped him. If you still have a problem or something you can't talk to others about, do you want me to introduce you to a psychiatrist? Psychiatrist? Yes, you know if you have any difficulties or have any complaints, you can ask for advice like. I know. Before Kyoko could finish her words, Izuku stopped her. Thanks for the suggestion but I'll think about it. Okay. Again thank you for visiting, see you again Kyoko-san. Sure, I'll see you. Izuku then enters his room leaving Kyoko alone in the hallway. Kyoko kept staring at the closed door. Inexplicably she felt stupid after being caught eavesdropping on other people's talk. She then ran away from Izuku's room with a tomato-red face and hands covering her face. Inside his room, Izuku leaned against the door. He dragged himself to the bed and threw himself down. He had a lot of thoughts. After sending Kyoko away, Izuku decided to go to sleep. He didn't sleep well because of his busy schedule and what happened lately. He tried to close his eyes, but couldn't sleep in the slightest. Whether it's because he is too tired, or excessive stress. If I think about it, I haven't done the daily quest today. If it's just light exercise it shouldn't be a problem. He got up from his bed and then did his daily quest in his room. After 30 minutes of exercise, the remaining thing is running. Because it was winter he picked up his jacket, although he didn't feel cold because of his high status, and went straight to the dorm park. Izuku started running around the park. he couldn't go far from the dorm environment because his movements were always monitored through the monitor bracelet on his ankle. After he finished running, he stopped by the vending machine to buy a drink and sat on one of the park benches looking up at the afternoon sky. Izuku closed his eyes, feeling the direct sunlight hitting his face. Although it was winter, the afternoon sun was still warm. Izuku-kun? Izuku turned his head to see who the owner of the voice was. He saw a familiar face approaching him. He saw Tsukachi approaching him with a glass of coffee in his hand. Tsukachi-san? What are you doing here? I just finished meeting the director and walked around for a while. How about you? Just finished running and rested. Can I sit here? Sure, please, I don't mind. The two sat there, staring in the same direction. The sight of the falling orange sunlight made the snow shimmer yellow. People walked on the street. Several high school students walked home from school with their friends, chatted, and then laughed together. There are also families, walking together by holding hands each other. Izuku looked at the scene with cold eyes. It's not that he hates it, but that he suddenly remembered his former family. The thought of his former family enjoying their time happily in his absence made his mood cold. Tsukachi noticed this and decided to strike up a conversation to break the ice. Peace, isn't it? Izuku glanced at Tsukachi, who was sitting next to him, then looked back at staring at the street, then opened his mouth. Indeed. How are you doing recently? As you can see, except for the fact that I am under house arrest now. Haha. You're fine then. By the way, I heard that you were abandoned by your family. May I know the reason? Well, instead of them abandoning me, I guess. They just gave up on me. That's why I decided to leave. Is there a reason? I just think that there is no reason to keep something that can only hurt you. It is better to throw it away or stay away from it. I understand the reason, but have you ever considered what will happen to your family after you leave? Not really. I believe they're fine without me. Moreover, I think they'll be happy. The annoying ones are finally gone, and also I don't feel sorry about that. Tsukachi fell silent after hearing Izuku's answer. As a policeman, he has solved so many cases and thwarted many criminal acts. He has also caught so many criminals until now. Among those criminals, they are from the same background. They come from a messy families. The villains had no one to guide them or rely on, and as a result, they headed on the wrong path. It is they who blame the people for forcing them to take this path. They claim that they are victims of this kind of environment. They are another face of the hero society. They are people who live in the shadow of society, waiting for changes to show themselves. Tsukachi could somehow understand Izuku. He was just relieved that he hadn't gone in the wrong direction. He couldn't imagine a 9-year-old child becoming a villain. He couldn't even imagine it. If that happens, it will be huge damage to the hero society. People will question what heroes and cops do to the point of letting a child be a villain. The reputation of the hero will be tarnished by it. I see. After he finished talking with Izuku, he then stood up. It's nice to talk to you, but I have to go. Tsukachi stretched out his hand to Izuku. Izuku also stood up, took his hand, and then shook it back. I am also happy to chat with you. Take care of yourself, and stay away from problems, okay? Bye. I will, thank you Tsukachi-san, see you again. Tsukachi leaves Izuku alone. He returns to his office to continue his work as a policeman. Izuku looked back at the almost dark afternoon sky. The surrounding air began to become colder as it approached evening. He decided to finish his workout and go back inside to clean up and rest. A few days have passed, and Izuku is still serving his sentence under house arrest. He spends most of his activities around the dormitory and library. Izuku was lying on his bed and suddenly heard a knock on his door. He got up and walked towards the door to see who was visiting him. Izuku opened the door and saw Tsukachi waiting for him his door. He was quite surprised by the sudden unannounced visit from him. Tsukachi-san? Sorry for the unannounced visit, I should have told you but I don't have time. Is okay, so what brought you here? There is someone who wants to see you. Me? But can I know who it is? You will soon know. I'll take you there, the person is already waiting. Tsukachi guides Izuku to the parking lot and then takes him to the cafe to meet the person. It took 15 driving from the dormitory to the cafe. When they arrived, they went inside and saw that there was a woman already waiting for them. Izuku knew the woman. She was the one who tried to protect him during the kidnapping. They walked up to the woman and greeted each other. It was awkward at first until Tsukachi struck up a conversation. Miss, this is Izuku, he's the kid you asked to meet, right? Ah, yes, first let me introduce myself. My name is Todoroki Fuyumi, pleased to meet you. Izuku gasped when he heard the name of the woman in front of him. He has the same name as Todoroki Tuya, his friend. Todoroki told him that he has a younger sister and 2 younger brothers, so this woman must be his younger sister. I'm Izuku, nice to meet you. Tsukachi-san said you want to see me, can I know the reason? That Fuyumi was silent for a moment. She suddenly stood up and bowed to Izuku. Izuku was taken aback by Fuyumi's sudden action. Miss, what are you doing? Please stand up. It may be too late, but I want to thank you for saving me that day, and I want to apologize for my actions last time. Izuku's face turns dark as he recalls that incident in his head. The scene of the villain's dead body and the feel of someone's blood on his hand is still clear. Please, you don't need to do that, besides there is nothing to be grateful for in the accident. Fuyumi raised her head to look at Izuku's gloomy face. She then grabbed Izuku's hand, which was clenched so tightly that his nails were pressed against his palms. That's not true. If you hadn't saved me, I might not be alive now. If it was me, I'd probably do the same, so please don't blame yourself for it. Once again, Izuku was shocked by Fuyumi's actions. He could feel the warmth of Fuyumi's hand holding his. He could feel something cracked inside him, tears shed from his eyes, rolling down his cheeks without him knowing. Izuku felt his tears flow down his face. Fuyumi then took out a handkerchief and then wiped Izuku's tears. She looked worried as she wiped his tears. Are you okay? Did I say something that hurt you? No, it's okay, I'm fine, I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm crying. Fuyumi saw Izuku wiping his tears carelessly. She knew that he was hiding so much pain in his heart and was always trying to hide it from others, just like her brothers. She suddenly hugged him and patted his back warmly. It's okay. You've fought so hard until now, you can let go of the pain in your heart now. Hearing Fuyumi's words, the cracks inside Izuku widened even more until they finally broke. Izuku couldn't contain the flow of emotions that now overwhelmed him. The long-lost emotions are now back again. Feelings of anger, sadness, and regret are mixed. The feeling that had been turbulent in his heart finally flow out. All the wounds and pains that had been suppressed fell in the form of tears. Izuku cried loudly, falling in her arms. He has been waiting for someone to say that he has done a good job, that he can rest, and that it is okay to be weak because we are all human beings. Fuyumi hugged him again. She let him cry to lighten the burden accumulated in his heart while patting him on the back. It took a while for Izuku to finally calm down and finally fell asleep out of exhaustion. Tsukachi then takes Izuku back to his dormitory so he can rest. Fuyumi also wanted to accompany them, but she couldn't because she had work to do. She asks Tsukachi if she can get Izuku's contact so she can contact him sometime. Tsukachi agreed and then gave her Izuku's number. Tsukachi had offered to take her home, but Fuyumi refused because the place was nearby. Tsukachi accepted the reason, even though he knew it was a lie. He would rather not let a child who can finally sleep well wait even longer. Tsukachi then took Izuku to his dormitory, leaving Fuyumi alone. After watching their car leave, she breathed a sigh of relief. She was glad that she could help her savior somehow. There is a certain satisfaction in being able to help Izuku lighten his burden. Fuyumi smiled again at the thought of contacting Izuku once again just to have a small chat with him. He then walked lightly to leave the cafe in a better mood. After meeting Fuyumi that day, Izuku was taken home by Tsukachi. He slept all the way home and woke up in his room. He kept thanking him for taking him home and kept apologizing for the trouble he caused. Tsukachi didn't mind at all. Instead, he felt more sympathetic to Izuku for going through it all by himself. He felt sad that although he was an adult, he didn't realize the burden that a little boy had to carry on his shoulders. Fuyumi also had time to contact him. Izuku told her that he was sorry for disturbing her and for showing his weak spot in front of her. Fuyumi told him that she didn't mind at all, let alone that she was grateful to be able to help. A few weeks have passed since then, and the feelings inside Izuku have become lighter. His face became brighter for a child his age and not a fake smile with the gloomy eyes he used to show, although there was still an atmosphere that was not suitable for his age around him. Izuku is currently having dinner with his friend Todoroki Tuya in the dormitory canteen. Izuku has katsudon for himself and Todoroki has cold soba. They chatted during the meal. Todoroki told him about his raid today and how it goes since Izuku asked him. Todoroki and his other teammates raid an A-rank dungeon that appeared in Kyushu. The enemy is a giant monster made of mud. It was a smooth ride that they could complete in nearly 30 minutes, it was the fastest record in their raid history. It must be fun, I wish I could go too. You still have 2 months of detention, so be patient and wait. That's cruel, you know. It is your gift, so enjoy it. Hey! The two laughed together while mocking each other. They continued to chat until their conversation got off topic. Izuku then remembered the day he met Fuyumi. Izuku felt the need to tell Todoroki this because he was his younger brother, but he wasn't sure about that. Todoroki noticed Izuku's silence and then asked, "What is wrong?" "Nothing. For you to suddenly be silent, it's obvious you have something on your mind. Looks like I still can't fool you. You're still 10 years too early for that." Even though Izuku was a little annoyed, he just let it go and told Todoroki straight away. "I met your sister the other day." "Wait, you what?" I met your sister, her name is Todoroki Fuyumi, right? Yes, that's true, but how? Turned out that she was one of the kidnapping victims that day. She wanted to meet me, so she contacted Swakuchi-san for it. Izuku looked at Todoroki to see his reaction. He lowered his head, there was a trace of sadness, regret, and a hint of anger in his eyes. Really? So how is she? She looks fine, she even consults me, and thanks to her I'm feeling a little better now. Is that so? It's good to hear that. As her brother, I thank you for saving her. There was silence between them. Izuku then opened his mouth. Don't you miss your younger siblings? It's a lie if I don't miss them, but all I can do now is to look at them from afar. Do you want to meet them? What? Your sister invited me to dinner, she said I could bring a friend with me. I don't know, I'm not sure they are ready to meet their dead brother. It's you or them who are not ready? Tisk, stop reading people's feelings. Well, if you can read mine, then why can't I read yours? Tisk, fine, I'll think about it. Okay, let me know if you want to come. Sure. After they finished speaking, they separated and returned to their rooms. A few days later, Izuku stood in front of the dormitory waiting for someone while checking his phone. A few minutes passed, and finally, the one he was waiting for came. Izuku. So you come. Izuku saw Todoroki see something different in him. Todoroki's hair is black. Did you dye your hair? Shut up, you'd better not say my name while we're there. Okay, so what should I call you? Dabi. Dabi? It's a strange name. Todoroki glared at Izuku. Izuku just smiled after teasing Todoroki a little. Okay, I understand, Dabi-san. The two of them stood there waiting for Tsukachi to pick them up since Izuku couldn't go anywhere unattended. In addition to being Izuku's supervisor, Tsukachi was also invited to dinner by Fuyumi. After waiting for a while, Tsukachi finally came with his car. The two of them walked in and headed to the location Fuyumi gave them. 30 minutes drive they arrived at a traditional Japanese-style house. Izuku and Tuya got off first while Tsukachi parked the car. Tuya looked at his old house, mixed feelings engraved in his eyes. Izuku just glanced at him and immediately returned to face the house. Is it here? Yes. There was a delay in Tuya's answer. It was understandable since he was back in the house he had left for many years. Izuku would have reacted the same way if it had been him. Tsukachi arrived, and then knocked on the door. After a while, someone finally opened the door. Fuyumi came out to greet her guests. Welcome, although busy, thank you for coming. Same here, thanks for inviting us, Tsukachi. You are welcome. By the way, is that person your friend? Ah, right, this is my friend Dabi-san, Izuku. Nice to meet you, my name is Todoroki Fuyumi. Tuya looked at her and then nodded in response to her greeting. Dabi. There was an awkward silence between them, seeing this and putting himself in the middle of them. Hey, please forgive him, he is such a person. It's okay, then please come in, dinner is ready. Then please excuse us. They entered the house, and Fuyumi guided them to the dining room. There were already two people waiting for them there. Fuyumi walked in first and then introduced her family members. Please have a sit, let me introduce you, this is my brothers Natsuo and Shoto, this is the one who saved me Izuku-kun and his friend Dabi-san, this is also the policeman who helped me Tsukachi-san. Hello, thank you for saving our sister, I am Todoroki Natsuo. Shoto. They fell silent after listening to Shoto's answer. They didn't expect to hear the same answer in one day, especially Izuku. He reflexively glanced at Tuya. Izuku tried not to laugh, thinking that his youngest brother would give the same response as him. After all, brother is still a brother. Tuya knew Izuku was laughing at him and gave him a sharp glare. Feeling that the conversation was not flowing, Fuyumi invited them to sit down and start dinner. Dinner is already served at the table. There are cold soba, garage, salads, and some other dishes. Izuku tried it himself, he was speechless because it tasted so good, and so was Tsukachi. But in Tuya's case, a hint of longing was attached to him. As his friend, Izuku decides to speak up instead of Tuya. Wow, this is delicious, did you make it yourself? Thanks for the compliment, and yes, I made this myself because our housekeeper retired some time ago because of her age. That's amazing, but what about your parents? Tsukachi. Well, our father was always busy and didn't have time for us, so we always took care of ourselves. What about your mother? That. Tack. They were taken aback by the voice coming from Tuya. He deliberately put down his chopsticks hard. Now everyone's attention is on Tuya. Excuse me, can I borrow your bathroom? Oh, of course, Natsu, can you show our guests the bathroom? Okay. Tuya left with Natsuo, leaving the dining room in a strange atmosphere. There was an awkward silence between them, nobody opened his mouth to break the ice. Tsukachi felt guilty for offending a part he shouldn't have done. He immediately apologized to Fuyumi for slipping his tongue. Sorry, I crossed the line. It's okay, I'm fine with it, it's fine. Although she said that, Izuku and Tsukachi knew that she was not doing well. But they just followed her since she didn't want to talk about it. Meanwhile, Tuya is washing his face in the bathroom with Natsuo waiting at the door. He saw a shadow of himself. He didn't believe that he would return to this home after a long time. He was happy to see that his brothers and sister were okay, but when he heard about his parents, the bitterness came back. The anger that had been buried for a long time was now trying to show its fangs. After so many years his anger still hasn't subsided, instead, it is hidden deep in his heart. Tuya was lost in thought for a moment, but he came back when he heard the knocking sound from his brother. Excuse me Dabi-san, are you done? Yes I'm done. Tuya opened the door and saw his brother waiting for him at the door. What made you so long? I'm just thinking about something. Really? Well let's go back, sister must have been waiting for us. Sure. Tuya followed Natsuo back to the dining room, only to see such an awkward air when they got there. Natsuo approached his sister asking what happened. Fuyumi noticed that her brother had returned and quickly replied that everything was fine, although she had an awkward smile on her face. They continued their dinner without further conversation. Before returning home, Izuku and the others helped them clean up the table. At first, Fuyumi felt bad for letting her guests help clean up, but later accepted their help. After finishing cleaning, Fuyumi accompanies Izuku and the others to the front of the house with Natsuo and Shoto. Thank you for today, and I apologize for the inconvenience I caused, Tsukachi. Are welcome, and don't mention it, it's okay. Tsukachi bowed slightly, apologizing for what he had caused. Fuyumi felt burdened to see Tsukachi bowing to her. After receiving Tsukachi's apology, Fuyumi turned her gaze to Izuku. Izuku-kun. Yes? Will you visit us sometime? I think it would be nice if you and Shoto could get along since you guys are the same age. Izuku was silent for a moment. He didn't have any friends who were about the same age as him, because he was always busy and no one his age became a hunter. Of course, if I had time I would visit. Thank you, I hope you two can get along. Sure. Izuku approached Shoto who had been standing still since just now. Izuku offered him his hand. I hope we can get along Shoto-kun. Shoto hesitated at first, with Izuku's sudden approach. But he later accepted Izuku's hand. Same here too. The two shook hands with each other, although Shoto seemed awkward he seemed happy to accept, and so did Izuku. Both of them seemed happy to make new friends, especially Izuku. He smiled innocently, he was just happy to finally have a friend who was about the same age as him. When they were done, Izuku and the others went home. Tsukachi took Izuku and Tuya to their dormitory. Along the way, they chatted a little, but Tuya remained silent. He seemed lost in thought to himself. They arrive at the dormitory, Tsukachi heading first because he still has work to do, leaving Izuku and Tuya in front of the dormitory. Izuku glanced at Tuya as he had remained silent from the moment they got into the car. He decided to open his mouth to strike up a conversation. You okay there? Tuya was silent for a while before answering. Yes. I'm fine. Are you sure? Yes, let's go back, I'm tired. Tuya answered Izuku's question quietly, he didn't seem to have any spirit left, and his eyes already looked tired. Izuku decides to let Tuya rest, after what he's been through tonight. It was a difficult dinner even for Izuku. The two of them headed toward their respective rooms. It's 10 o'clock in the evening. Tuya was lying on his bed, he stared blankly at the ceiling of his room. His mind is still glued to his family. Tuya was relieved to see that his siblings were okay, but still. After knowing how his father still treated them the same, he had no choice but to get angry. He slowly closed his eyes, the images of his father appeared in front of him. The eyes full of greed looked at him, he could still yell at him, telling him to stop. Tuya gritted his teeth, slamming his fist on the bed. In the end, he spent the whole night without sleeping in the slightest. 2 months have passed since then, and the time for Izuku's release has finally arrived. Izuku is currently at the police station with Sugimoto to remove his cuffs. It only took a few minutes to take off the HNDCFFS, write a few reports, and sign some documents. Everything is taken care of by Tsukachi because he is Izuku's supervisor. With this all done, you are officially free now. Thank you Tsukachi-san and sorry for the trouble. It's okay, but don't make trouble in the future. Well I'll see you again Tsukachi-san. See you later. After finishing, Izuku walked out of the police station, meeting Sugimoto who was already waiting for him in front of the police station. Sugimoto-san. Sugimoto, who was checking his schedule, turned his head to look at Izuku who was walking towards him, and then turned off his tablet. Is it done? Yes, it's not as long as I thought. Well, that's good, should I treat you to celebrate your freedom? There's no need. Instead, how about I treat you since I'm the one who keeps bothering you here? Fine then. It was still early in the morning and the two hadn't had breakfast yet, so they both headed toward the restaurant that was open for breakfast. While eating they chatted while discussing the dungeon, the distribution of witch stones, and the bureau's problems. As they finished eating, Sugimoto headed to the bureau first because he still had work to do, while Izuku was going to stay. He said he wanted to go out for a while before going home. After parting with Sugimoto, Izuku began walking down the street. It was Saturday and there were a lot of people on the street. People walked and gathered with their friends, some heroes patrolled along the way. It was quite peaceful. He walked for 15 minutes when he suddenly remembered a place he hadn't been to recently. Izuku then turned towards the train station. It takes 5 minutes by train and 10 minutes walk from the station to get to the location. It's been a long time since I've been here. Izuku arrived at Dagoba Beach. He hadn't been here in a long time due to his hectic schedule and detention. He looked around. There were still piles of garbage along the beach. I saw that this place has not changed in the slightest. It is still the same as before. A thought flashed through his head, and he jumped down and started collecting garbage. Given a large amount of garbage piled up and the vastness of the beach, it seems impossible to clean it up in a day. Izuku then summoned some of his shadow soldiers to help him clear the beach. After a few hours of cleaning, he could only clean up a small part of the beach. Izuku decided to stop here for the time being and called the cleaning service to pick up the garbage. It didn't take long for the cleaning service to come. At first, the cleaners were surprised to see the pile of garbage that had accumulated quite a lot. He approached Izuku and asked if he was the one who cleaned up all this garbage alone. Izuku just gave him a nod in response. The janitor asked no further questions and then began work collecting garbage onto the truck. After paying the janitor, Izuku then went home. Along the way, Izuku checked his mobile phone and saw a message notification from the bureau. Izuku then opened the message as soon as he saw it. His schedule has been updated and he sees that he has an attack scheduled for tomorrow. It was a D-rank dungeon and that team was a new team meant to train rookies. I guess Sugimoto-san gave me some leeway because this is my first raid after so long. After he finished reading all the messages, he turned off his phone and continued on the way home, resting and preparing for tomorrow's raid. The raid will start at 10 a.m. and Izuku is still getting ready in his room. After putting on the armor and preparing his weapons, he then went to the meeting room to meet the rest of his teammates. For this raid, Izuku is not alone. He is with Daichi, who is the leader of the raid because he is an A-rank hunter. Izuku was already there, and Daichi approached and greeted him as soon as he arrived. People have already gathered around and it seems that he is the last one. Yo Izuku, so you are the last one? It's unlike you. Is it because this is the first time for you after so long? Hello Daichi-san, sorry if I'm late. It's okay. Anyway, let's introduce you to the others. Daichi takes Izuku to face the rest of the team. 4 people were sitting in front of him, 3 men and 1 woman. They look about 18 to mid-20s years old and their rank is E, some close to D rank. Izuku can observe them accurately because of his high sense stat. Okay, everyone is Izuku. He is the one who will protect your back today. Not long ago he was promoted to B rank. He is indeed younger than you guys, yet I can guarantee his ability. Hello, I'm Izuku, B rank, assassin. Please cooperate today. Izuku bowed slightly to give a greeting, then raised his face, judging the reaction of others. One of them raised his eyebrows, and one squinted his eyes, but most of them gave the same reaction, hesitating. It seems that they don't believe an 11-year-old child is a B-rank hunter. Especially the warrior named Riku. He was one of the most promising among the trainees, but when he heard that there were the best graduates as well as the youngest hunters, he became curious. And now the person who has been a rumor has been in front of him. At first glance, he looked disappointed. In front of his eyes, Izuku didn't look impressive just by looking at his clean equipment, compared to Daichi's rough equipment and full of scratch. After a while of observing each other, one of them began to introduce himself followed by the other. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Chiharu Mio, an E-rank mage. I'm Yamato Asa, the E-rank healer. Kiyoshi Riku, E-rank warrior. Same here, warrior rank E, Daisuke Toma. After everyone introduced themselves, Daichi went in to take over. Okay, now everyone knows each other, let's get to the car before we are late. The car was already waiting for them in front of the building. They got into the car and then headed towards the dungeon location. It takes half an hour's drive and 15 minutes walk to get there. The location itself is deep in the forest, and there is very little access here. There were already several agents guarding the gate when they got there. Daichi approached them, and after a while of conversation and some confirmation documents, they got permission to enter. Monsters began to appear as soon as they entered. With Daichi's signal, they started a battle. The new trainees fight well, and they can follow Daichi's direction well. Izuku didn't even need to intervene to help them, he just helped get rid of the monsters that escaped their attack. It was quite disappointing that he couldn't come forward to fight, but he had no choice. His task here was just to guard them, making sure the raid went smoothly. 2 hours passed, all the monsters had been killed, and all that was left was the dungeon boss. They looked tired after a long battle. After a short break, they headed towards the boss's room. The boss is a giant golem monster made of stone. They can feel the intimidation coming from him. Daichi stepped forward, raising the shield in his hand forward. He began to order the trainees to get ready. Daichi begins to attract the boss's aggro while Chiharu begins to prepare a fire attack spell. When the boss's attention fell on Daichi, Chiharu cast her fire spell. The fire was successfully extinguished, and Daisuke and Kiyoshi then launched attacks from both sides. Izuku, who was just helping from the side, finally came to help in person. Just after the flame died, Izuku appeared behind the monster. He raised his dagger and aimed for the boss's leg joints that make it knelt on the ground. Seeing the opportunity, Daisuke made his attack on the boss monster, but the golem's hand hit him and made him hit the wall of the cave. Izuku immediately rushed towards him. Although blood dripped from his forehead, he seemed to be fine. Izuku then carried him on his shoulders and took him to Yamato to get treatment. After leaving Daisuke to Yamato, Izuku returns to battle, helping Kiyoshi, who seems to be having trouble dealing with his boss. The boss's body was already covered with scratches and blackened because of Chiharu's fire spell. Kiyoshi looked out of breath. His body was sweating, but it seemed that he was not injured anywhere. Seeing their condition, Izuku decided to end this. Izuku disappeared and then reappeared behind the boss. It was so fast it was almost as if he was teleporting. Izuku then dug into the boss back with his dagger, exposing the core. He immediately sliced it into pieces. The golem's body collapses as loses its core. The others who were watching were shocked by the scene before them, and the fact that it was an 11-year-old boy who finished it made them even more shocked. Even Daichi was taken aback. He thought Izuku's movements would be stiffed, but Izuku fought better than he thought, exceeding his expectation. After cleaning his clothes, Izuku approached Kiyoshi, who was sitting on the ground breathing. Izuku stretched out his hand to help him up. The rest of the team also gathered around them. Daichi approached Izuku and hit him on the back. "I see you are still sharp despite being under house arrest." Daichi teased Izuku in a playful tone. Izuku replied with an awkward laugh and then replied, "Well, I never miss my daily workouts every day, so I don't lose my touch. TCH, what a diligent brat. You have to relax while you can. I'd be anxious if I just sat still. This brat." Daichi then turned to the others. "Good job everyone, let's finish it so we can go home." They finished collecting mana stones and exited the dungeon. Daichi was talking to the bureau agent while the others were resting in the woods. Daichi then approached, and he offered them to have lunch together, which they agreed to. "Hey Izuku, you didn't come." "Sorry Daichi-san, I still have business after this, maybe next time." "Too bad, alright then, see you later." "See you." Izuku parted ways with the others. His teammates went to the restaurant, while Izuku went to the station, taking the train to Tokyo. After getting off the train, Izuku headed straight for Tokyo Tower. He was about to enter the dungeons of the Demon Castle. He stood before the entrance, his heart pounding excitedly at the thought of the battle ahead. Izuku took out the key to the dungeon of the Demon's Castle from his inventory. He pressed the key in front. The familiar red energy vortex rotated in front of him. It began to form a portal with high-intensity energy. Izuku stepped in. He was immediately greeted with a flame and a view of the city burning into a sea of flames. A familiar system message appeared in front of him. "Ring. Floors 1 to 27 are open. Which floor do you want to access?" 27. Izuku's body was shrouded in red light. He moved to the 27th floor. As soon as he arrived, demons began to surround him. He smiled at this scene. He then retracted his dagger and began to rush towards the crowd of demons in front of him. The demons in front of him were cut off and began to fall one by one. Izuku felt a feeling that he hadn't felt for a long time. The heat of the battle, the sensation of the hand holding the weapon, he missed this sensation. He finally felt right at home. This is where it belongs. Right, this is where I belong. A smile expands at the corner of Izuku's mouth. He can feel his heart beating wildly. He clutched his dagger once again in a hurry to kill the demon in front of him, making enough space. He then raised his hand to summon his long-sleeping soldiers, waiting for their MSTR's call. "Arise." His shadow grew, taking the form of knights and monsters. Among the shadows, the most prominent shadows were a knight with a red mane, an ice elf known as Hyaki, a knight holding a huge axe and shield, and an ice bear shadow covered with battle scratches. They are all subject to one MSTR, ready to fulfill the will of the MSTR. "It's been a long time everyone. Izuku looked at his troops and then turned his eyes. They had been surrounded by demons on that floor. Let's go. At the police station, Tsukachi was holding his head. His head was spinning thinking about the case he was working on. His desk was full of documents and quite messy. Tsukachi is working on a case where a villain commits a robbery as well as a murderer and manages to escape through a mysterious impenetrable portal. At first, they thought it was the villain's quirk, but after investigation, it turned out not to be. The villain's quirk is related to speed. They assumed the villain had an ally, but based on his criminal record, he committed all his crimes alone. Police are currently being confused with a portal used by criminals to escape. The portal did not disappear even after a few days, and since no one could enter, the investigation stalled. Tsukachi has put all his efforts into this case, but he still doesn't know what is going on. He also asked some heroes to help but still no improvement. Amidst the confusion, he suddenly remembered a story he had heard not long ago, about a gate connecting to another world full of monsters. At first, he didn't believe it and thought it was just a story, but now that he found something similar, he started to think about it again. This is just an assumption, but he is sure there must be some clue. He then pulled out his cell phone, making a call to the person who told the story. Somewhere in the city of Hosu, in an abandoned building, several people gathered in front of a kind of blue portal that was about to close. Among those people, Izuku is one of them. He had just completed a dungeon raid with his team where Izuku was their leader. A year has passed since his sentence is over. Izuku is now 12 years old and has reached the A rank within a year. His daily life hasn't changed much. He was still raiding dungeons as usual, and on vacation, he went to the Demon Castle dungeon or visited Fuyumi and Shoto. Many are against Izuku rising to A rank, but thanks to the performance he showed during the tests and the record of the results of his raids, he was able to pass it. Izuku once again recorded his name in Hunter history as the fastest to reach the A rank in a year. The new team he led had no choice but to admit this fact after seeing his performance during the raid. Thanks to him, they were able to get out unscathed. Izuku was cleaning up his equipment after finishing making a report to the bureau agent. Suddenly he heard his phone ring. He took out his phone to see who was calling him. Hello, Tsukachi-san? Hello Izuku, sorry if I bothered you, are you busy? No, not at all. Well, can we meet? I have something to ask you. Sure, where should I meet you? Just say where you are at the moment, I'll pick you up. I am currently in Hosu City. What are you doing there? Work. Alright, I'll meet you there. After hanging up the phone, Izuku saw his team say that he had some business to deal with so that they could go first, which they all agreed to because of the fatigue they felt after 2 consecutive raids. Izuku goes to a nearby park after sending his teammates home, waiting for Tsukachi to pick him up. 10 minutes goes by, and Tsukachi finally arrived. They then looked for a quiet cafe to chat with. They arrived at a coffee shop that had only a few people including employees, suitable for holding private meetings here. After finishing the order, Tsukachi took a few pictures and showed them to Izuku. It was a photo of a blue portal that looked familiar to Izuku. Izuku widened his eyes as soon as he saw it. Tsukachi-san, from where did you get this? As expected, you know about this. Izuku was silent for a moment. He hesitated to answer because he didn't have the authority to do so. Yes, I know. Can you tell me what it is? I am investigating a case involving this thing. I'm sorry Tsukachi-san, I'm afraid I can't do that. The problem is I don't have the authority to reveal it to you. I have to talk to my superiors to get permission. Is that so? Can you at least help me with this? Please, I've been chasing this villain for a month. He is a murderer who threatens the citizens. I'll try to talk to my superiors to see if there's anything I can do with it. I thank you for your help. Don't mention it. Izuku steps aside for a while to call Sugimoto, asking for permission to help Tsukachi with his case. After discussing for a while, he finally gave permission, as long as the police allowed the bureau to participate in the investigation, which would later involve Izuku as their agent. Izuku then approached Tsukachi, who was waiting for him, to tell him the good news and the conditions their bureau had given them to conduct the investigation. Tsukachi then agreed to the trim given. At first, Izuku was confused about where to start, but then he started telling him about the gate, dungeon, and hunter. Tsukachi listens carefully throughout the story, trying not to miss anything. So you mean that there is a portal that connects our world with another world full of monsters, and only those who receive awakening can enter? Yes, is there a part you don't understand? But it doesn't make sense. Well, this world itself didn't make sense in the first place. Izuku replied as he drank his almost cold coffee. But how could no one know about it? Izuku smiled faintly, recalling his old memories. It is all thanks to the hard work of the government that no one knows about it. Okay, so that means this villain is already an awakener and can go in and out of the gate freely. Maybe, but being in a dungeon is not easy, you have to deal with the monsters in it. Because he entered the dungeon at random, he could accidentally break into a high-ranking dungeon and encounter a powerful monster. I'm not sure if he'll be alive if that happens. So how can we track it down? I can help you with that. If he is an awakening, then I can trace his mana trail. Since my job is an assassin, I'm more suitable when it comes to tracking mana than other hunters. Are you sure about this? Yes, and also I'm stronger than you think. After finishing discussing the matter of the case, Izuku and Tsukachi head to the location where the villain was last seen. They came to an alley far away from the crowd. Izuku began to look around, looking for which traces were left behind. His eyes began to glow blue as he lifted his mana. Tsukachi couldn't feel it, but he knew something had changed about Izuku. Found him. What, already? Tsukachi couldn't believe that Izuku was able to find the villain in such a short time, although it took almost an entire day for the police to track him down. Is indeed a bit vague, but there is a trace of magic here leading to a place. Follow me. Izuku begins to walk out of the hall following the magic trail left by the villain, while Tsukachi just follows him silently from behind. 20 minutes walk, they came to an empty building near a hill quite far from the first location. Izuku didn't feel any presence from inside the building, but he could feel the mana flowing from inside. They headed inside, which was just an ordinary shabby room filled with dust and moss since it was left empty for a long time. They kept walking until they came to a large room that looked like a hall. There is an open gate in the middle of the room. Tsukachi was stunned to see the gate right in front of his eyes. The scene he had never seen before made him pause for a moment, admiring the gate in front of him. Izuku narrowed his eyes as he felt the magical energy radiating out of the gate. Based on the magical energy he felt, this gate was between rank D to rank C, and it felt like it was about to break. To clear this dungeon alone, at least one hunter ranks B or two rank C, and several hunter ranks D and E. As for rank A, they must be able to complete this kind of dungeon alone. Thinking of contacting the bureau for help, but he quickly dismissed the thought by shaking his head. This shouldn't be a big deal for Izuku because he is an A rank hunter. Tsukachi-san, I'm going in. Tsukachi was surprised by the sudden statement Izuku made. He immediately grabbed the shoulders of Izuku, who was about to walk in. Wait. Are you sure? You're not going to ask for help or what? It's okay, I'm an A rank hunter, the D rank dungeon won't be a problem for me, besides I have to close this before the break occurs. After removing Tsukachi's hand from his shoulder after reassuring him, he continued to walk inside the gate. The interior of the dungeon itself is an ordinary cave with a little blood residue. He could see that there were traces of fighting left on the walls and floors of the cave. He followed in the trace, and as he followed it, the trail began to look strange. At first, the traces left were only sharp weapons, but as he followed him the traces began to increase and he could see the footsteps of human scratches on the floor dragged into the boss's room. There are also traces of accompanying blood along the trajectory. Izuku entered the boss room and witnessed a gore scene where a man's body was torn to pieces by wolf fangs. He wasn't even shaken by seeing the scene, he had already seen much worse than this. He then sighed, there was nothing he could do in this kind of situation. Igris. A shadow knight formed behind him. Bring some soldiers and clean up this place, I will take care of this person. Igris then lowered his head, and several shadow knights and shadow monsters formed behind the two. Igris and the other shadow warriors then swarmed the crowd of monsters in front of them, leaving Izuku alone with the villain's corpse. Looking at the corpse, this villain is almost unrecognizable by the bite wounds and scratches all over his body. Izuku took out his jacket and covered his corpse with it. Izuku took the body on his shoulder and then walked out. Outside, Tsukachi stood in front of the gate worried. He even tried to get in but couldn't, like there was a transparent wall blocking him. Based on what he heard from Izuku, the gate was an unexpected place where anything could happen. Since he didn't have access to know what happened inside, he could only pray that nothing bad would happen. Tsukachi paced back and forth in front of the gate, he stopped once, knocking his feet on the floor. He tried to be patient and believe in Izuku this time. It wasn't long before he could see the silhouette of someone from inside the gate walking outside. The silhouette became clearer and clearer. Izuku walked out carrying someone wrapped in a jacket on his shoulder. Izuku saw Tsukachi who was waiting for him, he then looked for a space and then laid down the villain's body. Tsukachi approached him as well. He looked at the corpse of the villain, he couldn't hide his surprise after seeing the condition of the villain's body. Izuku, this. It seems that we are late, the monster has already made his conditions like this when I arrived. I found traces of fighting inside, he was forcibly dragged into the boss's room and finally became their food. But this. I know. What kind of monster does this? The red wolves, they are stronger and faster than ordinary wolves, also because they are trapped inside for almost a week they become more brutal and ferocious. Tsukachi closed his eyes and then took a deep breath. The case that gave him a headache for a few days has been over, but now he has to perform another headache. How should I write a report now? A few months have passed since then, and nothing special happened around that time. Everyone is doing their daily life normally. Izuku is now inside the dungeon of Demon Castle. After a year and a half, he finally reached the 50th floor. The 50th floor is guarded by a boss-level demon with another demon as his bodyguard. A red name floated over his head. The ruler of the lower floor, the avaricious Vulcan. The devil himself was sitting on a throne made of bones. A big red body, he held a club in his right arm while looking down on his opponent. Izuku looked at Vulcan, thinking about how big this demon is. He compares himself to Vulcan, although he has to deal with it himself. That big guy looked dangerous. I have to deal with him myself. Izuku raised his hand, ordering the wizards in his army to attack the Vulcan guards. Ring. Vulcan guards have detected intruders. Get rid of them. As he ordered his shadow soldiers to attack, Izuku activated his stealth skill. A clash of swords occurred between Izuku's army and Vulcan's guards. Although his bodyguard is a high-level demon, Izuku's shadow soldiers are equivalent to him. The number of soldiers he could defend increased and became stronger. Since he has improved his intelligence statistics, he should have more than enough mana to allow his soldiers to recover. That demon didn't make a single move. I'll finish it off quickly. It will be easier than I thought. Or so he thought. Vulcan, who used to sit on his throne, is now gone in the blink of an eye. He reappeared in front of Izuku's army and wiped them all out with one blow. What? He is so fast. Izuku widened his eyes, surprised. Although Vulcan had such a big body, he still could move so fast. Immersed in shock for a moment, Izuku regained his sense when he saw his soldiers being annihilated. Izuku ran towards Vulcan. He jumped into the air, releasing his stealth. His arm muscles tightened to the point of tearing his clothes, and he clenched his fists while inserting mana into them. UBSTRD. Bam! Izuku's fist hit Vulcan's side face. It was like a bullet, sending him flying towards several buildings ahead. Izuku didn't expect that he would send Vulcan flying with just one hit. I did punch him hard, but I didn't expect to send him to fly that far. He looked at his fist in disbelief. There was even no scratch on his fist. Oh, come to think of it, my status. Stats. Strength, 150. Vitality, 109. Agility, 139. Intelligence, 115. Sense, 111. Physical damage reduction, 46. Right, I forgot about it. Because he mostly accepted the assassin class skill and got the mage class as his job, Izuku forgot something. Strength, 150. Although he has invested his points in intelligence these days, his strength is still a few points higher than his intelligence. He noticed it too late because of his slow growth. He only received very few experience points when raiding with other hunters, and he could only hunt alone within the Devil's Castle. I've become stronger. Izuku raised his head to see Vulcan's body trapped between the buildings. But this is not the time to rejoice. Ring. The ruler of the lower floor, the avaricious Vulcan, has used the skill, Wrath. Vulcan will maintain its Rage status. Vulcan's stats will increase by 50%. Vulcan will feel less pain. The air around him trembled, a burst of energy that came from Vulcan after he activated his skill. That. The same skill that Cerberus used. The angry Vulcan rushed towards Izuku, the ground rumbling as Vulcan stepped on it. His movements are even faster than before. At this rate, I can't block his attack. I'm going to suffer a direct blow. Izuku glanced at his soldier who was fighting the Vulcan guards behind him. His eyes scanned the battlefield, and amidst the chaos, he spotted iron. Iron! Izuku shouted, and his knight instantly understood the MSDR's order. Iron threw his shield towards Izuku. Izuku caught it and clasped it in his hand. When he turned his gaze forward, Vulcan was already there. He raised his shield and focused his strength on his arm. Bang! 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 The Vulcan wand hit the shield, not once, but in a row. The brutal attack kept pushing him down, but Izuku could still hold it. Thanks to his power stats, he was able to withstand Vulcan's attacks. If this continues, I will be destroyed. I must find the right time to fight back. It's not my style to be a tanker. Bang! When the Vulcan wand was pulled back, Izuku jumped, aimed toward the demon's head. But that's what Vulcan predicted. He swung his club horizontally directly at Izuku. He trapped me. Izuku, who was in the air, couldn't dodge easily. He looked at the Vulcan's club aimed at him in slow motion. DMN, I can't avoid his attack in the air, if I can move my body somehow. Suddenly a thought flashed through his head. Wait, move my body? There was no time to think. Izuku rushed to use Ruler's touch to push himself away from Vulcan's long-range attack. Thanks to the rebound effect of his skills, he managed to dodge the attack. Phew! That was close. Who knows that learning physics can save my life like this? Izuku, who was relieved, sighed. But on the other hand, Vulcan's face wrinkled with anger. Izuku managed to dodge, but the attack would not have much impact, considering the size of the opponent. With his current dagger, Izuku could only do damage to Vulcan's head. But he would put himself in too much danger if he predict his movements while also aiming at his head. His eyes scanned the surroundings. He then came up with an idea. The corners of his mouth raised, and he turned around and started running. Assuming Izuku tried to escape, Vulcan chased him quickly. Izuku controlled his movements so that Vulcan could follow directly behind him. Izuku ran towards a certain building whose top was slant and almost collapse. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, and Vulcan began to speed up to catch up with Izuku. This should work. Izuku also increased his speed using the sprint skill and ran towards the side of the collapsed building. Vulcan could feel something strange, but it was too late to slow down. Izuku reached the sloping part of the building. Vulcan was already directly below him. He then kicked the building with all his might, breaking the glass window on which it stands. Under the surprise, Vulcan rolled his eyes, looking at Izuku with a smile on his face. Holding the dagger in both hands, Izuku cut a protruding artery on his thick neck. Slash. Roar. A roar sounded as blood dripped from Vulcan's neck, but it was still not enough. Izuku activated Vital Stab to attack him many times, and finally the message he had been waiting for appeared. Ring. You have defeated the ruler of the lower floor, the avaricious Vulcan. You have gained 150,000 EXP points. Vulcan has taken out the demon soul from his stomach. You get 72 demon souls. You leveled up. You leveled up. Dust billowed in the air as a result of the fall of Vulcan's body. Izuku looked around. He was about to help his soldiers, but they were almost done too. With them working together, they were able to take down the Vulcan guards. Izuku then left them to finish their battle. He then checked the rewards he got. Ring. You have obtained the item, Demon Monarch's Earring. Item, Demon Monarch's Earring. Item class, S. Type, Accessory. Strength plus 20, Health plus 20. The set effect will be activated if this item is equipped along with Demon Monarch's Necklace. Demon Monarch's Ring. Set effect, Locked. Set effect, Locked. You have obtained the item, Orb of Avarice. Item, Orb of Avarice. Item class, A. Type, Magic Item. An orb created by the petrified blood of a high-rank demon, Vulcan. It will amplify magic effects to deal more damage. Effect, Longing to Destroy, double magic damage. You have obtained the item, Vulcan's Horns. Item, Vulcan's Horns. Item class, None. Type, Material. An item that can be obtained after fighting Vulcan. You have obtained the material item, Fragment of the World Tree. Item, Fragment of the World Tree. Item class? Type, Used wood material. A leftover piece of wood from removing the corrupted part of Vulcan's club, which was created from the World Tree's branch. Woods from the World Tree contains powerful magic and are thus used as an ingredient for magic items of the highest quality. As expected of the boss level. Izuku looked at the item information one by one. Some items caught Izuku's attention. Fragment of the World Tree. He read the item information. He could feel powerful energy coming from it when he held it. He then decided to keep it, for now, maybe use it somehow, then move on to the next item. Next is Demon Monarch's Earring. Based on the information of the item, it is a set item and increases strength and health by 20 points. It is equivalent to leveling up 8 times. Izuku smiled knowing that one piece of a set of items can have this good effect. Since he found it here, the other parts should be on another floor of this place. He couldn't wait to find other things. After finishing with Demon Monarch's Earring, Izuku then looked at the red marble the size of a billiard ball in his hand. Based on the description of Marble of Avarice will double the magic damage, but when Izuku looked at the statistics, nothing changed. How should I use this? While Izuku was busy arranging his thoughts, Igris approached him with 6 demon heads in his hands and placed them in front of Izuku. Izuku looked at the knight kneeling in front of him. Can you stop doing that? Of course, there was no answer from him. He just continued to bow his head respectfully. Not long after Iron also came to them dragging Vulcan's head he cut off, even though Izuku was the one who defeated him. Izuku just sighed when he saw the actions of his soldiers. Well, if it weren't for your help, I would have died now. An idea suddenly flashed in his mind. What if he gave Marble of Avarice to one of his soldiers like how he used the Iron Shield? Izuku then summons one of the shadow mages to approach him. After giving the Marble of Avarice to the mage, he pointed at one of the buildings and ordered the mage to attack. As Izuku signaled, a fireball that was twice the size of the one he used to see was shaped in the wizard's hand. Izuku widened his eyes as he watched the fireball sweeping across the building. Awesome! The Shadow Mage returned Marble of Avarice to Izuku. He looked at it in awe of its power. He looked back at the remains of the ruins that were once buildings, the fire still burning in the place. This item can't be compared with the items provided by the Bureau. It will make all mage-class hunters crazy if they know it. Let's just keep it for now. Izuku decided to end it today because he had been in the demon's castle for too long. He was already satisfied after receiving such a gift. After he walked out of the devil's castle, the sky was almost dark. He entered the demon's castle early in the morning, so he spent the whole day in the dungeon. Izuku then checked his phone to see if any messages came in. He saw 3 messages and 5 missed calls from Kyoko. He then calls Kyoko because he doesn't want to be scolded for ignoring her call. Hello. Hello Kyoko-san. Ah, Izuku-kun, you finally answered. Where have you been, and why can't I call you since the morning? I'm sorry Kyoko-san, I'm in an area with no signal, so I can't take any calls. Well then, you didn't forget tonight, did you? That's right, it was tonight. Izuku suddenly remembered that he had an event tonight. He was too busy clearing the demon's castle to forget it. Of course, I remember. Well then see you at 7 p.m. and don't be late. Okay, see you Kyoko-san. He then hung up the phone and looked at the time. It was already 6 p.m., and there was no one else left beside him in Tokyo Tower. He still had an hour left until the event started. Izuku thought about heading straight for the restaurant, but he later realized that his clothes were covered with dust and torn on his arm. People will recognize him as a beggar in his current state. But first, I have to take a shower. 6:30 p.m., Izuku stood in front of the dormitory, waiting for someone. He was wearing a black hoodie along with black jeans and a pair of shoes. He was already cleaner compared to his previous state, which was covered with dust and sweat and his torn shirt. Not long after, he felt that someone was approaching him. He turned his head and saw Tuya and Kyoko approaching him. Kyoko waved her hand as soon as she saw Izuku. Hey Izuku, did you wait too long? Not really, I just arrived. Well then, shall we go? Kyoko took Izuku's hand and dragged him all the way. They headed to the restaurant they had booked beforehand. Their other teammates were already waiting for them there. The first to say hello was Daichi, followed by Ikaru, while Katsuhito just nodded his head. The food was served on the table as soon as all the members arrived. They all sat down and then started the party. They all gathered here to celebrate Ikaru's rank advisement. A few days ago Ikaru did a test for S-rank promotion and he passed, and to celebrate it, Kyoko had the idea of holding a small celebration party. So, how about a little speech from our new S-rank-san, Kyoko? Is that really necessary? Ikaru. Of course, let's give your best speech, Captain, Daichi. Kyoko and Daichi as usual tease Ikaru since they are the same graduates, while the others are just staring at them. Alright. Ahem. First of all, I want to thank you all. If it weren't for you I wouldn't have come this far, and thanks to Kyoko for throwing this party. Ikaru. You're welcome. Kyoko. I know it's been tough lately for us since the incident that happened recently. Each of us is busy with our respective raid schedules, making it difficult to get together like this. Especially Izuku and Todoroki, who have reached the A-rank hunter license. Izuku smiled and Tuya just nodded in response as Ikaru continued his speech. Let's raise our glass and toast for our hard work during this time. For our hard work. For our hard work. Clink. The party officially begins. Kyoko takes out flowers and gives them to Ikaru, which he receives while scratching his cheek awkwardly. His cheeks flushed as he accepted it, too obvious for others to know. They continued to party, chat, and laugh together. They discussed many topics, ranging from hunters' problems, bureau problems, and gates, to hero and villain issues, as well as their daily life problems. Except for Izuku and Todoroki, they still don't want to share their private lives with others. It didn't feel like it was 10 p.m., they were planning to party all night, but since they had a kid between them, they couldn't do that. Besides, Kyoko and Katsuhito were already drunk enough. Although Kyoko is a healer, she doesn't seem to be able to handle alcohol well. As for Katsuhito, he was forced to drink by Kyoko. And as a result, they both fell first. They all decided to finish the party and then go home. Daichi and Ikaru are responsible for bringing the rest of the team home. Daichi SCRTS Katsuhito and Kyoko, while Ikaru SCRTS Izuku and Tuya since he still has something to take care of in the bureau. After driving for 10 minutes, Izuku and others arrived in front of the dormitory. Ikaru then dropped off Izuku and Todoroki in front of the dormitory and headed to the bureau office. Although it was almost midnight, there were still people working there. Most of them are from the observation division, which is in charge of finding dungeon locations throughout Japan. Aikuru greeted them for a while before heading to the meeting room. Arriving in front of the room, Aikuru knocked on the door before finally hearing a voice inviting him in. Inside, the chairman of the Hunter Bureau, Matsumoto Shigeo, along with other officials from the Hunter Bureau, were already waiting for him along with other Japanese S-rank hunters. Even Sugimoto was there. Aikuru then sat down beside Sugimoto. The meeting then begins as soon as Aikuru sits down. This meeting was led by Matsumoto as the Bureau chairman. This meeting was not only attended by high-ranking officials of the Bureau and S-ranks but as well as the Prime Minister of Japan. In front of him is a screen showing a graph of the number of dungeons and awakenings that have been recorded over the past 2 years, which is a drastic increase from previous years. As you all can see, the number of dungeon upgrades has reached an amount that we can't control anymore. Gates started appearing in the city center recently, and the number of awakened people was also steadily increasing. Several heroes, civilians, and even villains were noted to have received awakening. For example, the case involving our agent a few months ago. The slide turns into a report from the police station regarding the case, along with the villain's profile being the main character of the case. Based on the police reports we have received, the villain received awakening and has committed crimes and murders, and there have been several victims of his actions. He hides inside the gate to avoid the police and hero, but unfortunately, he is found dead in the dungeon land by our agents. This case is just one of them. There are also some traces of gates and monsters scattered on the internet that escaped the supervision of the Bureau. If this continues to grow to the point where we can no longer handle it, we are concerned that the fact of the gate's existence will have to be revealed to the public sooner or later. Matsumoto went on to explain the state of Japan regarding the recent incidents. There is some debate on this topic. Many oppose this statement given how the public reacts if this fact is revealed. Some agree and say they have to wait for the right time to reveal it. There was a riot due to dissent which caused the meeting to be postponed until further notice. The meeting participants began to leave the room, and Aikuru and Sugimoto were the last to leave. Since the bureau office was close to the dormitory, Aikuru headed to the dormitory garden to cool his head. As he walked, he saw Izuku sitting on a park bench. He didn't expect to see Izuku here at this hour but then decided to approach him. Izuku. Aikuru-san, what are you doing here? That's my sentence, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to sleep? Ah. About that, I couldn't sleep and went to get some air. What about Aikuru-san? Same here, can I sit here? Sure, please. Aikuru and Izuku sat next to each other. They looked at the night sky, that only has a few stars there. Aikuru then decides to strike up a conversation. Hey Izuku, what do you think of the gate recently? Izuku was silent for a moment after hearing Aikuru's sudden question. He did hear that Aikuru had a thing to take care of in the bureau, but after hearing the question from him, he seemed to be able to guess the thing. It's uncommon for you to ask such a thing. Is it related to the recent dungeon increase? You are as sharp as ever. Well, I'm not sure either. To me, it's just a place to get stronger, but to others, it might be a place to make money. The dungeon may be a dangerous place full of monsters, but we can't deny its economic value. I could tell that magic stone from dungeon has the potential to be a new energy source, and I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of companies that will invest in it. Aikuru fell silent after hearing Izuku's answer. He didn't expect to hear such an answer from a child who hadn't even grown up. He knew that Izuku was a smart kid, but the ability to analyze to that point still surprised him. You know, sometimes the way you talk like that makes it hard for me to think that you are a kid. You should act like a kid at your age more often. Sorry, I'll try. It's okay, no need to force yourself. Aikuru rethinks Izuku's potential. Being by his side and watching him grow made him think that sooner or later Izuku would catch up with him, even surpass him, standing among the strongest. But when he thought about Izuku's personality, he showed no interest in becoming a high ranker. This piqued his curiosity. Hey Izuku, do you plan to become an S rank? Izuku glanced at him. After closing his eyes for a moment, he then leaned back and turned his gaze back to the sky. I don't know. I did think about it, but it wasn't like it was my goal at first. It may sound arrogant, but I just think it's part of my journey. After listening to Izuku's answer, Aikuru smiled warmly. It's not arrogant, at least for me who knows your personality. It sounds more like you have higher ambitions. Am I wrong? Hearing Aikuru's words make Izuku smile slightly. No, you're right about that. They remained silent. He looked up at the sky that slowly turned bright. Without them noticing, the time had fled and the sun slowly began to rise. The two of them sat quietly while watching the sunrise. When the sun had risen high enough, Aikuru got up from his seat first and Izuku followed him. I'm leaving first, you should rest while you can. You too, Aikuru-san. Aikuru later separates from Izuku and returns to the apartment where he lives. Izuku, who was left alone, was still looking up at the sky. Although he stayed up all night, he didn't feel tired or sleepy at all. Instead, he felt refreshed. He decided to take a walk in the fresh morning air while enjoying the peaceful morning sun. After 20 minutes of walking, Izuku decided to do a daily quest at a nearby park that has training facilities. It was Saturday, so there were a lot of people there. Izuku was too focused on his quest that he didn't notice that people were looking at him in amazement. Knowing that he was being watched, he turned his head away, hiding his shyness. He ignored the people's gazes and continued to run. He headed in a certain direction, a place he always went when he was looking for peace since he was a child. It didn't take long for his current speed. Izuku had arrived at Dagoba Beach. There's still a pile of garbage along the beach. Even after a year of trying to clean it, there is still a lot to clean up. Besides, he rarely comes here, at least once every 2 months. While looking around, he heard the sound of garbage piling up. He then approached where the sound came from and saw someone he knew. Hiroshi-san. Hiroshi, the old man, is the janitor who helps Izuku transport the garbage on this beach to the garbage processing site. Izuku had already met him several times when he finished cleaning up this beach area, and Hiroshi would come and transport all the garbage Izuku had collected. Oh. Izuku, has been a long time. How are you? I'm fine, how about you? Same as usual. Izuku looked around him and noticed that there was a pile of garbage bags near Hiroshi. By the way, Hiroshi-san, that... Oh, I just thought about stopping by to clean up this beach. Really? But why? Isn't it too much for you to do at your age? There is no special reason, it's just that, seeing you clean up this beach alone makes me feel bad, so I thought about cleaning it up a little bit. Today's heroes only care about flashy jobs, and rarely do volunteer work. Although not much, I hope it helps. Izuku smiled unconsciously. He knew that Hiroshi was a good man. Knowing he was willing to help because he saw what he did, made him happy. Although he is almost 70 years old, he still does his job earnestly. He didn't hesitate to help others if he could. Let me help you with a big pile. Of course, you should. The backbone of this old man can't last long if forced to carry big things. Yes, yes. Izuku then began collecting large pieces of garbage such as refrigerators, washing machines, or cabinets left on the beach. Hiroshi was still shocked every time he saw Izuku's strength. Being young is a good thing, isn't it? He muttered to himself when he saw Izuku moving big trash without much effort. Took 20 minutes for them to fill the truck with garbage. Izuku wiped the dust off his hand and then turned to Hiroshi, who finished closing the truck door. I guess this is the last one for today. Yes, of course. By the way, kid, have you eaten? No, not yet. Want to have breakfast together? I know where to buy a good bento. Sure, I'll pay. Sure, I guess today's young people have a lot of money in their pockets. Take it as my gratitude for helping me. Sure, whatever. A few days later, Izuku was inside the Demon Castle dungeon fighting the 75th floor boss, the Guide of Soul, Midas. Midas is a skeleton monster wearing a black robe. Just like Izuku, but instead of shadow soldiers, he has an army of undead as his soldiers. As Midas sensed Izuku's presence, a circle of red magic under his feet along with the gloomy energy surrounded him. Receiving Midas's call, thousands of undead troops rose from the ground. Ordinary people will suffocate just by looking at his army, but Izuku doesn't feel that. He calmly summoned his soldiers to confront Midas's army. The number of Izuku's soldiers is not comparable to that of Midas' soldiers, but it is more than enough. Iron, Igris, clear the way. The two armies began to clash with each other. Igris and Iron easily dealt with the undead at an incredible speed. Izuku slipped among the soldiers and finally reached where Midas was. You didn't expect this to come, did you? Midas gasped when he saw Izuku in front of him. Does the undead feel fear? Well, I don't think it matters. Izuku held the dagger in both hands. The dagger moved in an instant, making a few lines that cut through Midas's body into pieces. Although he has the same ability, Midas cannot protect himself as Izuku has. He is weak to confrontations that make him easy to deal with without his army. After all, assassins are the natural enemies of wizards. Ring. You defeated the Guide of Soul, Midas. You received spring water of the echoing forest. You received 200,000 EXP. You discovered the demon soul sealed in the Midas pendant. You received 220 demon souls. You leveled up. You leveled up. A series of system messages appeared in front of him just after he defeated Midas. The undead army that lost its leader began to collapse. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the rest of the Midas army. Midas can summon hundreds of undead more than me and has powerful magic abilities. It would be helpful if I could turn him into my shadow soldier, but due to its contaminated mana I couldn't do that. He glanced at the demon body that had a message above them. This target mana is contaminated. Shadow extraction cannot be used on this target. Huh? Why can't I extract this demon shadow? He sat in a pile of bones that were the remains of Midas' army, checking the rewards he had received. Item, Demon Monarch's Necklace. Item class, S. Type, Accessory. Agility plus 20, Intelligence plus 20. The set effect will be activated when this item is used with Demon Monarch's Earring, Equip, and Demon Monarch's Ring. Set effect 1, Locked. Set effect 2, Locked. Izuku was satisfied with the items he got after defeating Midas. There is still a set of items left. It means that there is a third boss-level monster that I have to defeat to complete the set. But collected demon souls, 10,001 10,000. I have completed the quest. Ring. You have completed normal quest, collect demon souls, 1. You can receive the following rewards. Reward: choose any item from the store. Reward: bonus stats plus 20. Reward: hidden reward. Accept reward 1. Ring. You can choose one item from the store. Please select the items. Izuku had already decided what to choose. There was an item he had been thinking about ever since he received the Demon Castle dungeon key. He wondered what would happen if he chose that item instead. He wasn't sure if it was in the system store, but it was worth trying. Please select the items. Cursed Random Box. You have selected Cursed Random Box. Previously he chose Blessed Random Box and received the Demon Castle key. Thanks to that he was able to level up and get rare items. He tried to see what he would get out of it. The box was opened, and he was surprised after seeing what was in the box. Another key? In his hand, there was a black key that appeared after he opened the Curse Random Box. Curious, Izuku tried to look at the description of the item, but what was there made him even more confused. Item? Item class? Type? No information about it. I have never seen an item like this. What is it for? He tilted his head wondering what this item was but decided to keep it in his inventory, rather than move on to the next gift. Accept reward 2. You received bonus stats plus 20. Izuku add all the stat points he received to his intelligence stat. Stats. Strength, 178. Vitality, 137. Agility, 147. Intelligence, 153. Sense, 119. After he finished, he then moved on to the final reward. Accept reward 3. You selected reward 3. What appeared in Izuku's hand was a scroll that looked like Demon Castle entry permit. Surprised by the gift that gave him the unexpected, he decided to open it. Recipe: Holy Water of Life. You can learn the crafting method for Holy Water of Life. Holy Water of Life? Let alone I have to make it myself. Item: Holy Water of Life. Item class: S. Type: Consumable. A mysterious potion that uses powerful magic to cure the user of all diseases. The whole bottle must be consumed for the herb to fully function. Heal. Any disease? Izuku was taken aback by the description of the item. If it is true, people will go crazy if they know. There are 3 items needed to create the Holy Water of Life. Fragment of the World Tree that can be obtained on the 50th floor after defeating Vulcan, the spring water from the Echoing Forest that can be obtained on the 75th floor after defeating Midas, and finally, the purified blood of the Demon King. This is the only thing he hasn't gotten. But looking at where he got the 2 materials before, it was obvious that the last item was on the top of the tower. The last item is probably on the 100th floor, the last boss of Demon Castle Dungeon. After thinking for a while he decided to keep it. For the time being, he might need it one day. Somewhere in the city of Tokyo, in an alley, several teenagers were walking together through a place. As they walking, they saw a strange blue light hidden in the alley. Blue spiral energy that looked like a portal was visible on one side of the alley. They then approached it out of curiosity. Hey, look at this, what is this thing? I don't know, maybe it's someone's quirk. One of them approached it, he tried to touch it but couldn't get through. What is this? I can't get through it at all. Let me try. Each of them had tried, but no one could get through. One of them started to get upset and tried to use force. Move out of the way, let me do it. He began to punch the portal using his quirk a few times. The portal began to tremble and cracks began to appear in the portal. The crack was getting bigger and slowly collapsed. The teenage boy who punched the portal smiled when he broke through the portal. He turned to his friend, boasting to the others. They thought they had successfully opened the mysterious portal, but they were wrong, it was just the beginning of a disaster. A big green hand pierced the portal and grabbed the head of the teenage boy standing closest to the portal. The young man's face turned pale when they saw this. A tall figure walked out of the portal, his body was muscular green and covered in strange tattoos, he had 2 fangs sticking out of his lower jaw, and wielding an axe. The creature was aware of the presence of other humans around it. It immediately swung its axe, which instantly flew into the heads of those teenagers. Not long after, some other creatures that looked like him walked through the portal. This place is full of prey, right in front. I'll start hunting first, you call our brother. The creature walked out of the alley towards the crowd of people. First, we will clean this place thoroughly. They were the so-called orcs. They were naturally talented hunters. Even if their intelligence was slightly below that of humans, they far exceeded humans in tracking and hunting. They were hunting monsters who were very pleased with the smell of flesh and blood. What just came out of the gate was just a scouting team. They had already prepared their mission. These hunters had been hiding in the dark waiting for a week. Their sixth sense warns them that even their time of searching for prey has come. The orcs reached the crowd. People didn't notice it at first. They just thought he was a weird cosplay. But all turned into chaos when the orc slashed a few people to death in front of it. Screams began to sound, and people immediately panicked when the murder occurred. The heroes immediately gathered as soon as the attack happened. They tried to stop it, but they couldn't make much impact. Among the gathered heroes is the number 2 hero, Flame Hero Endeavor. He is in charge of dealing with monsters, while his sidekicks evacuate people. Endeavor tried to burn all the monsters but didn't produce much damage. Just what the hell is this guy? Why doesn't my flame work on them? Not only did Endeavor's flame not work, but other heroes' attacks also didn't do much damage. Endeavor, this strange, our attack didn't do damage at all. Just what exactly are these guys? Meanwhile, Izuku, who had just walked out of the demon castle, looked up at the blue sky. He was preparing to use the stealth skill so that no one would see him appear out of nowhere, but it was very quiet in Tokyo Tower. There was almost no one in there. It was then that Izuku suddenly felt a mana explosion not far from where he was. He then rushed towards the source of the explosion, where he felt a large amount of magic energy gathering there. He jumped from building to building, trying not to get caught. He landed on one of the nearby buildings, to see a group of orcs fighting off the heroes. How could there be a break going on here? Izuku is quite aware of the situation. Some heroes try to attack the orcs while others evacuate civilians. There were casualties as a result of this incident. He saw 12 corpses lying on the ground. 2 of them were heroes. The number of orcs is around 20. If it continues like this, the number of casualties will increase. Feeling his responsibility as a hunter, Izuku tries to think of a way out of this situation. He had already contacted the bureau, told them that there was a dungeon break going on in Tokyo, and asked Hunter for help. Izuku's eyes scanned through the battlefield looking for an opening to help when his eyes caught a familiar face. Izuku immediately jumped down and approached that person. Tsukachi-san. Izuku? What are you here? I happened to be close and I felt strong mana coming from here, so I came. What's the situation? Tsukachi was about to tell him to evacuate, but he remembered that Izuku was someone he could turn to for help in resolving this situation. There were 15 dead people so far and no hero attack succeeded on the monster. This is much worse than I thought. Izuku, is this the dungeon break you told me that day? Yes, that's right. I have already contacted the bureau for help. They should arrive sooner or later. That's a relief. So what are you going to do? I will try to find the dungeon. Likely, the boss is still in the dungeon. Wait, isn't that dangerous? It would be more dangerous if we didn't close the gate immediately. Let the heroes hold them until the hunters got here. Alright, but I'm coming with you. We have received a report on where the gate is located. Alright, let's go. As Izuku said, after Izuku and Tsukachi left towards the gate, the hunters came fully armed and took over the battle. 10 hunters arrive, mostly B2 rank hunters, and 1 S rank, Sugimoto, from the Supervision Division as their leader. They argued a bit with the hero group, but after showing that they were government agents, they let it go. The plot of the battle changed with the arrival of the hunters. All the orcs were killed easily by the weapons of the hunters. The heroes who watched the scene couldn't help but feel horrified. The battles they witnessed were really on a different level. The gore scenes shown are unpleasant. The green blood and the flesh lying on the ground prove that they are not human beings. But among those hunters, there is one who almost killed all the orcs alone. They can hardly tell which human being is a monster. He is Sugimoto, the Japan S-rank hunter. Meanwhile, Izuku and Tsukachi headed down the alley to find a gate that the orcs would have access to. When they got there, there were 2 orcs guarding the gate. The 2 of them hid behind a wall while observing the situation. Be careful, Tsukachi-san, orcs have a keen sense of smell. Okay, but how can we get close? I'll take care of it. They talked in whispers, avoiding the attention of the orcs over there. Izuku took out a dagger from his inventory, and then rushed to attack. Izuku disappeared from where he stood before and reappeared behind one of the orcs. The orcs who didn't notice Izuku's presence could only helplessly lose their heads to Izuku's daggers. The same goes for the other orc, he lost his head just before he had time to react. It happened so fast that Tsukachi couldn't keep up. Tsukachi wakes up from his reverie and walks toward Izuku. Are they dead? Yes, if we don't kill them, they will continue to kill humans until there is nothing left, since that is the only purpose they have. How cruel. They're not humans, Tsukachi-san, you don't need to feel sorry for them. Then what about you? For me, it's killing or being killed, it's a general rule among hunters. Just what kind of world do you live in? Let's talk about it later, I'll go in. Alright. When Izuku entered, there were no monsters inside since most of them were already outside, but there were still a few more left, including the boss. Not waiting any longer, Izuku went straight to the boss room. The boss was guarded by 4 warriors beside him. They noticed Izuku's presence and were immediately alert. You are strong enough to be able to get here, human. I have a question, why did you kill humans? The orc tilted his head in confusion. This is the first time humans have understood their language. It's so strange you can understand our language. Just answer my question. There is a voice telling us to kill all the humans inside our heads. Did you hear it when you were in front of me? No. Then that's enough. Izuku was about to attack but stopped when he heard his name called from behind. Izuku. He then turned around and was taken aback by the person who appeared from behind him. Tsukachi-san, how are you? I just thought that you might need help, so I just walked in and... Seems like the situation was not good. Izuku was quite surprised by Tsukachi's sudden appearance. He tried to think about how Tsukachi came in but quickly erased that thought, considering he was standing in front of the enemy. Forget it, let's figure it out later. They were in the middle of the conversation and one of the orcs came to the front trying to attack Tsukachi. Tsukachi tried to shoot him with his gun but it didn't even slow down at all, so Izuku went into the middle and blocked the orc's attack with his dagger. Izuku then kicked him back and sent him crashing into the wall behind the boss. Tsukachi stared blankly, amazed at how a large orc's body was able to be flown by a kid. The gun will not work on them, you will only be their target after you attract the aggro. So what do I have to do? Please step aside, until I kill the boss. Oh, okay. Tsukachi couldn't help but agree, since he knew he would only be a burden if he continued to interfere. Izuku was about to attack the boss, but he couldn't guarantee Tsukachi's safety with the other 3 orcs here. Igris. Izuku summons one of his knights to protect Tsukachi. Tsukachi was naturally taken aback by the shadow knight-shaped figure that appeared behind him and became wary of him. Izuku. What is this? He is Igris, one of my soldiers, he will protect you as I deal with the boss. After leaving Tsukachi to Igris, Izuku went to attack his boss. Izuku went head-to-head with the orc boss and his bodyguards. One of the boss's guards escapes Izuku's surveillance and tries to attack Tsukachi, who's the weakest among them, but is stopped by Igris. Igris stepped forward and slashed at the orcs and immediately returned to the police side. Izuku realized the scene and breathed a sigh of relief, then returned his focus to the battle in front of him. Boss Orc swung the axe in his hand vertically and aimed straight at Izuku's head. Izuku managed to dodge by ducking, he counterattacked to make a gap. Starting to see the gap in his defense, Izuku did not let go of this opportunity and directly used the skill, Vital Strike. Izuku's attack speed can be compared with the speed of the bullet, leaving scars on the boss's body. Everything happened so fast that the other 2 orc guards could only stare at their leader being killed. They couldn't move and just stood still, feeling the bloodthirsty emanating from Izuku. It didn't take long to deal with the remaining 2 orcs. After removing the mana stone from the body of the orc he killed, Izuku then approached Tsukachi, who was stunned watching the battle just now. Let's go, Tsukachi-san. Tsukachi back to his sense after hearing Izuku's call, he then followed Izuku out of the dungeon. As soon as they came out, the gate instantly disappeared by itself. A few people were already waiting for them outside the gate. It was they who were sent by the Hunter Bureau to confirm the existence of the gate that was the cause of the incident this time. Among those people, Sugimoto is also included. After he dealt with most of the orcs who came out of the gate and the heroes who were trying to find an explanation regarding the situation they were facing, he immediately mobilized the team to find the gate location. The agents who saw Izuku immediately walked up to him. Tsukachi, surprised by the agent's sudden appearance, tries to intervene but is stopped by Izuku, since this is the situation he used to face after the raid. An agent then took Tsukachi for questioning and checked his condition, making sure he was not injured anywhere. Sugimoto, who was also there, approached Izuku and tried to ask for details about what happened. After explaining the situation inside the dungeon and handing over the orc boss's magic stone, Izuku then asked about the situation outside. So the total casualties increased to 20 people. You're right, we were lucky, thanks to the quick actions of the heroes and you who immediately reported it to the Bureau, we were able to minimize the level of damage. But still, 20 people. If only I was faster. Don't blame yourself for it, we can't do anything about what's already happened. Besides, it's still better than the last break, there were more than 100 casualties back then. You're right. You should rest, you can leave the rest to us. Alright? The next day this incident was in the spotlight in all the news media. Each of them reported the appearance of monsters that destroyed the city last night. Most of them report on how heroes bravely fought against them, but there are some media reports about some mysterious people who easily kill monsters. People began to wonder about what happened. Some even urged the government to explain. This kept the bureau busy again. The top brass of the bureau directly held a meeting with the ministers and the prime minister. Thanks to this incident, the government could not hide the facts about the existence of the gate and the monsters. In conclusion, they will make an official announcement within a week at the press conference. On the day of the announcement, the Prime Minister held a press conference which was broadcast on all television stations. Together with the Bureau Chairman and the Bureau agents involved, the Prime Minister made a public announcement about the existence of dungeons, monsters, and people called hunters who were tasked with fighting these monsters under the auspices of the Hunter Association. When the announcement was made, it was a big mess. Almost all civilians became alarmed because their lives were again threatened not only by the villain but also by unknown creatures from another world. This matter became a hot topic throughout the media throughout the week and is continuing. Some information about dungeons or monsters caught on camera is widely spread on the internet. This brought a huge wave in society, they had to readapt to the changes that occurred. This change has also affected the heroes, they have received various calls from the civilians of existence about dungeons and monsters, although some of them are false. They had no choice but to divert the call to the Hunters Bureau. As a result of the commotion, the Bureau's office experienced a sudden increase in work. Their work is multiplied by the number of incoming calls. All the Bureau employees were overwhelmed with the work they had to handle. Because the existence of the dungeon is no longer a secret, Hunter's activities no longer need to be hidden, and it has received more and more attention recently. People are curious about Hunter, about how it works, and who is stronger, Hunter or hero. There were instances where civilians tried to enter dungeons, but thanks to the dungeon system that only allowed Awakened to enter, civilians were kept out of harm's way. However, it is still dangerous to be around the gates because dungeons are unpredictable places, so there are always some agents and police guarding the gates. The Hunter Association also received several interview requests. The decision was made by the chairman and in the end, the Bureau only sent Sugimoto, who has been in the media spotlight lately thanks to his performance in the dungeon break incident. Therefore, he has difficulty dealing with the media and has no time to rest. This can be seen from the pile of documents that complete the table. He was buried with documents even today. Sugimoto lay in his chair and took a deep breath thinking about his endless work. When will it end? There was a knock on his office door. Sugimoto looked at the door and then permitted the person to enter. He then saw Izuku enter with a plastic bag in his hand. He looked at her wondering what brought her here. Izuku? What brought you here? Just stop by, and I also brought you lunch. Thank you, you saved me. Izuku handed the bag to Sugimoto, he then looked around the office. The condition of the office was quite messy when he came up with a pile of documents around Sugimoto's desk. You seem to have been busier since the dungeon break incident. Yes, after the announcement, Chairman handed over the reporter's matter to me. And thanks to it you became famous. Yes, you're right. What about you? Aren't you busy yourself? I heard that people often gather around the gate lately. Yes, it was quite a mess at the time, some people tried to get in but we were able to handle it somehow. It must be difficult. Not as much as you. Well, you're right, to be honest, I missed the time the existence of the dungeon was still a secret. Me too. After talking, Izuku came out of Sugimoto's office and headed outside to meet his other teammates since he still has a raid schedule to do today. He was going to attack an A-rank dungeon near the city of Muzutafu with a 5B rank team and him as their leader. He arrived in front of the association building and was greeted by the rest of his teammates. They are Kenzo Tanaka, Atsushi Kumamoto, Akari Shimizu, Kane Tawada, and Ippei Izawa. Yo Captain. What made you take so long? Sorry Tanaka-san, I just visited a friend. A man with long hair and wearing a black marker walked toward them. Can we go now? There are already a lot of people here. Gather yourself Kumamoto, where is your pride as a man? A girl almost about the same age as Izuku just slapped Kumamoto on the back. It's okay Shimizu, where's Izawa-san by the way? He's in the car. Izuku looked at the car as the girl in the hat said, she could see a man in a hood sleeping soundly behind the seat. Thank you Kane-san, well then shall we go? A month passed, and not much happened during that time. The topic of hunters and dungeons is now widely mentioned on the internet and is becoming increasingly popular these days. This almost beats the popularity of Hero. This caused an uproar in the association office, but luckily, it was now resolved. There were also some changes to the association. There were more workers and the association would soon get a new, larger office building for all administrative activities, while the old office would become a branch office that took care of research, development, and training facilities for hunters. There are some arguments about the new office since most workers are now comfortable with the current office. Also about the location of the new office that is a bit far from the dormitory. But in the end, they all agreed, but only they were willing to move. Some of them will stay, running the old office. Izuku is the one who stays in charge of the old office. He was currently helping Sugimoto pack up his things to get ready to move. He had to move since Sugimoto was one of the executives. Sugimoto-san, is this all you need? Yes, that's all, thanks for helping me, I have to say goodbye to this place. Sugimoto looked around his old office. There was a hint of melancholy as he reminisced about the time he spent in this small underground office. You're welcome, it will be quiet after everyone is gone. You're right, I wonder how his new office will be. It must be better than here. I hope so. Izuku helped Sugimoto move the boxes to his car and then headed to the new office building of the association. The new office is located in Tokyo. This is a high-rise building provided by the governor a few months ago. They got there and began to move Sugimoto's belongings to his new office on the 4th floor. Compared with his previous office, this one is bigger and brighter, since the previous one was underground. Sugimoto looked around at his new office, then stood in front of the window, enjoying the scenery outside. Izuku walked in with the box in his hand. He saw Sugimoto, then approached him and stood next to him. Fortunately, here has a good view of the city. You're right. At least it's brighter here. Of course, it's not underground. Anyway, come on, help me unpack these boxes. Okay. Izuku helped Sugimoto tidy up his new office so they didn't notice that it was already evening and the sky had turned orange. Although there were still a few boxes left, Sugimoto asked him to leave them and told him to go home. Izuku agreed and then went home by himself. He checked his phone and saw a message from Kyoko saying that they were conducting a raid near the new association office. He then turned to head to the raid location to meet them. The location of dungeon is on an abandoned construction site. It is said that the owner of this construction escaped with the money that should have been used for construction. As Izuku arrived at the location, a few people gathered around to see the gate. Some bureau agents kept them from approaching. He became close to them, and the agents recognized him and greeted him. Hunter Izuku, what brings you here? Good work everyone, I'm here just to visit. People saw Izuku, they started whispering, wondering what a teenager was doing there and why the bureau agent respected him. Who is that kid, what is he doing here, roughly like that? Izuku looked at those people and then sighed. Were these people here in the first place? Yes, they had already gathered before the raid even began. People have always been like that. By the way, how long has it been since the raid team came in? It's been 2 hours, sir. 2 hours, they should be out soon. Izuku walked towards the gate, waiting there when he suddenly felt a strong wave of mana coming from inside the dungeon. This magic energy. Undoubtedly this energy from the boss, but if the energy is this big then. The bureau agent who saw the strange change in Izuku's attitude approached him trying to find out if there was something wrong. Sir, is something wrong? What rank is this gate? It's an A rank, sir. Who's coming in? 1 S rank, and 3 A rank, sir. DMN it. Call the main raid team right now. But sir, what happened? This dungeon is a high-ranking A dungeon, the current assault team can't handle it, and they will all die at this level, call them immediately. Yes sir, but what are you going to do? I'll go in. Wait, isn't it dangerous? I can't leave them, you have to stay here until they arrive. Yes sir. Izuku then rushed to the dungeon. His heartbeat became faster as he approached the boss room. Please be safe. A few hours earlier, a raid team had gathered in front of the gate of an abandoned construction site. They are Kyoko, Daichi, Katsuhito, and Ikaru. They are all about to do a raid on the A-rank dungeon, and they are in preparation. While the others were still gearing up, Kyoko was chatting on the phone with a few people. She then sees that Izuku is online, and she decides to text him, asking if he will join the dinner after the attack is over. Kyoko, what are you doing? Hurry up, we are almost ready. Okay, wait a minute. Daichi, who finished preparing, approached Ikaru while looking at Kyoko, who was busy with herself. Who did she text with such an excited face? Maybe his boyfriend. Not long after, Katsuhito joined the conversation. Does she have a boyfriend or something? Don't know. Well, put that aside, they're here again. They all saw the crowd that Katsuhito was talking about, not only the general public but some reporters as well. Just leave them alone, we can't just cast them out anyway. Some people must be curious since it's something new for them. You are right. After a while, Kyoko finally joined the group. What are you talking about? It's nothing, let's go, Katsuhito. Hey! Never mind Kyoko, let's go in, Daichi. The four of them entered the gate without hesitation, unaware of what danger was waiting behind the gate. 5 minutes after they entered, they were greeted by a swarm of attacking dungeon jackals as soon as they saw the attacking team. Ikuru's group is shocked by the unexpected existence inside the A-rank dungeon but can deal with them with ease. They looked at the wolf's body and could only feel something suspicious about it. Hey, do jackal dungeons usually appear in A-rank dungeons? Katsuhito. I don't think so. If it were an A-rank dungeon, the lower monsters should have already been hunted by more powerful monsters, Ikuru. As Ikuru finished explaining, Daichi approached one of the jackal's bodies and noticed that there was a rope mark on their necks. Ikuru-san, look at this, isn't it strange to see this scar? Daichi. Rope trace, this is not an ordinary jackal, there must be something, keep it. Ikuru. If what you said is true, then there must be an intelligent monster inside, Katsuhito. Isn't that intelligent monster difficult to deal with? Kyoko. Yes, you are right, so Captain, are we going to keep going or retreat? We follow your decision, Daichi. Just as Ikuru was about to speak, they heard heavy footsteps coming from inside. Footsteps approached, revealing a huge and tall figure with a red body and 2 fangs sticking out of his lower jaw. High Org? Why is High Org? They panicked, they didn't expect to meet the High Org here. The mana measurement shows that this dungeon level is a low A rank, but the appearance of a High Org here shows that this dungeon is a high A rank dungeon. With the current raid team, they can't clear this dungeon. Ikuru, trying to calm himself down, ordered his members to prepare for battle. The High Org in front of them emitted quite a strong intimidation and bloodlust. Although they appeared in flocks, they did not directly attack the party. One of the leading orgs pointed his sword at Ikuru, challenging him to a duel. Ikuru, who understood Org's intentions, took a step forward, facing Org. Ikuru-san, what are you doing? Retreat, Daichi, you should take the others and get out of here, tell the bureau about this, and I will try to restrain them. But Ikuru-san. Daichi, please. Although Daichi hesitated at first, he obeyed Ikuru's orders. When he was about to take out the rest of the party, they were blocked by other High Orgs. Org growled at them, saying an incomprehensible word. Suddenly Org's face changed and said a word that shocked the entire raid party. Human. Human. I'm Kargalgan. I want to meet you. Human. Ikuru and his team froze in shock when they heard the monster speak human language. Org speaks the human language? Is it magic or something? It's just a puppet, other people talk through it. How is Ikuru-san? The monster wants to meet us, it must be a trap. Ikuru was silent for a moment, his head dizzy, thinking about the best way to get out of the situation with a small probability of death. Kargalgan, are you in charge of that Org? Yes. The Great Witch. Org. The Arrogant. Is there anyone stronger than you in this cave? Who will brave go against me? Choose. Died by my men. Or follow my men. I'll follow you, but let the others go. Ikuru-san. A dangerous choice, but as long as the lives of his teammates are guaranteed, he is willing to take risks. For others, they want to disobey his orders if they could. What are you talking about? We won't let you die so easily, Katsuhito. He's right, we can't leave you, Daichi. They were arguing among themselves before they could even calm down, they were suppressed by the boss's aura. Who? You. Decide. Things here. Drag them here. Org suddenly goes crazy after receiving the order from Kargalgan, they attack, trying to capture the raid team. Ikuru and the others tried to resist, but they were helpless in the face of the 50 High Org warriors who attacked them blindly. In the end, the raid team was captured and they were dragged into the boss's room with a body full of wounds and blood dripping on the floor, leaving traces along the way. They arrived at the boss room, which was a throne room filled with hundreds of High Org warriors. On the throne sits a High Org who exudes intense intimidation with just his presence, he is Kargalgan the High Org wizard. Standing next to him were 4 generals exuding the same intimidation. Ikuru's body was thrown into the middle of the room, right in front of Kargalgan, while the others were held back by another High Org. Shak. Welcome, humans. Ikuru tried to stand up with difficulty with his sword as support. He looked at Kargalgan, who was sitting on the throne with his hands resting on his elbows. Are you afraid of me? Human. The huge wave of magical energy emitted by Kargalgan was so great that it made the raid team kneel again. Their bodies seemed to be torn apart with just a wave of mana. They couldn't even move because of the pressure. Although he struggled, Ikaru's condition was still much better than the others. He tried very hard just to open his mouth. You brought us here for entertainment. The faces of the entire raid team turned dark when they heard that. What? For the rest of our time here, we will kill you one by one for the amusement of my men, yet there seems to be one slightly stronger one among you. Ikaru's face solidified at Kargalgan's words. For him, their lives were nothing more than toys he could play with and trash with whenever he wanted. Enraged, Ikaru attacks Kargalgan. BSTRD. Hymn of Protection. Bang. The shape of the magic shield in front of Kargalgan collided with Ikaru's sword, making a loud explosion sound. Unable to break through his defenses, Ikaru was thrown back to his original location. Stupid human beings. Hymn of Gravitation. Kargalgan activates his magic, lifting Ikaru's body into the air. Gravity Acceleration. Ikaru's body suddenly fell, hitting the ground hard until his body was buried. Didn't just stop there, Ikaru's body moved again according to Kargalgan's will. He fell many times to the ground and almost lost consciousness. His body was covered with blood and dust, unable to move anymore. His breathing was weak, his injuries made the blood block the flow of breath, which made it difficult for him to breathe. Ikaru-san. The raid team who witnessed all this could only stare with tears on their faces. They still couldn't move their bodies, helplessness made their bodies freeze. All they can do is pray, and hope that help will come to their rescue. Kargalgan looked at Ikaru's body buried in the ground and motionless. Boring. Kargalgan waved his hand, and a general standing next to him stepped forward towards the already helpless Ikaru. General Org raised the axe he was holding high. But, bang! The moment he swung his axe, it was blocked by something, and the impact of the impact made him hit the ceiling. When the dust was lifted, a figure with shining blue eyes stood in front of Ikaru's motionless body. Slowly his green hair appeared behind the dust. The figure that had just appeared exuded such strong intimidation and bloodthirsty that it could make the High Org tremble. Even Kargalgan had to admit that the pressure this figure exuded was equivalent to himself. The appearance of this figure brings surprises as well as a glimmer of hope to the invading team who are already desperate. Izuku? Tears once again flowed down the faces of the raid team. Luck did not leave them, and a small hope finally came true. Izuku has appeared to save them all. Izuku rushed through the cave, heading straight for the boss room. He stopped halfway after seeing the blood mark on the floor. His mind was racing to think of the worst possible outcome that could happen. Without delay, Izuku ran to the boss room as fast as he could. He got to the boss room just to watch Ikaru's body being played around by the dungeon boss's magic. Ikaru-san. Izuku's body moved on its own. He took out a dagger from his inventory. He blocks the path of the axe that is about to hit Ikaru and flies the org that attacked him to the ceiling. The bloodthirsty leaking from Izuku exudes heavy pressure around him. He couldn't bear to watch the lives of his comrades being played right in front of his eyes. Blinded by anger, he looked at the dungeon boss with eyes full of rage. Kargalgan, who had been watching all this time, narrowed his eyes as he sensed the bloodlust emitted by Izuku. Human. It seems that you have an extraordinary talent for ordinary humans. But how long will it last against all of us? You have made a big mistake. I will not let any of you live. Izuku's shadow flickered and spread widely. The rising shadows began to take the form of knights, monsters, and Hyaki. Right behind him stood a death army capable of shaking anyone who saw it. Kargalgan laughed at the sight of the humans who dared to challenge him. Trying to fight with my soldiers with just that many soldiers. We'll see how long you can laugh. Ring. Skill, Domain of the Monarch, activated. Izuku's mana by spreading forms his domain. Every shadow soldier in his realm received an increase in strength to some extent, turning their previously glowing blue appearance into purple. The raid team watching all the time couldn't help but be surprised by the pressure that Izuku emitted at this time. The pressure they felt was comparable to Kargalgan. They have never seen Izuku this angry. They only know the good side of Izuku, and rarely see his dark side. For a moment they could hardly recognize it. Is it the Izuku we know? I'm not sure either. How can such unpleasant energy come from humans? It was as if he had become a different person. Surrounded by black soldiers, he looked like the god of death himself. Izuku glanced at the raid team, confirming whether they were safe. Take them out while I deal with these monsters. He ordered several knights to SCRT the raid team outside. Izuku looked back at Kargalgan, where he once again got up ready to attack. What are you all doing? Destroy him. Izuku was surrounded by Kargalgan warriors, and the raid team was already at a safe distance from the battlefield. Iron then uses the skill, Taunting Cry, to provoke an army of high orcs but fails due to level differences. Knowing this, he became angry, swung his axe fiercely, and managed to wipe out 3 orcs in one blow. Igris on the other hand raised his sword, then slashed at every enemy that approached him mercilessly. Blood and bits of flesh splattered around him. Igris swung his sword to clean the bloodstain on it, then headed for the next enemy. Not left behind with his soldiers, Izuku also plunged straight into the battlefield with his fast and sharp dagger play. He aimed precisely at the vital points of every enemy in front of him. With his attack speed, Izuku managed to finish off dozens of orcs alone. Not consumed by his anger for too long, during the fight, Izuku also observed the course of the battle while calmly judging what the next step was. Except for Igris, Iron, and Tank, the rest of my shadow is around the B-rank hunter level. They have been destroyed several times just for trying to kill one high orc. Since their number exceeds us by at least 3 times, I must reduce their number as much as possible. The battle continued, but this time Kargalgan finally made a move. Hymn of the Fire Dragon. From the magic circle, a dragon head appeared above Kargalgan's head. The dragon's breath from his spell successfully wiped out half of the Izuku soldiers. Why are you acting so arrogantly with such a useless army? Izuku glared at Kargalgan for annihilating his soldiers. You are the one who acts arrogantly. As long as I have mana, they will continue to regenerate. Even if they can regenerate, they will consume your mana. Your mana will be exhausted before you can finish off my soldiers. You're going to die before that. Izuku jumped into the air aiming his dagger at Kargalgan, but his attack was blocked by Kargalgan's shield spell. It's useless. The longer you spend your time with me, the sooner you will lose your soldiers. Who knows? I've got some strong guys on my side. You don't have to worry about me running out of wear. Then I'll destroy you all at once. Hymn of Blazing Fire. Once again Kargalgan cast a fire spell that eliminated Izuku's shadow army at once. He had to admit that Kargalgan was the strongest enemy he had faced so far, even stronger than Vulcan and Metis. While Metis can control thousands of undead, it has a weak defense. Kargalgan on the other hand has excellent defense and powerful spells. And behind him, was fighting with hundreds of high orcs in a one-sided battle. He felt a feeling of déjà vu when he got from the search for a job change. But it was different compared to that situation. Inventory. Izuku can freely access his inventory, giving him access to recovery potions, so he can continue to refill his mana. Since I don't want to fill my stomach with potions, I will finish you off quickly. It will be an interesting spectacle. With piles of bodies and so many deaths around him, it was the perfect stage to show off the unshakable domain of a necromancer. Arise. A red hand rose from the body of the dead orc. The shadow army that used to be a Kargalgan warrior is now under the command of Izuku. This scene alone is enough to make the other Kargalgan warriors tremble in fear. What? Turning my warriors into undead. There is still a lot left, but everything will soon turn into my shadow. And when I'm done, you're next. After seeing Izuku's skills, Kargalgan couldn't help but doubt his thoughts. In his memory, there is a mighty figure that every monster is afraid of. No way. Could he? Is he? Emmet and $%. Then why are we? His mind was racing, thinking about the reason for their existence here. When they opened their eyes here, one command kept whispering in their heads. Hunting down humans. They don't need any reason. They must obey orders. Kargalgan eventually sent his general as the order kept ringing in his head. Go, cut them into pieces and offer their blood-stained corpses to me. Izuku then grinned that this situation was interesting. He also sent his generals to deal with them. Iron, Igris, and Tank worked together to deal with the Kargalgan general. They were able to complete it in a short time without much effort. It seems that my general has the upper hand. Although he said that with confidence, the mana consumed was faster so that he could recover through potions. The situation will be bad if all his soldiers disappear at the same time. Impossible. But how? Although the raid team was at a safe distance, they were still in the dungeon. They have been watching the battle since the battle started. They couldn't help but be surprised once again. They never saw Izuku fight at full strength. The scene they are watching now is beyond their imagination. The Black Army fought the Red Army, plus the huge mana wave coming from the battlefield. They couldn't tell who the monster was. In the middle of the battle, Ikaru slowly regains consciousness thanks to Kyoko's healing magic, his eyes still blurred but still able to watch the fight. Ikaru slowly raised his hand. Ikaru-san. Everyone turned their attention to the almost unconscious Ikaru. What's going on? Please don't talk first, Ikaru-san. We are safe now, please just rest. Is Izuku here? Yes, he's here to save us. Where he is, I need to talk to him. He was fighting with the boss. Izuku. Once again Ikaru loses consciousness, and the invading team panics, worrying about Ikaru's condition. Ikaru-san. Ikaru-san. Kyoko did something. I'm trying. Although Kyoko uses her healing, there isn't much change to Ikaru's condition. What should we do? We have to leave here. Before they could move, Kargalgan knew it first. He then cast a spell to prevent them from escaping. Hymn of Agony. Hymn of Frenzy. Hymn of Blindness. Where are you going? You're not going anywhere until I'm done. And for you, I will no longer let you run your arrogant mouth in front of the great Kargalgan. Kargalgan then turned his gaze to Izuku and cast the same spell. Hymn of Slumber. Hymn of Lethargy. Hymn of Blindness. Ring. Buff, the status effect has been removed due to the immunity effect. Curse, Purification has disappeared. Curse, Blindness has disappeared. Thanks to the system great spellcaster Candiaru's blessing, all diseases, elixir, and status effects are cured instantly. What? How do you get rid of the curse I gave? Didn't I tell you, you will make a big mistake? I'll make sure you're going to pay for hurting them. One of the wizards in Izuku's army uses the Orb of Avarice to create a fireball capable of destroying the Kargalgan shield. Gah. Why you? How dare you? Your junk talent will no longer work on me. Hymn of Rage. Hymn of Strengthening. Hymn of Giants. Hymn of Combustion. Kargalgan took out every buff spell he had on himself, making his body bigger and stronger. I will destroy you all like a bug. Kargalgan began to step on every shadow soldier until they couldn't regenerate since Izuku ran out of mana. He then casts a fire dragon spell and attacks Izuku with it. Izuku was able to avoid it and appeared next to Kargalgan's face. He then attacked Kargalgan's eyes with his dagger. Making yourself bigger means you're just going to be an easy target. There is no way a wizard can stop an attack from an assassin without a guard. Izuku continued to attack Kargalgan using his dagger but was unable to land a critical hit. He then secured his dagger back into the inventory and then punched Kargalgan in the side of the face, as he always did to high-defense enemies. His punch was like a bullet capable of knocking Kargalgan down. When a wizard loses his guard, they have no chance to win. Behind Izuku stood 3 shadows who used to be Kargalgan's guard. No way. There's no way this body of mine will be destroyed. With an order from Izuku, Kargalgan's former guard attacked their former MSTR mercilessly, leaving a large scar on Kargalgan's back. Life leaves his eyes as he falls to the ground. Ring. The dungeon boss has been killed. You leveled up. You leveled up. Izuku walked slowly up to Kargalgan's blood-stained corpse. As I said, I will make sure to make you my shadow. He put his hand on it, getting ready to make it one of his shadows. The familiar sight of a shadowy figure rising from the target's corpse appeared before him. Izuku stared at the shadow of Kargalgan, which was smaller than his real body. Arise. Ring. Choose a name for the soldier. Tusk. Tusk LV.1. Rank, Ill at Night. The dramatic scene where the dungeon boss rises as a new creature made of shadows shocks the people standing behind him. A few minutes after Izuku entered the dungeon, the main raid team arrived. They went straight in, only to see the battle between the red and black armies. They also saw the raid team that was on the side of the battlefield and guarded by several black knights. Is it a summoned creature? How can a hunter summon so many? As far as I know, the hunter can only summon 2 creatures at max. Well, it seems that we are not needed here. At least we need to get the raid team out of here safely. The rescue team rushed to SCRT the raid team out for treatment. While they were busy trying to save the attacking team, Sugimoto stayed where he watched Izuku's fight. Izuku. He rarely sees Izuku on the battlefield, but as someone who knows Izuku up close, he has never seen this side of him. And he was also surprised to see the strength that Izuku showed just now. When the fight was over, Izuku called his soldier back to his shadow. Sugimoto then walked up to him and called his name. Izuku. Izuku. Izuku, who hadn't noticed it until now, turned to look at who was calling him. Sugimoto-san? He looked behind Sugimoto. There were people busy rescuing the raid team. It seemed, he was too focused on the battle until he didn't realize that the people had already gathered behind him. Izuku looked back at Sugimoto, who was looking at him, his eyes staring at him, asking for an explanation of what had just happened. We're going to need a long conversation once we get back. I know, but more than that, how is the condition of the raid team? For now, let's get out of here. Yes. Izuku followed Sugimoto out along with the rescue team. Outside the gate is more crowded than before they entered the gate. There is an ambulance preparing to take those injured immediately to the hospital, as well as the reporter's car. It can be seen from the logo affixed to the car. As soon as they came out, the camera started flashing, taking pictures of them. One of the reporters stepped up to ask about what happened in the dungeon to one of the hunters in the rescue team but was blocked by one of the bureau agents. For the time being, their priority is to take the raid team to the hospital as soon as possible, while the bureau agent will deal with other matters. They arrived at the hospital. All the raid team was seriously injured, but only Ikaru was in critical condition. It has been an hour since he get into the operating room. Izuku was waiting with several agents. The doctor came out. Izuku was the first to stand up and immediately asked how Ikaru was doing. "Doctor, how's his condition?" "His injuries were much worse than we thought. His arms and legs were almost destroyed, especially his spine was seriously injured, which caused some of his motor nerves to stop functioning. We are not sure if he will be able to walk normally from now on. It was honestly a slide of luck that he was still alive. For now, his critical condition has now passed, and we are not sure when he will wake up." For a moment, what the doctor just said made the heart that heard it drop instantly. A harsh reality just said is tantamount to a life sentence. Izuku's face instantly darkened. The light had long since left his eyes, leaving a muddy look filled with anger at his inability to save his comrades. With the heavy atmosphere surrounding him, Izuku ventured to try to meet Ikaru. "Can I go see him?" "Sure, but please don't make a noise, the patient still needs to rest." "Okay. Thank you, doctor." After the doctor left, Izuku and several agents went to Ikaru's room with the nurse guide. In the room, Ikaru was lying helplessly with various medical equipment attached. His figure, which has always looked tough, is now lying helplessly on the hospital bed. Izuku sat down by Ikaru's bed. His head lowered and his fists clenched so hard that his hands turned white and blood slowly dripped from between his fingers. His mind raced to think of the terrible events that befell his comrades. "I'm so sorry, Ikaru-san, if only I got there sooner." Looking at the blood dripping from Izuku's hand, Sugimoto, who came to accompany him, patted him on the shoulder, trying to calm him down a little. "Don't blame yourself, it's not you to blame here, Izuku, we are also responsible for this. If only we had known earlier, this accident would have happened." Looking at Izuku, who was just silent without giving a response, Sugimoto decided to leave him alone, letting him calm himself down. Judging from how close Izuku is to the raid team member, this incident is a big hit to him. "I'll leave you here, meet me at the bureau office when you're calmed down, and please don't be too burdened with this." Izuku stayed where he was for almost 30 minutes without leaving Ikaru's side. After making up for a while, Izuku stood up, deciding to leave. He looked at Ikaru once more before leaving. "Ikaru-san, I'm leaving first, get well soon." Izuku walked out of the room and headed to check the condition of his other colleagues. He first went to Daichi's room, then Katsuhito's room, and finally Kyoko's room. Daichi and Katsuhito are still unconscious due to the anesthetic, both of whom received a lot of injuries from the incident, and only Kyoko is still conscious since the wounds are less than the others. Izuku reached her room. He knocked on the door. Hearing the knocking sound, Kyoko looked at the door and saw Izuku standing there. She then let him in and told him to sit down next to her bedside. "How are you, Kyoko-san?" "As you can see, I still need a few days to fully recover." "That's a relief. Sugimoto-san just came by a few minutes ago. I heard that you are visiting Ikaru, so how is he?" When Kyoko asked that, Izuku looked away, his face darkened as he thought of Ikaru, who was lying on the bed unconsciously. "That?" Kyoko just smiled bitterly at Izuku's reaction. "Judging from your reaction, it must be bad, right? I'm sorry. If only I could come sooner." "Izuku." Kyoko took Izuku's hand. He raised his head to look at Kyoko's face. "It's not your fault that this happened, you worked so hard to save us. We managed to get out of there alive, it's all thanks to you, and we're so grateful for that. At least you should be grateful for it. But Izuku, I know how you feel. I'm also upset that my healing did not have a significant effect on Ikaru. I kept thinking that if my support magic and healing power were stronger, I might be able to help the team." Tears began to fall from her face, and the mixed feelings she was holding back now leaked out. Unlike Izuku, who has always concealed his feelings, she can't resist her feelings. Although Kyoko tried to calm Izuku down, she also tried to calm herself down. The words she said to Izuku were also words for herself as well. Izuku also noticed it, but he chose to remain silent and let Kyoko cry to her heart's content, waiting until she calmed down. After a few minutes, Kyoko finally calmed down, Izuku, who was by her side, still holding her hand until now. "Sorry, it's embarrassing to show you this side of myself." "It's okay, sometimes you need to bring out your emotions at least once, isn't you who told me that?" Kyoko then smiled softly. She didn't know that her words would come back to her one day. She then laughed, lifting a little of the weight off her chest. "You're right, it's a bad thing to hold your emotions for too long. Thanks to you I feel a little better. But I didn't do anything though. Just being here with me and talking to you is the help I need right now, thank you again Izuku. Yes you're welcome. Izuku accompanied Kyoko until the evening, he then left her to let her rest, then headed to the bureau to meet with Sugimoto. Izuku arrived at the bureau office, Sugimoto was already waiting for him inside his office. When he entered the room Izuku was quite surprised to see the director himself waiting for him with Sugimoto. Izuku looked at the two of them with confused eyes. You are here, sit down. After bowing lightly to the two of them, he sat down beside Sugimoto. You must be wondering why the chairman is here. Is it because of what happened before? Yes, but not only that. Then. Sugimoto looked at Matsumoto, then he nodded in agreement. I've talked to the chairman, and we are thinking about promoting you as an S-rank hunter. It was a very surprising thing for Izuku. His brain tried to process it but got stuck because of the shock he received. His mind was still stuck thinking about today's incident, but with the shocking announcement from Sugimoto, his head immediately stopped working. To be promoted to S rank, a hunter must have a certain amount of mana and real abilities. Hunters must also obtain promotion approval from at least 3 hunter S ranks. Seeing that Izuku froze in place, Sugimoto patted him on the shoulder and called his name trying to wake him up. Izuku. Izuku was shocked and he was able to come back to his senses. Yes, sorry what you said just now? Huh? I told you that we would promote you as an S-rank hunter. Sugimoto sighed after seeing Izuku's reaction. It is rare to see Izuku lose his calm under any circumstances, he is usually calm and cautious but also sometimes very calculated. It's great to see that Izuku can react like that, but it's not the time for it. Izuku that was already tried to think about it once again. But there was one thing that bothered him. But isn't this too sudden? There is a reason for it, Matsumoto. Izuku looked at Matsumoto with confused eyes, he wondered what the reason was. Matsumoto then began to explain the reason to him. First, after Japan announced the existence of gates and dungeons and also the monsters inside, it brought a wave of changes in the world. Japan was the first to announce it and was followed by the Americans, and the British, and then the whole world also began to announce it. And when the Americans made the announcement, they also posted a list of S-ranked hunters they followed that other countries followed. Although we were the ones who started it, it seemed like we were the ones who were left behind. Matsumoto handed 2 document files to Izuku. Chairman, this is an S-rank hunter list owned by other countries. America has the most S-rank hunters, they have 10 S-rank in total. And this one is the S-rank list we have and the list of candidates who will be promoted to the S-rank. Izuku looked at the documents of the S-rank candidates. There were 10 candidates in total and he saw Todoroki's name and his name was at the top of the list. But why is my name at the top of the list? About that, you are a special case. Based on our observations, you have better growth potential than any hunter, and seeing the raid records you completed proves your potential as an S-rank hunter. What happened this time is a pity, but with it, we can confirm your ability. Matsumoto. That's right, and just by looking at the number of creatures you can summon, there is no doubt that your ability is equivalent to the S rank and maybe even more. Sugimoto. Izuku was silent once again, but this time he was lost in thought. He was confused as to whether or not to accept it. This is indeed a great opportunity for him, but after the chairman mentioned today's incident, the feeling as if he was taking advantage of the accidents of his colleagues made him feel worse. Sugimoto also realized this just by looking at Izuku's silent reaction. He then tried to give him one more push. By the way, Ikuru-san also agrees with this. Ikuru-san too? Sugimoto nodded at Izuku's handling, then handed him one more document. The document contained a proposal for a promotional application that had Ikuru's signature on it. A few days before the raid, Ikuru-san visited me and handed me this document. Is that so? Izuku once again had a dilemma with the decision he had to make. His mind worked so hard that wrinkles slowly formed on his face. With his current state of mind, it seemed impossible to make a decision right away. One day wasn't enough to think things through. Izuku decided to put his complicated thoughts aside at this point. Can I have time to think about it? Of course, there is no need to rush, take your time and think about it slowly. Thank you for your consideration. It's okay, I know it's a hard day for you, you'd better go home and rest. After getting permission to leave, Izuku stood up and bowed lightly to the two before leaving the room. Well, then please excuse me. Seeing Izuku leaving the room, Sugimoto took a deep breath and then looked at Matsumoto. Sir, didn't use this incident to convince him was too much? You know how the heroes in each story grow up, they overcome their crises and become stronger through it. But still, he's just a kid. Sugimoto, please consider our current situation. Only with this incident, people's trust in us will be reduced, we need heroes to return people's trust in us. But sir. Sugimoto. Please don't doubt my decision, I made this decision with our common good in mind. Although Matsumoto didn't speak loudly, the aura emanating from him was able to exert pressure on Sugimoto. Sugimoto couldn't fight Matsumoto's decision because of their difference in position. He could only lower his head and follow his orders like a subordinate. Swallowing his anger, he lowered his head towards Matsumoto and immediately replied without further resistance. Yes sir, I understand. The next morning on TV news, the news show reported on the recent incident at the gate that appeared near the construction site. An incident occurred at the gate located on the construction site at 4 p.m. Several hunters were seen entering the gate and coming out with their bodies covered in wounds. Regardless, the situation can be controlled quickly and the dungeon is closed thanks to the quick action of the Hunter Bureau agents who soon arrive at the scene. People gathered around watching the news and talking about this incident. Isn't it scary? What about it? Did you see their injuries? They were inhumane, very scary. How can a person survive after such an injury? But I heard that Hunter has a higher recovery rate than ordinary people. Aren't they exaggerating? Maybe some of them have a recovery quirk. People started arguing about the news broadcast on TV. Each of them has its own opinion. Some agree and some don't. As Matsumoto estimated, most opinions doubted the performance of the hunters. Because they are used to heroes' performance in dealing with problems, they trust heroes more than hunters. Izuku, who was also watching the news on his mobile phone, then turned his phone off after reading his comments. Their criticism made Izuku feel bad. Once again he remembered the accident that happened to Ikaru and his team. His expression slowly began to wrinkle the more he thought about the incident. This won't do. Izuku stood up from his bed and then headed to a certain location. He contacted Sugimoto telling him that he would be away for a few days. He arrived in front of Tokyo Tower and then walked into the dungeon of the Devil's Castle. The flames immediately greeted him as soon as he entered. Regardless of the view of the surrounding ruined city, Izuku went straight to the 76th floor. The devil was already waiting for him by the entrance. Without waiting any further he took out his dagger and then summoned his troops. Behind him stood his shadow warriors, Igris, Iron, Tank, Baruka, and Tusk, who were the new faces in his army. With his new army form, he rushed into the demon crowd, ready to carry out another massacre in this dungeon. Before Izuku entered the demon castle, he asked Sugimoto if he could get certain items from the workshop. Sugimoto then introduced him to the head of the workshop, Akiyama Iwao. He was in charge of handling the weapons of the hunters, both in terms of repair and manufacture. He was also known as Awakening with special abilities that specialized in production. All the weapons he made were used by high-rank hunters such as A rank and above. The workshop also has several workers who specialize in this area. More than 50 people work in the workshop, and not all of them are awakened, some of them are ordinary people, and some don't even have any quirks. Leaving that aside, the results of their work are very good. Since the lives of the hunters depended on the weapons they used, the workers could not be half-hearted in making the weapons for the hunters. If the weapons made are not up to standard and have deficiencies, a person's life can be in danger because of it. These are all well known among workers. Akiyama has high standards for every weapon the workshop makes, and along with a tough but meticulous personality, the items he makes are the best among the best. After making an appointment, Izuku went to the workshop in the old bureau office. The workshop is located on the 5th floor of the underground building. The workshop itself looks great with each section based on the items created. Izuku walked into the workshop, one of the workers approached him, asked him what he needed, then took him to where Akiyama was. As he walked in, he could see all the workers busy doing their jobs. Some were forging swords, others polishing them, and some were even making support items such as rings, bracelets, or robes enchanted with magic spells. From afar he could see a sturdy man wearing a headband and forging tools. They approached the man and the worker who guided Izuku called him the boss. It made Izuku sure that the man in front of him was Akiyama Iwao, the head of this workshop. "Boss, there is someone who wants to see you." Akiyama looked at Izuku. Izuku smiled while making eye contact. "So you're the one Sugimoto's talking about?" "Yes. Let's talk somewhere else, it's too hot and noisy here." "Yes, let's go." Akiyama then took them to the lounge to chat. The tea has already been served to the two of them. Akiyama told Izuku to sit down. He then asked Izuku why he wanted to see him. "So why do you want to see me?" "There is some item I need." "What kind of item exactly?" "I need the item that has fire resistance, such as a cloak or something." "Fire resistance item? Is it difficult to get?" "No, it's the most common item here actually." "Really?" "Yes, please follow me, I'll show you some that we had." Izuku thought it would be difficult to get the item since he couldn't find it in the systems shop. They headed to the showroom where they displayed all the items made by the workshop. Things are displayed in glass cabinets. Items such as armor, weapons, and accessories are neatly arranged. Akiyama began to explain each item displayed there. Izuku heard his explanation while looking around at the items on display. His eyes fell on the dagger on display. He looked at it and compared it with the dagger he used. Akiyama-san can see this dagger? Akiyama took out the dagger that Izuku pointed at and handed it to Izuku. He then held it and started playing with it. He made some attacking moves with a dagger in his hand. The dagger itself is inferior to the Night Killer dagger. Its stats are most similar to those of Risaka's fangs. Akiyama, who was watching him, began to observe him from the moment he was holding and playing with the dagger. You're pretty good at handling daggers, aren't you? Well, the dagger is my main weapon and I've been using it since the beginning, so yes. I see. Can I see your weapon? Sure. Izuku took out the Night Killer dagger from his inventory. Akiyama was impressed by the dagger that appeared in Izuku's hand. Spatial magic? I think your job as a warrior or assassin. I heard that you don't have a quirk, but are you sure you don't have one? Unfortunately not, it's just one of my skills and I'm an assassin. Akiyama was silent for a while. He looked at Izuku with a look of doubt, but after seeing Izuku's reaction, he immediately excluded him. Akiyama then hit Izuku on the back with a laugh. Ha ha ha. As Sugimoto said, you're an interesting person. Izuku seems to struggle with Akiyama's attitude towards him, but he can still smile even if it's awkward. Izuku then handed the Night Killer dagger in his hand to Akiyama for assessment. As soon as he touched it, Akiyama widened his eyes. This. Where did you get this from? I got it from the dungeon. See, can I borrow your dagger for a moment? Like a child who found a new toy, Akiyama looked at Izuku with a hungry look. He looked very excited. It was completely the opposite of when he was in front of the workshop workers. Izuku, on the other hand, was at a loss as to how to respond. At first glance, he seemed to see himself excited while researching quirks and monsters, but he quickly erased that thought and then spoke. Is there something wrong with my dagger? Wrong? How could this masterpiece be called wrong? This dagger is so appealing, I can feel the details of the workmanship just by holding it. The balance and length of the blades are perfect. Tell me what material this dagger is made of. Seeing Hiroki's excitement, Izuku thought to himself. So this is what others feel when they see me. Somehow I feel bad now. I have to apologize to them. Akiyama-san. Akiyama, who kept babbling his excitement, stopped when Izuku called his name. Sorry, am I talking too much? Akiyama scratched the back of his head awkwardly, but his eyes were still fixed on Izuku's dagger. Izuku somehow understood his interest in weapons. Just like he had an interest in quirks, Izuku decided to give up and let Hiroki borrow his dagger. It's okay, you can borrow my dagger. Really? Izuku just nodded in response. Ha ha ha. Well, as a thank you, you can choose one item here for free. I'm sure it's the first time you've bought something from the workshop, so I'll give you a discount on your next visit? Really? Can I do it? Of course, just choose the one you like. Thank you very much, Akiyama-san. Then Izuku decided to take the wind robe item and buy a nameless ring with water attributes. He bought 2 items as preparation for entering the demon castle. The higher he climbed, the stronger and fiercer the flames became. His own body wouldn't be able to handle the heat of the field, so he needed items to protect him from the fire. His preparations are now complete and he is ready to enter the dungeon. After telling Sugimoto that he will leave for a few days, he went to Tokyo Tower where the entrance to the Demon Castle dungeon was located. He walked in without hesitation. He was determined to finish what he had to do to the end. Boom. Unilateral massacres took place in every place where Izuku and his soldiers went. The sound of fighting was accompanied by the explosions and screams of every demon they killed. It has been 2 days since he entered the Demon Castle. He rose at a terrifying speed. With the newly joined army of High Orcs and the Orb of Avarice in the hands of Tusk, they have no problem climbing the Demon Castle. Notifications have kept popping up before his eyes since the battle began. Izuku looked at the battlefield where Tusk was wiping his enemy using his fire magic. He had analyzed the battle from afar to match the fighting style of the High Orcs with his current army. What a tremendous power! Although he was holding the Orb of Avarice, his ability should have been nerfed after becoming a shadow. The size of the Orb of Avarice seems to be changing according to users. I have to leave it for Tusk for a while. Meanwhile, Izuku checks his status while waiting for his soldiers to finish. Status. Name, Izuku. Level, 81. Job, Shadow Monarch. Title, The One Who Overcame Adversary, plus 1 more. HP, 24,406. MP, 5,019. Fatigue, 0. Stats. Strength, 186. Vitality, 145. Agility, 175. Intelligence, 192. Sense, 126. Physical damage reduction, 46. Equipped. Remaining points, 0. Skills. Passive skills. Dash, Uncone, LV max. Perseverance, LV.1. Advanced Dagger Arts, LV.2. Active skills. Sprint, LV max. Vital Strike, LV max. Bloodlust, LV.2. Dagger Throw, LV.2. Stealth, LV.2. Dominator's Touch, LV.2. The number of shadow soldiers he could extract and save increased after his intelligence status increased. Shadows can be extracted, 128 825. Shadow can save, 128 160. Seeing how many demons he had defeated to this point, he should be able to fill the void in his warriors if he could turn them into his shadow, but because of the contaminated magic, he couldn't do that. Since he entered the dungeon that day, he got another quest. Normal quest, collect demon souls. Part 2. The monarch of the demons, Baron, lives on the highest floor of the demon castle. Eliminate Baron and collect his soul. Quest completion requirements. Defeat the demon king. Reward. Highest quality runestone. Stata bonus plus 30. Hidden rewards. High quality runestone, shadow exchange. Job-specific skills can be obtained by solving runes. Just looking at the gift itself is bigger than before. Even so, the final goal is upstairs, the last material for making the holy water of life. Purified blood of the demon king. This was the reason he climbed up the demon castle at such an insane speed. After such a long battle, he felt that it was inefficient to move into one large group. He then decided to divide his soldiers into 6 different teams, each with a stronger shadow as the leader. Tusk, Igris, Iron, Tank, Baruka, and a group led by High Orcs. They were given 2 orders, one was to eliminate the enemy they were facing, and the second was to notify Izuku once they found the entry permit. Not long after Izuku dismissed his army, Experience's notice appeared in front of him. But because he was on the top floor, high-level demons began to appear, and normal-class warriors had a hard time dealing with them. So he had to constantly use potions to recover his magic power so he wouldn't lose his soldiers. This continued for several days, and as the result, not only leveled up quickly, but his soldiers managed to level up 10 times since the last time he saw them. He still has 20 floors left to conquer, but he is currently stuck on the 80th floor for 2 days because he has not been able to find the entry pass. It's been 2 days since I reached the 80th floor, but I still haven't found the entry pass. Is there a powerful enemy somewhere? Just as he was deep in thought, his mana was suddenly drained at a rapid rate. It was from the team that Iron led. Since the regeneration speed of his soldiers couldn't keep up, the enemy must have defeated them. It's unexpected that there is a demon strong enough to defeat Iron. Izuku thought about checking the situation there but called back his soldiers because his mana ran out quickly. The next day, because of the continuous ambush, the deployed soldiers were pulled back. Izuku kept observing the situation constantly while analyzing the enemy's attack pattern, but he felt something is strange. Based on how Izuku deployed his soldiers after the enemy attacked the High Orcs team, they attacked the Igris team but missed the Tusk team and attacked Baruka's team instead. The enemy seems to be deliberately targeting an enemy they can win. It means that the enemy has enough intelligence to detect the weakness of their enemy. If they deliberately target the Baruka team, the next target must be the tank team. Izuku looked in the direction the tank team was going. He then headed there to monitor the situation and meet the enemy who had destroyed his soldiers. He hides behind the ruins of buildings near his army while suppressing his presence and hiding his figure with the skill stealth. Not long after, the armed demon army approached the tank team. 1 demon noble and 3 demon knights. Gwa! The battle began, and one of the demon knights sliced Tank's neck like butter without any problems. He continued to attack the tank but his regeneration could not keep up. Seeing his soldiers being pushed back, Izuku decided to show himself. The demon knight noticed Izuku's presence. They attacked him. Izuku kicked the first demon knight who attacked him, directly killed him, and hit the other 2, leaving the demon noble alone. I wonder if monsters can also feel fear. The demon trembled with fright at Izuku's presence. He grinned at the demon. But now I'm sure. Even so, the demon fought back. He attacked Izuku by stabbing him in the forehead, neck, and heart with precision. Its power can destroy buildings behind Izuku. Inside the demon castle, the grade demons are divided into D-rank low-grade demons, C-rank middle-grade demons, B-rank high-grade demons, A-rank high-grade demons, A+ rank ancient demons, and noble demons, S-rank mini-bosses. While dodging his attack, Izuku gripped the Baruka dagger under his cloak. When he saw the opportunity, Izuku then cut off the sword the demon was holding and grabbed his face. When he was about to stop the demon's face, the demon immediately gave up. I give up. I give up. Izuku stopped his attack and narrowed his eyes after hearing the demon's voice. Are you? The demon could do nothing but let the mask be removed. A girl? I'm sorry, we were wrong. Please spare my life. Izuku froze for a moment, realizing he was touching a girl's face, but after remembering the person in front of him was a demon, managed to come back to his senses. You attacked my soldiers. Then and now you apologize? Behind him stood a team of tanks, angry over the attacks of the demons who were now their captives. I committed a big sin. But in our clan's orders, we must protect this area. We can't just sit idly by and let the bass dash. I mean, people go wild and kill other demons like ants. Please forgive me. Is it okay for you to beg for your life from the person who killed your man? The knight's task is to protect their MSTR. I'm sure the knights will be happy if I survive. Sweat formed on Izuku's forehead. He was a little confused because it was the first time he encountered such a selfish demon. Izuku retracted his gaze from her for a moment and looked at the dagger in his hand. After seeing her, I lost the will to kill her. Seeing a gap, the demon took this opportunity to stab Izuku's back but was stopped by the tusk's magic shield. Izuku glanced at the demon with a hint of mana exuding it. What do you think you're doing? The demon girl immediately kowtowed as soon as her sneak attack was unsuccessful. If you save my life, I will give you whatever you want. Izuku was again puzzled by the attitude shown by the demon in front of him. I don't know if she is shameless or just optimistic. Izuku then orders Tusk to use gravity magic to lift the demon from the ground. Entry pass. Can you get it? The e-entry pass is protected by our clan. If you can take me home unharmed, I can give it to you. I wondered why it didn't appear, but I didn't expect it to be kept elsewhere for protection. I even know where the entrance to the higher floor is stored. I can guide you if you can guarantee the safety of my life and the clan. So tempting. The demon girl struggled in the air while talking frantically. After speaking, Izuku doubted that he could believe her words. He walked slowly towards her. The demon girl's face turned red when she saw Izuku's face right in front of hers. Izuku looked straight into her eyes and then she activated her Bloodlust skill. Ring. Skill, Bloodlust, activated. Can I trust you? The high pressure pressing on the demon girl made her face dark and her face wet with cold sweat. I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. Her voice trembled with fright. She was frightened and told the truth. Tusk released gravity magic and let it fall even though she was still shaking. Okay, if you can give me an admission pass, I will leave this place with peace of mind. Thanks. But first, just who are you guys? After a few minutes of calming down, the demon girl finally introduced herself. I'm Lady Essel, the eldest daughter of the Raider clan. Our clan is. I didn't ask about that. What Izuku was curious was about their existence. He has encountered several intelligent monsters. He asked the same question and ended up with the same answer. He had little expectation that the demons in this dungeon would give a different answer. Do you constantly hear voices in your head to kill humans? Essel tilted her head in confusion. After a moment of silence she finally realized what Izuku was asking. No, but we heard a different voice. To protect the area where we live. Finally, a different answer. The purpose of this monster is different from that of the gate monster. The purpose of the gate monster is to kill humans while this underground monster is to protect the dungeon. Then does that mean I'm like a gate monster to these monsters? When did you start hearing those voices? When we open our eyes here. Izuku widened his eyes as soon as he heard what Essel said. If she said they heard a sound when they opened their eyes here, it means that these demons used to live elsewhere. This can be a clue to know the nature of the system. Then where were you before opening your eyes here? In the demon world. Before we knew it, we ended up here. What are you doing in the demon world? W@R. W3AR hashtag PR3PAR, N9FORWAR. War? War against who? Yes. It was a war against such a powerful enemy that all the demons had to gather together. Suddenly Essel's words went out of control and her eyes began to distort as if she had experienced some kind of distortion. As if she was being possessed by something, she started babbling words differently than before. You have exceeded the amount of information allowed. The conversation will be interrupted. You have exceeded the amount of information allowed. The conversation will be interrupted. You have exceeded the amount of information allowed. The conversation will be interrupted. Again, the same thing happened to Baruka. The system forcibly blocked the conversation. So far, Izuku has only collected information that only ends up at the same dead end, but by talking to Essel he can provide some kind of clue. Level up, instant dungeons, quests, rewards, and penalties. Since everything is like a video game, it's not strange that monsters have a background like video games. Who is the powerful enemy you mentioned? It's HJGHFFKHJ. Essel tried to answer Izuku's question, but the information in her head seemed to be too much. Her face went dark and she fainted instantly. Essel. Izuku rushed to catch her just before her body hit the ground. He then lay her down and used his cloak as a pillow. Looking at Essel's faint face, Izuku began to collect the information he had just obtained and combine it with the pieces of information he had. The system has reacted violently to the identity of the enemy. If that enemy has transcendental power and tries to influence me or the earth for some reason, then the enemy that the demon fights, maybe they are the key? After a while, Essel finally opened her eyes. She blinked trying to adjust to the light. The moment she realized she was still outside, she jumped up and sat up touching her head. When did I fall asleep? Did you wake up? Essel then looked at Izuku with confused eyes. It seems that the demons are not very friendly to each other. These people are trying to attack you. Izuku pointed to the pile of demon corpses beside him. The number alone made Essel dumbfounded. Don't tell me. Did you protect me while I sleep? Despite being surprised, Essel quickly regained her composure and immediately thanked Izuku. Thank you. Demons without intelligence don't consider demons with intelligence as the same race. Is that so? Then how far is the place with the entry pass? Essel takes Izuku to her palace. The castle was on a cliff and surrounded by huge flames that has only one way in and out. Izuku had no problem entering the castle since he was with Essel. The interior of the castle itself isn't too bad compared to the view outside. Essel led them to the throne room where her father was currently. A demon king was sitting on the throne and surrounded by his knights. He has long black hair and red eyes that resemble Essel. Izuku looked at him, but he doesn't feel the impressive aura on him. Essel, why, you? Who the hell did you bring here? Dad, this man is my guest so. What kind of guests bring along an army of soldiers? Ha? Esil, can't you see it with your eyes? There are soldiers hidden in that human shadow. Izuku kept paying attention to the father-daughter interaction in front of him. Essel's father looked panicked after seeing Izuku. He could feel the shadow soldiers in Izuku's shadow. Izuku has been thinking about it. He must have good insight. You dare to bring your soldiers to my house? The demon knights then started to surround Izuku and then pointed their weapons at him. Dad. Although he was surrounded by enemies, Izuku did not lose his calm. He looked at Essel's father and then began to speak. I promised Essel-san, I would leave this place in peace if you handed me the entry pass. Essel's father trembled to look at the boy in front of him. He could feel the unpleasant aura coming from him. Is he the one who kills demons at incredible speed and climbs towers? Although we're a nobleman, the Raider clan is one of the weakest among the 20 demon noble clans. I heard that he defeated Vulcan and Metis. Can we deal with him? He swallowed his saliva and tried to talk to the boy his daughter had brought. Entry pass. That's all you want? One more thing. Izuku pointed his finger at Essel. I want to borrow her for a while. Izuku thought about using Essel as a guide because she knew where the other entrances were. But, for some reason, Essel's father seemed upset about it. Essel's father invited them to dinner. The dining table was filled with delicious and luxurious food. Izuku was skeptical at first, but after the first bite, it was delicious and he ate it wholeheartedly. Essel's father had offered Izuku a glass of wine, but he had to refuse. Even though he was poison-resistant, Izuku still rejected it because he was still underage. During dinner, Izuku explained the situation and was finally able to resolve the misunderstanding between them. Are you okay with just an entry pass and a guide? You won't harm my daughter, right? I didn't expect that the devil would worry about his daughter. I guess monsters still have so-called hearts. I will keep the promise. All right? Essel's father waved his hand, calling a servant to hand over the admission ticket to Izuku. Izuku accepted it and checked it for himself. Item, admission. Item class? Kind. A pass to enter the 81st floor of the Devil's Castle. It can be used in the floor movement magic circle on the 80th floor. After making sure it was real, he then stood up from his seat. Are you leaving soon? Yes. Ring. Demon Noble has requested a party. Party system? Party members can access the movement magic circle and rely on contributions, maybe share experiences. Share experiences with party members? This is the first time I have received a party notice. Does it have anything to do with the system? But if the distribution is based on contributions then. If there is a battle, make sure that you do not interfere. I'll take care of it myself. Essel turned his face away and for some reason, she blushed and gave a shy answer. Why yes. Once they were done with the preparations they went to the next floor. Essel was carrying a fairly large bag and when Izuku asked, she said that it was a gift for the clan leader on every floor. But why did you bring gifts for them? Is your clan friendly with other demonic clans? Oh, and no. Because in the demon world, hierarchical disputes often occur between demon lords. But I can guarantee that some clans are at least reasonable. He just gave a weak answer and avoided her gaze. Then it's okay. You just wait here. It won't take long. It only took a few minutes for Izuku to conquer the castle of the Garsh clan. Thanks to Essel, they reached the 89th floor faster than he expected. Because he had to fight with high-level demons, his level reached 87 levels. His shadow soldiers have also leveled up, and Igris and Tank have reached the maximum level. Igris LV Max. Rank, Knight. Promotion is available because it reaches the required level. The shadow will be promoted if the king's remission is granted. Shadow Monster LV Max. Rank, Elite. Promotion is available because it reaches the required level. The shadow will be promoted if the king's remission is granted. It looks like I can promote their rankings if they reach max level. Knight Igris has asked for permission to promote. Elite Shadow Monster has asked for leave for a promotion. Do you accept their request? I accept. The bodies of Igris and Tank began to disintegrate and then reform. A huge roar sounded from them as their bodies reshaped perfectly. Knight Igris has been promoted from rank Knight to rank Elite Knight. Elite Shadow Monster has been promoted from rank Elite to rank Knight. Shadows higher than Knights can be mentioned. Choose a name for the soldier. Have you decided on a tank? Yes. Not only the look has changed, but their auras are at different levels. With this Igris has reached the strength of the S rank and the tank has reached the high-end A rank. Sir Izuku. Just let drop the sir, you can call me Izuku. Izuku. Sir. Do you know how many clans you have destroyed so far? Well, since it is the 89th floor, excluding your clan, it should be 9. Starting from the 90th floor, each of them will be supervised by a high-ranking noble clan. They are in a completely different league. If you can persuade them, they will probably hand over the admission ticket to you like my clan. Well, it might just work, but if I'm weaker than your clan, will you negotiate with me? Izuku interrupted Essel before she could finish her words. She was silent for a moment, she then gasped after she realized what Izuku had said. Izuku grinned at Essel's reaction. That's how it is. He then turned around and did a little stretching. You said that there are always hierarchical disputes among demon clans because right? I will make the Radis clan number 1. But Izuku, sir, why did you exclude my clan? Well, it's because, at least for me, I don't think that you guys are bad people. Especially you Essel-san, you're a better person than I thought. Essel's face turned red when Izuku said that. He looked embarrassed after hearing what Izuku said, but Izuku didn't seem to notice and thought of something else instead. They continued the climb, and as Essel said, the difficulty suddenly increased on the 90th floor. The level of monsters and their numbers are in different leagues that cannot be compared with the downstairs. Although Izuku increases his intelligence stat, it seems insignificant with how much his mana is consumed, it only shows how often the shadow soldiers regenerate after being destroyed. Izuku had no choice but to fight more often than his soldiers so he didn't lose more mana. It didn't mean that he could pass the 90th floor by luck. Essel, who continued to watch Izuku and his soldiers fight from the side, could only be amazed by the way Izuku fought. Not only did he become stronger in every fight but his army grew to like their MSTR. Even the Paitos clan rank 4 and the Rikadu clan rank. Are other humans also as strong as Sir Izuku? Izuku looked back at Essel while wiping the blood and sweat on his face. Well, I don't know about the others, but so far the people I know are at least 1 or 2. Izuku rarely meets S rank other than Sugimoto. If he using the hunter standard then All Might is included. You're back on your floor now. I'll take care of it myself from now on. Am I no longer useful to you? Izuku then gave her a warm smile. He approached her and patted her on the shoulder. It's not that, you've been very helpful so far and I thank you for it, but as the enemy gets stronger, I can't guarantee your safety. Essel looked a little disappointed, but she then raised her head to face Izuku bravely, unlike the way she had talked to Izuku before. No, I want to come with you. I want to see the results of your fight. Then do as you please. An island called Nabu Island is located far south of the main island. It is a small island that is a tourist destination. The island has a population of about 1,000 people, most of whom work as farmers or fishermen. Life there was quite peaceful, and in 30 years, no incidents had occurred there. There is only one hero agency there where the hero on duty is also quite old, just have to wait for him to retire. It was like any other day of peace, with people doing their jobs and heroes patrolling to help those in need. Hiro-san went on patrol today too. Yes, of course, I can't neglect my duty as a hero. Is that so? Please do your best too today. Of course. The hero continues his patrol. The beach area, mountainous area, and residential area are all safe without any problems. But when Hiro reaches the small island near the main island, something happens. As the hero looked around, he saw a blue light near the ruins of the castle on the top of the Shiroyama mountain. The light is getting brighter and brighter to form an energy vortex. The hero is approaching the light, and when he looks closely, the energy vortex in front of him is similar to the gate he watched on TV. Although he wasn't sure at first, he decided to contact the Hunter Association just in case and sent them a picture of him as well. After the call, the association said that it would send some agents to investigate. While Izuku was busy cleaning up the demon castle, the Hunter Association was busy stabilizing after changing offices. Although they had just moved, their daily work did not stop, they still received a lot of calls for reports of gate sightings and related matters. The association just received a call saying that a gate appeared on an island called Nabu Island located far to the south. Several agents and hunters went there to inspect the gates there. The locals greeted them and then guided them to the gate site. The gate is on a separate island near the main island. When they arrived there, the size of the gate itself was larger than that of ordinary gates. The people who were there could also feel a large amount of mana pouring out of the gate. Well, it's bigger than what we see in the picture. You're right, the flow of mana is also abnormal. Let's get this done, I have a bad feeling about this. They began to make measurements using mana detectors. But the results that appeared surprised them. The measurement was repeated several times. They also had time to change the measuring instrument because they thought that the tool they were carrying was damaged, but the results that came out remained the same. This. Impossible. What's wrong? S rank, that's the gate of S rank. What? Hurry up and report this to the association, we need to hurry and secure this area. The locals who were also watching from afar were confused by the agent's strange reaction. One of them approached the agent and asked what happened. Is everything okay, sir? How long has it been since the gates started to appear? It's been 2 days, sir. Please evacuate immediately and secure this area, we can't let anyone go near the gate. But what's wrong, sir? The S-rank gate just appeared, it is the most dangerous gate among other gates. The monsters in it are also very powerful that can sweep a city in a day, even all might is not enough to clear one. Back in the dungeon of the demon castle, Izuku and Essel finally arrived on the 100th floor. They are facing the lord of the demon castle dungeon, the demon King Baron. King Baron saw them on top of the wyvern he was riding. The aura it emitted was unusual, even Essel could tremble at it. Izuku felt a sharp and intense thirst for blood directed towards them, he began to doubt whether he could win against it. Izuku turned his gaze to the wyvern King Baron ridden. The wyvern also had a name. Wyvern Kaizelin. A flying enemy. This would be troublesome. After finishing seeing his enemy, King Baron then flew into the air, raised his sword, and activated his skill. Ring. King of the Devil Baron using. Skill, Hell's Army. In front of Izuku appeared a door like a portal from the ground. The energy coming from the door is similar to the energy emitted from the gate. From that door, an army of demons emerged, similar to the demons Izuku fought against when he climbed the demon castle. Ring. The demon warrior has been summoned. The demon knight has been summoned. The demon general has been summoned. The notification showed Izuku the level of the demon army that King Baron had summoned. The number of demon troops continues to grow until it reaches more than hundreds. Just from a glance, I can see more than 1,000 demons. So it finally started. Sir Izuku, the number of enemies is too many, what should we do? The enemies simultaneously charged at them, the ground rumbled as they drew near, and the pressure coming from them was intense. Even with the many enemies advancing in front of him, Izuku remained silent. He waited for the right time to strike. Sir Izuku! Not yet. The enemy gets closer, and when they reach a certain distance Izuku then activates his skill. Skill, Domain of the Monarch, activated. Izuku's shadow spread out creating a black domain around him. His eyes glowed blue as his mana increased. Come forth! A weapon emerged from Izuku's shadow domain and killed all the demons that entered his territory. Shadow soldiers holding weapons appeared one by one to finish off every demon army that was still moving. Tank, Iron, Baruka, Igris, and Tusk have all wiped out most of the enemy's numbers. With them working together, they almost wiped out the many demon armies in front of them. Even with Izuku not interfering, his shadow soldier alone was enough to deal with Baron's army. Essel couldn't help but admire the scene in front of her. She may have made it to the highest floor, but she had never actually seen Izuku fight along their journey. It's amazing. Although she has accompanied Izuku so far, there is a trace of doubt in her heart. She was sure who she should side with. She knew that Demon King Baron was the MSTR of this place, while Izuku was an invader who should be eliminated. Amid Essel's doubts, King Baron was ready to launch his attack. Lightning formed the moment he opened his mouth. Lightning then reverberated into the sky, forming a collection of black clouds that sent down a thunderstorm that destroyed anything it struck. Essel, who closed her eyes, slowly opened her eyes to see that Izuku had protected her from lightning strikes under his cloak. "Are you okay?" "Why, yes." Ring. Buff, the status effect has been removed due to the effect of immunity. Buff, the status effect has been removed due to the effect of immunity. Izuku can withstand lightning thanks to his immunity buff. He also manages to stop the skill, or else his entire shadow army will be wiped out and his mana will be completely drained. Without wasting any more time, Izuku jumped into the ruins of the castle to reach King Baron. He aimed at King Baron's wyvern wing, but his attack was blocked by King Baron's sword, which sent him to hit the ground. Ugh! King Baron didn't give Izuku time to breathe. He then attacked him with his lightning magic. Izuku managed to dodge, but lightning continued to chase him. It was so fast that it almost caught up with Izuku. There is a limit to how much his robe can absorb damage. Knowing that his MSTR was cornered, Tusk activated the Dragon Breath skill to help him. His attack was able to block King Baron's lightning. Tusk then shifted his attack towards the wyvern that King Baron was riding. "You finally came down. I'm pretty tired from looking up." King Baron gave him an annoyed look, an ominous aura emanating from him. He once again made the same attack but was able to block with a Tusk magic shield. However, Izuku gradually loses mana as his shadow army is destroyed by the demon army. The mana consumption for the regeneration of higher-ranking warriors is even greater, but that does not mean that he should avoid receiving their help. King Baron doesn't give Izuku a chance to refill his mana, which leaves Izuku with no choice but to finish the fight before his mana is completely depleted. Izuku sent Iron to make the first attack, but he was directly crushed by King Baron's punch and sword. The same goes for Igris, who finished with one punch. Just behind the disappearing figure of Igris, Izuku attacked while activating his Vital Strike skill along with Baruka, but their attack was blocked by King Baron's sword. He withstands Vital Strike? Izuku was surprised by the fact that he could withstand his skills. So far, Izuku rarely finds an opponent who can respond or fend off his skills. If there is, they are much stronger than him. Not letting Izuku sink into deep thought, King Baron grabbed Izuku's head and lifted him into the air. Just as he was about to attack Izuku, his sword was blocked by Igris's sword and iron axe. Not letting the opportunity created by his soldiers go to waste, Izuku stabbed King Baron in the arm with 2 daggers. Igris' sword then pierced King Baron's right arm, causing him to release Izuku and the sword in his hand. King Baron then blew his mana and erased everything around him. Izuku was pushed far enough by just a wave of mana explosions, creating distance between them. King Baron summoned 2 daggers in his hand. They were identical and had blood-red blades with dragon-shaped hilts. Both Izuku and King Baron were in a fighting posture. They both attacked at the speed of bullets at the same time. Clank! A loud crashing sound sounded and a wave of mana formed as their weapons clashed. Their daggers collided at a speed beyond the speed of the eyes, leaving only the flashes and sparks of the 2 irons clashing. The 2 are almost the same in speed and strength. Izuku was then surprised by the magic attack that King Baron always used in front of him. At this distance? The attack was unavoidable, so Izuku had no choice but to block it by sending the dagger he was holding into the air. "DMN it, my dagger." King Baron once again swung his dagger but was stopped by Izuku's hand. He could feel the weight of King Baron's attack. Ugh! What a power! King Baron once again opened his mouth, preparing to use his magic attack once again. Suddenly something was thrown on King Baron's head which distracted him from completing his attack. Both Izuku and King Baron saw where the attack came from. Essel. Turned out that it was Essel who threw the weapon at King Baron. It took a lot of courage to just move her fingers. Her whole body has been trembling since the battle started. She couldn't handle the mana waves flowing through the battlefield. Even her hands were still shaking after throwing his weapon. Not ignoring the changes Essel made for him, Izuku with all his strength stats and the power of Dominator Touch tore through King Baron's arm. "Let's end this." With everything he had, Izuku dealt his final blow by blowing King Baron's head with all his might. King Baron's body only left his bottom and fell to the ground helplessly. Finally, a familiar electronic sound rang in Izuku's ears. Ring. You defeated the Demon Monarch, Baron. Obtained King Baron Soul. Normal quest. Collect Demon Souls, Part 2. Has been completed. After a long hard battle, Izuku fell to the ground. Essel then ran towards him. Sir Izuku. Essel. Izuku looked at Essel with a warm smile. Go and tell your father. That Raider clan is now the first place. As if moved by Izuku's words, tears unknowingly formed under her eyes. Sir Izuku. After the battle is over, all that is left is to collect dropped items. Izuku finally reached level obtained item, Demon Monarch's Ring. Obtained item, Demon King's Longsword. Obtained item, Demon King's Dagger X2. Obtained item, Baron's Horn X2. Obtained item, Purified Blood of the Demon King. By acquiring the Demon Monarch's Ring, Izuku finally completed all sets of Demon Monarch series items. Item, Demon Monarch's Ring. Item class, S. Type, Accessory. Sense plus 20, Intelligent plus 20. The effect set will activate if this item is equipped with Demon. Demon Monarch's Earring, equipped. Demon Monarch's Necklace, equipped. Set effect plus 5 all stats. Of effect set plus 10 all statistics. But rather than the set of items, Purified Blood of the Demon King is what he was looking for at the beginning. Item, Purified Blood of the Demon King. Item class? Type, Ingredient. The liquid was made by purifying the blood of the Monarch of the Demons. It emitted powerful magic energy, and although it had not been refined, there was still a bit of poison left and had to be mixed with the World Tree Fragment and Spring Water of the Echoing Forest to be used as medicine. To create Holy Water of Life, he must obtain all 3 materials in the dungeon of the Demon Castle. Ring. Craft. World Trees Fragment. Spring Water of the Echoing Forest. Purified Blood of the Demon King. Consumpsi, Holy Water of Life, 3-3. Craft Holy Water of Life? Craft. Crafting Holy Water of Life. Crafting. The success rate and several items created will depend on the crafter's intelligence stat. Essel, who watched Izuku, stood up staring at the empty air, wondering what he was doing. Sir Izuku, are you okay? After hearing Izuku mutter the description of the message in front of him, Essel then responded. Are you talking about craftability? I'm sure it will work well since it's Sir Izuku. Izuku's heart thumped nervously every time the timer went down. Even with his high intelligence status, Izuku still feels anxious. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Crafting succeeded. Crafted item Water of Life X6? Yes. Izuku shouted happily. Essel also clapped her hands to celebrate his success from the side. Izuku checked the remaining materials he had. He lost a little bit of Demon King's Pure Blood and World Tree Fragment, but Spring Water of the Echoing Forest was completely lost. Does it just consume the exact amount it needs instead of using it all? Item, Holy Water of Life. Item class, S. Type, Consumption. A mysterious potion that can cure any disease with powerful magic. The effect will occur only if the bottle is emptied. So this is the Holy Water of Life. Can this item heal Daichi-san's injuries? I have to go to the hospital as soon as this. While Izuku was deep in thought, Iron approached him dragging the body of Wyvern King Baron. Iron? Looks like you've noticed too. Iron smiled proudly as Izuku praised him. Izuku approached the wyvern's body and then placed his hand on it. Arise! A black figure emerged from the wyvern's body, reshaping Wyvern King Baron into one of Izuku's shadow soldiers. Sir Izuku, that. I can't turn the demon into a shadow soldier, but it seems like it's possible for the wyvern. Essel looked in awe at Izuku's new shadow army. The figure of the wyvern has an extraordinary aura of death around him. Ring. Choose a name for the warrior. Kaisel. Kie. Kaisel squealed as he flapped his wings after receiving a new name from his MSTR. With that wyvern, we can quickly return to Raider Clan. Although Essel tried to talk to Izuku, he ignored her and was busy with his thoughts. He thought about leaving the demon castle immediately. There will be a banquet when we return to my clan. I'm sure my father will be happy. Izuku still ignored her, and then he remembered that he still had a search reward that he hadn't received yet. Ring. Normal quest, collect demon souls, part 2. Has been completed. Reward highest quality runestone. Reward bonus statistics plus 30. Reward hidden rewards. Received, supreme quality runestone, shadow exchange. Received, bonus stat plus 30. Received, title, Demon Hunter. Title, Demon Hunter. The condition requirements have not been met. Runestone shadow exchange? Izuku then breaks the runestone to see what kind of skill he will get. Shadow exchange LV.1. Job specific. No mana require. Exchange locations between the user and the selected shadow warrior. This skill can only be reused after the 3-hour cooldown is over. The cooldown will change depending on the skill level. This is incredible. Like the teleportation I saw on TV, no, I guess it's more like a warp. But the cooldown of the skill is too long, more than that it will change depending on the skill level. It means that the higher the level I get, I can use it as freely as I want. Essel looked at Izuku in confusion. First, he stared at the space, then suddenly screamed in excitement and then muttered something unclear. Essel was worried that he hit his head during the battle, which made him like that, so she asked him. Sir Izuku, are you okay? Ah, Essel? Sorry, I must have been muttering unconsciously again. It's okay, after all, there will be a banquet. Sorry Essel, I can't go to your clan now, I have something to do. But. Essel looked disappointed as she bit her lip subconsciously. Are you going to visit sometime? Izuku gave her a warm smile. Essel blushed involuntarily from the smile. I'll see you again if there's a chance. Izuku then summoned back all his shadow warriors back into his shadow. After bidding farewell to Essel, black energy surrounded him, covering his whole body. Izuku's figure disappeared in his shadow, exchanging with the shadow warrior standing where Izuku was before. Essel, who saw her, was confused by the shadow soldier in front of her. Even the shadow looked confused, and he wondered how he got there. Essel just sighed, although a little disappointed, a smile etched on her face. She hopes to one day meet her again. After parting with Essel, Izuku opened his eyes in a small alley. He looked around to confirm where he was. This place is. It turned out that he arrived at the small alley near his dormitory. He remembered that he had placed his shadow soldiers around this area for safety purposes. Shadow Exchange LV1. 2 hours 59 minutes 57 seconds until the skill can be reused. I actually swapped locations. Without further ado, he then headed straight to the hospital. Since it was night and visitors were no longer allowed to visit, Izuku decided to sneak into the hospital. He activated his stealth skill to avoid commotion and entered through Ikuru's room window. When Izuku arrived there, Ikuru was sleeping soundly on his bed. The medical equipment had been unplugged from him, leaving only an 4 tube attached to his left arm. He then pulled the chair beside the bed and sat next to it. Izuku looked at Ikuru, his eyes fixed on Ikuru's legs, which could no longer move anymore. Once again he felt bitter inside. He remembered his regret for his failure to save them. If only I could get there sooner. With that in mind, Izuku clenched his fists, but he decided to stop. It was useless to think about it now. He can't undo what has happened. Feeling the presence of someone beside him, Ikuru slowly opened his eyes. He turned his eyes to see Izuku already sitting next to him with his head down. Izuku? Ikuru called his name. It had been a long time since he had seen his face since the dungeon raid incident. Hearing his name called, Izuku raised his head and looked at Ikuru. Ikuru-san? He was surprised and happy to see Ikuru in a conscious state. But still, he felt uncomfortable around Ikuru. He was once again reminded of the horrific scene where Ikuru's body was crushed. Once again Izuku lowered his head in guilt. Knowing this, Ikuru then starts a conversation to distract Izuku from his negative thoughts. How are you doing? It's been a long time since I last saw you. Izuku bit his lip, swallowing his bitterness. He then raised his head and faced Ikuru with a fake smile, trying his best to hide his bitterness. I'm fine, how about you, Isuru-san? Although Izuku's answer was delayed, Ikuru just smiled and accepted it. As you can see, my legs may not be able to move anymore, but other than that I'm fine. Hearing Ikuru's calm answer made Izuku feel even more guilty. Just by hearing his tone, Izuku can tell that Ikuru has accepted his current state. Sorry, if only. Izuku. Before Izuku could finish his sentence, Ikuru interrupted him directly. Ikuru already knew what Izuku was going to say, so he quickly interrupted him so that Izuku would not burden himself with his guilt. It's not your fault that I'm in my current state, it's because of my careless decision and I've accepted it. But It's okay, Izuku. Let's forget the sad story and tell me what you did recently. I heard from Sugimoto that you went to training, so how is it? Although he tried to strike up a conversation, Izuku's mind was still caught in his guilt. His head was filled with negative thoughts and guilt. He continues to blame himself to this day. Ikuru looked at the silent Izuku, ignoring his question while lowering his head. He just sighed knowing that the boy couldn't get out of his negative thoughts. Ikuru then put his hand on Izuku's head. For some reason the hand on top of his head felt so warm, it helped warm Izuku's heart a little. I know what you are thinking, but it doesn't change anything. What happened to me is already my destiny and I have already accepted it. No matter how cruel the fate is, I will have to accept it sooner or later. So don't blame yourself. Izuku once again lowered his head. His guilt and regret diminished a little thanks to Ikuru's words to him. Feeling a little better, Izuku returned to his main purpose of visiting Ikuru at this hour. Ikuru-san, if Izuku seemed hesitant to finish his words, while Ikaru just sat patiently waiting for Izuku to finish his words. After a moment of silence, with all his courage Izuku tried to finish what he wanted to say. If I say there is a way for you to be able to walk again, do you believe it? Ikaru was taken aback by what Izuku had just said. He doubted what he had just heard, but he later remembered what kind of person Izuku was. Izuku never talks nonsense despite his habit of muttering. Especially seeing the confidence in the boy's eyes, it was obvious that he was not joking. It just made it hard for him to doubt what he had just said. Seeing his determination, Ikaru smiled and decided to believe his words. I believe you. Getting a positive answer from Ikaru, Izuku took something out of his pocket. It was a small bottle filled with red liquid. Ikaru looked confused by the bottle in Izuku's hand. Izuku, what's this? It's a healing potion that can cure all diseases. Potion? Does such a thing exist? But where did you get it from? I got it after clearing a dungeon. You got it from the dungeon? Ikaru doubted what Izuku had just said. Sometimes items are found in dungeons, but there is no record of potions ever found in dungeons. No wonder Ikaru doubted the source of the potion. He then saw Izuku's face. Judging from his expression, Ikaru could see that Izuku had gone through a lot of hardships to get it. Not wanting his hard work to be in vain, Ikaru took the bottle from Izuku's hand and emptied it in an instant. Ikaru-san? Izuku was also taken aback by Ikaru's sudden actions. He was worried about the side effects that the holy water of life would cause. He didn't have time to stop it and let Ikaru empty the bottle. Izuku looked at Ikaru, who was still pensive, staring at the empty bottle in his hand. After a few minutes of feeling nothing, something began to change. Vitality slowly returned to his face, and Ikaru, who had not been able to feel his legs before, slowly felt his feet return. He then tried to move his toes. Not satisfied with that, Ikaru tried to stand up to see if the effect of the potion Izuku gave him was real. Ikaru tried to stand on his own feet. Izuku tried to help him, but he stopped him. He began to put his feet on the floor and tried to stand up. Despite his trembling legs, Ikaru took the first step. His balance was shaken, which made him fall. He tried to get up and walk once more, and after a few tries, Ikaru could walk normally. He could even kick the air. Without hesitation, Ikaru's legs finally healed and returned to normal. Ikaru couldn't help being surprised. He thought he had lost hope of walking again, but someone showed hope to him. And that person is now standing in front of him with a face that is as shocked as himself. Izuku still doubted the scene in front of him, trying to make sure that it was not a dream by punching himself. Ikaru was taken surprised by Izuku's sudden actions. Izuku, are you okay? Ignoring Ikaru's question, Izuku touched his cheek, which was bruised from the blow. There was a little blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, which made Ikaru even more worried. It hurts. The pain of the blow lingered on his face, and the sight of Ikaru standing before his eyes was still there. Unconsciously, tears fell from his blue eyes. Unable to contain his relief, he began to cry. He fell as the regret and guilt that had been weighing him away melted away. Ikaru approached him, worried that he would hurt himself. But when he saw Izuku's helpless figure, he realized something. That the burden this child carried was greater than he thought. All this time, Ikaru didn't notice because of Izuku's mature and calm personality, but he was wrong. Behind his tough figure is hidden a dark hole in his heart which is prone to negative thoughts. He had forgotten that Izuku was still a child who needed guidance and support from adults. He was blinded by his strength and glorious accomplishments despite his young age. Guilt suddenly enveloped him. He felt like he was failing as an adult who was supposed to guide him. Ikaru looked back at Izuku's weak figure falling to the floor. His current figure looked smaller than usual. It's hard to believe that this kid has saved his life. But that was the reality, and there was nothing he could do but be grateful for it. Ikaru then smiled warmly. He then held Izuku's hand as he bowed, thanking him for saving his life. Showing the gratitude he had towards Izuku for giving him a second chance. Thank you, Izuku, thank you for saving my life and not giving up on me. Hearing Ikaru's thanks, Izuku wiped the tears from his face and then smiled. Same here, thank you for being safe. The next day all the members of the raid team as well as Todoroki and Izuku visit him at the hospital as soon as they hear that Ikaru can walk again. Kyoko couldn't hide her tears when she saw Ikaru's figure who could stand up. She cried, hugging Ikaru while expressing unclear gratitude as she sobbed. The other members also expressed their gratitude in their own way. Even Katsuhito was on the verge of tears but pretended to be fine. But despite all that, they are happy that Ikaru is okay now. Izuku smiled when he saw them from the side. They strike up a conversation amongst themselves, but when Daichi asks Ikaru how he recovered despite the doctor's diagnosis he won't be able to walk anymore, he just smiles and glances at Izuku. I think I have received a miracle. Although Izuku didn't immediately notice that Ikaru was looking at him. He just smiled in response and decided to leave the room so they could have time to talk. After leaving Ikaru's room, Izuku sat on one of the benches in the hallway near the room and checked his mobile phone. He had left his mobile phone for too long unattended while he was in the demon castle. There are a lot of missed messages and calls as long as he doesn't touch them. He then checked the latest news to see if he missed it while he was away. Just as he was about to open the news channel, his cell phone rang suddenly. Izuku looked at a contact's name to see who contacted him. He saw Sugimoto's name and immediately replied. Sugimoto-san? Finally you answered my phone. Where did you ignore my call for more than a week? Sorry, the place I went there is no service whatsoever. Huh? Is there still such a place at this time? Well, forget it. Have you seen the news? Not yet, I was just about to check the news before you called me. Okay, well, where are you now? I'm at the hospital. Well, can you come to the office? I will explain the situation when you arrive. Okay, I'll be there soon. Izuku then hung up the phone. For some reason, he had a feeling that something might happen. He then stood up and headed to Ikaru's room to tell the others that he was leaving first. Ikaru watched as Izuku opened the door. When he came in, Kyoko finished crying and they chatted casually. Hey Izuku, where have you been? I just received a call from Sugimoto-san. He told me to come to the office so I should go first. Could it be related to the S-rank gate that has just appeared recently, Daichi? Hearing what Daichi said to him, Izuku widened his eyes. What? He couldn't help but be shocked by the sudden news he had just heard. What do you mean by the S-rank gate that just appeared? Didn't you hear? An S-rank gate has appeared on the island of Nabu far to the south. As soon as he heard that, Izuku rushed to the bureau office. Although he was in a hurry, he didn't even make a sound when he came out. He left, Daichi. He left, Ikaru. I didn't even feel his movements when he left. It seems that our youngest members have become much stronger. Ikaru smiled knowing Izuku's rapid growth. He didn't notice when they met last night, but after he thought about it, Ikaru didn't feel any mana or Izuku's presence at all when he sneaked into his room. Although lying in the hospital, Ikaru is still an S-rank hunter, his detection ability is better than most hunters. But being able to pass his detection proves how far Izuku has grown. He may have reached his level now, or even surpassed him. Ikaru looked at the closed door where Izuku had just left. Ikaru's smile became wider unconsciously, thinking about how strong the child would grow up made him happy. Izuku arrived at the bureau's office and went straight to Sugimoto's room. As he walked in, Sugimoto noticed Izuku's heavy breathing and a drop of sweat on his forehead. He assumed that Izuku had run from the hospital all the way here. It may seem ridiculous, but it took 15 minutes by car to get here, and it hasn't been 5 minutes since he called Izuku. He wondered how he got here so quickly but decided to put that aside and focus on the main reason he called him here. But before he could say anything, Izuku approached him first. Is it true that an S-rank gate has appeared? Sugimoto was somewhat surprised by Izuku's sudden approach. He just blinked twice and told Izuku to calm down and sit down. So you've heard of it? Yes, an S-rank gate did appear on the Nabu island, and we plan to raid it in 4 days. Is that why you called me here? That's right, we need your help, Hunter Izuku. I'm sure you can imagine what kind of disaster would come if the dungeon broke. Can you join us in this operation? Usually, Izuku would answer it immediately. Instead, he stayed silent for a moment. He paused for a while to think about it. But right before he could finish his sentence, he felt a wave of mana coming from a certain place that made him look in that direction. Sugimoto noticed him and asked what was wrong. Is there anything wrong? Oh, it's nothing. There seemed to be some hunter fighting somewhere nearby. Sugimoto was quite surprised that Izuku could notice this quickly, plus his detection range that already exceeded his. As expected of you, it seems your senses have increased greatly to detect it from this distance. S-rank hunters are currently warming up in the gym. Perhaps that's the one you feel. S-rank hunter? You will see when you get there. Izuku and Sugimoto headed to the bureau's gym. When they arrived, they saw several people gathered around the arena to watch the two hunters fight. Their fight had caused waves as they exchanged punches. Even Izuku could feel it from this distance. It's rare for all S-rank hunters to gather in one place. The magical energy you felt before probably come from them. But, who are those hunters? They are hunters from South Korea. The man wearing Korean martial arts clothes is Hunter Ma Dongwook and the person he is fighting is Hunter Baek Yoon-ho, both S-rank. Wait, Hunter from South Korea? Yes, we asked for help from South Korea. They sent us their S-rank hunters to help us on the Nabu Island dungeon raid. Izuku thought about it for a while and finally understood why they asked other countries for help. Japan currently has 5 S-rank hunters, with one having just recovered from injury and is currently in the process of recovery. With only 4 S-ranks, the survival rate is low. To prevent disasters from happening, Japan has to ask other countries for help. And this is where they are today. 8 S-rank hunters have gathered in one place. Izuku watched their fight closely. He noticed that Baekhyunho was slightly pushed back. It looks like Hunter Baekhyunho was pushed back a bit. But if Hunter Baekhyunho gave everything, Hunter Ma Dongwook would not accept the change. Both Izuku and Sugimoto turned their eyes to the side to see a red-haired man with a neat appearance and glasses approaching them. Izuku wondered who this man was because it was the first time he saw him. That's when Sugimoto stepped up and greeted the man. "Hello Hunter Choi Jong-in." Hunter Sugimoto. Choi Jong-in also greeted Sugimoto while shaking hands with him. Izuku looked at Choi Jong-in. He could feel that the man in front of him had strong magical energy. He assumed that this man was a mage-class hunter. Choi Jong-in realizes that he has been observed by the boy who is with Sugimoto. Choi Jong-in also tried to observe the boy. At first, he couldn't feel his presence at all, as if he had never been there, but when he approached, Choi Jong-in could feel the incredible magical energy coming from the boy. Curious, he then asked Sugimoto who this boy was. "By the way, Hunter Sugimoto, who is this boy?" "Ah, I almost forgot, this is Izuku, one of our hunters." "Hello, I'm Izuku, a rank hunter." Choi Jong-in, Korean S-rank hunter. "Nice to meet you." "Same here. Is Hunter Choi Jong-in perhaps a Japanese?" "Your Japanese is very good." "It's not that good, I just happened to learn it." "By the way, are you the unofficial S-rank that Sugimoto is talking about?" "Unofficial S-rank?" Izuku tilted his head. This was the first time he heard it. He then sees Sugimoto asking what Choi Jong-in is talking about. "About that, I haven't told him because he just came back after being away for a while." "Is that so?" Just as there was silence between them, cheers rang out from the training arena. They then shifted their focus back to the fight between Baekhyunho and Ma Dongwook. "MSTR Baek. Young people like you should be able to use more power." "I'm not a MSTR, MSTR Ma." Ma Dongwook yelled at Baekhyunho as he tried to push him back. Magical waves flowed as they continued the fight. Izuku, who saw them, remembered what Choi Jong-in had said before. "You said that Hunter Baekhyunho didn't give everything, but why did he hide his strength when Hunter Ma Dongwook was not an opponent he could fight against?" "It's difficult for a person to exert all their strength when there are many eyes around. Because Hunter Baek turned into a real beast when he fought." Izuku thinks that Choi Jong-in is just exaggerating, but it doesn't seem to be the case. He probably described it literally, judging by his expression. "It's good to chat with you guys, especially you Hunter Izuku, but I have to excuse myself, it seems like my other colleagues have arrived." "Same here Hunter Choi, see you again." After shaking hands, Choi Jong-in left them and headed for the entrance to meet the people who had just entered. There were 4 people there, and Izuku recognized 2 of them. One is Bureau Agent Hankawa and the other is the Japanese S-rank hunter Gotoruji. It's been a long time since Izuku saw Hankawa. He only heard that she became Gotoruji's secretary and had raised her rank and became an official A-rank hunter. This is also the first time Izuku has seen Gotoruji in person. He usually only hears him through rumors. Rumor has it that Gotoruji is probably the strongest hunter in Japan and can even compete with American hunter Thomas Andre. Goto is known to be close to the current chairman of the Hunter Association. This has long been known in the association. Izuku then saw 2 other people with them. One was a man with black hair neatly combed back and the other was a woman with orange hair carrying a sword on her hips. The 2 of them chatted with Choi Jong-in using Korean that Izuku couldn't understand. "Sugimoto-san, are they Korean hunters as well?" "Judging from their magic power, without a doubt, they are S-rank hunters." "The woman must be a warrior, but the man is not shown the posture of a warrior. He can be a healer or maybe a support wizard. Whatever it is, he will be of great help during this raid." "That's right, that woman is S-rank hunter Chai Haein and the other is Korean S-rank healer Min Byung-gu." While they were talking, Baekhyunho and Ma Dongwook's fight was over. They then gathered with their other comrades. "I didn't know that you would come in the end, Byung-gu. This will be my last mission as a hunter anyway. I plan to apply to be a civil servant after all this is done." "So you plan to retire?" "Yes, I'm going to take the teaching certification exam." "Aren't subjects like Korean history suitable for me?" "Why Korean history of all things?" "You already know Hyung. I love historical drama." "You are strange. Ha ha ha. Don't talk about it." As Baekhyunho and Min Byung-gu talked to themselves, Ma Dongwook put his hand on Baekhyunho's shoulder. "Enough with the 2 of you. By the way, why are you taking so long?" "Hunter Baek and I are done with the warm-up." "Sorry, I have to take my sword before coming, Cha Haein." "Is that so?" As they were talking, Cha Haein noticed that the air seemed to be different. She looked around and saw a boy standing beside Sugimoto. "Hey, does anyone know who the kid next to Hunter Sugimoto is?" Oh him, he is A-rank hunter Izuku, Choi Jong-in. As he said that his colleagues were all shocked by it. That boy is a hunter? Really? Moreover, what is an A-rank? Ma Dongwook. But it's strange, I don't feel his presence at all at first, but what's the wrong with that huge amount of magic, Baek-Yun-ho? Well about that, he's a rumored unofficial S-rank, Choi Jong-in. Really? Well he must be amazing for you to say that. Hyung Min Byung-gu. Go-to Ruji standing behind them had been listening to their conversation from the beginning but couldn't understand a single thing. He then asked Hankawa who could speak Korean. Hankawa what they're talking about. They talked about Hunter Izuku over there. Izuku? You mean the boy who was with Sugimoto, right? Yes. Do you know him? Yes, we have met several times by chance. Really? What kind of person is he? I don't know him very well, but as far as I know he's a good boy. That's it? I heard some rumors that he is a powerful hunter with rapid growth. Is that so? Goto then once again looked at Izuku who was talking to Sugimoto. He narrowed his eyes. Izuku's presence was thin despite the magic power he possessed. His magic power is comparable to that of Hunter S rank. Goto was a little interested in him since the chairman had mentioned him before. Flashback. A few days after the appearance of the S-rank gate on Nabu Island, Matsumoto called Goto to his office to discuss something. As he arrived there, the director told Goto to sit down while his secretary served them tea. The director then told his secretary to leave them alone. Ruji, do you know why I called you? Is it regardless of the upcoming raid? Correctly. So what do you want me to do? Matsumoto pushed the document in front of him to Goto. After reading a few pages, he widened his eyes. Chairman, this is the raid plan I had prepared for the upcoming raid. With our current strength, we can't carry out the raid alone, so I asked for help from the South Korean tour help, to which they agreed and decided to send some of their S-rank. I will take this opportunity to put the Japanese hunter in a higher position rivaling the Americans. And I want you to take on the role of the leader of the raid. I understand your intention, however, asking for help from South Korea was a bit. Just think about it, if you take this opportunity, you will be able to stand on par with the powerful hunters of other countries such as Thomas Andre and Christopher Reed. They made their name famous by publicizing their success in completing the S-rank dungeon raid that appeared in America a month ago. But still, I'm doing this for the sake of this country. If you take part in this plan, you will increase our fame beyond the reputation of the heroes. Hearing Matsumoto's answer, Goto seemed to hesitate, but he then gave an uncertain answer. I'll think about it, sir. Matsumoto seemed satisfied with his answer. He then returned to his desk taking a document from his drawer and handing it to Goto. This is a list of hunters with promising prospects. I would like you to gather them together and bring them over to our side, especially this kid, Izuku. He has the highest potential out of all the hunters on the list, be sure to pay attention to him. Matsumoto tapped on the front page where there was Izuku's profile. Goto then reads Izuku's profile and is quite surprised by it. Even if it was just a glance, Goto knew that Izuku's ability surpassed most hunters. No wonder Matsumoto wants him by his side since he can be of great help. Alright, I'll try it. The end of the flashback. Feeling the gaze directed at him, Izuku looked back at Goto. When their eyes met, Izuku bowed slightly to greet him. Izuku knew Goto was watching him, but he decided to pretend he didn't know. Not long after that, the chairman of the Japan Hunter Association appeared along with the other Japanese S-rank, the holy archer Yumiko Aoi, and the Japanese S-rank mage Tatsumi Fujishima. It seems that everyone is here, shall we move to the meeting room? After all the raid teams gathered they headed to the meeting room. Korean S-rank hunters Choi Jong-in, Baek-Yun-ho, Cha Hien, Ma Dongwook, and Min Byung-gu, while Japanese hunters are Goto Ruji, Sugimoto Reiji, Yumiko Aoi, and Tatsumi Fujishima. Just gathering them all in one place, the magic power radiating around them was strong enough to make a low-ranked hunter faint just by being there. They immediately started their meeting to discuss the upcoming raid. The director's secretary started handing out documents to each raid member. As they were reading it, the secretary started explaining the attack scenario. The monsters in the dungeon are insect-type monsters, which are giant red ants. The strength of monsters is estimated to be between C rank to S rank. Their number is estimated to be more than 1,000 divided into worker ants, guard ants, and one boss queen. The number of worker ants is more than that of the guardian ants, almost doubled, and there are also ant eggs that have not hatched. The structure of the dungeon itself is a cave with many intricate tunnels which the investigation team had a hard time mapping out. Each tunnel is inhabited by at least hundreds of worker ants and a few guard ants. While the boss room is inhabited by the queen, some worker ants, and guard ants are in charge of guarding the queen and her unhatched eggs. Based on this information, it was decided that the S-rankers present would be divided into two main teams. The first team is a group consisting of several elites whose job is to defeat the boss. Meanwhile, the second team is a large team consisting of many A-rank hunters who will deal with the other ant monsters. This team will be divided into smaller teams and led by selected S-rankers or elites. The hunters who will be on the first team are from Korea Hunter Cha Hyun, Hunter Ma Dongwook, and Hunter Min Byong-gu. From Japan, there are Yumiko Aoi, Tatsumi Fujishima, and raid leader Goto Ruji. While Hunter Choi Jongin, Baekhyun-ho, and Sugimoto Reiji will be the leaders of Team 2. The raid is aimed at complete extermination. They do not intend to leave a single ant alive. After the chairman's secretary finished with her explanation, she then opened a question and answer session. That's all I can explain. If there's anything is confusing, feel free to ask. Can I ask you something? Hunter Ma Dongwook, who had listened to her explanation, seriously raised his hand. Sure, please ask. What's the boss's job again? The queen's job is to reproduce, and that's why her magical energy is so great. Wait, so the queen's task is just to breed? Yes, the queen may not have strong fighting or defensive abilities, but the queen guard is almost the same as the S-rank hunter, so it will be difficult to get close to the queen. Is that so? The meeting went smoothly since the plan was set and all members of the raid agreed. There wasn't much debate during the meeting, and with that, the meeting ended. Almost all the members of the meeting left, but some still stayed and chatted among themselves and then left. Meanwhile, Sugimoto also left the meeting room, but there is still work to be done. He headed to the conference room where the A-rank hunters gathered. There are more dozens of them. They are hunters who will join the S-rank gate raid on the island of Nabu. Sugimoto walked in and the room fell into a brief silence. All attention was on Sugimoto as he stood on the podium. Sugimoto scanned the room, making sure there were no empty seats. He then begins his explanation of the raid scenarios, monsters, and what kind of environment they will face. After that, he began to divide them into which groups they would be assigned to. There are 3 total groups composed of several small 5-person teams. Izuku was also in the room and joined the meeting. He listened carefully, making sure not to miss any information. There are 3 teams in total, each consisting of 10 A-rank hunters. The first team, led by Korean S-rank hunter Baekhyun-ho, was assigned as the main attacking team. The second team was led by Sugimoto, and the third team, led by Choi Jongin, will be the support team. They will be in charge of guarding the monsters that escaped the attack of the main attacking team. Izuku is assigned to the first team with other A-rank hunters. He only knows their names. He looked at the list of other teams and saw Todoroki's name on the second team. It would be nice if he had at least someone he knew on his team, but it couldn't be helped since this team was formed by the higher-ups. The meeting ended after the division of the teams. Each participant began to leave the room. Izuku is going back, and he meets Todoroki on the way. Todoroki-san. Todoroki turned around and saw Izuku approaching him. Izuku? Are you heading to the dormitory? Yeah, since I have no other work to do. Is that so? Aren't you going to go too? No, I still have a place I have to go. They continued their conversation until they reached the front of the office. The sky was already orange when they came out. Izuku then parted ways with Todoroki and headed straight to the station. Izuku was invited to Todoroki's residence by Fuyumi for dinner there. It's been a long time since he last met them, so he quickly agreed. When he met Todoroki before, he thought about inviting him too, but quickly dismissed the thought because Todoroki still had no signs of wanting to reconnect with his family. After walking for a while from the station, he came to Todoroki's residence. He rang the bell, and after waiting for a while the door was opened and Fuyumi immediately greeted him. Oh, Izuku-kun, you finally arrive, come in. Then, excuse me. Fuyumi guides Izuku to the dining room where Shoto and Natsuo are waiting for him. Oh, Izuku, you came. Natsuo greeted Izuku as soon as he saw him, and Shoto just nodded his head. Natsuo-san, Shoto-kun. Izuku then sat down in front of them. Various types of food are served on the table. Soon they started talking to each other. How are you, Izuku? It's been a long time since I saw you, Natsuo. I'm fine, what about you guys? We're good. While Natsuo replied, Shoto just nodded in confirmation. They shared a conversation at dinner. They talk about this and that, mostly about their lives and their current busyness. Fuyumi with his job as a teacher, Natsuo with his busy life as a student, and Shoto who is still in school. By the way, aren't you about the same age as Shoto, Izuku-kun? Do you have any plans to go to which high school? Izuku hasn't told them that he is a hunter, and he still has no plans to enroll in school. To be precise, he hasn't thought about it yet. He was too busy with his work, let alone with the incident that just happened recently. His hands were full of his work and he was just focused on clearing the Demon Castle dungeon. to the point that the thought never crossed his mind. If it were him from the past, he might have thought about enrolling in UA, the best hero school in Japan, but not anymore. He is now much different from what he was in the past. He now intends to focus on becoming stronger to protect the precious to him. Izuku looked at the Todoroki family who was waiting for his answer. I don't know, I haven't thought about it because I'm too busy myself. Really? Come to think of it, you've told me you have a job, right? So what's your job? Fuyumi. That. Izuku was confused as to whether he told them or not. He had noticed that some of the footage showing him working as a hunter was in some media, so it shouldn't matter. I'm a hunter. What? Everyone was surprised to learn that Izuku was a hunter, they didn't expect it at all. Is that allowed? Aren't you too young for the job? Even new heroes get a minimum license at the age of 18, Natsuo. Well, it can be said that I am a special case. But still, isn't Hunter's task to break into the dungeon and kill the monsters inside? Isn't it dangerous? Fuyumi. That's true, but as long as you enter the gate according to your rank, it shouldn't be a problem. So, what's your rank? Shoto. That's a bit embarrassing to say. For what shame? Just say, Fuyumi. That. A rank. Doesn't that mean that your ranking is high? Natsuo. More or less. Everyone fell silent but couldn't help but be amazed by Izuku. He was young and yet he was amazing. He was able to reach that point at such a young age. It can even be compared to Hawk, who reached number 3 on the Billboard chart at a young age. It's amazing. The family praised Izuku endlessly to the point of embarrassing him. They start asking Izuku about his job and what it's like to be a hunter. They also asked him about monsters and dungeons. Izuku only shares some information that can be shared with the public, since people also need basic knowledge about monsters so that they can identify which monsters and which ones are quirks. By the way, Izuku, I heard that a high-level gate appeared on the island of Nabu. Is it true? Natsuo. Yes, that's right. Does the Bureau do anything with it? Natsuo. Well, that. Izuku was at a loss as to whether or not he should answer it, but since it was already widely spread in the news, it didn't seem to matter. Yes, there will be a raid in a few more days. Then are you going to participate too? Shoto. Yes. Are you not afraid? Fuyumi. Well, to be honest, I am afraid, but since we have to fight for our lives, that kind of thing is not allowed. They all fell silent when they heard Izuku's words. They only know roughly how a hunter works, but they don't know how a hunter works. At first glance, hunters may seem to work like heroes. They enter the gates and defeat monsters like heroes defeating villains. But the big difference between the two is how to deal with the opponent. Hunters must kill monsters. They are human weapons, destructive tools that exist to protect humanity from threats from other worlds. Just with that in mind, hunters' task is more dangerous than heroes. They deal with corpses and blood every time they work. The family didn't know it. They were quite surprised to hear Izuku say such a thing. The atmosphere became awkward. They looked at each other. Feeling uncomfortable, Fuyumi tried to divert to another topic. Luckily, the conversation resumed regardless of their previous mood. After talking for about an hour, Izuku decided to go home because it was almost evening. Fuyumi accompanies him to the front door before sending him home. Izuku-kun, thank you for coming. Same here, thank you for inviting me too. It doesn't matter, besides me and Natsu, only you are close to Shoto. Fuyumi was silent for a moment. A memory flashed through her mind, a memory where her whole family gathered, laughed, and chatted to share a moment of family warmth. Izuku tilted his head in confusion looking at Fuyumi, who suddenly fell silent. Fuyumi-san? Are you okay? The shocked Fuyumi immediately erased the thought from her head and smiled back as usual. I am fine, I just think it would be nice if all my family could be gathered together like this. There was a clear longing in her eyes as she said that. Izuku fell silent thinking about what Fuyumi might feel. Izuku didn't know what family warmth was until he became a hunter. After receiving the awakening and joining the association, Izuku began to learn what a family is. He began to build bonds with those around him until he realized that he wasn't alone anymore. They were his family. The people around him had helped shape Izuku into what he is today. Izuku smiled quietly, thanking them. He again looked at Fuyumi with confidence in his eyes. Fuyumi-san, I'm sure that time will come, you just have to believe. Thank you, Izuku-kun, talking to you seems to make me happy. If only Tuya and I was still alive. Although Fuyumi murmured her last sentence, Izuku's keen senses still caught her. A bitter taste filled his mouth when he heard that. The unpleasant feeling of hiding the truth from Fuyumi and her family weighs on Izuku. But what he can do, he has promised, and again he has also done the same to his family. Be careful when you go home, Izuku-kun. Bye. Fuyumi-san. Fuyumi turned around and was about to close the door but turned around when Izuku called her. Izuku stopped halfway. He couldn't finish his sentence because he remembered the promise he made to Tuya. He couldn't say it even though he could. Izuku could only put on a fake smile while hiding the mixed feelings in his heart. Yes, what is it? No, it's nothing. Good night Fuyumi-san, see you later. Sure, see you later. Fuyumi gets inside and closed door, leaving Izuku alone staring blankly at the sky. His hands clenched into fists to make his knuckles turn white, showing his uncaring emotions. Izuku subconsciously punched the wall to vent his complicated feelings. DMN it. The wall cracked and almost collapsed because Izuku forgot to control his power. Feeling responsible for the damage to someone's belongings, Izuku left a note and some repair money for the owner, hopefully not stolen. He even put one of his shadows to look after him. And when he had finished clearing up the mess he had made, he again walked to the station. After getting off the train, Izuku did not go home immediately but took another route in a certain direction to the place he always went to when he needed to calm his heart. The sound of the waves crashing and the night sea breeze greeted him as he got there. There was no one there at all, only a deserted street and a few lights on. Izuku walked to one of the benches. He sat there leaning back and looking up at the night sky. There was no moon and only a few stars that night. The quiet atmosphere of the night helped Izuku organize his mind calmly. He sat there for a long time without moving. The wind got colder as time passed, but it didn't affect Izuku because he had high resistance. He was pensive for so long that he didn't notice the sun was about to rise. The sun's rays slowly appear from the beachside. Izuku calmly watched the sunrise from the beach that used to be filled with piles of trash. Thanks to Izuku's hard work and Hiroshi's help, they managed to clean up most of the beach, leaving only a few piles of trash. His mind had calmed down a bit now, although there were still some thoughts left. Izuku closed his eyes and took a breath of morning air, trying to remove those thoughts from his head. As the sun rose, he felt the presence of someone approaching him. He opened his eyes when he heard a familiar voice calling his name. Isn't this Izuku? It's been a long time since I last saw you. How are you doing? Good morning Hiroshi-san, I'm fine, how about you? Does your back still hurt? Heh, you know how this old man lives, this much work is nothing to me. Hiroshi proudly praised himself as he made a gesture of showing off his arm muscles. Izuku smiled at Hiroshi, who was still with his usual demeanor. It's good to see you're okay. By the way, where have you been? It's getting harder and harder to see you recently. Sorry about that, I've been very busy recently. Is that so? Hiroshi turned his gaze towards the shore, and Izuku followed where he looked. Hiroshi's eyes scoured the beach, looking at the few piles of rubbish left. This place looks much better, doesn't it? Indeed. Thanks to our hard work, this pile of garbage is starting to look like a decent beach. As if satisfied with his work, Hiroshi looked at the beach with a smile on his face. Izuku also understood it and also felt the same way despite his messy feelings. He then looked at the beach to praise his hard work for a moment. There are still a few piles of garbage left, shall we clean them up? I believe that with your help we will be able to clear this area in the shortest time. Sure. Izuku and Hiroshi began to clean the beach together. While Izuku was cleaning up the garbage, Hiroshi helped him put it in the garbage truck. It took several hours to clear the entire beach. The sun was also quite high by the time they finished. Izuku dusted off his hands while looking at the beach, which was now clear of trash. He was satisfied with his work. He stretched his body as he walked towards Hiroshi, who was still loading garbage in his truck. Izuku then helped him load the garbage. Huh? It's finally done, ouch my back. Are you alright? Yes, I'm alright. After finishing his work, Hiroshi sat on a nearby bench while Izuku grabbed them drinks. They rested while talking about their lives. Hiroshi keeps complaining about his grandson wanting to be a hero despite his weak quirk. You know how difficult it is for me to convince him to give up, but he is as stubborn as his grandfather. I almost thought about letting him go. How old is your grandson? He is now 6 years old. Izuku smiled at the thought of a stubborn 6-year-old determined to be a cool-looking hero against the villain. It was like seeing himself in the past. I also had the same dream as your grandson when I was his age. As his family, I believe that you should guide him so that he does not take the wrong path and so that he is not blinded by those people. Things and continue to sincerely help people in need. Hiroshi glanced at Izuku as he said that. He had a faint smile and a mature expression that didn't match his age. You know, when I talk to you, I sometimes forget that you are a kid. Yes, I hear it quite often. Really? Yes, my coworkers often say that, but they are used to the way I speak now. Is that so? It must be difficult for you to work at such a young age. Well, not really. To be honest, I kind of enjoyed it too. That's good for you. By the way, what's your job? You never told me before. Right, I haven't told you yet. That's why I asked you. Well, to tell the truth, I'm a hunter. Clank. Izuku looked down to see Hiroshi's drink can rolling near his feet. He then looked back at Hiroshi, who was frozen staring at him. Izuku expected a surprising reaction from him, but it seemed like he was shocked enough to make him drop his drink can and freeze at the same time. He then tries to call Hiroshi's name to make him regain consciousness. After several attempts, Hiroshi finally regained consciousness. He still looked at Izuku, trying to recall what Izuku had just said, and after he remembered it, he then shouted at Izuku in surprise. "What? It's too late to surprise, you know. That's not the case. How in the world did you become a hunter?" Alright, I'll tell you, so please calm down." Izuku begins to explain as he did to the Todoroki family to Hiroshi. He explains how he become a hunter and misses some important details. Hiroshi seemed dissatisfied with Izuku's explanation but decided to accept it. Hiroshi sighed as if he was tired after hearing Izuku's explanation. "Huh? I didn't expect you to be a hunter, and here I thought my grandson's dream was crazy, but it turned out that the crazier person was right beside me. Ha ha ha." Izuku just laughed awkwardly when he saw Hiroshi's response. "Don't laugh, you brat." Even though he was a bit irritated, Hiroshi continued to talk to Izuku, and after talking some more, he went to take the trash to the dump. Izuku, who was left alone, looked back at the beach, enjoying the view of the beach he cleaned before returning home. Come to think of it, I haven't done any daily quests today. He then opened the system to check his daily search. Ring. Daily quest, prepare to be strong, has not been completed. Push-up, 0-100. Sit-up, 0-100. Squad, 0-100. Lari, 5-10 kilometers. Warning, failure to complete daily quests will result in a quest penalty. Seems like the system counts as I go around clearing the beach with Hiroshi-san as the quest completes. Well, there's still some left, I have to finish it before I go home. I don't want to be stuck for 4 hours in the middle of nowhere desert with a giant centipede monster. Izuku then walked around looking for a quiet place to complete his daily quests. After a 15-minute walk, he came to a park that had sports facilities. There were not many people there when he arrived. He then took off his jacket, folded it, and placed it on a nearby bench. Izuku then begins to complete his daily quests before the park becomes more crowded. Izuku is currently hanging upside down on the park sports pole. He has completed most of the remaining daily quests for the latter. He is now used to completing daily quests twice as much as he should, even if he doesn't have to. He sighed as he got down and landed lightly on the ground. What he didn't notice was that some young girls had been paying attention to him all this time. The girls were students who happened to pass by and saw Izuku exercising. They are fascinated by Izuku's appearance and decide to stay and watch, hoping to get Izuku's attention. Look, isn't he handsome? That's right, more than that, it looks how cool he is. Can I get the number if I ask for it? The girls were busy talking among themselves while continuing to praise Izuku. Hearing someone talking about it, Izuku turned his head in the direction the sound was coming from. When his eyes met the girls, they began to scream hysterically. "Kaya! He looked at me. No! That's me!" Izuku was confused by the girls' reactions. He didn't know what to do since he had no experience with this kind of thing. He just decided to smile at them. But it seems, the decision missed a bit because the girls were getting more and more hysterical, and one of them even almost fainted. Oh my god. Look at how sweet the smile is. Kia. He smiled at me, he smiled at me. Izuku was getting confused by their reaction, so decided to leave before he received more attention. After running for 15 minutes he finally paused for a moment. I guess it's far enough. Anyway, what's wrong with those girls before? Is my smile that bad that it makes them scream like that? Well, let's think about it later. He then erased the thought from his mind and checked the progress of his quest. Ring. Push up, 200-100. Sit up, 200-100. Squad, 200-100. Lari, 20-10 kilometers. Oh. It's done. After closing the system window, Izuku then looked around to see where he was. One of Izuku's habits that he wasn't aware of was that when he was too focused on one thing, he would often forget about the others and he would keep going without realizing it and end up in an unfamiliar place. But it doesn't seem to be this time. It seemed that his body still remembered the road he walked as a child, seeing that he recognized the buildings and roads in the area. Isn't this the way to my old house? He frowned immediately after realizing this. The memory of his old house suddenly flashed through his mind. The memory that he had buried deeply reappeared once again. His mood soon cooled down, but he quickly erased the thought from his mind and decided to take a walk around the area. As he walked around he checked his phone for news. It looked like a villain was raging nearby, and the villain was caught by the hero who debuted today, MT Lady. He turned off the phone and when he arrived at the road tunnel, he felt two presences approaching him. Izuku then stopped in the middle of the tunnel and closed his eyes. Arg. A lump of mud suddenly appeared behind him and tried to trap him. The lump squirmed all over his body, even trying to squeeze its way in. But when the lump of mud almost managed to cover his body, Izuku slowly opened his eyes. His eyes glowed blue, and a moment later the lump of mud that trapped him was scattered throughout the tunnel. Huh? Izuku sighed as if tired of the actions of the villain trying to attack him. He then walked to the remains of the villain, who left his eyes and mouth on the ground. Izuku looked at him while activating his bloodlust skill. He then began to open his mouth. Hey, you're a villain, right? It seems that you chose the wrong prey this time, but if this happens again, I'll make sure you'll never see tomorrow. The villain was terrified when his eyes met Izuku, as if he was staring at a bottomless dark abyss. The murderous aura emitted by Izuku made his eyes completely white, and foam began to come out of his mouth. Izuku could feel another presence also getting closer. The sewer cover then opened, revealing a muscular figure with blonde hair. He then said his signature words as he appeared. Do not worry, why? Because I'm here. Izuku looked back to see the person. Behind him stood a man he had known since his BRTH, the man he would never forget in the slightest, the man who turned away from him when he needed it. All Might. Near the shopping district, a villain stole from a store. The shop owner immediately shouted for help as soon as the villain fled, but at that time there were no heroes around because of the chaos that occurred this morning. Why are there no heroes? No need to worry, someone will be coming, though. People did nothing when they saw the villain running away. In their mindset, they believe a hero will show up to stop him. Because it's that kind of society that they live in. They just stood by and looked from the side as if it was none of their business. That guy must have taken advantage of the chaos this morning. It turns out that there are still many people who don't know what their quirk is used for. There's no limit. There is. People turned their eyes when they heard the man's voice. Their faces brightened as they looked at the man. Why? Because I'm here. All Might is ready to save the day. All Might continues to chase the mud villain, even following him into the waterways. The mud villain tries to escape from him by breaking through the waterways and trying to find other people's bodies to hide. Soon he found a child who happened to be in front of him and was unaware of his presence. When the boy stopped and closed his eyes, he saw an opportunity and directly attacked him. The mud villain thought that the kid in front of him was so stupid that he was not vigilant and even closed his eyes instead. But it seems that this is not his lucky day. He chose the wrong opponent. When the boy opened his eyes, the mud villain's body was instantly scattered all over the tunnel, leaving only his mouth and eyes under the boy's feet. When their eyes met, the mud villain felt a real sense of terror. His mind went blank in an instant as he felt the murderous aura around the boy. Unable to withstand the pressure that the boy exuded, he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, All Might, who thought he had caught up with the mud villains, was taken aback by the boy. He couldn't finish his sentence since he felt an unpleasant aura around him. And when their eyes met, All Might could feel a strong killing intent that made him take a step back. It happened in a short time, and the boy standing opposite All Might looked like an ordinary boy. As if the bloodthirsty was just a dream, the boy smiled at him. All Might tried to think about what just happened, but couldn't because it happened so fast. He refused to believe that a boy was capable of radiating such intense bloodlust. But his senses that had been felt through various battles and experiences betrayed him. Although it happened so quickly, it felt too obvious to just forget. A strong bloodthirsty that can make anyone freeze from it. Right now the man standing in front of Izuku was the man who had led him on this bloody path. His own father, Toshinori Yagi, better known as the #1 hero of All Might. Izuku happened to forget that his bloodlust skill was still active. He immediately deactivated it and then put on a fake smiley face as usual. He subconsciously exuded more bloodthirsty when he saw All Might. But regardless, he didn't feel any resentment towards him. Although it was their reunion after a long time, he didn't feel anything. His heart was calmer than he expected. Izuku thought the man froze because he recognized him, but that didn't seem to be the case. He was worried that All Might would immediately recognize him, but his worries were in vain. Swallowing the bitterness in his mouth, although he didn't want to do it, Izuku called the man's name to make him come back to his senses. All Might-san, are you okay? Hearing his name being called, All Might finally come back to his senses. Instead of staying calm, he humiliated himself in front of the boy he had just met. Ahem, sorry for that. After regaining his composure, he then looked around to confirm the situation. But once again he was surprised to see the bodies of the villain he was chasing splattered all over the tunnels. Why young man, did you make him like that? Izuku looked at what All Might was pointing at and then nodded in response. Yes, since he intends to attack me, my actions can be regarded as defending myself, right? All Might blinked twice as he laughed while hitting Izuku on the back. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect you to be so smart, young man. I believe you will become a great hero in the future. The way All Might treated him made Izuku uncomfortable, even irritated, but other than that what bothered him the most were the words he said. The words Izuku wanted him to hear as a child, however, were run aground by the fact that he had no quirk. That one word changed Izuku's life to its lowest point. Izuku hid his true feelings behind a smiling mask, trying to show a response as if he agreed with him. Then I will catch the villain and take him to the police. Please do, All Might-san, mind if I ask a question? Of course, feel free to ask whatever you like. Thank you. Izuku maintained his smile and looked at All Might. He wants to hear answers from hero number 1, the person who is predicted to be a symbol of peace. All Might-san, if someone doesn't have a quirk, can that person be a hero? Can that person be like you? All Might was silent for a moment after hearing his question. He then glanced at the boy in front of him. His deep blue eyes like the abyss stared at him serenely. When hearing the boy's question, the shadow of a forgotten child overlapped the boy in front of him. He suddenly got a familiar feeling from the child in front of him, yet unfamiliar at the same time. Izuku's heart beat fast as he waited for All Might's answer. He was finally able to hear the answer to the question that had been buried deep in his heart. He almost held his breath when All Might opened his mouth. People who don't have quirk. It's impossible. The hero's job always puts their lives in danger. If one person can't protect their life, then how can he protect others? If that person wants to help people, there are other jobs such as the police. Dreaming is not wrong, but you also need to see reality. After hearing All Might's answer, Izuku felt the weight in his heart lift slightly and became colder. His heartbeat had also returned to normal and the smile on Izuku's face disappeared for a moment to be replaced by a cold expression. He felt as if one of his emotions was disappearing. It was a short time before he returned to his fake smiley face. I understand, thank you for answering my question. All Might gave Izuku a thumbs up, and answered him. No problem. Anytime is fine. Just as Izuku was about to leave, All Might called him. It seems that he still has something to ask Izuku. Wait, young man, have we ever met before? Hearing this, Izuku just smiled slightly. Even to this point, you still don't recognize me, what I expected. No, this is our first meeting. It is an honor to meet the symbol of peace, hero number 1, All Might. It would be rude if I held you back for too long, then please excuse me. Okay. What a polite young man. Izuku left All Might and went home. Izuku's face became cold as soon as he turned his face away from All Might. The surrounding air is also getting colder and colder. So that's your answer number 1, I understand now how you see Izuku Yagi. This meeting was unexpected even for Izuku. He didn't expect to see that man in here. Even so, he was able to get the answer he wanted to ask the man. Izuku, who was deep in thought, kept walking until he reached the center of town as he heard an explosion sound in the distance. A moment later he could see smoke rising into the air. He then ran to the location to see what was happening, but how shocked he was to see the villain that All Might should have caught was rampaging among the burning buildings. Some heroes are already gathered, but they still don't do anything to the villain and just save the residents and try to reduce the damage. Izuku calmly assesses the situation. He is aware that the assembled heroes do not have a quirk suitable for fighting villains. And the other thing he realized was that he could feel two presences amid the chaos. His judgment of heroes suddenly dropped. Just because you don't have a suitable quirk for the situation, doesn't mean you can just sit down. Especially when the villain has a hostage. TCH. So this is hero quality now, maybe I should reconsider what Hiroshi-san said back then. Izuku clicked his tongue dissatisfiedly as he stood behind the crowd listening to people's comments about the actions of the heroes they witnessed. He tried to observe the situation calmly. As he looked around, his eyes fell on the figure of the thin man with blonde hair standing in the back row of the crowd. Although his appearance is different, Izuku can still recognize him easily. All Might? What happened to him? Izuku studied his figure and realized that he was not in a good shape. All Might kept gripping the left side of his body while making a dark expression on his face as if he was disappointed about something. That's when one of the crowd started talking. Why didn't Hero do anything? The villain took a junior high school child as a hostage. Since then there has been no development of anything. Izuku looked back at the mud villain who was trying to take over the body of the poor school student. He then put mana in his eyes to get a good look. How surprised he was when he saw another familiar face. Pale blonde spiky hair with narrow red eyes. Even after all these years he still recognized his face. Casey-chan? Izuku quickly regained his calm, though his face cooled slightly as memories of his former childhood friend returned. He glanced back at All Might, who was just as surprised but did nothing. Izuku could see his expression of disappointment behind his downcast face. Even if you are a hero, you choose to remain silent. So this is the number 1 hero, the symbol of peace, All Might. So pathetic. Izuku then put on his jacket hood as he coldly watched the scene. If these people choose to do nothing but wait, then these people don't deserve to be called heroes. Izuku easily sneaks around the crowd, and when he gets out, he rushes toward the mud villain. At first glance, Izuku may look like a shadow moving so fast that their eyes can't keep up. Even the heroes there realized it too late. The mud villain saw a shadowy figure approaching him, and when their eyes met, he felt the same terror as he had felt before. A man wearing a black veil looked at him with his shining blue eyes. Bloodthirsty was felt as the man opened his mouth. It seems that you didn't learn your lesson. You. Izuku grabbed the boy's hand as he inserted mana into his fist. He then punches the mud criminal, who blows him and creates considerable wind pressure. Bakugo Katsuki, the boy who was held hostage by the mud villain, was shocked to feel his body being tugged as his consciousness was about to disappear. The next moment there was a huge wind pressure that almost knocked his body away. With his thin conscious vision, he tried to see who had caused the phenomenon. Even with his blurry vision, he could get the vision of that figure. The figure looked at him from under the hood with blue eyes glowing coldly before finally disappearing. Bakugo tried to find the figure but couldn't find it anywhere. It hurts his self-esteem to receive help from others, especially if the person is weaker than him. But what the figure did surprised him. The strength he showed was comparable to All Might, and the pressure he felt when their eyes met could make him tremble. Not long after the wind stopped, the heroes immediately approached Bakugo, who was still frozen in shock. They started asking him about what happened after taking him to a safer place. Meanwhile, Izuku, who was far away from the scene, deactivated his stealth skill in a quiet alley. He took off his hood, revealing his messy green hair. He sighed as he walked out of the alley. Huh? What a tiring day. Izuku opened his phone. It seemed that the incident was in the news. When Izuku saw Bakugo's resentful face and his harsh words in the interview, he couldn't help laughing. It seems that you haven't changed even after so many years. He continued to watch the news until the end. They had mentioned him, but no one mentioned his identity. They only mentioned the black figure who rescued the boy and blew the villain, before disappearing quickly. Izuku's phone rang suddenly, and a call came in from Sugimoto. He then picked it up. Hello, Sugimoto-san. Izuku, where are you? Where have you been? I haven't seen you all day. Sorry, I went out for a walk. What walks take a whole day? Haha. Forget it, just go back soon. You haven't forgotten that tomorrow is the day of departure, right? Of course, how could I forget? Great, make sure you are in perfect condition. I don't want to take your corpse out of the dungeon. Izuku smiled when he heard it. Although Sugimoto said such a thing, it was just his way of showing that he was worried about him. Yes, I'll remember it. Alright then, see you later. See you. Izuku hung up the call and then put his phone back in his pocket. He sighed and looked at the sky. Right, it's not the time to be troubled by those things. I'm about to face a battle, I have to focus. After managing his thoughts, and erasing unnecessary thoughts, Izuku focused his mind on the upcoming battle. He didn't know what kind of danger was waiting for him in the dungeon. The day before the raid, all the hunters who participated in the raid, including the Korean hunters, began to gather on Nabu Island. With the help of Hiro and the police, the locals have been evacuated to the main island, although there are still some residents who refuse and choose to stay. Izuku, who arrived a day before, saw the locals evacuated to the ship. He could see their sad expressions as they had to leave their homes. When he looked around, he saw two children staring at the sea hand in hand. One girl and one boy. The girl was older than the boy. He noticed that they had similarities in their faces, so much so that he assumed they were siblings. They looked like they were waiting for someone, and Izuku took the initiative to approach them. He deliberately made the sound of his footsteps heard so as not to startle the children. The children saw Izuku's approach and then turned to look at him. Izuku immediately smiled when their eyes met. He bent over to match the level of their eyes. Hi, what are you guys doing here? Receiving Izuku's greeting, the girl seemed wary of strangers while the boy was shyer and hid behind the girl's back. Ah, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Izuku, what's yours? The girl still seemed to be a bit wary, but she then replied. Shimano Mahoro, this is my brother, Shimano Katsuma. Mahoro-chan and Katsuma-kun, right? Why are you here? Where are your parents? We are waiting for him, Mahoro. So where is he? He said there are still things left in the house. He said wait here, Katsuma. Is that so? Then can I accompany you until your father arrives? Although they were silent, they did not refuse. Katsuma also seemed to be curious about him. Izuku smiled as he sat next to them. Mahoro looked at him with continuous eyes. She saw him as a strange boy who suddenly approached them. Katsuma also did the same, but he mustered up his courage and tried to talk to Izuku. Izuku looked at Katsuma, who was now standing Beside his sister, he then noticed the badge attached to his bag strap. Oh, that badge, it's Ninja Hero, Edshot isn't it? Katsuma's face brightened as Izuku talked about this. He nodded his head with a smile. Katsuma-kun, do you like heroes? That's. Katsuma seemed hesitant to answer. He glanced at his sister a few times while hesitantly moving his finger. Seeing this, Mahoro stepped forward and replaced her brother to answer. Katsuma does admire heroes and dreams of becoming a hero one day, even though the quirk doesn't match. But I'm still against it, it's dangerous. Sister, that. There was a concern as Mahoro said that. She seemed very fond of her brother. Izuku smiled again when he saw the interaction between the siblings. Your sister is right, Katsuma-kun, being a hero is dangerous, but there is nothing wrong with helping people in need. By the way, why do you want to be a hero? That. It's because I want to be a powerful hero who can defeat evil villains. Is that so? It's an amazing dream, but please remember not to worry about your family. After all, they are your precious people to you, aren't they? Katsuma nodded in agreement, his eyes shining brighter than before. Seeing this reminded Izuku of his former self from watching videos of the heroes while admiring their actions. Despite his former self, Izuku is now more than capable of doing these things. The recollection of him sitting for hours in front of a computer screen with sparkling eyes embarrassed him. For some reason remembering it embarrassed me myself. Izuku hurriedly erased the thought and then patted Katsuma's head while giving him a warm smile. Then what about you? Do you want to be a hero too, Mahoro? Me. Well, Izuku. Before Izuku could speak, someone called his name. Hearing the voice calling him, Izuku and the children turned to the source of the sound. They could see a tall man with orange hair walking towards them. Sugimoto-san? What's wrong? What are you doing here? Just accompany these children until their parents come back. Really? Sugimoto stared at the children next to Izuku. They looked wary of him just as they had with Izuku before. Mahoro looked at Sugimoto and then tilted her head. She felt that she had seen his face somewhere. I think I've seen Uncle's face somewhere. Uncle? I'm not that old though, Katsuma. Izuku once again smiled when he saw the two, and then patted the heads of the two of them. This uncle is the famous S-rank hunter Sugimoto Ruji, Izuku. Now that I remember, I've seen it on TV before. Uncle must be the one who defeated the monsters on TV, right? Mahoro. Katsuma's eyes lit up at Sugimoto when he heard what his older sister had said. He seemed to be imagining an incredible stunt where a hero beat monsters with his swords. Receiving the admiring gazes of the two made Sugimoto's face troubled, while Izuku just smiled looking at them from the side. Sugimoto then glared at Izuku for putting him in this situation. Just as Katsuma admired Sugimoto, a thought flashed through his head. He then looked at Izuku who was standing next to him. Izuku looked back at Katsuma. What's Katsuma-kun? Then, is Big Brother also a hunter? Well, about that. Mahoro also looked at him with curious eyes. It seemed that she was also curious. You can say that. Really? Both of them looked surprised, especially Sugimoto also put his words in. That's right, he's also one of the stronger. Wow. The children's eyes lit up, even more, when they looked at Izuku. It was Izuku who now looked troubled, while Sugimoto just laughed at him. Mahoro, Katsuma. That's when they heard the sound of calling the children's names. Izuku and Sugimoto saw where the sound came from. A middle-aged man with the same hair color as the children walked towards them carrying a bag. Dad. Katsuma and Mahoro then ran to their father as soon as they saw him and hugged them both. He then saw Izuku and Sugimoto who were with their children. You guys are. Hello sir, you must be these children's father. It's nice to meet you. I'm Sugimoto Ruji, and this is Izuku. Izuku bowed slightly as Sugimoto introduced him to the children's father. Yes, it's nice to meet you. You must have accompanied my children as long as I'm gone. Thank you, and I'm sorry if my kids troubled you. Not at all, instead we enjoy talking with them, Izuku. Thank God. I'm afraid my children will cause trouble for both of you. They are good and obedient children, Sugimoto. Glad to hear that. Then please excuse us first. Come on Mahoro. Katsuma said goodbye to them. Goodbye uncle, big brother. Goodbye, Sugimoto. Izuku and Sugimoto watched them as they left. From afar, they could see that the families were having fun while talking between them. It seems that Katsuma told her father about Izuku and Sugimoto when he saw his father's reaction to his story. What a good family. It must be hard to raise two children alone, Izuku. What do you mean? Sugimoto. I didn't see their mother. She might just work in a distant place. Surely there is that possibility, but he won't look so tired, and I don't believe he is the type to be abandoned. As expected of you. It's just my guess, I can still be wrong. Sure, let's go back, it's almost time to gather. Sure. The two then returned to where all the other hunters had gathered. As they got there, Izuku and Sugimoto separated and gathered with their respective groups. Because not all hunters have arrived yet, each team leader instructed their team members to patrol around the gate area. Most of them are near the small island where the gate is located and the rest are around the coastline near the island. For some reason, Izuku was assigned near the gate with Japanese S-rank hunter Gotoruji. Izuku was a little confused at first. Judging from the balance of the team, Izuku's team was unbalanced. Putting two powerhouses on the same team is very rare except under special circumstances. Izuku somehow felt that there was something behind his placement with Goto. For now, he just decided to keep quiet and see how things would develop. After the briefing was over, each team set off to the designated place, as did Izuku and Goto. There was no conversation as they patrolled around the dungeon, they just focused on their job of keeping an eye on the surrounding area. After confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary, Goto started talking to Izuku. You must be wondering why you are paired with me. Izuku was quite surprised when he heard Goto's sudden question. He didn't expect Goto to ask him directly. Izuku was a little confused as to what to say, but then he answered right away since he was also curious. That, sir, yes. I've heard of your ability is amazing, and I have read your raid report. I have to admit that you are good. Thank you for the compliment, sir. I'll get straight to the point. I want to recruit you into my guild. I'll even give you the vice guild MSTR position if you're willing, of course. Izuku was even more confused by the direction of their conversation. That came out of nowhere. This is the first time Izuku has received a hiring offer. Plus this was the first time he heard of the guild. Pardon me, sir, guild? Vice guild MSTR? Of course, you don't know. Goto then explains his plan to form a guild that was basically like the hero agency. The guild will only be affiliated with the bureau. And will move separately. All dungeon materials such as magic stones and monster corpses will be sold by the guild in the workshop and the profits from the sale will go to the guild's treasury. Izuku, who heard his plan, thought that this plan was not bad. At a time of the rising popularity of gates and dungeons, some investors began to invest their money to research mana stones and monster bodies. There are currently several technologies that utilize mana stones from dungeons, although they have not yet been officially marketed. Izuku was silent for a moment, pondering Goto's offer. There is nothing wrong with joining the guild he is going to create, it will benefit him. He can monopolize the dungeon experience for himself without having to share it with others. But still, Izuku felt that something was going on behind all this. He can't just take it for granted regardless of the benefits he gets. Sir, I'm afraid I need time to think about it. It can't help then, take your time and call me if you agree. I hope you will give me an answer after this attack is over. Thank you, sir. After finishing his patrol, Izuku took a walk by himself to calm his mind. It was already night when Izuku finished his patrol. Although in the end he was left in the middle of the task and had to complete the patrol all by himself since Goto still had some work to do. Izuku took a deep breath as he continued walking and came to a cliff near the beach. He looked at the dark sea scene ahead. He was lost in thought until he heard someone calling him. Izuku? What are you doing here? Izuku then turned to see who was calling him. Todoroki-san? Well, just looking for a place to clear my mind. What about you? Same. Todoroki walked towards Izuku and then stood next to him, looking at the same scene as him. Izuku noticed Todoroki's expression, looking worried about something. Are you nervous about the raid? Somewhat. They fell silent again. Although this often happened when they spoke, it still felt awkward. For some reason, Izuku remembered his conversation with Fuyumi a few days ago. The burden that he kept in his heart suddenly appeared when he saw Todoroki. He tried to ask about this matter. Hey, Todoroki-san. What? Izuku immediately covered his mouth, remembering the promise they had made. He also remembered the day he accidentally met his father, which made his heart cold just thinking about it. Although he was trying to help his friend, he still had problems with his own family. He felt bitter just thinking about it. No, nothing at all. Todoroki could feel the strange change in the atmosphere in Izuku's answer and tried to trace his expression. Although his expression was flat, a cold atmosphere surrounded him. Knowing how his best friend was, Todoroki decided to keep quiet and not talk about it further. Is that so? They continued the night without further conversation, even after they parted ways, keeping their complicated thoughts to themselves. The next morning all the hunters gathered in front of the gate. Not only the hunters, some reporters who were busy reporting the raid, and some heroes as well as policemen who were in charge of guarding the area. Even a news helicopter was sent to report on the raid location. The hunters are currently gathered in front of the gate. This raid was a joint venture between Japan and Korea. Several well-known names were mentioned as joining the raid. Aside from the reporters that trying to report the news, a tense atmosphere was felt among the hunters. Some of them are nervous about the upcoming raid, while others are staying calm. Izuku was part of the second group. This is the second time he has entered the S-rank dungeon. But for some reason, he had a bad feeling that something was going to happen, which made him a little nervous. "What's wrong with your face? Nervous?" Izuku turned his head to see who was calling him, but he was surprised to see who it was. "Ikuru-san? Why are you here? You think I can only stand still while knowing the others fight? Although you have just got out from the hospital? You forgot I'm also S-rank. It would be embarrassing if I just lay in the hospital bed without doing anything. Are you sure? Don't worry, I'm in perfect condition." "It's good to hear that then. By the way, Ikuru-san, which team are you on?" "I happen to be on Team 2. "Really? Then we are on the same team." "You're right. Oh. That reminds me." Ikuru then grabbed something out of his pocket and gave it to Izuku. "What is this?" "It's a new communication device. Other hunters have already had it, and I brought yours since you weren't seen at all last night. Thanks to a large number of incoming investors, the development of dungeon technology are developing rapidly. Several devices that can function in dungeons have been created, one of which is this communication device. This new communication tool was developed by a company run by the Yaoyorozu family, as can be seen from their logo printed on every product they put out. This communication device is also equipped with a feature that can translate various languages so that users can communicate with each other without language barriers. Is that so? Thank you, and sorry if I trouble you." "No problem." Izuku immediately put the communication device on his ear. After feeling right, Izuku then offered his hand to Ikuru. "Let's hope for the best, Ikuru-san." Ikuru happily accepted Izuku's handshake. He gripped Izuku's hand firmly, showing his strong determination. "Sure, let's work hard so that we can go home safely." 9.00. The hunters all entered the gate. The giant red ant army blocked them the moment they entered. The second team immediately faced the ant monsters and opened the way for the first team to the boss room. The wizard-class hunters led by Korean hunter Choi Jong-in immediately activate their magic to burn enemies who stand in their way. The moment the passage opened, the first team immediately broke through the crowd and went straight to the boss's room. The main team has faced several monsters, but it hasn't slowed them down in the slightest. With Cha Hien, Ma Donghua, and Goto in front, they broke through the crowd of monsters at a terrifying speed. It didn't take long for them to reach the boss room. By memorizing the structure of the cave, they arrived in just less than 10 minutes. In front of the boss room, many monster eggs are scattered throughout the room. The scene was enough to make anyone who saw it feel horrified, including the main team. Goto looked at the scene in front of him. Some eggs had hatched and some hadn't. He noticed that one of the eggs that had not yet hatched was larger than the other. Others also noticed it. They could feel the powerful magical energy of the egg. Each team member reacts differently when they feel it. Tatsumi walked to Goto, asking what they should do. "Should we exterminate it, Tatsumi?" "No, leave it to Team 2, we will be headed first, Goto." As Goto said, the first team went straight to the boss's room, but what he didn't realize was that his decision would be disastrous for the first team later. The first team enters the boss room, and in it, the boss queen and her bodyguards guard the queen and her eggs, as well as some worker ants. Unlike other ants, queens have a white exoskeleton and a larger body than other ants. The queen has 8 guards beside her and each is as strong as an S-rank hunter. Goto then ordered his team to prepare to fight. They held each their weapons, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the invading team in an instant. Knowing that the enemy is entering their territory, for queen guards and all workers are assigned to attack the intruders, while others protect the queen. At Goto's signal, Korean hunter Ma Dongwook, who served as a tank, activated his taunt skill, attracting the attention of the queen's guards. As the guards' attention focused on Ma Dongwook, Cha Hien stepped forward, slashing at the 2 guards coming from the right with brisk swordplay. Goto is also incredible. He killed 2 ants coming from opposite directions with just 1 slash. Meanwhile, Yumiko and Tatsumi worked together to wipe out the remaining worker ants. With the magic buff Min Byonggu gave them, they could deal with those monsters easily. Even so, the number of monsters they faced was large enough to overwhelm them. They couldn't even get close to the queen with monsters coming up endlessly. "Goto-san, there's too many monsters. If this continues we will run out of energy before fighting the queen, Yumiko. What is your decision, leader?" "Tatsumi." The pressure began to come from behind. Goto felt a sense of crisis without even mentioning them. He then quickly made a decision. "Tatsumi, pave the way for us. Hunter Ma, please divert the attention of the monsters. I and Hunter Cha will finish off the queen. Yumiko, you support us and protect Hunter Min." The team members nodded in unison in agreement with Goto's plan. Ma Dongwook again uses his taunt skill to divert the attention of the monsters toward him. Tatsumi then begins to gather his magic power in his hands, creating a huge whirlpool of wind. He then released the wind, wiping out any monsters in his path. When the road opened, Goto and Cha Hien immediately ran through the crowd of monsters. All the monsters that tried to get close to them immediately fell thanks to the arrows that Yumika shot. It didn't take long for Goto and Cha Hien to reach the queen. Knowing their queen was in danger, the remaining guards immediately moved forward to protect the queen. Goto and Cha Hien directly confronted the queen's bodyguards. Each of them deals with 2 at once. Despite hampering them a little, they managed to kill it. With all her bodyguards killed, the queen's defense is now reduced. The only thing left is killing the queen, but it is also not an easy task. The queen refused to die at the hands of a creature that was supposed to be mere prey. She fought back with all her might. With her already low magic power, the queen's attempts to maintain herself were practically futile. It is evident how Goto and Cha Hien were able to cut her body apart from her exoskeleton. With her consciousness almost fading, the queen transferred all her magic power somewhere as her desperate undertaking. Goto and Cha Hien, who realized this, tried to stop the queen's actions by beheading the queen. But they were not quick enough. The queen had finished transferring all her magic power. Hunter Goto, just now. Cha Hien. I know. DMN, I don't know what it planned, but I have a bad feeling. Goto. Without them noticing, the queen's magic power flowed out of the room towards a certain object. It absorbed the queen's magic power that awakened something in it. Crack. A cracking sound sounded from the corner of the darkroom to the front of the boss's room. Cracks appeared on the largest eggshell of the pile. The dense magic energy seeped out of the gap that appeared. The egg received all the magic power from the queen greedily. Simultaneously, the queen whispered her final command to the figure sleeping in the egg. For the sake of our kingdom, make the enemy who stands in our way tremble with fear. You have to become stronger. Consume everything there is to consume. And become stronger, my child. More cracks appeared afterward, followed by a huge explosion. From the inside of the egg, a jet-black humanoid ant figure with sharp claws and 4 transparent wings stood on the remains of the eggshell. SHRIEEKK. A shrill scream along with a huge burst of mana exploded from the figure. The monster that is about to wreak havoc has been born into this world as a creature destined to become the next ruler. A huge storm of magical energy revolved around it. The figure was filled with anger after receiving the first and last orders from its queen. Although it has just awakened, the monster still has a strong instinct. It instinctively knew the location of the powerful enemy who was a threat and rushed towards them in an instant. The main raid team that was unaware of the approaching danger still maintained their vigilance when they saw the boss's corpse lying helplessly. The rest of the team gathered near the boss's body, and that's when they felt a powerful evil mana coming towards them that made them freeze instantly. Cha Hien, who was sensitive to the smell of magic energy, immediately covered her nose as soon as she smelled it. A black figure quickly passed by them and appeared on the side of the dead queen's body. The figure of the black humanoid stood with his back to the raid team. He touched the lifeless body of the queen. Anger once again overwhelmed it. As the monster turned around, its eyes flashed a deathly bloodlust aimed at the enemy in front of it. The bodies of the raid team members froze as their eyes met the monster's gaze. The shadow of death appeared as a wave of evil red mana hit them. In an instant, the monster disappeared and reappeared beside Cha Hien. The monster swung its arms, flying Cha Hien's body against the wall of the cave. The raid team that reacted too late immediately came to their senses and rushed to attack the monster. Goto quickly swung his sword trying to slash the monster, supported by Tatsumi's magic attack and Yumika's arrow. But even with all the attacks, it still didn't scratch its exoskeleton. Although he has tried several times, the result has not changed. Goto's face solidified when he realized their attack had no effect. Ma Dongwook immediately rescues the unconscious Cha Hien as soon as the fight begins and takes her to Min Byung-gu to heal. After entrusting Cha Hien to Min Byung-gu, Ma Dongwook immediately went to the front row to help Goto fight monsters. Min Byung-gu immediately activated his healing magic. But no matter what he did, Cha Hien showed no signs of waking up. "How's she?" Yumiko asked him without a glance while continuing to shoot arrows. "This is bad, she didn't react no matter how many times I tried. It seemed that her body received a huge shock from the impact just now." Min Byung-gu. Yumiko. "We must retreat, Tatsumi." "But what about the 2 of them?" Min Byung-gu. "They should have realized the situation by now." Yumiko. As Yumiko said, Goto and Ma Dongwook are well aware of their current situation. They can't kill the monster in front of them with only 5 people while protecting the wounded. They had no other choice but to retreat, but turning away from these bloodthirsty monsters was tantamount to death. If this monster comes out of the dungeon, they don't know what disaster it will cause. Goto got goosebumps thinking about what kind of destruction would happen if such a monster came out of the gate. The current raid team is in a desperate situation. If Goto does not make up his mind immediately, other victims may appear. SHT. Yumiko took the others back, quickly informed the others of the current situation, gathered all the S ranks that could fight, and ordered the others to retreat. But what about you, Goto-san? I will restrain this monster. Goto knew this decision would get him killed, but he could at least buy some time until all the reinforcements arrived. You want to kill yourself? Yumiko. I know it, just go. DMN it. They left the boss's room with heavy hearts, leaving Goto alone with the monster. As the figures of the members of the assault team disappeared into the darkness, Goto turned his gaze back to the black humanoid ant in front of him. The ants showed no signs of attacking the raid team and only focused on the opponent in front of it. Now that all the distractions are gone, shall we proceed to the second half? Key. The monster responded to Goto's challenge and directly attacked him. Swords and claws collided, with the second round of their fight just beginning. While the first team dealt with the queen and her bodyguards, the second team also dealt with all the dungeon monsters. The situation is not much different from that of the first team. But compared to them, the situation is much more chaotic because they have more people. Their situation can be said to be a real battlefield. Under the order of Korean hunter Choi Jong-in, the second team quickly slaughtered every ant monster they encountered. Tankers will attract enemy aggro, fighter-type hunters will finish them off, and mages and healers will provide support from behind. Although they killed a lot of monsters, the number of monsters that came seemed to be endless. Izuku is also one of the frontline fights. He quickly finished off many monsters with a quick dagger attack. With the Demon King's dagger in hand, corpses quickly piled up around him. He looked at the scenery around him. The atmosphere of the battlefield was really hot. The hunters work together to kill the monsters that come at them. Izuku also helps the hunters around him by killing monsters that escape hunters' attack in front of him. DMN it, it's endless. How many monsters are there? Various complaints began to sound around him. Izuku also complained a little about having to keep moving after the monsters that ran away. When will this end? To be honest, Izuku is hoping to join the boss raid. In addition to the experience he gets, he hopes to get new shadow soldiers. Ever since he finished the demon castle, Izuku has not entered any gates, and he does not deny that he is tempted to turn the S-rank dungeon monsters into part of his strength. Izuku just sighed at the thought of the opportunity he had missed. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a strong mana wave along with a strong killing intent coming from the direction of the boss room. Izuku stopped directly on the spot and turned his gaze in the direction of the boss's room. It wasn't just Izuku who felt it. Several hunters who were sensitive to magical energy instantly reacted and turned their heads in the same direction. What's with this killing spree? Hasn't the boss been killed yet? Izuku looked around and noticed that the monsters around them began to show strange reactions as if something had happened. He turned his attention back to the boss's room, ignoring the murmurs of the hunters who were also paying attention to the changes in the current situation. Soon they heard a beeping sound from their communication device. Based on the instructions that have been given, a long beep sound means the command returns. All the faces of the hunters darkened as soon as they heard it. Most of them thought the raid was a failure, and Izuku was no exception. Did the raid fail? Is it because of the mana wave just now? What happened? He then sensed some presence running toward their location. The first team emerged from behind the darkness of the cave. Most of them only had minor injuries. However, Ma Dongwook had the most injuries, and Cha Hien who's still unconscious. Several hunters immediately approached them, asking about their condition and what the current situation was. Tatsumi-san, what happened? A monster that is stronger than the queen has appeared. Goto-san is currently holding it back, but it won't last long. Gather all the S-rank to come quickly. We can't let the monster get out of the gate. Understood. The hunters rushed to do as Tatsumi said. Soon all the S-rank hunters rushed to their location. But even before all the S-rankers gathered, it was too late. Suddenly a black claw pierced the chest of Hunter Min Byung-gu, who was standing at the very back of the line. Hunter Baek-yun-ho, who is Min Byung-gu's close friend, is shocked when his best friend is suddenly attacked. Byung-ji-yu. Blinded by anger, Baek-yun-ho's body turned into a white monster that looked like a tiger, and immediately attacked the monster that was trying to kill his best friend. The monster is aware of the strong presence around it. It immediately disposes of Min Byung-gu's corpse and faces Baek-yun-ho, who immediately attacks it. Claws meet claws, and a powerful wave of magic is formed as the two forces clash. The hunters immediately withdrew from the battlefield so as not to engage in their fight. Seeing Baek-yun-ho's figure transformed into a beast and black humanoid ants fighting each other in anger makes it difficult to tell which monster it is. The two are almost the same in power and magic. But the thing that sets them apart is that monsters are creatures designed to thrive in any situation, even in battle. The longer the fight lasts, the stronger the monster will become. As they fight, Yumiko notices that Goto is nowhere to be seen. She had looked around but still couldn't find it, not even his presence or feeling of his magic power. Where's Goto-san? As his teammates left, Goto faced the monster alone. He casually swung his sword in the empty air, even with a ferocious monster in front of him. For some reason, Goto seemed very confident in his abilities. He has confidence that he can defeat the monster alone. Goto plans to become the hero who defeats these monsters and brings victory in this raid. As he planned with the director of the Japan Hunter Association, Matsumoto Shigeo. They plan to create a figure that will become the pillar of all Japanese hunters. The pillar that will shine brightly by being the one to clear this dungeon. But Goto seemed to underestimate the enemy he faced. Just by exchanging punches a few times, Goto thought that the monster only had a force with strong strength but no combat experience. He was not mistaken, but he didn't expect the monsters to grow up during their fights. The monster's movements, which could only be predicted by simple and clumsy attacks, gradually became sharp and precise, making him even more overwhelmed. With his great strength, plus the experience he gained during his fight with Goto, the monster quickly turned the tide. Goto, who was originally domineering, slowly pressed back. The situation is reversed and the monster is now dominating the battle. Realizing the situation was detrimental to him, Goto gripped his sword tightly. The attack intensified, but there was no change in the situation. He continued to be pushed, wounds began to appear all over his body, and blood seeped from the wound and soaked the entire floor. Crack. A crack appeared in Goto's sword, and the next thing he knew, it shattered. The image of death loomed over him instantly. He couldn't help but feel the fear of death right before his eyes. The monster's black claws suddenly appeared before his eyes. Things seemed to slow down as death approached him. The picture of his life began to spin in his head. Where do things start to go wrong? The plan to make him a hero was ruined in an instant by a monster that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He searched through his memory, and finally realized his fatal mistake in making a decision. That's right, that egg. Even if he noticed it now, it was too late. The monster's black claws successfully penetrated Goto's armor, leaving a huge gaping hole in his chest. Goto vomited blood. Without the healer it was impossible to close the wound. The monster didn't just stop there. After biting Goto's head, he ruthlessly tore Goto's body apart in his anger. Blood dripped from its claw. The monster paused for a moment, processing the information he got from Goto. One of the monster's abilities is to absorb the skills and knowledge from what he consumes. He is the perfect creation of the queen. In addition to having crazy adaptability, he is also created to take what belongs to his prey. The stronger the prey he consumes, the stronger he becomes. After a moment of silence, he raised his head to look at the entrance of the boss's room. What he saw was far beyond that. Hunter. A voice came from his mouth. Let alone, unlike other monsters, he spoke Japanese. Only highly intelligent monsters are known to be able to speak. But using human language, it can mean that the monsters are on very different levels. The threat level can be said to exceed the level of the gate itself. The monster's eyes were pointing in a certain direction. He looked at the hunter who dared to attack his lair and kill his siblings and queen. Bloodthirsty once again filled his eyes. Kill. 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 Kill all those humans. As he said that, a powerful magic energy burst out of his body before he suddenly disappeared and at high speed attacked his first victim, Hunter Min Byung-gu. The battle between Baek Yun-ho and the monster continues, although in the end Baek Yun-ho is thrown against the wall by the monster's attack. Baek Yun-ho slowly lifted his body from the stone rubble but soon fell to his knees. He vomited the blood stuck in his throat. The injuries on the outside of his body were not too severe, but it seemed that his internal organs and some bones were broken. The hunters who watched their fight froze instantly. They were both frightened and fascinated by the collision of forces between the two monsters. Neither of them dared to move an inch. No, except for one. The monster again tries to finish off Baek Yun-ho. At a crazy speed, he flew close to Baek Yun-ho, who was still frozen in shock. But as the monster's black claws were exposed, clank! Something sharp blocked his claws from touching Baek Yun-ho's body. The monster was pushed back with the same force as his own. A black robe fluttered in front of Baek Yun-ho's eyes. Sparks erupted as the monster's claws and black blades collided. The violent collision exposed the green hair hidden under the hood. Baek Yun-ho's eyes widened as he looked at the figure standing in front of him. The anger that had disappeared was replaced by horror when he saw a pair of blue eyes shining and staring at him. You! Please withdraw, leave the rest to me. Wait! Just before he could finish his words, Izuku's figure disappeared in an instant and reappeared in front of the monster. The two instantly exuded strong magical energy accompanied by a strong thirst for blood when they faced each other. The magical energy they emit is powerful enough to kill ordinary humans in an instant. The monster stared at the new enemy who dared to go head-to-head with him. "Are you a hunter?" When a sentence came out of his mouth, it suddenly shocked the hunters who heard it. As they know, monsters capable of speaking the human language are a real threat. Izuku was also surprised to hear it, but he remained calm considering the current situation. He deeply understood that the monster in front of him was a dangerous creature. Just a little caught off guard, the surrounding hunters will be in danger. Not only the monsters in front of him, but he was also worried about the monsters still wandering around them. As much as possible, Izuku wanted to reduce the number of casualties from this raid. In response to the monster's question, Izuku again exuded a powerful magic energy. "Yes, I am a hunter. Shrieekk." The monster's instinct immediately told him that the human being in front of him was a dangerous creature. He immediately yelled and directly launched an attack on Izuku. The magical energy emanating from their fight was able to make most of the hunters there tremble, and some even had trouble standing up straight and finally fell. They had a hard time defending their senses from which storm the two monsters emitted. With claws and daggers, the two clashed continuously, creating sparks accompanied by waves of fierce fights. The two were evenly matched throughout the battle. Izuku was even able to keep up with the monster's speed. Little by little cracks began to appear on its exoskeleton. This is the first time the monster has felt the so-called crisis. The feeling that he would lose haunted him for the rest of the battle. The monster began to take distance from Izuku. He roared, summoning the surrounding monsters to attack Izuku. The sight of a wave of monsters gathering to attack one person can make anyone who witnesses it tremble with fright. But strangely, amid this dangerous situation, Izuku felt calm. He didn't feel the same danger as when facing the stone statue in the double dungeon. He got the feeling that he could solve the situation. There's no point in holding back. Arise. Izuku's shadow widened, and an army of black soldiers rose from his shadow. It didn't take long for the army of black soldiers and red monsters to collide. The sight of ants being unilaterally slaughtered by Izuku's black army puts this battle on a completely different level. This is no longer a hunter war against monsters, but a monster against monsters. Hunters continued to watch the battle from the side instead of evacuating, doubting the scene before their eyes. The insane amount of magic energy and tension from their fight kept them quiet. Especially for those who know Izuku. They couldn't hide their shock at Izuku's growth in strength. In just a few days he was away, he became this strong. Sugimoto, who was watching from the beginning until now, remained silent and did not take his eyes off the battlefield. He was also confused by Izuku's sudden growth. He then asked Ikaru, who was frozen because of which wave was next to him. "Hey, Ikaru-san, has he always been that strong?" Ikaru came back to his senses after hearing Sugimoto call his name. He glanced at him as he realized what he was asking. I don't know either. I thought you were close to him." "Indeed, but I know very little about him." "Very little." Izuku and the black ant monster are still fighting. Whether it is a monster or Izuku, the two have the same strength and speed. They kept clashing with terrifying skills. Not only Izuku, but his shadow also showed their own strength. The Black Knight who keeps killing monsters with his sharp big swordplay, the Giant Knight who easily kills his enemies with his big axe swing, the Org Mage who casts magic with great destructive power, and the Hyaki who skillfully sneaks between enemies and quickly finishes them off. Their strength and the way they fought impressed the audience. Most of Izuku's shadow soldiers display the strength of ranks B to S. Those who witness it can't believe how one person has this much strength, let alone that person is still a kid. Realizing his army had been slaughtered, the monster began to feel threatened. He thought of a way out of this situation. He then saw several hunters standing frozen outside the battlefield. He hurried to run towards them. Some of Izuku's shadows tried to stop him, but they weren't strong enough and eventually turned into black mist before returning to their original form. All hunters who were targeted by the monster could only do nothing and allow themselves to be devoured. Starting from the mage-type hunter, warriors, and even healers become its prey. No hunter can keep up with his speed. Even if they can, their bodies will be slow to respond because of the magical energy storm circling around the battlefield. Izuku, who belatedly noticed the monster's changing movements, rushed after it to stop it from carrying out any further massacre. Even though they clashed again, the monster quickly moved away from Izuku and continued to target nearby hunters. DMN it. He kept avoiding me, and why was he just eyeing other hunters? Ever since the moment the battle started, all of the hunters knew that the fight was not one they could interfere with. They would only become a burden if they dared to interfere, and could even lose their lives because of the two's attacks. The hunters who realized this began to secure the escape route. They began breaking through the mass of monsters blocking the way. But things turned into a nightmare when the monsters Izuku fought started attacking the hunters who were still dazed from the tide of the battle. The atmosphere on the battlefield became chaotic as casualties began to fall from Hunter's side. Fear quickly spread throughout the battlefield. The hunters who were still able to move tried their best to stop the monster, while the others tried to flee for their own lives. S-rank hunters also joined the fight while securing an escape route with some of Izuku's shadow soldiers. It didn't take long for them to secure a way out. All the hunters immediately left the battle site, leaving Izuku alone to confront the monster. Izuku, who kept fighting monsters, occasionally checked the hunters who were evacuating. Some try to help their injured comrades escape the dungeons, while others fight monsters to protect others. But because many were injured, the evacuation process went slower. If this continues, there will be more casualties. DMN it. There's no point in holding back. Izuku began to take distance from the monster and stood among the piles of monster corpses around him. The monster was confused by Izuku's sudden actions. He was surprised by the huge mana circling him, but the next scene shocked him even more. Arise! The black figure rose from the dead ant's body, left its meat shell, and was reborn as a new figure. The new shadow soldiers immediately bowed to their new MSTR, and with his order, they immediately attacked and devoured their former comrades. This made the black ant monster even angrier. He hated the figure who dared to turn his army into his own and use it to slaughter his kind. How dare you, I will kill you, humans! Filled with anger, the monster attacked Izuku once again with its sharp claws. The fight full of sparks and explosions of mana began once again. Seeing this opportunity, all the hunters rushed out, except for one. Todoroki, who had witnessed Izuku's power, couldn't help but be surprised when he realized the true nature of Izuku's power. He couldn't believe that such a power existed, a power that could resurrect the dead. What's more, the person who has that power is the person closest to him, his best friend. No matter how hard he denied it, the evidence was right before his eyes. Like it or not, he must accept the fact that Izuku has the potential to become a disaster that could shake the world. Izuku, you! Todoroki! What are you doing? Let's go quickly. Hearing someone calling him, he hurried back to his senses and left immediately. He occasionally glanced at Izuku and then immediately followed the others. After making sure the other hunters were far enough away, Izuku increased the intensity of his fight. He increased his speed and strength, attacking every vital point the monster had. Not only Izuku, but the monster also increased his speed and strength to match Izuku. It was all thanks to the hunters he had eaten. It increases his power and magic, and the monster can also use his prey abilities. Izuku realized this when he saw a bunch of fireballs forming around the monster. Although the strength is not much, it still scorches the corpses of the ants around them. A monster that can use its prey ability, this is becoming more and more troublesome. Izuku easily avoided the fireball aimed at him and quickly approached the monster. Just as he was about to reach it, a wall of fire formed between them. Izuku quickly retreated to make a distance. A black claw suddenly appeared behind the fire curtain directly in front of his face. He quickly raised his dagger to block the incoming attack. The monster's claw was deflected by Izuku's dagger. Seeing an opening, Izuku quickly launched a counterattack that cut off one of the monster's arms. Kiee! The monster screamed as its arm was cut off, blood starting to flow from the wound. But that was only for a short time. The monster slowly recovered its wounds, even growing new arms. The monster had just shown the healing powers it got from the healers it ate. He even has healing ability. The monster growled at Izuku. He then pointed his claws at him. You have no chance of winning, human, die and become my prey. You think I'll do that? Then die. The monster attacked Izuku again. Izuku also counterattacked. He activated the Vital Strike skill, which later evolved into Critical Chain. Critical Chain LV Max. Ring. Skill, Critical Chain activated. Izuku immediately tested the enhanced skill on the opponent in front of him, causing the monster's exoskeleton and claws to crack. Sensing a crisis, the monster immediately closed the distance to Izuku's face and attacked him using the sting of its venom-filled tongue. With only one scratch, the monster's poison was strong enough to kill even an S-rank hunter. But poison is not a threat to Izuku. The poison has been neutralized. Thanks to his skills, he can easily neutralize any kind of poison. The monster who realized this became nervous without him knowing. The monster's body shook unconsciously. It was very small, but Izuku could still notice it. He trembled? Not wasting this opportunity, Izuku immediately attacked the monster with all his skills. He quickly chopped off the monster's arms and wings, he even crushed the exoskeleton. Fear slowly crawled into the monster's spine. The monster could feel death approaching him. He tried to escape after recuperating himself. Izuku quickly stops him before he can escape and ends it with a chain of attacks that destroy his vitals. Purple blood seeped out of the monster's wound and quickly flooded the floor where the monster's body lay. You have defeated your enemy. You leveled up. You leveled up. Izuku sighed as he confirmed the monster's death. But he couldn't let his guard down, the fight was still going on around him. His army is still fighting the remaining monsters. The monster army is confused after losing its leader, this makes it easier for Izuku's army to annihilate them. To speed up the annihilation, Izuku begins to resurrect ant monsters as additional soldiers and leaves one slot. Izuku stared at the monster he had just killed, wondering how one monster could bring disaster to the raid team composed of elites. But despite that, the monster was still met with its end by Izuku's dagger. Izuku thought about making him one of his shadow soldiers, but he encountered a contradiction considering the large number of hunters who died in his hands. To fulfill his purpose, the power of the monsters can be of great help given the potential and strength he showed during their battles. Well, whatever it is I will accept, whether it is insults or criticism. As long as I can be strong, I will accept it. Izuku decided to indulge his ego. He once again stared at the monster, preparing to awaken it into a new entity. Arise! Frightening black smoke billowed out from the monster's body. The next moment, Izuku's entire surroundings were engulfed in complete darkness, he didn't see or feel anything before finally returning to normal. He thought he had failed, but the figure standing in front of him said otherwise. I thought I failed, but I didn't. The humanoid ant that was shrouded in a black ominous aura and exuding amazing power knelt in front of Izuku. The status hovered over him with a ranking he had never seen before. LV1. Rank, General. This is the first time I have seen this ranking, is it because the rank of this monster is already high? Just as Izuku was about to turn around, a voice came from behind him. My king. He immediately turned to see who the owner of the voice was, which made him a little surprised. Please give me a name. This is the first time that Izuku's shadow soldiers were able to speak, regardless of how much they grew or how they were before becoming Izuku's shadow soldiers. How can you talk? I was able to. Some of Izuku's shadows can speak before they transform into shadow soldiers. The difference is only in their rank. So that means if they reach a higher rank they gain the ability to speak. I was the one who killed you, are you fine with it? I was not killed by you. Rather, through your power. I am reborn, my liege. Happiness. Overflowing in me. I'll follow you. Forever. My liege. Please give me a name. Izuku was silent for a moment, he thought of what he had just said. Happiness. Most likely because of the unconditional loyalty that applies to all my shadow soldiers. If that power alone affects this guy, then I can't imagine what it would be like if my army was filled with powerful monsters like him. What a terrifying power. Right, at least I have to give you a name that distinguishes you from other ants. He then tried to think of a suitable name for his new soldier. And after a while, he finally came up with a name. Baru. Your name is Baru. Baru LV.1. Rank, General. Thank you. My liege. Izuku then turned to face his troops who had finished eliminating the remaining ant monsters. He saw the remains of a battlefield filled with piles of corpses of monsters and hunters that died during the raid. The smell of burning flesh and blood filled the air. Izuku didn't notice as he was focused on his fight. Guilt welled up in his heart again, he wondered if he had instead gone to the boss's room, would things have been different? But what has happened cannot be changed. He is not God who can arrange everything that happens, he is just an ordinary human who sometimes makes mistakes. At least I can bring their bodies back to their families. Collect the bodies of the hunters and the rest collect the mana stones in this dungeon, it should be enough to be a compensation fee for their deaths. Izuku then ordered his troops to collect the bodies of the fallen hunters and take them to the exit as he was about to inspect the boss's room. He then looked at Baru, who had been faithfully following him since just now. Baru, who is in the boss's room? Only the corpses of queens and one hunter, as well as eggs that have not hatched, my king. I see, let's go. Yes, my liege. They rushed to the boss's room to retrieve Goto's corpse and kill the remaining ants. Along the way, Izuku didn't even have to lift a finger since Baru did all the annihilation work. Every time some monsters approached them, Baru would immediately kill them. Thanks to it, it didn't take long for them to get to the front of the boss's room. This place is full of eggs. That's because this place is a breeding ground. Izuku nodded as Baru explained to him while checking his inventory. It will take a long time if I have to clean everything up, do I have any equipment that can wipe it all out at once? Huh? This is. Izuku took out an item from his inventory. A sword shrouded in powerful magical energy and exuding strong lightning. I almost forgot about this item. Item, Demon King Longsword. Item class, S. Type, Longsword. Was once used by Baron. It has a second effect called the Storm of White Flames, which summons small thunderstorms in a certain area. The item that Izuku took out was the sword he obtained after killing King Baron in the crypt of the Demon Castle. Let's give it a try. Izuku raised the blade with just one hand, then swung it at the egg in the room, causing a bolt of lightning with just one swing. Even though the blade was larger than his body, he had no trouble swinging it. It would be a waste if I left it in my inventory. Since I'm here, let's use it to destroy all the eggs here. Besides, I'm not alone in here. Baru, destroy this place. Yes, my liege. Outside the gate, the situation is quite chaotic. When Izuku faced the monster, the hunters made it out. The reporters waiting outside were confused by the hunters coming out of the gate, but as they saw more and more hunters appearing with wounds on their bodies, the reporters immediately assumed that the raid was a failure. The medical team was busy running to help the wounded hunters and immediately moved them to the medical tent set up some distance from the gate site. The heroes and police also helped carry the injured hunters while some tried to restrain journalists who tried to break in to take pictures. Amid the chaos, most hunters thought of one thing. The fact that they left a child to deal with the monster itself. But in such a terrible situation, only the boy dared to come forward and show strength to overcome the crisis. When no one moved, the boy stepped forward valiantly facing the monster that was a scourge for the hunters. They had no other choice but to leave everything to him. The heavy air was felt around the hunters. Feelings of guilt and loss swirled around in each of them. But regardless, they couldn't let their guard down. There are still many hunters from their side who are injured. If not treated immediately, the number of deaths will increase. The worst scenario is that the gate breaks and monsters will come out and kill everything in there. Their worries didn't last long when silhouettes were visible from behind the gate. The hunters were immediately alert, they picked up their weapons and immediately positioned themselves in front of the gate. The figure slowly walked over and came into view. The moment the figure's feet came out of the gate and hit the ground, a huge wave of mana spread in an instant that was able to make the hunters tremble. They thought that the figure that came out of the dungeon was a monster, but the figure revealed his form. Shortly after, a hooded young man carrying a corpse covered in a cloak walked towards them, followed by a cavalcade of black soldiers who were also carrying the corpses of the hunters. The unrealistic scenery there is quite intimidating for anyone who witnesses it. A scene that is enough to make people think that the Demon King has descended to the earth. The hunters couldn't help but froze as they watched the figure approach. Several people who recognized the figure immediately came to their senses and rushed straight to him, followed by those who recognized the faces of his comrades who had become corpses. They soon forgot their fear and ran toward the black soldiers carrying the corpses of their comrades. After handing over the bodies of the hunters to their comrades, the black soldiers immediately disappeared into the shadows and returned to the shadows of the figure. Sugimoto, who recognized Izuku, immediately ran up to him and called his name. Izuku! Sugimoto-san! Did you escape successfully? How is the monster inside? I didn't run away. Then. I killed it, the monster. Not long after Izuku said that the gate behind them disappeared as if there was nothing there, even the magic energy flowing inside the gate also disappeared. The silence was instantaneous when they saw that, but it didn't take long for a cry of victory to resound throughout the island signaling that the dungeon raid had succeeded. People can't hide their happiness. The mixed feelings of loss, relief, and happiness burst out instantly as soon as the gate disappeared. Behind the tragedy that befell them, a hero has been born. A young man who returned triumphantly was also a young man who was willing to sacrifice and save them from disaster, a true hero. Cheers accompanied by crying continued to reverberate throughout the island. People hugged each other celebrating their victory. Although this victory was achieved by one person, they still cheered. Only a handful of people knew the identity of their savior, but that didn't hide the fact that the people were shocked by Izuku's accomplishment. Sugimoto couldn't hide his surprise after learning about the fact that Izuku killed a monster that was a scourge for most of the hunters here. He also carries the bodies of hunters who died during raids, even hailed as heroes. I'm speechless, then is this person? He's Goto-san. Sugimoto was silent again. The fact that he managed to clear the S-rank gate himself was enough to shock him, but he still managed to go to the boss's room and even took Goto's corpse. You're really... This is all I can do for those who died in this battle. Yes, you're right. Just rest for now, you can leave the rest to me. Yes, I'll leave it to you. Izuku then handed Goto's body to Sugimoto and then disappeared into the crowd after withdrawing all his soldiers. Feeling the presence of even the magical energy disappeared in an instant and left no trace, making Sugimoto get goosebumps. That kid, he gets stronger every time he fights. What a terrifying monster. After getting away from the crowd, Izuku went to a deserted cliff not far from the location of the medical tent. The atmosphere there is very quiet, there is only the sound of waves and wind blowing. Contrary to the atmosphere around the gate. Izuku doesn't like being in crowds, so tends to stay away, as he is now. Besides, he has some things to think about. Baru. Izuku's shadow widened, and from his shadow appeared the figure of a humanoid ant kneeling behind him. Baru responded as soon as he heard the MSDR's call. Yes, my liege. Did you hear the voice ordering you to kill humans? Yes. Then, do you know the source of that sound? Unfortunately not. I did receive the Queen's order to slaughter all human beings, however, there was another voice ordering me to do the same, but I don't know where it came from. I see. Do you know where the monster at the gate came from? No, my liege, at that time I had just awakened and had not fully got any information from the Queen. Is that so? You can go back. Yes, my liege. As Baru returned to his shadow, Izuku began to think about the information he had gotten from Baru. The information was not much different from what he had collected during this time. It's a pity that Baru died before he received all the information. But it can't be helped, if he let Baru live, only disaster will come. In the end, I didn't get anything. Izuku then took out a black key from his inventory. The black key he got from the previously uninformed curse random box finally revealed his description after he reached level item, Cardonon Temple Key. Class item? Type, key. Key that opens the door to the Temple of Cardonon. You can use it at the gate. The location of the specified gate will be known after the specified time has elapsed. Remaining time, 478:56:43. Looking at the name of the item, Izuku felt like he had seen it somewhere. He searched through his memories until he finally remembered them. Double Dungeon. He remembered the name of the Cardonon Temple engraved on a stone plaque held by an angelic statue containing the rules of the dungeon. Izuku has never forgotten the place, not even once. A place that has changed his life. The starting point that has brought him to this point. If it's that place, then I can find an answer or at least a clue where it all started. Izuku felt he might get the answer he was looking for. About the origin of his power and the reason why he gained this power. Originally, he thought that all this might be just a coincidence. But the more he thought about it, the feeling that this didn't appear occasionally. He couldn't get rid of the feeling. I still have time, during that interval I need to prepare for what's to come. After Izuku sorted out his thoughts, he returned to the hunter barracks to help them. When he arrived, the atmosphere was not as chaotic as before. Although there is still some medical personnel running from tent to tent. Most of the injured have been treated and the rest are being treated. Not only medical personnel, but it seems that some healers are also helping. Their healing abilities are effective compared to modern medicine. B-rank healers and above can even regenerate severed limbs as long as their abilities are sufficient. No wonder the healer's pay is higher than other hunter classes. Seeing that everything is almost done, there is not much Izuku can do. He just went around the barracks while occasionally helping the medical personnel who passed by. Feeling that his help was enough, Izuku decided to look for Sugimoto since he remembered that there was something he needed to give him. Izuku then asked one of the hunters passing by. The hunter tells Izuku that Sugimoto is in the main barracks that temporarily serve as the command center. After thanking Hunter, Izuku then walked towards the main barracks according to Hunter's direction. Since Goto was no longer here, the person in charge of administrative matters is Sugimoto. His job is to record the damage and casualties on their side, and sometimes he also has to deal with incoming reports. When Izuku arrived, it was a bit quieter than the medical barracks. It may be because most of the manpower is deployed in the medical department, so there are only a few people here. Izuku then approached the barracks. He called Sugimoto to check whether he was inside or not. Sugimoto-san, it's me Izuku, are you inside? Come in. Hearing a positive response, Izuku then walked into the barracks. The first thing he saw when he walked in was the pile of papers scattered on the table and Sugimoto's figure clutching his head like he was having a headache with a tired expression. You look busy, looks like I came at the wrong time, I'll come back later. No, it's okay, I just finished. Really? Yes, sit down, do you want to drink? No need. After telling Izuku to sit down, Sugimoto got up from his chair and sat in front of Izuku after making tea for himself. Sugimoto took a sip of his cup of tea and then asked Izuku about his business of meeting him. So, why are you looking for me? About that, there is something I wanted to hand over to you. Izuku then opened his inventory and took out a batch of mana stones and placed them on the table in front of Sugimoto. Seeing the number of stones that appeared out of nowhere made Sugimoto both surprised and confused. Izuku, these are stones that I collected from the dungeon before leaving. It should be enough compensation for the hunter family who died. Sugimoto glanced back and forth between the pile of mana rocks and Izuku. He was once again shocked by Izuku's absurd actions. Seeing this, Sugimoto couldn't be surprised anymore. This boy sitting in front of him had surpassed Hunter's common sense with what he had done today. You really? Huh. I was too tired to be surprised, but thanks to you one of my headaches was resolved. The tired look was still on Sugimoto's face. He took a deep breath trying to relieve his fatigue. Izuku realized this, so he decided to go and let him rest. Then I'm leaving first. Yes, sure. Sugimoto waved at Izuku as he exited the tent. Left alone, Sugimoto stared at the pile of stones in front of him. If he roughly calculates, the resulting costs should be enough to cover the necessary expenses. But it still doesn't solve the headache. Not with the amount of the press asking to meet hunters who came out of the dungeon in a cavalcade of black soldiers. He had heard the report on the interview request, but he couldn't answer because it was beyond his authority. He could only postpone it until he got the order from the association. He then leaned back in his chair, and just as he was about to close his eyes, one of the staff came in and informed Sugimoto that another interview was requested. He furrowed his brows, indicating that he was already irritated by this kind of report. Please give me a break. 2 days after the raid ended, the government held a funeral to honor the hunters who died in the raid. The funeral was attended by most of the hunters who had participated during the day's raids, including the Korean hunter and some of the higher-ups. The funeral was broadcast on all news channels that made headlines. People talk about it and post their comments on the internet. Most of the news reported the damage suffered, the number of wounded, and also the number who died. But among that sad news, they also reported the names of those who actively participated during the raids. Among the names, only one hunter's name is most often mentioned. Hunter's name is Izuku, the hunter who has brought victory to the raid team. Although the association covered up information related to him, there were still some leaks. Although it has only a name and no face, the influence is still great. You saw how he came out of the gate. It was crazy. That's true, especially the black soldiers who were with him were really terrifying. I got goosebumps when I watched it. Me too. I thought the Demon King descended on the earth. But what is Hunter's identity? I heard that his name is Izuku, but I don't know his face. I also heard his name. I heard that he is still young. People keep talking about it on the internet. Meanwhile, Izuku, who was the subject of conversation, read their comments with a sullen face. He hated attention from the beginning, but his actions will always attract attention. No matter how well he hides it, it will eventually be exposed, just like the incident this time. Although he revealed his abilities to the public, he has no regrets. Even if he goes back to the past, he will do the same. As long as he can save people, he will risk anything, even if it means his life. Izuku was such a person. From the beginning, he did not hesitate to jump into danger just to save people. Whether he realizes it or not, he is still pursuing his old dream. The dream he had buried deep in his heart slowly reappeared, beginning to emit light again. Izuku then turned off his phone and leaned against the bench he was sitting on. After the funeral, Izuku strolled around the area near the cemetery to get some fresh air and stay away from the crowds. He closed his eyes as he felt the breeze. Not long after, he could feel the presence approaching him. He then opens his eyes to see Sugimoto approaching him with a man he doesn't know. But he felt that he had seen his face before. That person, if I'm not mistaken, isn't he one of the Korean hunters? Izuku, you're here. Sugimoto-san? What's the matter? Before that, Sugimoto turned to the man standing behind him and then introduced him to Izuku. Hunter Baekhyunho has something to tell you. Baekhyunho then advanced to face Izuku. Izuku also stood up. Baekhyunho suddenly bowed to Izuku, which made Izuku quite surprised. Hunter Baekhyunho, what are you doing? I want to thank you for bringing back Byung-gu's body. Thanks to you I was able to do a decent funeral. No, Izuku was silent. He thought that he would accept criticism but did not expect to receive a thank you. He stopped his words halfway. If he denied it here, it seemed that he was arrogant. I understand, so please raise your head. That was the just thing I could do for those who died in battle this time. Baekhyunho raised his head and saw Izuku's dark expression. Although he was smiling, there was still darkness in his eyes. I've heard of this, but you're amazing. At such a young age you're already that strong. I'm sure you'll be a great hunter. Thank you for the compliment. You're welcome. I have to go. Our plane took off this afternoon. Are you going back so soon? Yes, we can't leave the dungeon in our country for too long, and I have to hold a funeral for Byung-gu. Baek-Yun-ho then handed his hand to Izuku. Nice to work with you, Hunter Izuku. Be sure to visit Korea when the opportunity arises. Of course, it's nice to cooperate with you too, Hunter Beck. After saying goodbye, Baek-Yun-ho goes to see his colleagues who have been waiting for him, leaving Izuku and Sugimoto alone. Sugimoto looked at Izuku, who was standing next to him. He realized that there was something wrong with Izuku's expression. What's wrong with your face? Nothing, it's just that I didn't expect to receive a thank you even though I was prepared to be criticized. With my actions being too late, quite a few people had lost their lives. If I had acted sooner, the casualties would not have been this many. Sugimoto just sighed at Izuku's answer. He who had known Izuku for a long time knew his personality, so he thought he would give such a response. Izuku will always feel burdened if someone is injured around him, whether it is because of himself or not. It proves how good he is. It's also one of the many reasons why people gather around him. I knew you would say that. Don't think too much about it, it will only burden you. At least be grateful for the many people you have saved. I see, thank you. Sugimoto-san, so why are you looking for me? I'm sure you're not only here to just say hello, right? That's it too, but why don't we change places before talking? Alright. Izuku followed Sugimoto until he arrived at a cafe not far from the initial location. There was no one at all when they got there. This place is quiet. Do you rent a whole cafe or something? Not really. After telling their order to the waiter, they sat down at a table in the corner of the cafe. It didn't take long for their order to arrive. After drinking a little coffee, they then started a conversation. So what do you want to talk about? Actually, I have an offer for you. Offer? Sugimoto took out a document from his bag and handed it to Izuku. Izuku then picked up the document and started reading it, but soon wrinkles appeared on his face. Sugimoto-san, are you sure about this? It wasn't me who came up with the idea. Then. It was the chairman's idea. He wanted to create a guild and make you a guild MSTR. Sugimoto-san, you may have forgotten, but I'm still 14, even Hawk just founded his agency at the age of. That's what I said, but after hearing what you did in the raid that day, he insisted on making you one. This plan was originally for Goto-san, but since he is no longer here, the chairman chooses you instead. But isn't there any other S rank? Besides, I'm still an A rank hunter. Not for a long time. What does it mean? You have been scheduled to receive a re-evaluation tomorrow at 9 a.m. Wait, isn't it too fast? I know, but the procedures have been completed, and it's the chairman's order. A complex thought swirled in Izuku's head. Wrinkles formed on his face, and he then held his head as if he had a headache. Sugimoto realized this and decided to leave Izuku alone so that he could think about it calmly. It seems that you need more time to think. Take your time, but be sure to come to the bureau office tomorrow for re-evaluation. There was no answer from him since he was too lost in thought. Then I'm leaving first, see you tomorrow. Sugimoto walked out of the cafe, leaving Izuku alone. His head was still filled with complicated thoughts to the point that he banged his head against the table to clear his mind. The loud sound caused by the impact shocked the employees who worked in the cafe. Fortunately, the table was not broken or damaged. The worried employee approached Izuku and asked him if he was okay. Hey, are you alright, kid? I'm fine, and sorry for the fuss. The next morning, Izuku stood in front of the bureau office with a tired face. Since earlier morning, many reporters have gathered in front of the bureau. The TV crew was busy setting up their cameras, but no one noticed Izuku. Hey, is it true that that person is going to have the re-evaluation test today? Perhaps, I heard from the manager that that person will be announced as S rank today. Izuku, standing behind the crowd, heard their conversation and twisted his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the information would be leaked and reporters gathered in front of the bureau office just to get news about him. This is why I don't want to go. He couldn't undo what had happened. Feeling helpless with the current situation, Izuku just sighed and then pushed his way through the crowd to enter the office. When he arrived, Sugimoto, who was already waiting for him, immediately walked up to him. What took you so long? It's because of the crowd ahead. By the way, what's the matter with the crowd? Well, some information leaked out, and the result is as you can see. But how can such a large number of journalists get together in just one day? That's the power of the media. Besides, we've wasted a lot of time. Let's go. Izuku then followed Sugimoto to the room where he received the re-evaluation test. In front of the room, the chairman of the association was already waiting for them. Izuku was confused by the presence of Matsumoto waiting for him in front of the room. But he only nodded when he heard Sugimoto's explanation. It seems that the chairman wants to confirm Izuku's strength with his own eyes. It wasn't long before a bureau officer guided Izuku inside while Sugimoto and Matsumoto would watch him from a separate room. The room he was in was large enough to almost look like an indoor stadium. In the room, there's a mana detector, and the agent in charge of operating it. The agent approached him and then introduced himself. Hunter Izuku, nice to meet you, my name is Fujimori Ninsei, and I will be responsible for your re-evaluation test today. Izuku nodded in response. Fujimori then continued his explanation. Then please put your hand on the mana detector. Izuku then placed his hand on the mana detector as Fujimori instructed. The number on the detector starts to move, but the result displayed is an error. Fujimori tried several times but the result remained the same. It can only mean that Izuku's mana is immeasurable. Even using a high-level mana detector still can't measure the amount of mana he has. It's crazy, how could someone so young have that much mana? Izuku then called him, which drove him crazy. Is there anything wrong? And no, let's move on to the next test. Okay. Please stand in the middle of the room, we will continue the test. But before that, we need to ascertain your ability to assess your class. Can you show us what abilities you can use? Sure. Izuku's shadow spread out and from it emerged the figure of the Black Knight. The Black Knight's body was shrouded in a black aura and gave a strong intimidating feeling. Fujimori was quite surprised to see the Black Knight, as well as Matsumoto, who was watching from above. Matsumoto frowned immediately. He doubted Izuku's ability and only went so far thanks to the reports he received from his subordinates. Hunter Izuku, don't tell me your ability is limited to this. Hearing the provocation from Matsumoto, Izuku just sighed. Well, since there were already many witnesses at the time, there was nothing to hide. Izuku then summoned several of his shadow warriors, including his strongest shadow. The strong magic energy twisted in the room as he summoned his soldiers, which was enough to make Fujimori's body tremble. Even the two people watching from above can feel it. While Matsumoto was stunned by the amount of mana he felt, Sugimoto felt like he had been transferred back to the battlefield that day. The smell of blood and burning corpses, the sight of the corpses of the hunters is still fresh in his head as if he had just come out of that hell yesterday. A feeling of terror soon overwhelmed him, his body trembling as he recalled the terrible events of that day. Sugimoto, are you okay? Shocked by Matsumoto's voice, the hideous images immediately disappeared from his head. Sugimoto turned to look at him and saw Matsumoto looking at him confused. I am fine, sir. Are you sure? Your face looks pale. Yes, sir, I'm fine. Matsumoto doubts the answer but decides to let it go since he said so. He then turned his attention back to Izuku. He smiled unconsciously as he imagined what great things were waiting for the child. Greed filled Matsumoto's eyes instantly. He wanted Izuku to be by his side more. The strength he showed would be able to lift his prestige as chairman of the Hunter Association. Matsumoto then went downstairs and walked up to Izuku, who was still talking to Fujimori. Amazing, Hunter Izuku, what an extraordinary power. By the way, why? Don't you consider my offer? Izuku couldn't help but smile awkwardly as he heard Matsumoto bring up something that had been his headache lately. I'm sorry, Chairman, I think I still have to think about this carefully. Hearing Izuku's uncertain answer, Matsumoto patted him on the shoulder while emphasizing his grip. I understand, just tell Sugimoto if you need anything. Izuku smiled awkwardly again when he felt the weight that had just been placed on his shoulders. Yes, Chairman, I'll think about it. That night Izuku sat on one of the benches on Dagoba Beach. He stared blankly at the beach scene without moving a bit. In his hand was the hunter's license he had just received. Although he has officially become an S-rank hunter, Izuku is not happy at all. Not with the amount of attention he got. Today is probably the most tiring day for him. After dealing with Chairman Matsumoto, he had to deal with the reporters waiting for him outside the bureau office. It took several hours for him to get out of the crowd. And just before he's about to leave, Kyoko calls him saying she's throwing a celebration party for him. If possible, Izuku doesn't want to go, but since Kyoko had rented a fancy restaurant and even invited his friends, he had no choice but to leave. When Izuku arrived there, almost all of his friends had already gathered. They immediately congratulated Izuku on his promotion. Seeing the large number of people gathered around, Izuku just smiled while hiding his fatigue. The party went smoothly, but it didn't take long for it to turn into chaos. No one expected that Daichi would bring alcohol even if Kyoko strictly prohibited any alcohol at this party. But in the end, a few people were drunk and the party should end soon. Izuku couldn't help but sigh remembering what he had to go through today. What a tiring day. As he was lost in thought, he felt a presence approaching him. When he turned his head, he could see Todoroki walking towards him. As expected, you were here. Todoroki-san? How do you know I'm here? Don't you always come here when you're had a lot of thought? As expected of my friend, you know me well. You want me to kill you? I'm kidding. By the way, congratulations on becoming an S rank. Don't mention it. Why? You seem to not happy about it. Not really, so why are you looking for me? I'm sure you're not here just to congratulate me, right? You're right, I honestly have a question for you. Coincidentally, I also have something I want to tell you. Really, what is that? You go first, mine can wait. Fine then. So, what are you going to ask? It's about your power. The air between them became cold. Izuku felt a serious atmosphere from the expression that Todoroki made. But despite that, Izuku tried to stay calm. How about that? Your power, that is the power that can resurrect the dead, right? Izuku was shaken as he heard what Todoroki said. His surprised face disappeared and left only a faint smile. He had expected someone to notice the nature of his strength from the moment he showed his abilities to the public, so he could only smile when his closest friend asked this. That's right, I can resurrect the dead back to life. Then, does that also apply to humans? Once again Todoroki looked at Izuku with a serious face. There was a hint of anger in his tone, but Izuku remained calm regardless of how Todoroki reacted. Yes. Don't tell me you. Yes. Todoroki was silent. He was surprised to learn that Izuku had once brought humans back to life. Why? Todoroki used emphasis on his voice, urging him to answer. There was anger in his voice, but it was understandable. Because if I don't do that, we'll both die. What do you mean? Do you still remember the Red Gate incident? Yes. Don't tell me. Izuku didn't say anything. Instead, he summoned one of his shadow soldiers. The figure of a huge knight holding an axe and shield stood beside Izuku. Todoroki tried to process what was happening before his eyes. The figure of the shadow warrior standing in front of him exudes a strong, intimidating aura. Todoroki also felt that the magic energy emanating from him was almost equivalent to the hunter's rank. He believed in his judgment ability since he was a mage and he was more sensitive to magic energy, but seeing the figure standing in front of him he didn't want to start doubting his senses. Realizing Todoroki, who was still fixated on looking at Iron, Izuku decided to introduce him. He's Iron, he's the hunter who died in the Red Gate incident and his real name is Kurigane. Iron nodded as Izuku introduced him to Todoroki. Todoroki looked at Iron with puzzled eyes. Despite his clumsy behavior, the pressure Iron exudes is no joke. Todoroki knew that all the hunters who died in the Red Gate incident were only C-rank hunters to B rank at max. But after seeing how much the figure in front of him grew up even after death, he began to doubt his common sense. Hey, Izuku, how are you? I know you must be wondering, but this is what my power is capable of. Hearing Izuku's unclear answer, Todoroki glared at him asking for further explanation. In short, the stronger I grow, the stronger my army will grow. Was something like that could happen? But the fact is already before your eyes. Todoroki had no other choice but to accept Izuku's answer. He once again stared at Iron's figure. He thought that if the army of the dead under Izuku's control was that strong, then it was inconceivable what it would be like if he decided to turn against mankind. Hey Izuku, don't you feel anything after resurrecting him? I'd be lying if I said no. I do feel guilty doing so. I even tried to undo my skills to him, but Iron was determined to keep fighting regardless of his condition. How do you know? All my shadows are connected to me and they can convey what I feel even without direct command. Each of my shadow soldiers has their own consciousness, they retain their personality even after becoming my shadow. As if confirming what Izuku said, Iron nodded his head again. Todoroki wasn't sure how to respond. He felt he couldn't fully trust Iron's response, but he doubted Izuku would lie to him. That's how much he trusted Izuku. In the end, Todoroki decided to believe his words. Fine, I believe your words, but I will keep an eye on you. Sure, please take care of me. So, what do you want to ask? About that, what do you think of me forming a guild? Todoroki was silent again. He looked at Izuku with a look of disbelief. Did you hit your head or something? No, why do you think that way? I just thought that you might lose your mind. No, and I'm still sane. Then why did you think of forming a guild out of nowhere? Izuku then recounts what he and Sugimoto talked about the other day. Todoroki, who was listening, couldn't help but frown as he heard the story. Such a thing happened? I think the crazy one is the chairman. You really talk as you please, don't you? Not really. Forget it, so what do you think? Well, it shouldn't matter because it's you. I believe you will be able to take good care of it. Is it because of a friend's trust? Why, do you doubt me? No, just hearing what you said moved me. Irritated by Izuku's joke, a blue flame formed in Todoroki's hands. Even from a distance, he could still feel the heat. I'll kill you. Alright, I'll stop. Todoroki immediately put out the fire. He still looked at Izuku with some annoyance. So what are you going to do? I don't know, I think I should think more about it. Yes, think about it before deciding. After finishing talking with Todoroki, they separated and went back to their dormitories. Izuku lay on his bed staring blankly at the ceiling. He thought of his conversation with Todoroki. His words somehow lightened a bit of the weight off his shoulders. He then got up and picked up the document that was on his bedroom desk. The document provided by Sugimoto contains details of the contract for the formation of the guild spearheaded by the bureau chief of the Hunter Association, Matsumoto Shigeo. The essence of the contract is that Izuku will have the full support of the association and the government in forming his guild as long as Izuku faithfully fulfills his duties as a Japanese hunter and will always fulfill the call of duty of the association. Izuku pondered the content of the contract, and although it was clear on Izuku's side, the conditions listed were too binding for him. Though it looked like they were supporting me, they were trying to tie me up. No, wait. Is it just the chairman? Come to think of it, since I met him some time ago, he seems to be paying much attention to me, even Goto-san too. Moreover, he also came directly to watch my re-evaluation and directly approached me afterward. Realizing this fact, Izuku ruffled his hair in annoyance. DMN, why did things turn out like this? Izuku just breathed a sigh of relief in frustration. He expected to get attention as soon as he revealed his strength, but he didn't expect the scale to be so large. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang suddenly. He immediately took out his phone to see who was calling him. Izuku had a confused expression as he saw Tsukachi's name appear on the screen of his phone. Curious, he immediately answered the call from Tsukachi. Hello, Tsukachi-san? Oh. Izuku, it's been a while, how are you? I'm fine, how are you doing? Same here, by the way, congratulations on becoming an S rank. Thank you, so is there something you need, Tsukachi-san? Well, about that, I'll get to the point. Are you free tomorrow? I think so. Then can you come to my office? But about what? Just come and you'll know. Okay, I'll come. Tsukachi then ends their call after Izuku says that. Izuku then put his phone back on the table. Tsukachi managed to leave Izuku's curiosity behind. He was curious about what was going to happen, but the feeling soon disappeared when he looked again at the documents lying on his desk. I hope it's not something troublesome. The next morning Izuku went to the police station where Tsukachi worked. It takes 5 minutes to walk from the train station. As he arrived, Tsukachi was already waiting for him in front of the office. Tsukachi then greeted Izuku as soon as he saw him. Izuku. Hello Tsukachi-san, did I keep you waiting too long? No, I also just arrived. Really? Yes. Tsukachi noticed that Izuku looked a bit tired and had dark circles under his eyes. But he decided to let it slide since Izuku didn't seem to be talking about it. So why are you calling me here, Tsukachi-san? About that, we'll talk about it along the way. All the way? Are we going somewhere? I'll tell you later, let's go. Okay. Izuku then followed Tsukachi towards his car parked not far from them. After driving for 5 minutes, Izuku began to pay attention to where they were going based on the signs he saw along the way. Tsukachi-san, aren't we heading towards the city of Kofu? So you've noticed, honestly there's someone who wants to see you. Izuku looked at Tsukachi in confusion, as he recalled he had no one he knew in the city of Kofu, not except for one. He who was curious then asked Tsukachi, but the answer was again unclear, which made Izuku even more curious. Who? You'll see. The two continued the journey for about 10 minutes and came to an old building on the side of the road. The condition of the building is quite poor, with partially peeling paint, cracks in the walls, and even a welcome sign that is about to fall. Is it here? Yes. Does someone who wants to see me live here? Yes, let's go in. Izuku followed Tsukachi from behind, as he knocked on the door. They then opened the door, but they were surprised to see someone lying on the floor with a red liquid pooling underneath. Tsukachi immediately approached the person to see his condition. But before he had time to reach the person suddenly stood up and landed his foot on Izuku's face, but he managed to dodge it. Then the person landed in front of them lightly while staring at them. I didn't expect you to successfully avoid it. Isn't it too much for just a joke, Gran Torino-san? It's fine, besides that isn't that kid a hunter? Tsukachi just responded as if it were a normal thing. Only Izuku was confused by this situation. He went back and forth to see Tsukachi and Gran Torino. What happened? Well, sorry for the late introduction, this is Gran Torino, the one who wants to see you. Izuku looked back at Gran Torino, somehow he felt that he knew this person. He tried to look into his memory, and when he remembered it, his eyes widened. Don't tell me. Long time no see, kid. Izuku looked at the old man in front of him with blank eyes. They sat on the sofa after clearing the mess from before. Izuku sat in front of the Gran Torino while Tsukachi sat beside him. Izuku is still trying to process sudden events. He wasn't sure how things had turned this way, but yet, here he was, facing someone he hadn't seen in a long time. Sorahiko Torino, better known as Gran Torino. He is a retired pro hero and one of Izuku's past acquaintances who cares for him. Izuku knew Gran Torino since he once mentored his father, All Might. Although they only met a few times, Izuku remembered him clearly since he was the only one who showed concern for him. Although Izuku hadn't seen Gran Torino for a long time, he didn't hold any bad feelings for him. And because of this, he was confused when he met him so suddenly. Tsukachi looked at the two of them with a puzzled look. He saw Izuku, who was still putting on a blank face since the beginning of their meeting. He couldn't help being curious about what happened between them, so he just asked, "Did you guys know each other?" "Well, you could say I've been looking for this missing boy all these years." "Missing boy? You mean?" "Oh, this kid is the son of All Might who disappeared 8 years ago, and the one I've been looking for ever since." Tsukachi was very surprised when he heard what Gran Torino had just said. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked back at Izuku. Izuku, who didn't expect his past to be revealed this way, could only lower his head silently to hide the bitter look he had. Gran Torino realized what was behind Izuku's silence. He then raised his staff and hit Izuku on the head with it, that startling Izuku and Tsukachi. Whack! "Until when are you going to stay like an idiot?" Izuku finally came to his senses as the Gran Torino's staff hit him. He rubbed his head even though he didn't feel any pain. Sorry." Tsukachi immediately realized, and his surprise eased after seeing Izuku being scolded by Gran Torino. But his curiosity was still high. He couldn't help asking Izuku to confirm what Gran Torino said. "Hey Izuku, is what Gran Torino just said true? Are you really All Might's son?" Izuku only nodded weakly in response to Tsukachi's question. Tsukachi looked at Izuku. He had a dark expression on his face as if he had swallowed something bitter. As a policeman, Tsukachi knew that there was a reason why Izuku put on such a face, and it was not good. "You once told me that your family abandoned you, is that true?" "Yes, that's true." "What happened?" Izuku remained silent. He wasn't sure if it was okay to tell Tsusuchi the story. He then looked at Sorahiko, asking if it was alright to tell him. "It's alright, you can trust Tsukachi." After sighing, Izuku began to tell his life story before becoming a hunter. As he spoke, he showed no emotional changes, while Tsukachi and Sorahiko kept changing their faces. Anger, disappointment, and disbelief were engraved on their faces. Izuku had expected such a reaction, but seeing that his prediction was correct, Izuku couldn't help but smile faintly. Tsukachi, who heard Izuku's story, couldn't hide his surprise. He couldn't believe that someone who was a symbol of peace would do such a thing to his own child. "I can't believe the #1 hero would do such a thing. I knew this would happen since Toshi insisted on marrying that woman, but I didn't expect it to be so bad. I'm sorry kid, you must have suffered a lot." "It's alright, it's all in the past anyway." Tsukachi and Sorahiko felt sympathy and admiration for Izuku for having to go through all the troubles. But still, knowing how All Might is and hearing what he's done to you feels unbelievable. "You're right Tsukachi, being quirkless it's not your fault. If anyone is to blame you can blame your father for passing it on to you." "Gran Torino-san?" Tsukachi is surprised by Sorahiko suddenly revealing All Might's past. "Just let it, in the end, this kid needs to know the truth anyway." Izuku was confused by the change in the atmosphere of their conversation. Looking at Tsukachi's excessive reaction, it seems that this is something serious. "Sorry, but what are you guys talking about?" "Well, that. Listen, kid, your father is a quirkless who inherited someone else's quirk. If it weren't for that person's decision he would have remained without quirk until now." Izuku's eyes widened at what Sorahiko had just said. He was so shocked, his mind went blank in an instant as he heard that his father had no quirk as he is. Everything he believed was reversed with just those words. For years he believed that it was his destiny that he did not have a quirk, but it turned out that it was because he inherited it from his father. Is that true?" Tsukachi and Sorahiko could see the shock on Izuku's face. He was obviously in shock. Sorahiko just sighed and explained it to Izuku. And even after hearing his explanation, Izuku remained silent. He still needed to organize his thoughts, and after a few minutes, he finally regained his composure. "Have you finally calmed down?" "Yes." "Did it surprise you?" "Yes, it feels like what I have always believed is a lie, but no matter how I think about it, the result is still the same. Whether it is my destiny or the inheritance of my parents, it does not change the fact that I am a quirkless. In the end, what I should do has not changed. But knowing the fact that the #1 hero was a quirkless quite surprised me." "Well, anyone who hears it will be surprised either. That's why this is kept secret, even from his family." "Tsukachi. That's understandable." "Well, enough with that, don't ruin this reunion by talking bad things. Why don't we talk about you, Sorahiko?" "About me?" "Yes, why don't you tell this old man about your life as a hunter?" Well, Izuku was lost in his memories as he recounted his experience to Sorahiko and Tsukachi. Izuku was also surprised at how he had gotten to this point. Many things happened, from good to bad, he even almost lost his life. Sorahiko could only listen carefully, while Tsukachi had to leave because there was still work. I didn't expect you to experience so much. I didn't expect it to be like that either. Then are you planning to tell your whereabouts to your family? Izuku's face instantly darkened as Gran Torino mentioned his family. He remembered the unpleasant times he had to live in that family. Izuku couldn't help but shook his head. No, I'm not sure those people will accept me back. Are you sure about it? Why not? Even my father can't recognize me. Why do you say that? Honestly, I met him by accident a while ago. You met him? Yes. And he still doesn't recognize you? Izuku nodded his head at the answer. I have to scold him later. I don't think you need to bother doing that, let them realize it for themselves. Besides, Gran Torino-san has something I want to ask. Huh? What is that? All Might, did something happen to him? The last time I saw her, she didn't look good, especially with her body getting thinner. He continued to hold on to the left side of his body, then I could also feel his strength noticeably becoming weaker than before. So, you know. Gran Torino was silent for a moment, he considered whether it would be okay for him to tell Izuku about this. From the moment Gran Torino saw Izuku's appearance on TV, he recognized him immediately, and after meeting and speaking with him in person, Gran Torino knew that great things were coming for him. Telling him this meant he might drag Izuku into this long battle. Moreover, Gran Torino is sure that that person will not stand still with how the world had changed. Yes, you are right, he was injured in a villain attack about 5 years ago. If it was 5 years ago, was it an incident with the villain Toxic Chainsaw? You know a lot. Well, I do some research a bit. You're right, the fight itself was never revealed to the media, but after the fight, it left All Might with quite heavy injuries, and the result was as you can see. Right now he can only put his muscular form on hold for only 3 hours, if it exceeds that he will return to his current figure. Is it that bad? Izuku thought that if All Might was injured, a healer should be able to heal him, but if it was a wound from 5 years ago, he wasn't sure if it would work. He thought of a method, but is it worth it? All the time he spent in that house was just torture. He had to endure all the pain alone while trying to hide it from the rest of the world. He still couldn't forget the times he had to hide in his room while listening to his family's happy laughter. Time may have hardened his heart, but the pain left by his family is still there. Sorahiko noticed the change in Izuku's increasingly cold expression. Remembering the Izuku he had met in the past and Izuku he was now, he knew one thing that didn't change in him: he still cared about people regardless of their good or bad. Stop thinking about unnecessary things, let's just say that person gets what he deserves. What's more, he is the #1 hero as well as a symbol of peace, he knows what to do. After all, as you said, it was a long time ago. Izuku couldn't help but smile as Sorahiko comforted him. He decided to put aside unnecessary thoughts as Sorahiko told him. You're right, thank you Gran Torino-san. More than that, boy, I want to ask you something. Yes, what is that? Is your life better now? Izuku gasped at Sorahiko's sudden question. He paused for a moment as if pondering the answer, but it wasn't something difficult to answer. Well, not all, but I'm satisfied with the way I live now. It's good to hear that. To be honest, I want to scold you because you didn't even consider contacting me back then. I'm sorry for that. But watching you grow up so well until now is enough for me. Thank you. That's why. Izuku's words were cut off by Sorahiko. He suddenly stood up and grinned, which made Izuku confused. Gran Torino-san? I will test how much you have grown. Sorry? Aren't you a hunter? Fight me, a small fight shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Are you sure about this? Wouldn't it be better to do it in a wider area? No need to care about it. Why? Are you scared? No, that's... Before Izuku had time to respond, Gran Torino charged toward him. Even with Gran Torino's speed and random movements, Izuku can still dodge. Gran Torino smiled as he saw how Izuku reacted to his attack with a calm face. I admit you're amazing being able to avoid this, however. Gran Torino immediately increased its speed and maneuverability in the air. Izuku was taken aback by the sudden increase in speed, but it was not a speed that Izuku could not handle. Gran Torino got goosebumps looking at Izuku, who was still responding calmly. What a monster! I told you to attack me. Because of the pressure from Gran Torino, Izuku had no other choice but to attack him. As Gran Torino approached him, Izuku lightly twisted his body to avoid his attack. Then excuse me. Izuku whispered to him quietly. He then grabbed the back of Gran Torino's robe and immediately slammed his body on the floor. He tried to control his strength so that he wouldn't do too much damage, but he still made cracks in the floor. Izuku then helped Gran Torino to get up while cleaning his clothes. "You're amazing for making me fight seriously. If I can't handle this much, I have to give up my title as an S-rank hunter. Are you acting arrogant now? That's not true." "Well, forget it, at least I already know how strong you are." "Is that so? By the way, can you help me clean up this mess?" After finishing his reunion with Gran Torino, Izuku was about to go home. When he walked out of Gran Torino's house, the sky was already yellowed. Although Gran Torino told him to take a taxi, he chose to walk. Recalling his experience on the first ride, he didn't want what happened last time to happen again. Then Gran Torino-san, I'm leaving first. Yes, be sure to visit me sometime. Of course. Also, one more thing. Yes? Today's conversation, can you keep it secret? Yes, I understand, I will keep this conversation to death. Don't say such terrible things. Haha. It seems that you did intend to do it, well whatever, be careful on the way back. Yes. Gran Torino watched Izuku's figure drift further and further away. He stared at his back while he was lost in thought. Compared with the little boy Sorahiko knew in the past, Izuku's figure is now completely different. The aura emitted by Izuku even matched the aura of a veteran. Movements, postures, and attitudes reflect a warrior. The shy boy has grown into a warrior. Seeing Izuku's growth made Sorahiko proud of him. He was able to overcome his obstacles and climb to the highest place. Sorahiko kept watching Izuku until his figure disappeared. As his figure disappeared, he then went back inside with a smile on his face. Leaving Sorahiko alone, Izuku walked into the station at a slow pace. He thought of his meeting with Gran Torino today. Today he just learned a new fact that surprised him. His father's past is never revealed no matter how much he searches. All Might was a quirkless, just thinking about it's hard to believe. Izuku quickly put the thought out of his mind and turned to the topic that had been causing him a headache these days. He had already made plans regarding the contract proposed by Matsumoto before he went to see Sorahiko. He spent the whole night putting it together. Izuku was so deep in thought that he didn't notice the crowd in front of him. He almost collided with the person in front of him but managed to stop in a split second. Curious, Izuku tried to look around while listening to the conversations of the people gathered there. The people gathered around seemed to be watching something. Hey, what happened? I heard that there is an open gate nearby. Have any hunters been there? Izuku, who had quietly heard their conversation from behind, was quite surprised to hear that a gate had appeared. Izuku immediately disseminated his mana trying to detect where the gate was, and when he found it he immediately disappeared from his place and headed straight for the gate's location. It didn't take long for him to get there, and by the time he got there, there were already many people gathered there. Several heroes and police have been standing guard in the area around the gate to prevent citizens from approaching the gate. 2 agents were also already there, standing guard with measuring devices in their hands. Izuku then walks over but a hero immediately confronts him. Wait kid, you can't get close to this place. He stared at the hero who stopped him, he could hear people whispering behind him. He couldn't help but sigh because he thought things would get so noisy from now on. Izuku then takes out his hunter's license and shows it to the hero, which makes him widen his eyes. The shocking hero accidentally mentioned it out loud which attracted everyone's attention to them. S rank? The crowd immediately turned their eyes to Izuku. It didn't take long for a commotion to break out in the crowd. They were all curious about the figure of the S rank that appeared in front of the gate. Izuku just sighed as the commotion grew bigger, he then took off his jacket hood to reveal his face. People who recognized him immediately said his name as soon as they saw it. Isn't that the new S rank hunter? Right, that's the newest S rank hunter, Izuku. Wow, is there really an S rank hunter coming? Hearing the commotion, the agents on duty immediately approached Izuku, who was still being held by the hero. They immediately recognized Izuku's face and immediately greeted him. Hunter Izuku, what are you doing here? I happened to be nearby and since I heard a gate appeared here so I came. Is that so? Are there already hunters assigned here? Not yet, we are here to examine the gate. I see, then can I clean it up? You will do it yourself, but the procedures. It's alright, Sugimoto-san said I can take care of it. If it's Sugimoto, then. As they were talking, one of the agent's phones rang and he answered immediately. After a while, the agent looked at Izuku and his partner. What is it? The chief inspector just called. What did he say? He said to let Hunter Izuku handle this dungeon. Huh? The chief said so. Yes. The two looked at Izuku with a puzzled looks while Izuku could only smile at them. Can I go in now? Why yes of course. Thank you. Izuku then bypassed them and walked towards the gate. Not long after he entered, the color of the gate started to change to red color. The civilians who witnessed the change shouted in surprise. The gate! All attention immediately returned to the gate. The agent of the association also turned his gaze to the gate and was shocked by the changes in the gate. Red gate? The panicked agent made those who were watching confused and uneasy. The reporters in the curious place tried to find out by questioning the agents, but when they got the answer, they were also taken aback. While a commotion was brewing outside, Izuku, who was inside the dungeon, frowned as he felt the déjà vu. Why does this feel like a red gate? The way out is also gone. Izuku looked around trying to make sure he was feeling wrong, but all he saw was a scene of the forest and rainwater constantly raining down on him. Well, whatever it is, all I have to do is clear it up. Moreover, this gate appeared at the right time. Izuku grinned unconsciously as enemies began to spring up around him. He then summoned all of his shadow soldiers. Izuku's shadow spread out and one by one his troops rose to hold their weapons. Let's start the hunt. It took several hours for Izuku to clear the dungeon. He stood on the body of the boss monster, his clothes were torn in several places and stained with blood and mud. Although his appearance was messy, his body was not injured in the slightest. Izuku then cleared the excess blood from his dagger as he walked to his soldiers. It wasn't long before Baru appeared behind him with a blood-stained body. Judging from his appearance, it seems that Baru has worked hard to kill the monsters around here. My liege, I have done the order you gave me. Not only Baru, but the other Izuku soldiers also appeared one by one with almost the same appearance, although not as bad as Baru. I think everything is settled, let's go. Yes, my liege. After gathering all his shadow soldiers back into his shadow, Izuku then walked towards the open exit after he finished killing the boss. As he came out, the crowd was even more crowded than before. People gathered around to see the rare red gate. And thanks to that the guard around became tighter. Izuku looked around to find the bureau agent who was supposed to be near the gate, but instead, he found a familiar face that he had just met this morning. Gran Torino-san? What are you doing here? Gran Torino, who saw Izuku, then approached him. That's my words, why are you here? Shouldn't you go home? Yes, I was on my way home, and I happened to feel a dungeon appear, so I came here. So you get in the gate. I'm a hunter, that's my job. Well, whatever, it's a good thing you're safe, but what's wrong with your clothes? Oh, it's because of the fight with the dungeon boss. Dungeon boss? While they were still talking, one of the agents approached them. Hunter Izuku. Both Izuku and Gran Torino turned to look at the agents approaching them. The agent looked at them with a curious look, especially at Gran Torino, who was talking to Izuku. I'm sorry, Hunter Izuku, but who is he? He is my acquaintance. The agent could only nod and didn't ask any further questions since the other person was an S-rank hunter. The agent immediately handed Izuku the inspection form, and after finishing filling it out, Izuku took the bag filled with mana stones from his inventory and handed it to the agent. The agent only smiled as he received the bag before he bowed and left. But that didn't apply to Gran Torino. He was confused about how Izuku could just get things out of thin air. Although Izuku had told him about Hunter's abilities, it was still unbelievable even after seeing it himself. Apart from knowing that Izuku has no quirk, it was quite surprising to him. Feeling the gaze from his back, Izuku turned around and saw Gran Torino looking at him with puzzled eyes. Is there anything you are curious about? Yes, is it Hunter's ability? It is. Is it common for hunters? Well, not really, few can use this skill, but mana control skill is the most common skill for hunters. I see, then what are you going to do now? Going home, I think, since my clothes are quite messy, I have to change before people think I'm a beggar. Honestly, you look like one. I can't deny it. Izuku and Gran Torino exchanged conversations before he went home. Due to the crowded location of the gate, Izuku had to sneak out just to get to the nearest train station. It takes about 15 minutes to get to the dorm after getting off the train. Not long after he finished taking a shower, he took out his phone and called someone. It took a while before the person answered his call. Hello, Izuku. Hello, Ikuru-san, I'm sorry I called you suddenly. That's fine, so what's wrong? I have something to discuss with you. If you are not busy, can we meet? Alright, when? That night Izuku and Ikuru decided to meet at a cafe near the dormitory where Izuku lived. Izuku arrived first and 10 minutes later Isuru arrived. Ikuru walked towards Izuku as soon as he saw him since there were almost no people in the cafe that day. Izuku then greeted him as he saw him. Ikuru-san. Izuku, so you're already here. The two of them then sat down and after telling the waiters their order, they struck up their conversation. So, what do you want to talk about? About that, we still have to wait for one person. It didn't take long for the cafe door to open and someone wearing a suit entered and walked toward them. Izuku then greeted him as well as Ikaru, although it was a bit late as he was still processing the reason behind this man's appearance. Sugimoto-san. Izuku, Ikaru-san. Sugimoto-san, did you bring what I asked for? Yes, I brought it. What exactly are you two talking about? About that. Ikaru. Izuku then began to tell the reason for calling him. He began by telling him about his conversation with the chairman and went ahead with his plans for this offer. So, you're telling me that the chairman insists on offering you the guild MSTR position regardless of your decision, and you want me to take the position in your stead? Is that why Sugimoto-san is here? Yes. It's more or less like that. I know this might be a bit over the top, but it's the only solution I can think of. I might be able to take up the chairman's offer myself, but if I did, it would send huge ripples to the association's reputation for allowing a teenage boy to set up a hunter agency, regardless of how the government has legislated about age limits. I understand, but why me? You're the only person I can think of. I don't know other S-rank hunters aside from you and Sugimoto-san. Sugimoto-san is also an agent of the association, so he is off the list. Besides that, I will be the one who deals with internal affairs. So I'm basically the guild MSTR just in name while you handle everything. Well, actually you also have to deal with public matters, but yes. Ikaru was silent for a moment, thinking about Izuku's offer. He then looked at the boy who was nervously waiting for his answer. She just smiled at him as she saw the normal boy side of Izuku. Okay, I'll do it. Really? Yes, besides, I also owe you a favor. Thank you, Ikaru-san, thank you. Izuku kept his head down, showing his gratitude to Ikaru. Ikaru couldn't help but smile while watching Izuku. Although Sugimoto was silent as he saw Izuku and Ichiro's interaction, he still paid attention to their conversation. Everything is settled, I have prepared the contract as you requested, it may take some adjustments but we will work on it later, Sugimoto. About that, I have already made a revised version, you can check it out and maybe fix some parts, Izuku. You did? Let me see. Izuku handed the document he brought to Sugimoto, and after reading it he nodded his head. There is no problem with the contract, it seems that you are working hard for it. Yes, sort of. Okay, then shall we decide on a name for your guild? That's right, why don't you decide on the name of the guild, Ikaru? Is it all right? Izuku. Why not? Because it is your idea, Sugimoto. Izuku was silent as he thought of what name would be suitable for his guild. He was thinking about his journey from the moment he received the awakening to the point he become an S rank. A lot of things have happened but the starting point remains the same for him and all the hunters. Dawn, what about Dawn? Dawn means the beginning, not bad. Sugimoto. I also think it's a good name too, but why Dawn? Ikaru. I'm just thinking about our starting line. Ours? You mean hunter, right? Sugimoto. Yes, you're right. I'm thinking about when a hunter receives awakened, it's both a point as well as a test that could change our lives. Both Ikaru and Sugimoto fell silent as they longed for the memories of when they awakened, which cannot be said to be a good memory since it almost took their lives. Yes, you are right, Sugimoto. I almost lost my life back then, Ikaru. That's why I chose that name, meaning the beginning of our lives. Hearing the meaning of the name Izuku chose and the reason for choosing that name made Sugimoto and Ikaru smile. Sugimoto raised his half-empty cup into the air. Then shall we celebrate the unofficial establishment of the Dawn Guild? Realizing Sugimoto's intentions, Izuku and Ikaru also raised their glasses following what Sugimoto did. Sure, please cooperate in the future, Ikaru-san, Sugimoto-san, Izuku. Of course. Clink. That night, the end of their conversation was the starting point for the formation of the guild that would later become the #1 guild in Japan, the guild whose name later will be heard even throughout the world. It took a week for Izuku, Sugimoto, and Ikaru to complete the preparations for establishing a guild. While Sugimoto and Ikaru were dealing with the association leaders and the necessary documents, Izuku contacted the people they wanted to invite to join their guild. Izuku had to go back and forth between the association office and the meeting place of everyone he contacted. Not all of his talks were successful, some refused despite all the advantages he offered, but most accepted since they knew Izuku. After finishing his work, Izuku was lying down on his bed. He may not be physically tired, but his mind was quite drained. Apart from his mental exhaustion, he didn't have time to rest, he still had some work to do. Izuku then got up from his bed and went to his desk. There was still a stack of documents to work on his desk. He has arranged the documents from the most important to the least important. All he had to do was make a report and send it to Sugimoto. Izuku spent the whole night making a report and sent it the next morning. Seeing Izuku coming in the morning made Sugimoto a bit worried. I didn't expect you to finish this quick, as if you were being chased by something. What are you rushing about? Well, to be honest, I have something to do. By the way, Sugimoto-san, is there an unfinished gate? Gate? Why so sudden? It's just that I feel stiff after dealing with some paperwork lately and need some workout. Don't you force yourself too much, at this point you will probably fall before you know it. I understand my condition best, besides that I'm fine. Well, if that's the case, there are indeed some newly entered gate lists. Do you want to take it? Of course, I'll take it. Izuku spends his weekend cleaning the gate he requested from Sugimoto. He managed to get permission to enter the gate alone after hours of negotiations. The gates all had different ranks, ranging from C rank to A rank. He did this to prepare for the upcoming quest. Currently, he was inside an A rank gate that looked like an underwater cave inside. The enemies in the dungeon were an army of monsters that looked like dragons with blue armored skin, with a trident as a weapon. Despite being surrounded by enemies, Izuku remained calm. Compared with what he has faced so far, this is nothing. He summoned his soldiers and the clash between the two forces occurred in an instant. Every Izuku soldier performed outstandingly, especially his strongest one. Tank and Baru ruthlessly tear their enemies to pieces, Iron smashes his enemies to pieces, Tusk scorches enemy forces with his fire magic, Baruka slashes his enemies viciously, and Igra sends lightning with each attack after receiving King Baron's long sword from his MSTR. Izuku didn't even have to do anything since his soldiers took care of everything. As the result, it didn't take long for them to reach the boss's room. Feeling too dependent on his soldiers, he recalls back all his soldiers except those who work on collecting magic stones to deal with the boss himself. He did this so that he would not lose his touch. Izuku took out his 2 daggers and then rushed toward the boss. He cut the boss's head in half with just one strike. He tried not to damage the monster's body too much since he planned to sell it to the workshop. After returning the dagger to his inventory, he cleaned up his clothes while staring at the screen in front of him. Ring. You have killed the dungeon boss. You leveled up. You have reached level 101. Your job-specific skills have leveled up. Izuku looked at the screen floating in front of him with anticipated eyes. Skill, Shadow Extraction, has leveled up. Skill, Save Shadow, has leveled up. Skill, Domain of the Monarch, has leveled up. Skill, Shadow Exchange, has leveled up. Seeing this chain notification made Izuku smile. Especially when he sees the reduction in cooldown time as he reads the description window. Skill, Shadow Exchange LV.2. Job-specific skills. No mana needed. The player can SWCH places with one of his calls. After activation, the player must wait for 2 hours to use the skill again. The cooldown PRD will change according to the skill level. Assuming that the cooldown time would decrease as he leveled up, he turned his gaze back to the monster's body and then approached the body. Arise. Black smoke slowly rose from the monster's body followed by a black hand rising from it. The familiar sight of the new Shadow Warrior awakening figure made him smile. This marked the end of today's raid, but before he left. Now. How do I get this out? Should I use my soldiers or? He stopped thinking and walked to the monster's corpse. He then opened his inventory and dragged the monster's body into his inventory. Regardless of size and weight, Izuku didn't have any trouble doing it. The moment the monster's body touched the system screen, it was directly SCKED into the storage space. After the monster's body completely disappeared, Izuku then checked the item information in his inventory and saw that the monster's body had been stored in his inventory. I didn't expect this to work. Just because I've never tried it, doesn't mean it can't. Izuku is satisfied with the new possibility he just discovered. After putting away all the magic stones he collected into his inventory as well, he walked out of the gate. As usual, outside agents are waiting for him. Hunter Izuku, thanks for your hard work. Thanks for your hard work too, Fujimori-san. Izuku then handed the magic stone he had collected to Fujimori. Fujimori just received it with a formal smile on his face even though he was nervous about the S-rank standing in front of him. Izuku watched as his smile continued to twitch. He just maintained his smile and quickly finished the report. After finishing his report, he then left the gate location and headed to his home in a car that had been prepared by the agency. When he got home, he immediately rested, preparing for the raid the next day. Izuku kept repeating this pattern for several days until the day of the quest arrived. Izuku sat in his room while staring at the screen floating in front of him. There are still a few hours before the quest begins. He just picked up his jacket and prepared to go out. On the way, he met Todoroki, who seemed to have just returned from the dungeon. You can see from the hem of his robe that is slightly charred and the fresh burns on his hands. Izuku then greeted him like a good friend. Oh, Todoroki-san, did you just finish your raid? Sort of. By the way, where did you go? I thought you didn't have any raid schedule today. I have somewhere I had to go. I see, good luck. Of course. After exchanging conversations, Izuku and Todoroki separated. The two of them headed in different directions. Izuku walked out with his face covered in his hood. Since his face was revealed to the public, he had a hard time getting out because the crowd would recognize him and immediately surround him. So he had no choice but to hide his face and also his presence. After going around for a while, Izuku decided to stop at the top of a building. Before his eyes lay a view of the city filled with skyscrapers, but other than that his eyes were only focused on the screen floating in front of him. Item: Key of the Cardinal Temple. Class item? Type: Key. A key that allows you to enter the Temple of Cardinal. This item can be used at the specified gate. The location of the gate will be revealed after a certain PRD has passed. Remaining time: 0 hours, 1 minute, 2 seconds. There is only 1 minute left until the time is up. He held the key to the Cardinal Temple while closing his eyes. As the timer reached the last second, Izuku opened his eyes, revealing his glowing blue eyes. And when the time was up, the light shone from the key in his hand. In the field close to a school, several people in suits gathered there. There was a gate that appeared there and the people gathered there were bureau agents on duty and some citizens who were watching. Izuku, who was watching from a distance, walked towards them. One of the agents saw Izuku approaching them. He immediately tried to stop Izuku since he didn't recognize him at first. "Sorry sir, you can't get close to this place." Izuku then unveiled his jacket, which made the agent stiffen for a moment at the sight of Izuku's face. "H-Hunter Izuku?" Everyone's eyes widened as soon as they heard Izuku's name being called. People's attention was immediately drawn to him. Izuku, who received the attention, could only accept it with a slightly annoyed face, but he managed to hide it well. He ignored people's attention and turned his attention back to the agent in front of him. "How long has it been since this gate appeared?" It's been 2 days, sir." 2 days you said?" "Yes, sir." Izuku gritted his teeth. He didn't expect the location to be at the gate that appeared. "Is there any raid team that has entered the gate already?" "Yes, it's been 2 hours since they entered the gate." "DMN it." Seeing that Izuku's expression didn't look good, the agent tried to approach him and asked if something was wrong. Hunter Izuku, is there anything wrong?" "This raid was cancelled." "Pardon. The raid team is in danger. If we don't stop the raid, everyone will die." "Wait, Hunter Izuku, what do you mean?" Sir. Regardless of what the agent said to him, Izuku walked straight through the gate. He had only one worry in his mind: he was worried about being a victim in that place. It is enough for him to feel the horror, there is no need for others to be victims. Izuku entered the gate. He walked through the inside of the dungeon, which was already filled with monster corpses and traces of battle. Looking at the more and more monster corpses, he was sure that the raid team had already arrived in the boss room. Izuku quickened his pace even more, and sure enough, as he approached the boss's room he could see people gathered in front of a large door. Those people are the raid team that Izuku is looking for. The raid team stood at the door curiously looking at the door in front of them. "What's with this giant door? Is this possible in the boss's room? Why don't we open it?" These people were so preoccupied with themselves that no one noticed Izuku walking toward them. Izuku then opened his mouth to reveal his presence. "If I were you, I wouldn't open it." The assault team immediately averted their eyes when they heard an unfamiliar voice from behind. They could see a man wearing a black jacket walking towards them. They couldn't see their faces because it was too dark to see. Knowing an unknown person was approaching them with a faint presence, they became wary. "Who are you? Identify yourself." The raid team gripped their weapons tightly, wary of strangers approaching them. Seeing their reaction, Izuku couldn't help but sigh and reveal his identity. "Someone who came to rescue you." Izuku said that while taking off the hood of his jacket. The attacking team that recognized him late was shocked as soon as they saw his face. "SS rank Hunter, Izuku? What are you doing here? There is a terrible danger lies behind that door." The raid team looked at Izuku with confused eyes. "How do you know?" "Let's just say I'm the double dungeon survivor." "Double dungeon? Do you mean this is the double dungeon?" "Sort of." Ignoring the raid team who was still processing what Izuku had just said, Izuku just walked past them towards the door. He then touched the surface of the door while staring at it. The door is locked. There is a window screen floating in front of him. The door of the Cardinal Temple is currently locked. "Please use the key." Izuku then took out the key and placed it in the keyhole. He then turned it and heard a click from the door, and after that, the door opened by itself. Seeing that the door opened by itself, the raid team was shocked by it. The door is open. How?" Hearing this, Izuku remembered that the raid team was still behind him. "I'm going to take over from here, you guys should come back from here." But Hunter Izuku, this dungeon is assigned to our team, you have no right to send us off. That's right, just because you're an S rank doesn't mean you can order us around. And you are? I'm Aoki Takahiro, a rank hunter, I'm the leader of this team. Izuku looked back at the raid team that had been provoked by their leader's words. He couldn't help but sigh as he heard this kind of reaction. Well then, whoever wants to come in, I won't stop you, you can do it as you like. With confidence that had somehow been rebuilt, Aoki stepped into the room. There is a screen floating above the door that only Izuku can see. Ring. Someone has entered the temple without a key. Entry not allowed. Aoki looked around the dark room, and when he turned his gaze to the side, he was startled by a giant knight statue swinging his giant sword at him. Aoki couldn't react in time, but fortunately, Izuku immediately grabbed his armor collar and threw him out of the room. Aoki, who was still shocked, looked back at the place where he stood just now. The statue's sword was still stuck on the floor, and as the statue lifted sword, they could see the destruction it had created. Seeing this, the faces of Aoki and his raid team turned pale. Izuku casually glanced at those who were still in shock. There will be more inside. Do you still insist on going in? The raid team immediately shook their heads in unison. Izuku turned to leave them, but before he could leave, Izuku glanced at them and then opened his mouth. Look, I want you guys to leave this dungeon and contact the association, tell them that a double dungeon has appeared. In the bureau's office, Sugimoto has just finished reporting the case of the recent dungeon increase to the chairman. Even though Matsumoto only half-heartedly listened to it while watching the news on TV. He was watching the news comparing heroes and hunters. Tisk, these people don't know when to stop. Chairman. Oh right, by the way, what is Hunter Izuku doing these days? Hearing this, Sugimoto couldn't help but sigh, knowing Matsumoto's nature. Recently Hunter Izuku has been busy conducting raids on several gates that have just appeared, but it seems that he is on vacation. That's unusual. As they were talking, Sugimoto's phone rang suddenly, giving him an excuse to leave Matsumoto's room. Excuse me, sir, can I excuse myself for a while? Matsumoto just waved as if losing interest. Seeing this, Sugimoto immediately walked out of the room and immediately picked up his phone. Hello, this is Sugimoto. Sir, we just received a report, but we think you should check it yourself. What are you talking about? Double dungeon just appear. Double dungeon, you say? And also what's it? Hunter Izuku has just entered that dungeon. The door closed and Izuku walked in. One by one torch in the room burned with blue flames, revealing the statues lined up in the room. He calmly looked around the room. This is where it all began. Izuku walked across the room, passing through a row of statues that stood motionless without showing any movement. The memory of where he almost died at the hands of the statue appeared. It seemed that it was only yesterday that he woke up from a nightmare. Lost in the memory, Izuku closed his eyes. I'm finally back. Izuku recalled his desperate struggle to survive in this room. At that time he was just a weak child who could only be silent and unable to resist, but things are different now. He is no longer the weak person he used to be, and thanks to it, he can realize one thing. That all statues are not monsters or living beings. The statues are just mere puppets controlled by others. Izuku was walking towards a certain statue, the only statue in the room that emitted mana. You're the one controlling the statues, aren't you? He stopped directly in front of it. Until when are you going to be quiet? Don't you think it's time for you to give me an answer? The statue of the angel, who had been silent since Izuku entered, finally showed a reaction. He grinned as Izuku faced him. I see you have finally made it this far. The angel statue rumbled and began to show its true form. 6 wings emerged from behind him. And not long after, the stone plaque he was holding was instantly shattered into rubble. Izuku calmly watched the scene. He then looked at the shattered command plaques strewn across the ground. I thought the so-called command plaques meant nothing. They mean something, but it doesn't matter anymore. So you're the one who called me here. Hearing this, the angel statue then smiled, revealing his teeth. Indeed. Then who are you? You're asking the wrong question. Instead of asking who I am, you're supposed to ask who you are. What do you mean? Izuku narrowed his eyes at the angel, but he just smiled and continued his conversation. The angel then clapped his hands and soon the statues around them began to move one by one. Well, shall we start your final test? If you survive to the end, I will tell you everything. Izuku raised his guard when he saw the statues around him starting to move. He calmly looked around while being wary of the angel statue. His gaze then returned to the statue of the angel in front of him. And that will be my reward to you. If so, then arise. Snap. Once again the angel statue snapped its fingers. Izuku's skill disappeared in an instant. He looked back at the angel with a sharp gaze. That won't work. This is a test. As the angel statue continued to speak, a window partition appeared in front of him. Use of job-specific skills is not allowed for the final quest. You're the one I want to test. I don't care about your servant's abilities. You can no longer buy potions or other things from the store. You are also not allowed to use quest rewards or leveled up rewards for status recovery. You must not leave this room until the final quest is over. I didn't expect this, all the cards I prepared would be wasted. Even though all the weapons he had prepared had been disarmed, Izuku remained calm. Instead, he felt a nostalgic feeling. The feeling that he was cornered and forced out of a difficult situation with his own hands. As he was lost in thought, the statues began to attack him. The giant stone blade attacked him, but Izuku easily dodged the attack. He purely gripped the sword and broke it only with his bare hands. Izuku then threw the tip of his sword at the head of one of the statues. But as expected of a moving puppet, the fragments of the sword alone were not enough to knock it down. Other statues also began to attack him. With various weapons attacking him, Izuku skillfully dodged the attack and even counterattacked with his dagger. While Izuku was busy attacking the statues surrounding him, an arrow flew toward him. Izuku, who realized this, immediately cut off the arrow and returned it to the statue that attacked him. The head of the statue was instantly shattered and the body collapsed directly to the ground. During the fight, Izuku kept his eyes on his surroundings, and he then realized one thing. The movement of the statue that previously seemed so fast, now he could see clearly. He got the feeling that he could do it. His confidence increased slightly, and he began to increase the intensity of his attacks. Meanwhile, the angel who watched Izuku's battle from above was quite impressed with Izuku's growth. Impressive. Very impressive. I am very impressed with how much you have achieved with that human body. While clapping, the angel complimented Izuku on his fast growth, but just as he stopped clapping. But it's too early to end the test. Rumble. A rumbling sound sounded and along with it, the largest statue in the room began to move. As the statue stood, Izuku could see a hideous smirk on its face. Looking at the size of the statue itself, the other stone statues are incomparable. Well, now is the time to worship God. The ground shook as the statue of the Lord statue stepped on the ground. In addition, the movement of the statues is not disturbed at all, instead, the movement is getting sharper. Izuku was also overwhelmed by the sudden change in their attacks, plus the addition of the largest statue that could fire lasers from its eyes made it even more difficult. They keep coming. It's starting to get annoying. Izuku suddenly changed the direction of his movement, causing the stone statue to follow suit. He kept moving and hurting the statues in the direction he wanted. And as they converged on a single point, the largest statue launched its attack. Light gathered in the statue's eyes, and when it almost reached him, Izuku stopped his movements. He had been waiting for this moment. He raised his hand and pointed it at the statues that had gathered behind him. Ring. Skill, Ruler's Touch, has been activated. With his skill, Izuku lifts the statues to block the path of the statue's laser beam, which turns them into rubble. And thanks to that, his skills even leveled up. Ring. Skill, Ruler's Touch, has been upgraded to its final form, the Ruler's Authority. But now is not the time for euphoria, there is still one enemy left laughing at him. Ignoring the remaining flames in front of him, Izuku concentrated his mana on his feet. He immediately jumped over the flames in front of him at an incredible speed. The statue noticed Izuku's movements, the statue's eyes followed his movements, and raised his foot trying to smash Izuku. But the statue's movements are not as fast as Izuku's. Smoke billowed from the foot of the stomping statue, and from behind it, Izuku appeared at a terrifying speed. He continued to run towards the statue's face, but halfway through, the statue once again attacked him again using a laser strike from his eye. Izuku quickly reactivated his recently leveled up skill. He directed the skill toward the statue's shoulder, and coupled with the current speed, he pulled his body using his own skill, so he managed to dodge the laser attack. He then landed on the left shoulder of the statue, which was a blind spot. Izuku again gripped his dagger and immediately attacked the statue with the fastest attack he had. But everything was in vain. Even using the dagger of King Baron, that can cut anything, Izuku was only able to scratch the surface of his face. The statue then grinned, knowing Izuku's attack did not affect it. But regardless, Izuku remained calm. He was not shaken or panicked. He calmly observed the situation and made a quick decision. If I can't cut it, I'll just use force. Izuku jumped onto the statue's face, gathered the mana in his arms, and using the momentum from his jump, Izuku launched an attack on the gap he made in the statue's face. Boom! The impact of the blow was so great that it made a very loud noise. But one attack wasn't enough. Izuku threw another fist full of mana on the statue's face to smash its face and knock it down. Izuku lightly landed near the statue. He walked out of the dust cloud. His appearance has been quite messy since he fought with the statue just now. Applause. Not long after that, he heard applause from above. Izuku then raised his head and saw an angel statue flying toward him. Incredible. You better keep your promises. What are you talking about? The test isn't over yet. As he said that, the face of the angel statue slowly began to peel off. At the same time, a notification screen appeared in front of Izuku's eyes. Ring. An urgent quest has arrived. Can't you see I'm still standing here? Your heart will stop beating if you fail to defeat the enemy within the specified time. Time remaining, 10 minutes, 0 seconds. I'm your final test. Izuku sharpened his eyes as he stared at the statue of an angel casually bursting. Just who are you? Time remaining, 9 minutes, 58 seconds. Hearing Izuku's question, the angel statue just grinned, which made his face crack even more. I'm pretty sure I'm saying that's a wrong question. But fine, I'll give you an answer. Slowly, the angel's voice echoed in Izuku's head, and along with it, a screen appeared in front of him displaying the same sentence that the angel said. You want to know who I am? You want to know who I am? I am the architect of the system. I am the system architect. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Sugimoto arrives there with several other hunters he manages to collect. The number of hunters gathered was 7 people, they were all B rank and A rank, and even Todoroki, who had just completed the raid, also joined them. Although it has been a long time, Sugimoto still remembers what Izuku said about the double basement when they first met. If what he said is true, then this number will probably not be enough. But if things go bad, he hopes they can help. As the team led by Sugimoto approached, he suddenly stopped right in front of the gate, and so did Todoroki. From within the gate, he could feel terrifying magical energy flowing from within the gate. The cold feeling was as if a death scythe was placed on his neck. Without him knowing it, his face turned pale, his hands trembled and his back was soaked in a cold sweat. Not only Sugimoto, but Todoroki also felt the same way. The only difference is that Todoroki instantly recognized this terrible owner it was. Apart from the two of them, the other hunters didn't feel it. They stared in confusion at Sugimoto and Todoroki, who were frozen right in front of the gate. Sugimoto-san? Sir? Is there something wrong? Can't you guys feel it, the terrifying flow of mana? Mana flow? Some people don't understand what Sugimoto is saying since they are less sensitive to mana. But only when they sharpen their senses do they feel it. Sugimoto turned to face the agents gathered behind him. Are there any other S ranks that are currently free? Hunter Ikuru and his team have a raid schedule for the raid this afternoon, maybe they are preparing to. Call them now. But sir. No time, make an emergency request immediately, Hunter Izuku. Might be in danger. A loud crashing sound resounded in the cave. Not just once, but the sound kept getting louder and louder until it was clear that a fight was going on. Sounds echoed from the walls of the cave, the sounds came from a room in the cave. In a room behind a giant door, Izuku is fighting an angel statue that has 6 arms behind its back. Izuku, who received a strong blow from 4 punches at once, was sent flying until his body hit the wall of the room. He spat out the lump of blood stuck in his throat. Even though he tried to endure the blow, his body was still sent flying. Thanks to that attack, his internal organs were also injured and it seemed that several bones were broken. The angel statue didn't give him time to stop either. He went straight back to attacking him before Izuku recovered from the shock. Izuku barely managed to dodge the attack and quickly regained his composure. He began to sharpen his senses and calmly observed the movement of the statue. The angel did not stop launching his attacks toward Izuku, and he began to get used to his attack pattern. He even began to give a counterattack capable of scratching the statue's face. A punch landed right on his head, and blood flowed out of the wound. But despite his injuries, Izuku countered the statue's attack, delivering a mana-filled blow to his face that sent the statue back a few meters away from him. Even though he was the one who was pushed back, the angel laughed. He seems to be enjoying his fight with Izuku and finds it very entertaining. Impressive, I'm impressed. Who knew I would have fun fighting humans? Not once in my life did I think humans could be worthy opponents to me. Very amusing. Izuku focused his attention on the opponent in front of him. He noticed even every small change around him. He's the one who called out to me as soon as I reached level. He might have thought I was no match for him, but I can do this. Thanks to the battle just now I could feel my senses getting sharper. But before that... Hi Architect, I still have a lot of questions for you. Do you think now is a good time to talk? Why did you make the system? Why did you choose me as a player? And what really happened to this world? I see. You must think you won't get an answer if you kill me. The architect attacked him again. Feeling aggrieved by close combat, Izuku tries to keep his distance from the statue and attacks it with the ruler's authority. But the architect also has the same skills that make Izuku's attacks useless. The explosion from the two colliding forces caused Izuku's body to be pushed back. It doesn't matter if you kill me or not. The answer you will receive is predetermined. Izuku glared at the angel. The stone sculpture weapons scattered around them began to move, and the next moment they flew toward the architect's hands. Swords, spears, axes, maces, each hand holding a different weapon. Izuku also took out his two daggers. How did you make all this, and why did you give me all this power? I didn't choose you, I am indeed a little interested in you, but it was not me who made the final decision. I'm just the architect and moderator of the player breeding system. The architect positioned himself and prepared to attack, and so did Izuku. The playing time is over, with the remaining time I will use my full strength against you. Just after saying that, in an instant, the architect disappeared from Izuku's sight. At a speed that the eye could not follow, the architect was already on it. He pointed all his weapons at Izuku. Izuku managed to avoid his attack by jumping to the side. The architect also attacked him again. But even though her attack patterns were complicated, Izuku could see through them. He could feel her every move and respond instantly. Seeing Izuku deftly parrying every attack from the architect made the smile disappear from his face. How can he block all my attacks and even counterattacks? He is also getting faster and faster. Because of his shock, there was a gap in his attack pattern, and taking advantage of the gap Izuku managed to cut off one of the architect's arms. The architect was quite surprised by it, but the thing that surprised him the most was that he could feel pain even though he was in an artificial body. Realizing this made him realize something. I see, it's just a small part but it's mixed in there. How dare you, you human! The architect's anger rose to awaken the remaining statues one by one. With 3 minutes remaining, Izuku rushes toward his enemy. He once again used the skill Ruler's Authority to suppress the remaining statues. Izuku passed the statues and rushes directly at the architect. He passed the Lord statue who would trample him like an ant. Ignoring the collapsed floor behind him, Izuku turned his back to the architect. The architect was still able to keep up with Izuku's attack speed. It didn't take long for his attack to hit the architect, which managed to sever 2 more of his arms. But in the middle of their fights, Izuku's attack was interrupted by a spear that sent him flying to the side of the room. Izuku got up from the ruins. Without needing to look at the statue, Izuku recognized it immediately. The scene where he was violently thrown at the altar by a spear was turned back on his head. Izuku angrily smashed the head of the statue. Letting the statue fall, Izuku once again attacked the architect, cutting off the architect's remaining arm and knocking it to the ground. The rising dust cloud slowly dissipated, revealing the figure of Izuku brandishing a dagger around the architect's neck. I lost. The exam is over. Hearing what the architect said, Izuku clutched his dagger. Despite what the architect said, Izuku did not let go of his vigilance. Instead, he stepped it up even further, remembering what happened during their fight. The architect raised his hand and then pointed at Izuku. You want an answer, right? That answer is within you. Within me? Izuku frowned at what the architect said. Soon a message popped up in front of him. Ring. The data stored in your memory will be retrieved. Accept? Accept, decline. The choice is yours. Sweat mixed with blood dripped down his face as he stared at the message. Izuku swallowed while thinking about the possibility if he received the message. He had doubts in his heart, but if he didn't receive the message, he might not get the answer he was looking for. He looked back at the architect who was still grinning at him. After a moment of silence, and clearing the doubts in his heart, Izuku opened his mouth while continuing to watch the architect's reaction. I accept it. Ring. Data retrieved successfully. Along with the notice, the light enveloped the two of them. Izuku closed his eyes when the light blinded him, but the moment he opened them again, the scene before his eyes completely changed. Originally, he was inside a room, but now he was in an open space. Izuku looked around to see where he was. But what a surprise once he realized where he was. The sky is purple with the sight of countless monster armies. High orcs, hyaki, goblins, giants, all the monsters he had encountered in the dungeon and those he had only seen in books gathered in one place. Izuku couldn't help but be amazed by the scene before his eyes. Izuku noticed that the monsters were facing the same direction, towards the sky. He also turned his gaze to the sky only to be surprised once again to see many black gates appearing in the sky. A crack sounded shortly afterward and an army of white angels came out of the gate, carrying their various weapons and shining armor. It didn't take long for him to figure out what happened next. War. There is no other suitable word to describe the scene he saw other than that. The sound of war trumpets sounded throughout the battlefield, the monster's army fighting the Silver Army. The sound of clashing weapons and broken armor filled the air and pools of blood began to stain the battlefield as the war cry quickly turned into a scream of pain. The Silver Army is strong. They dominated the battle, but as the end of the monster got closer, the Silver Soldiers suddenly stalled, one by one. From a distance, there was the sound of horse footsteps. A knight in black armor can be seen riding his horse past the piles of corpses around him. The figure continued to walk regardless of his surroundings. Arise! The shadow of the figure spread throughout the battlefield. One by one, hands shrouded in a black aura lifted from the shadow of the figure. The flesh and blood were replaced with immortal shadow bodies. The fallen monster rose with a new force. In front of that figure, death is not the end, but a new beginning, the beginning of a power that can reverse the outcome of the war. This is what the figure is capable of. This figure is known as the ruler of death. Shadow Monarch. Izuku, who witnessed how the skill was at full strength, couldn't help but be surprised by the results he saw. He was quite surprised by the scale of the war potential his skills possessed. Under the monarch's command, the Black Immortal Army charged toward the Silver Army. The Black and Silver armies collided in a fierce battle. Explosions erupted and the ground shook beneath them. The Silver Army should have won the battle decisively, but another full-scale war broke out. All thanks to the appearance of one individual. Amid all the chaos of the battlefield, Monarch gallantly galloped on his horse, slaughtering all the enemies he encountered. Every trace left by the Monarch, there is the destruction that follows. It all seemed like a victory to the Monarch and his soldiers. So it was until they appeared. Outside, the rescue team led by Sugimoto had already arrived at the entrance of the room where Izuku was. Just like the previous raid team, they quietly stared at the door. Everyone has different thoughts about the door. Those who are insensitive, think about what danger awaits them behind that door. But those who are sensitive to mana can only feel the horror of the amount of mana coming out from behind the door. Ikuru, who also joined the team, came forward and stood at the door. He could feel a large amount of mana surging from within, but the mana he felt did not belong to Izuku. He then turned and faced Aoki, who led them to the door. He was the team leader of the previous attacking team and the first to find this door. You said Izuku is inside, right? Why, yes sir, I'm sure. I see, then you should withdraw from here. Yes, sir, then I'll excuse myself. Without hesitation, Aoki ran towards the entrance of the dungeon. He didn't intend to engage in the S-rank battle. What's more, he had already witnessed the danger that was behind that door. He is not a fool who throws their life at something like justice. Ignoring Aoki, who was trying to escape, the rescue team refocused on what was in front of them. Daichi, who was also with them, came to the stronghold and stood beside Ikuru. So this is where Izuku's starting line. Yeah, I guess so. Let's go in before something bad happens to him. They then opened the door and were startled by the mess they saw when the door was opened. Many stone statues were damaged and traces of fights were all over the floor and walls. Sugimoto then regains his memories of when he first met Izuku. Izuku said that he was facing the giant statue in the room. But because it had been a long time, he could vaguely remember it. So what he said that time was true. Just as they were shocked, the figure watching them opened his mouth, revealing his presence. Oh, look what this. The members of the rescue team instantly turned their attention to the figure. An angelic figure whose face was split in half was staring at them with a smirk on his face. I don't remember inviting humans here. What's more, this is quite interesting, there seems to be an emissary among these humans. They were all shocked by the fact that the figure they thought was a dungeon monster could speak human language. Moreover, none of them don't know what the monster talking about. Did I hear it wrong? Did the monster speak the human language just now? Quiet. How dare you disturb the king in his slumber? They then turned their gaze to the figure behind the angel statue. They could see Izuku's figure full of wounds staring into empty air in a daze while maintaining his shining blue eyes. Isn't that the Izuku hunter? Why is he? Without letting their guard down any longer, the angel statue immediately attacked the team's weakest member. The movement of the statue was so fast that even the S rank in the team couldn't keep up with the movement. They all froze watching the hunters' bodies covered in blood. None of them were able to respond to the angel's movements in time. They stared in horror at the statue who was casually clearing the blood from his sword. You humans will be a good first offering to the king.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.